She was a special forces captain. During a mission, she captured a group of pirates aboard a ship. While subduing them, she entered the cabin to inventory the cargo and accidentally touched an ancient book. She was pulled into the world within it. As she crossed over, a mysterious voice told her that she could return home if she obtained the city boundary map. When she awoke, she discovered that she had become a 6-year-old girl, the eldest young lady of a general in the Kingdom of Yu. Yimu recalled the original story. The city boundary map mentioned by the mysterious voice was the key to returning to the modern world. The clue to the city boundary map lay with the male lead, Mo Linyuan. At this time, Mo Linyuan was wandering far from home and had become a slave in the general's residence. Yimu hurriedly asked her maid where the newly captured slave boy with fair skin, a clean appearance, and a beauty mark beneath his eye was. The maid tremblingly replied that Yimu had sent him to the front hall for Grand Commandant Lu's enjoyment. Alarmed, Yimu immediately rushed off to save him. Grand Commandant Lu was a pervert. If Mo Linyuan died, she would never be able to return home. Yimu kicked open the doors to the front hall and looked around. Depravity filled the room as people embraced and amused themselves. Grand Commandant Lu had pinned a young boy against the table and was brandishing a knife. That boy was the male lead, Mo Linyuan. Displeased by the interruption, Grand Commandant Lu said, "Is this how the general's residence treats its guests?" General Yi hurriedly laughed it off, saying that his daughter was ill and confused. He then glared fiercely at Yimu, grabbed her, and prepared to throw her outside. Yimu hurriedly said, "Wait, I have something to say. The emperor is gravely ill and will soon pass away." Everyone froze and stared at Yimu in disbelief. General Yi became even angrier. He slapped her, accused her of spouting nonsense, and demanded to know where she had heard it. He warned that if she dared lie, he would drag her outside and feed her to the tigers. Crying, Yimu explained, "A masked man barged into my room just now, said, 'The emperor is gravely ill and will soon pass away,' then fled." Grand Commandant Lu remained doubtful and immediately sent someone to investigate. The general also ordered the entire residence searched. If the information proved false, he would deal with her personally. Yimu continued crying in fear. Only after everyone had left did she wipe away her tears and smile smugly. She thought, "I know the entire plot. How could I possibly lose to these ancient people?" However, Yili was a ruthless and vicious man, so she would have to be more careful in the future. She then turned toward Mo Linyuan and looked at the injured 9-year-old boy. Without hesitation, Yimu picked up the dagger from the floor and pointed it directly at Mo Linyuan. He was still so young. She would have to wait for him to grow up, conquer the realm, and obtain the city boundary map before she could return home. That would take far too long, and Yimu could not wait. She therefore decided to try another way to return to the modern world. Yimu suddenly asked, "Do you hate me?" Mo Linyuan's expression darkened. He answered firmly, "I do. If you want to kill me, then do it. I have nothing to say." Yimu no longer hesitated and immediately swung the dagger down. She wanted to kill the male lead and destroy the story, hoping that doing so would instantly return her to the modern world. But when the blade reached his throat, she hesitated. The book said that this child would one day become a wise and benevolent ruler who brought prosperity to the people. Her conscience would not allow her to disregard the fate of the entire realm. Yimu released the dagger and let it fall. Since she had already crossed into this world, killing any number of people might not send her home. She immediately ordered someone to take Mo Linyuan away for treatment. Another young slave nearby begged her to take him in as well, saying he was willing to do anything. Looking into the boy's beautiful, wolf-like eyes and learning that he did not even have a name, Yimu immediately agreed and named him Yishaoling. She made both boys her personal attendants and declared that she would train them well, so they could become her most capable aides. The maids could not help feeling sorry for them. Those poor boys had caught the attention of the terrifying little demoness. Mo Linyuan, however, keenly sensed that something was wrong. Yimu was behaving very differently from usual. By evening, Yimu began regretting her decision. She should have been using her time to search for the city boundary map. So why had she taken in 2 children? She was not a preschool teacher, nor had she crossed into this world to babysit. Despite saying that, she still brought food and medicine to their quarters. Looking at the dilapidated, crooked, thatched hut before her, Yimu suddenly felt guilty. It seemed she would have to find them somewhere else to live tomorrow. The moment she entered, Mo Lin Yuan warily assumed a fighting stance. Yimu hurriedly told them to get up, then clumsily climbed onto their small bed and tossed them a large bag of chicken drumsticks. Yi Xiaolang was overjoyed and began ravenously devouring a drumstick. Mo Lin Yuan remained cold and motionless. Yimu immediately regarded him with new respect. As expected of the future male lead, he possessed an innately proud bearing. Pretending to be displeased, Yimu ordered him to remove his shirt so she could apply medicine. Mo Lin Yuan did not understand why she had wanted to kill him moments ago, but was now suddenly treating him so kindly. Yimu stuck out her tongue and said, "I was conquered by your regal aura. Is it not allowed? You must do whatever I tell you. You're only a slave, so stop asking so many questions." Unable to press her further, Mo Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and removed his shirt. His wounds had already soaked the bandages in blood. Yi Xiaolang was still frightened by the sight. Grand Commandant Lu killed 3 people this afternoon. If Mo Lin Yuan had not moved quickly, he would already have been hacked to death. Yi Mu trembled with fury. Those beasts only dare bully the weak. They are utter scum. Heart aching, Yimu gently removed the bandages, carefully applied medicine, and dressed Mo Lin Yuan's wounds. She then promised solemnly, "I guarantee this will never happen again. Anyone under my protection will never be allowed to suffer even the slightest injury. Neither of you needs to be so wary of me anymore." Both boys froze, wondering whether they were hallucinating. The sharp sting of the antiseptic convinced Mo Lin Yuan that none of this was a dream. Unable to hold back, he asked, "You were clearly the one who sent me to the front hall to be punished today. Why did you suddenly rush in and save me?" Feeling guilty, Yimu said, "I never truly intended to give you to him. I only wanted to frighten you." But Mo Lin Yuan did not believe her. More than 10 days earlier, Yimu had captured him and brought him to the residence. To force him to obey, she had whipped him and locked him in with wolves. She had even made him wear a protective chest plate and stand inside a cage, dodging arrows while she used him for target practice. The more Yimu heard, the lower she hung her head. How could she possibly explain this convincingly? Heaven truly wanted her dead. Why had she been forced into the body of a vicious supporting character who specialized in tormenting the male lead? How was she supposed to develop the plot happily now? Raking Herbirin, Yimu invented an Ajuse. Making you fight wolves was only meant to improve your practical combat skills. Using you as a target was only meant to train your reflexes. Whipping you was meant to increase your ability to withstand attacks. Only when a person faces death can their potential grow without limit. The corners of Mo Lin Yuan's mouth twitched as he listened. She was remarkably good at making things up. Yimu smiled and reassured him again, "I will not hurt you. Once we have spent more time together, you will realize that I am a good person." She then carefully applied medicine and bandaged him, secretly rejoicing that she had finally fooled him. Mo Lin Yuan, however, was somewhat dazed. He clearly knew that she was lying, yet when he had been most desperate, she was the one who had rushed in and saved him. He therefore decided to wait and observe what she was truly planning. After treating his wounds and coaxing the young male lead to sleep, Yimu quietly left. She resolved to raise him well, win him over with sincerity, and then find the city boundary map so she could return home. Unexpectedly, when she returned to her room, she found her father, Yili, waiting for her. Yimu was startled and hurried forward to greet him. Yili questioned her with a piercing gaze. "I heard that you want to visit that young slave. Do you care greatly about it?" Yimu hurriedly imitated the original girl's vicious demeanor. "That boy is stubborn. I must break and tame him. If he dies from his injuries, I will lose my plaything." Yili laughed proudly. "As expected of my daughter, you are ruthless, just like me. I came to tell you that His Majesty truly is gravely ill. You did very well. What reward do you want?" Hearing this, Yimu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the plot was still proceeding as expected. Otherwise, the situation would have been extremely difficult to resolve. Remembering her training plan, she asked Yili to find 2 tutors for her. Early the next morning, the 2 children were awakened and told to study. Yi Xiaolang grimaced, believing that a lackey had no need for an education. Yimu promptly gave him a thorough beating, then turned a threatening gaze toward Mo Lin Yuan. Reading the situation, Mo Lin Yuan looked attentively at Yimu and said he would study hard. She appeared somewhat satisfied and began dividing their lessons. Yi Xiaolang would start with the 3-character classic, while Mo Lin Yuan would study strategies of the Warring States. Yi Xiaoling protested. Why are we studying different things? Yi Mu patiently explained, look at how thin and frail he is. He is clearly suited to becoming a strategist. How could he compare to someone like you, who is accomplished in both scholarship and combat? Yi Xiaoling beamed upon hearing this, while the corners of Mo Liuan's mouth twitched. Accomplished in both scholarship and combat? Did she not simply mean that Yi Xiaoling was all muscle and no brains? Once she saw both of them studying attentively, Yi Mu relaxed and leisurely returned to her room to catch up on sleep. She had only just dozed off when a loud shout awakened her. The young lady ordered you to hold the stance for 2 hours. The time is not up yet, so stop pretending to be dead. Startled, Yi Mu hurried outside to investigate. The moment she opened her door, she saw a maid whipping Mo Linyuan. Both Mo Linyuan and Yi Xiaoling had suffered considerable injuries. Both boys stared at Yi Mu in surprise. She was panting heavily and had rushed out so urgently that she had forgotten to put on her shoes. Montauk Linyuan was touched. Had she rushed over so anxiously because she had heard that they were in trouble? Yi Mu's eyes blazed with anger as she demanded through gritted teeth, who gave you permission to hit them? The terrified maid dropped to her knees and repeatedly kowtowed, begging for mercy. Yi Mu immediately declared, they are my most trusted personal attendants. Other than me, anyone who dares touch them will die. Mo Linyuan and Yi Xiaoling were both stunned. She had so openly protected them that they could not help believing she had no ulterior motive. Even after berating the maid, Yi Mu's anger remained. She had intended to impose further punishment, but feared the servants might bear a grudge and secretly retaliate against the boys. She therefore pretended to be displeased and dismissed all the maids. Looking at Mo Linyuan, whose old wounds had yet to heal before new ones were added, Yi Mu felt helpless. The male lead truly attracted trouble. Disaster found him even when he never left the residence. She gave both boys the rest of the day off and told them to return, apply medicine, and rest. Mo Linyuan, however, was stubborn. He insisted that the 2 hours were not yet over and obstinately continued his exercise. Although he was sweating from the pain, he gritted his teeth and endured it because he did not want Yi Mu to look down on him. Yi Mu stormed away and immediately announced that, starting tomorrow, they would hold the horse stance for an additional 2 hours every day. Despite her fierce words, she quickly fetched bandages and ointment and treated Mo Linyuan's injuries. Once they had completed 2 hours in the horse stance, she led them to lunch. During the meal, she treated them like friends. They ate at the same table and shared the same food. Mo Linyuan also perceptively noticed that none of today's dishes carried the garlic smell he hated most. A maid smiled and explained, the climate in the kingdom of you is cold and damp, so people easily become ill if they do not eat garlic. But the young lady dislikes its smell, so she ordered the kitchen to find a way to remove it. Mo Linyuan clearly remembered that Yi Mu had never disliked the smell of garlic before. The maid continued, praising her. The young lady is so clever. She told the kitchen to steam the garlic with tea and other ingredients. Garlic prepared that way no longer smells. Mo Linyuan picked up some food and examined it. Sure enough, it contained minced garlic, yet he could not smell it at all. Even when his imperial father and mother were alive, they had never cared for him so attentively. Yet this supposedly vicious young lady had noticed and gone to such lengths for him. Mo Linyuan could not help feeling moved and quietly treasured her consideration in his heart. After the meal, he wanted to continue reading and studying, but Yi Mu knew that proper rest was essential. She loudly ordered both boys to come fly kites with her. However, the moment Yi Mu started running, she tripped over a stone and nearly fell flat on her face. Alarmed, Mo Linyuan rushed forward and caught her. Delighted that the kite had risen high into the sky, Yi Mu paid no attention to what had just happened. She happily ran after Yi Xiaoling as he flew the kite, leaving Mo Linyuan watching them with a trace of envy. 1 month later, Yi Mu sat absent-mindedly in her room, wondering what she should do next. Mo Linyuan was the wise and benevolent ruler recorded in the book. How could she allow a good emperor, exemplary in virtue, wisdom, and strength, to be ruined under her care? Remembering the lost martial arts manual, Yi Mu immediately climbed out the window in the middle of the night. She took Mo Linyuan with her to search everywhere for the martial arts manual. Seeing her furtively peering around under the cover of darkness, Mo Linyuan could not suppress a laugh. She was clearly inside her own home, yet she was sneaking around like a little mouse. She was truly adorable. Yimu turned and glared at him in annoyance. Of course, they had to remain quiet while searching for something in the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, she caught sight of Mo Linyuan's indulgent smile as he even waved at her. Yimu immediately blushed, both embarrassed and startled. In just one short month, he had changed so much. He truly resembled a young immortal now. Yimu immediately shouted, "What are you smiling foolishly about? Hurry and follow me. I'm taking you to find something good." She remembered that the book said Mo Linyuan had once spotted a snake while starving. He intended to catch it and eat it, but while chasing it through the courtyard, he accidentally discovered the martial arts manual. Yimu therefore took a stick and swept it around everywhere. Montauk Linyuan watched in exasperation. Snakes were afraid of people. How could she possibly find one while making so much noise? However, he also keenly realized that Yimu truly had changed. The old Yimu would never have behaved so strangely. Moreover, she probably had not noticed the changes herself. Montauk Linyuan suddenly spoke. "Young lady, did you know that you never drank milk before? You did not like flowers, plants, or different colors. The only color you liked was orange. But now, you have not worn orange for a long time. Furthermore, you used to be left-handed." Yimu's face turned pale. She hurriedly hid the right hand holding the stick and stammered an attempted rebuttal, but could not form a coherent sentence. Unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan warned her, "Your father, Yi Li, is suspicious and ruthless. He will never ignore anything questionable around him. If your words and actions arouse his suspicions, you will be in danger." Yimu had not expected him to see through her so quickly, but she also suspected that he was deliberately testing her. She immediately forced herself to remain calm and shouted, "How dare you question me? I am who I am. I am not an imposter." She expected Mo Linyuan to continue questioning her, but instead he smiled reassuringly. He picked a small orchid and tucked it into her hair, his expression carrying a hint of praise as he gently said, "No matter who you are or what you intend to do, you saved my life. Therefore, I will not speak carelessly. Just pretend you heard nothing I said." Only then did Yimu understand that he had merely been warning her. Yet she had treated him so fiercely. Her face instantly reddened with embarrassment, and she repeatedly stepped backward. Unexpectedly, she missed her footing and fell. Startled, Mo Linyuan hurriedly reached out to catch Yimu. Just like that, they both plunged into a deep pit. Yimu was an adult at heart, so she instinctively pulled the child, Mo Linyuan, into her arms and used her own body to cushion his fall. The fall hurt so badly that Yimu nearly fainted and tears streamed down her face. Montauk Linyuan was terribly worried. He hurriedly helped her up and repeatedly asked where she was hurt. Unable to hold back any longer, Yimu burst into tears and showed him the wound on her hand while blaming herself. She had once been a highly skilled Special Forces operative, yet this body was now so frail. The thought made her cry even harder. Mo Linyuan's heart ached terribly. He quickly pulled her into his arms, soothing her gently as he rolled up her sleeve to examine the wound. Yimu's wrist was covered in blood, and the injury looked severe. Mo Linyuan was both worried and remorseful. It was all because he had reacted too slowly. He should have protected her. He hurriedly tore a strip of cloth from his sleeve and gently bandaged Yimu's wound, comforting her all the while, and softly blowing on it to ease the pain. Yimu felt somewhat moved. This was the first time anyone had ever cared for her so tenderly. His comforting words made her resolve crumble, and she burst into loud sobs. After all, she was still a child, so it was perfectly normal to cry when she was in pain. Mo Linyuan became even more flustered. He held her tightly, gently stroked her head, and tried to soothe her. His guilt deepened. Had Yimu not covered his head to protect him earlier, the blow would likely have struck his face. But the young Mo Linyuan only knew how to repeat one thing: don't cry. A long while later, Yimu wiped away her tears and sighed inwardly. His attempt at comforting her was truly awkward. Apparently, no matter how clever a boy was, he would still panic when faced with a crying girl. Deciding not to make things harder for him, Yimu stopped crying and left Mo Linyuan's embrace. Mo Linyuan suddenly felt an emptiness in his heart. Only then did Yimu realize that they had fallen into an underground chamber. She worried about how they would get back up, because in the original plot, Mo Linyuan had found the martial arts manual in the courtyard. Unexpectedly, the moment Mo Linyuan took a step, he trod on a book. Astonished by the protagonist's incredible luck, Yimu hurried over to pick it up, only to trip and fall flat on her face again. Mo Lin Yuan's heart ached at the sight, and he hurriedly helped her up. She had aggravated her injuries, so the young lady would surely start crying again. To his surprise, Yimu did not cry. Instead, she burst out laughing. It turned out that she had tripped over a piece of gold. Delighted, Yimu took out a torch and lit it. After looking around, she immediately froze. The underground chamber was filled with gold. Yimu was beside herself with joy. She threw herself into the pile of gold, silver, and jewels, practically drooling over them. The observant Mo Linyuan realized that this was a treasure hoard left by the Yi family's ancestors. It even contained an imperial robe and an imperial seal. A golden gleam flashed through his eyes. This belonged to the Eternal Night dynasty. The Yi family truly intended to rebel. While Yi Mu was distracted, Mo Linyuan quietly hid the imperial seal as evidence. At first, he thought she would kill him to silence him. Instead, Yi Mu let out a cheer and plunged into the pile of gold, rolling around happily because she had suddenly become rich. She even declared innocently, "We're rich." Mo Linyuan froze when he heard that. She had said we, not I. Had anyone else discovered this treasure, they would probably have killed him to silence him. Only this foolish little girl would tell him everything and treat him like family. Yimu, however, was thinking that she could use this wealth to build Mo Linyuan's power as quickly as possible. Once he unified the realm, she could obtain the city boundary map and return safely to the real world. Mo Linyuan indulgently pulled Yimu to her feet. They quietly climbed back into the courtyard and carefully concealed the entrance. Only after making sure no one could detect it did they breathe a sigh of relief and prepare to return to their rooms. Suddenly, a voice came from nearby. Yimu quickly pulled Mo Linyuan behind the artificial hill to hide. Yi Li and a eunuch approached. The eunuch told Yi Li, "News has arrived from the kingdom of Mo. Chancellor would insist that the crown prince is hiding here in our kingdom of you. He says that if we find the crown prince, he will support your great undertaking. Otherwise, the agreement will be annulled." Yimu knew that the crown prince they were discussing was Mo Linyuan. It seemed that many people in the kingdom of Mo wanted him dead. Yi Li flew into a rage upon hearing this. However, without Chancellor Wen's financial support, it would be very difficult for him to accomplish his grand plan of rebellion. Yimu could not help marveling at how restless this entire family was. Generation after generation, their ancestors had all sought to rebel. Some prepared the money, others the troops, and each was more ruthless than the last. Not wanting to be discovered, she tried to pull Mo Linyuan away. But after taking only 2 steps, she startled a rat, which squeaked and scurried past. Hearing the noise, Yi Li walked over and shouted, "Who's there? Come out at once." Seeing that they were about to be exposed, Yimu did not want them both to be killed, so she prepared to step out and face him alone. Unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan suddenly pushed her down, warned her to remain silent, and walked out to face Yi Li himself. Yimu was stunned. He was actually protecting her. Sure enough, Yi Li became suspicious. He grabbed Mo Linyuan by the throat with one hand, lifted him into the air, and demanded, "What are you doing here so late at night? Did you overhear anything?" Trembling, Mo Linyuan explained that he had heard nothing. He had only come out because he was hungry and wanted to catch some rats or snakes to eat. Although Mo Linyuan did not appear to be lying, he had shown up somewhere he should not have been. Worried that the boy had overheard their conversation, Yi Li drew his saber, intending to kill him and eliminate any future threat. He swung the blade down. Seeing that Mo Linyuan was about to die, Yimu anxiously prepared to rush out, but what happened next stopped her. Thinking quickly, Mo Linyuan admitted that he had overheard their conversation and knew that they were searching for the crown prince of Mo. He then suggested, "I am about the same age as the crown prince of Mo, and I can speak the language of Mo. If you need the chancellor of Mo support, you can take me there and have me impersonate him. That way, even if I die, my death will have served a purpose." Yimu knew that the Chancellor of Mo was no good. This would be like escaping a tiger's den only to enter a pack of wolves. But as long as Yi Li agreed, she could find an opportunity to rescue Mo Linyuan along the way. Yi Li also thought it was a good idea. Yet rebellion could not be accomplished overnight. If the boy leaked the information, everything would be ruined. He did not trust Mo Linyuan and feared that he would reveal their secrets. Since Grand Commandant Lu still longed to have him, Yili decided to send a boy to him. Mo Lin Yuan's face turned deathly pale. Falling into that deviant's hands would be a fate worse than death. Yimu also knew what Grand Commandant Lu was capable of, and she had to stop this. She immediately crept out and pretended to bump into Yi Li by accident. Without saying a word, Yi Li drew his saber and prepared to strike. Mo Lin Yuan was so anxious that his heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Why had this foolish girl come out? Why did she not know how to protect herself? But Yi Mu grabbed Yi Li's saber hand and exclaimed brightly, "Father, I came out to search for treasure. I just found an enormous treasure hoard and nearly fell to my death because of it. Come and see it, father. I swear you'll be delighted." Like a child eager to claim credit, she pulled Yili along. Mo Lin Yuan immediately understood her plan. He was both moved and astonished. For the sake of a mere slave like him, was she truly willing to surrender the entire mountain of gold that was nearly hers? Yimu skipped along happily and chattered, "I dreamed about my great-grandfather while I was sleeping. He said that I would bring glory to the Yi family and become a princess of the kingdom of Yu one day. He also said that to help our generation accomplish a great undertaking, he had a gift for you. That was why I came out searching in the middle of the night. I never expected to find mountains of gold and silver." She led them to the entrance and showed it to Yili. At first, Yili suspected that she, like Mo Lin Yuan, had overheard his conversation, but he was also concerned that the treasure might truly exist. After exchanging a glance with the eunuch, Yili carried Yi Mu while the eunuch carried Mo Lin Yuan, and they jumped into the underground chamber. The mountains of gold and silver instantly left Yili stunned. He had no choice but to believe that their ancestors had revealed themselves. Otherwise, how could he explain why Yi Mu, a sheltered young lady, had come here in the middle of the night? As he watched his innocent daughter cheer, "Father is mighty, Yelis morderus intent graduali fadit." After all, she was only a daughter and could not threaten his position. Moreover, their ancestor had appeared in her dream, so perhaps she could even help him succeed. Yi Mu then deliberately pretended to notice Mo Lin Yuan for the first time and asked Yi Li in confusion why he had seized her servant. Yi Li assumed that she could not bear to let him execute Mo Lin Yuan. Yi Mu instead said smugly, "I accidentally saved him last time, so he became loyal to me. I also heard that the 7th princess was interested in him, which was why I deliberately stole him and brought him back to the residence. He may prove very useful someday." Yili was indeed persuaded. All that mattered was ensuring the boy kept the secret. He asked, "Can he read?" Then he added, "I don't have to kill him. I have plenty of ways to stop him from exposing our secret. Besides, he is only an illiterate slave. All we need to do is make sure he can never speak." Yili immediately took out a dagger and ordered Yi Mu to cut out Mo Lin Yuan's tongue. Both children were instantly shocked. Neither had expected Yi Li to be so ruthless. Even after Yi Mu had surrendered the entire treasure hoard, he was still this cautious. Yi Mu seethed with anger. Unfortunately, Yi Li was an expert in internal martial arts, and she was no match for him. She immediately put on a sinister smile, accepted the dagger from him, and declared fiercely, "Whatever father asks of me, I will do well. I will prove that I am far more capable than my brothers." With her back to Yili, she walked up to Mo Lin Yuan and said viciously, "Don't resist. Be obedient, and I promise I won't let you die. Even if you're only a mute, you'll still have a boundless future if you follow me." As Yi Mu spoke, she tightened her grip on the dagger. Although Mo Lin Yuan could not speak at that moment, he perceptibly noticed that her dagger hand was trembling slightly. Knowing she could not bear to do it, he smiled and gestured, trying to ease the guilt and conflict in her heart. "When that beast Grand Commandant Lu captured me, I swore that if anyone saved me, I would spend my entire life repaying them. So forget my tongue. Even if you want my life, you may take it." Mo Lin Yuan resigned himself to his fate and left the decision to Yi Mu. Without another word, Yi Mu covered Mo Lin Yuan's mouth and slashed fiercely with the dagger. Blood gushed out. Mo Lin Yuan covered his mouth with his hand, but blood continued to flow between his fingers. His eyes widened in horror and disbelief. Yi Mu tossed the dagger aside without even looking at him. With both hands covered in blood, she ran up to Yi Li and proudly held up a bloody piece of flesh to show her father what she had done. Yi Li stroked his daughter's head in satisfaction. "Well done. You truly are my daughter." The eunuch accompanying him felt a chill run down his spine. She had cut out someone's tongue, yet still looked so delighted and excited. This 6-year-old girl might grow up to be even more ruthless than Yili. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Yili drew his blade and stabbed the eunuch through the heart. At the same time, he instructed Yi Mu, "Keep a tight rein on that little slave of yours. Don't tell anyone what happened here for now. You must be as decisive and ruthless as your father. Remember, only the dead are perfectly obedient." Yi Mu giggled and nodded repeatedly, promising that she would never let anyone betray her. Only then did Yi Li carry the 2 children out of the underground chamber. He pushed the artificial rock back into place, completely sealing the entrance. A great undertaking required careful planning, and it was not yet time to use this treasure. To reward his daughter's contribution, Yili granted Yi Mu the same privileges as her brothers. Yi Mu was ecstatic and repeatedly thanked her father. Yili then warned Mo Lin Yuan, "Protect the young lady well. From this day onward, you are her death-sworn guard." With that, he hurried away. Once Yili had disappeared from sight, Yi Mu could no longer hold herself up and collapsed. Mo Lin Yuan hurriedly caught her. He murmured in anguish, "Why are you so foolish? I'm not worth such a great sacrifice." Yi Mu caressed his face and smiled reassuringly. "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. I told you I would protect you." Fortunately, he didn't notice. It turned out that Yi Mu had devised a solution the moment she accepted the dagger. She deliberately blocked Yi Li's view, then swiftly cut a piece of flesh from her own left arm and stuffed it into Mo Lin Yuan's mouth. As she withdrew the dagger, she poured her blood into his mouth. The entire sequence took only a few seconds, creating the illusion that she had cut out Mo Lin Yuan's tongue. Mo Lin Yuan trembled with heartache as tears streamed down his face. How could this girl be so foolish? Yi Mu, however, thought her sacrifice had been worthwhile. Flesh that was cut away could grow back, but a severed tongue would be lost forever. Seeing Yi Mu trembling in pain, Mo Lin Yuan quickly swept her into his arms and raced back to her room, tears streaming down his own face. All this time, everyone around him had told him to endure and work hard to become stronger. He had always tried, but he had never understood what becoming strong truly meant. Now he understood. If he were strong enough, he would never again have to watch Yi Mu cut her own flesh and shed blood for him, nor would she have to spend an entire treasure hoard to buy his life. Yi Mu had now become his sole reason for becoming stronger. Even after passing out from the pain, Yi Mu continued to cry. Heartbroken, Mo Lin Yuan tended to her wound. He had endured too much suspicion and betrayal. Even his own sister had been willing to sell him out for personal gain. Yet this foolish girl had no real connection to him and was still willing to cut her flesh and shed her blood for his sake. Mo Lin Yuan silently swore that he would never allow this foolish girl to suffer another injury. However, when Yi Mu awoke the next morning and recalled how miserably she had cried the previous night, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. In the past, losing a piece of flesh would have been nothing. Even after being shot twice, she could still have completed her mission successfully. But last night, she had fainted on the spot. This body was simply too frail. Yet the moment she sat up, the pain nearly made her cry again. Mo Lin Yuan had remained beside her bed all night, and the movement woke him. He hurriedly supported her and attentively gave her water to drink. Yi Mu felt that he was going a little overboard, but when she saw how worried he was, an idea suddenly occurred to her. This was an excellent opportunity to win his favor. Yi Mu immediately began crying and complaining. "Everything hurts. I'm going to die. I must be dying." Little Yi Mu had cut off her own flesh to save Mo Lin Yuan, moving him so deeply that he swore to become her mute servant alone. Under the cover of night, Yi Mu cried out in pain, "Everything hurts. I must be dying." Mo Lin Yuan's heart ached terribly, and he turned to find pain-relieving medicine. Realizing the danger, Yi Mu hurriedly grabbed him. Everything would be ruined if someone discovered that his tongue had not been cut out. Seeing that she was still worried about his safety despite her pain, Mo Lin Yuan's heart softened even further. He said that he would ask Xiaolang to find medicine for her, but Yi Mu shook her head and refused. She did not intend to tell Xiaolang about this. Montauk Lin Yuan was secretly delighted. It seemed that she was highly vigilant, and the affection she reserved for him was unique. Yi Mu instructed him seriously, From now on, you must pretend to be mute. As for my wound, I will send someone to Yi Li for medicine later and claim that it is for treating your tongue. What a pity about all that gold, silver, and treasure. It breaks my heart just thinking about it. Mo Lin Yuan immediately knelt and swore, I will give you far more treasure in the future. The truth is, I am Mo Lin Yuan, the fugitive crown prince of the kingdom of Mo. I swear that one day, I will repay you with 10 times the gold you lost. As he spoke, he took her hand and placed it against his chest. Feeling his heart beating rapidly, Yimu knew that every word he had spoken was sincere. Mo Lin Yuan raised her small hand and gently kissed it. In the kingdom of Mo, a kiss on the back of the hand represented a lifelong oath of loyalty. Mo Lin Yuan was willing to become her mute servant alone. Yimu's heart blossomed with joy. She had not expected him to reveal his identity voluntarily, much less swear such an oath to her. Feeling that she was now one step closer to obtaining the city boundary map, she knew she had to keep winning his favor. She said, I do not need mountains of gold or silver. I only want the things you obtain in the future. They will be of no use to you anyway. If you acquire them one day, you must not be reluctant to give them to me. Mo Lin Yuan replied indulgently, as long as it is something you want, I will give it to you. Yimu happily made a pinky promise with him, feeling that her hope of returning home had grown stronger. With that important matter settled, her injuries and exhaustion caught up with her, and she yawned sleepily. Mo Lin Yuan thoughtfully helped her lie down, carefully tucked her in, and obediently sat beside the bed, gently patting her until she fell asleep. Yimu had thought she would be uncomfortable, but she soon drifted off. Mo Lin Yuan gazed at her affectionately before reluctantly leaving. He took the imperial seal from inside his robe. If he gave it to the emperor of Yu, the Yi family would undoubtedly be destroyed, and he could escape his miserable circumstances. But Yimu was now part of the Yi family, so he could not harm her. The next morning, to keep her wounds a secret, Yimu refused to let the maidservants dress her. Fortunately, she had secretly hidden the martial arts manual. She resolved to train diligently and become an invincible martial arts expert. After washing up, Yimu cheerfully went to find Mo Lin Yuan. She also needed to explain the tongue-cutting incident to Yi Xiaolang. Unexpectedly, the moment she opened the door, Yi Xiaolang threw himself at her, wailing that Mo Lin Yuan had become mute. Mo Lin Yuan looked visibly displeased. Seething with jealousy, he immediately grabbed Xiaolang by the collar and dragged him away. Feeling guilty, Yi Mu explained, Mo Lin Yuan offended an influential nobleman when he went out last night, so his tongue was cut out as punishment. It is all my fault for failing to protect him. Yi Xiaolang continued sobbing and could not be consoled. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you want to survive, you must work even harder. Of course, to find the city boundary map as soon as possible, she would also work hard alongside them. Mo Lin Yuan and Yi Xiaolang were both inspired, and from then on, they trained diligently. Time flew by amid their efforts. Several years later, Yimu had grown into a young maiden. Thanks to her efforts over the years, she had finally earned her father's recognition. Perhaps she could now study with her elder brothers at the Outer Academy. Yimu was overjoyed. Yi Li was raising his sons like future princes and had hired exceptionally accomplished tutors. With such excellent educational resources available for her to secretly exploit, she would surely be able to help the two boys become even more outstanding. Yimu happily ran off to enroll. But as soon as she left the courtyard, Yi Xiaolang hurried over, worried that the general had made things difficult for her. Unexpectedly, Mo Lin Yuan openly displayed his jealousy, grabbing Xiaolang by the collar with one hand and dragging him away while glaring at Yimu. Completely unaware of the undercurrents between them, Yimu happily led her two young companions to the Outer Academy. Her elder brothers all glared at her resentfully. She was merely a frail, scrawny girl, so why did their father favor her so much? She was a low-born concubine's daughter, yet she had even brought two filthy slaves with her. She clearly needed to be taught a lesson. Her fifth elder brother, Yi Tian, kicked over Yi Mu's desk and chair and ordered her to return to where she belonged. Xiaolang angrily stepped forward to argue, but Mo Lin Yuan stopped him. Yi Mu smiled faintly and presented her father's order. Yi Tian refused to accept it and immediately ordered his men to teach her a lesson. This time, Mo Lin Yuan and Xiaolang could no longer restrain themselves. They rushed forward to shield Yi Mu. beating the others until they cried and begged for mercy. But they were all young masters of the household. Enraged, Yi Tian ordered all the servants to attack, determined to teach this girl a lesson. Yimu quickly ordered her 2 companions to stop. She looked at Yi Tian with a mocking half-smile. Go ahead and try it if you have the courage. I guarantee that however you treat me, Father will treat you the same way. The servants hurriedly urged Yi Tian to calm down. Fighting was forbidden in the outer academy, and that was the general's direct order. But Yi Tian was already too furious to think rationally, seeing that everyone was afraid of a concubine's daughter and dared not attack. He charged forward himself and punched Yimu. Unexpectedly, Yimu easily caught his wrist, making Yi Tian scream in pain. Yimu impatiently flung him aside and said with a smile, I only came here today to greet my elder brothers. If you have nothing to teach me, then your little sister will take her leave. With that, she swaggered away beneath everyone's hateful gazes. Xiaolang broke into a cold sweat on her behalf. Those young masters looked as though they wanted to devour you alive, young lady. Yimu understood perfectly well that raising children in this residence was like breeding venomous insects in a jar, which was why no one objected to them destroying one another. Even if she had no desire to compete, she would still become a thorn in their sides. Fortunately, Xiaolang and Mo Linyuan were there to protect her. But as soon as she turned around, a maidservant came running in to report that the Yi family's matriarch wished to see her. Yimu bijame uneasi. She had only resisted them slightly, yet they had already complained to the matriarch. Furious, the matriarch immediately sent someone to summon Yimu. Sensing trouble, Yimu hurriedly sent someone to inform her father that the matriarch intended to kill her. Unfortunately, her father was busy and would not be able to save her in time. The matriarch's attendants were still watching her to prevent her from escaping. Mo Linyuan anxiously gripped her hand, unwilling to let her face the danger alone. But Yimu smiled and reassured him, refusing to let either boy become involved. How could Mo Linyuan possibly stop worrying? Although he had never met the Yi family's matriarch, if Yimu spoke of her this way, she certainly could not be a good person. Meanwhile, the maidservant was terrified and had no idea how she was supposed to report the matter to the general. Mo Linyuan immediately pulled Xiaolang along and went with the maidservant to find the general. Although the general was terrifying and the slightest mistake could cost them their lives, they summoned all their courage for the sake of their young lady. At the same time, Yimu arrived before the matriarch. The matriarch glared at her viciously. You wretched girl have grown quite arrogant lately. I heard that even your elder brothers have to avoid you. A year earlier, when Yimu's birth mother had just died, the girl had appeared so pitiful that the matriarch spared her life. Who could have expected her to become so formidable? The matriarch sneered. Tell me, if you fell ill and I brought you here to recuperate, only for your condition to worsen until you suddenly died, would the general blame me? Pretending not to understand, Yimu issued a veiled warning. But I am not ill. Besides, Father intends to examine my lessons tonight. How could I possibly fall sick? The matriarch became even more aggressive. I am afraid you will not live to see the general tonight. You will become so ill that you cannot speak. She then ordered someone to bring out a bottle of poison and had Yimu restrained so they could force her to drink it. You should die young, just like your mother. No one will ever know that you died by my hand. Yimu's small face turned pale, but she forced herself to keep smiling as she faced the woman. If my mother and I both die unjustly one after the other, everyone will naturally know that you did it. Besides, I am Father's capable assistant. Otherwise, he would never have allowed me to study at the outer academy. If you kill me, Father will not let you off easily. But the matriarch refused to listen and directly ordered her servants to seize Yimu and force the poison down her throat. At that moment, Yimu flipped over the pavilion's roof beams and vanished from the pursuing servant's sight. Meanwhile, in the main hall, General Yi Li was hosting a banquet for Prince Zhao and Grand Commandant Liu. Mo Linyuan and Yi Xiaolang rushed in breathlessly to report that their young lady was in danger. But the guards did not believe them and ruthlessly threw them outside. Mo Linyuan was frantic with anxiety. Yimu was not important enough to Yi Li for him to abandon Prince Zhao and leave, so he had to think of another way. He suddenly recalled the guards mentioning that Grand Commandant Liu was also inside. The Grand Commandant had a fondness for men, and whenever Yi Li entertained him, he would summon slaves to serve him. With that in mind, Mo Linyuan immediately disguised himself, slipped into the group of slaves, and followed them into the main hall. Yili quickly recognized Mo Linyuan and remembered that he was his daughter's death-sworn guard. Grand Commandant Lu also noticed him immediately. The lecherous man had always lusted after beautiful young slaves, and the sight of Mo Linyuan made him drool as he pounced forward. In a repulsive voice, he said, "My little darling, I have not seen you in years. You have grown even more irresistible." As he spoke, he reached out to caress Mo Linyuan's face. Mo Linyuan instantly snapped his bonds and twisted around, pinning Grand Commandant Lu to the floor. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xiaolang shouted, "General, something terrible has happened. The young lady is in danger. Please save her at once." Furious that they had humiliated him, Yili roared and threw a punch, intending to kill both boys to vent his anger. Mo Linyuan hurriedly produced the imperial seal, silently threatening him. Startled, Yili recognized the treasure from the hidden vault. He immediately snatched away the imperial seal and seized Mo Linyuan by the throat, intending to kill the boy who had dared to threaten him. Struggling to breathe, Mo Linyuan raised a hand and pointed toward Prince Zhao. Realizing that Mo Linyuan wished to tell him something, Prince Zhao became intrigued and ordered Yi Li to release him so they could hear what he had to say. Fearing that Mo Linyuan had something else to hand over Prince Zhao, Yi Li smiled and said, "This boy is mute and cannot speak. They belong to my daughter and claim that she is in danger. I was merely verifying whether they were telling the truth." Yi Xiaolang cried anxiously, "The young lady truly is in danger. We had no other choice but to force our way in. Please save her at once." Afraid that Prince Zhao would ask further questions, Yili immediately took the two boys with him to rescue Yimu. Only then did Mo Linyuan breathe a sigh of relief. He silently prayed that Yimu would hold on. "We are coming to save you." At that moment, the matriarch's men had captured Yimu. One of them punched her in the stomach, making her cough up blood and collapse weakly to the floor. The man's punch was too powerful. She no longer had the strength to escape and could only endure being restrained while they covered her mouth and forced her to drink the poison. But Yimu did not want to die. She believed Mo Linyuan would come to save her. She suddenly rammed her head into the maidservant, making the woman release her and drop the bottle of poison, which shattered on the floor. The matriarch furiously kicked Yimu away and ordered them to beat her to death on the spot with an instrument of punishment. Yimu was tightly bound to a chair. The highly skilled guard personally raised the punishment staff, preparing to bring it down upon her. Yimu closed her eyes in despair. It seemed she truly was going to die this time. At that critical moment, Yili kicked open the door and charged inside, shouting, "Stop!" Mo Linyuan moved even faster, rushing forward to shield Yimu. He took the full force of the blow and nearly cried out in pain, yet he still comforted her gently. "Do not be afraid. I am here." Deeply moved, Yimu whispered, "I am so glad you are here." She then fainted from her injuries. Mo Linyuan and Yi Xiaolang were terrified. Yili angrily pointed at the matriarch and cursed, "How dare you? You killed Qingyang years ago, and now you will not even spare a child. Do you believe I will divorce you immediately?" The matriarch trembled in fear, but still argued. "She stole my Eastern pearl. I only wanted to teach her a small lesson." Yili did not believe her. Years ago, Yimu had willingly handed an entire treasure vault over to him. Why would she covet a mere Eastern pearl? He immediately kicked the matriarch away and warned her never to cause trouble again. Mo Linyuan carried Yimu away and hurriedly sought a physician to treat her. He looked at the matriarch with an icy gaze. "You dare to hurt Yimu. I will make every one of you pay in blood." Later, in Yimu's room, Mo Linyuan was attentively caring for her. Sitting nearby, Yili stared at Mo Linyuan beside the bed and asked, "Did you take anything else from the treasure vault?" Mo Linyuan gently shook his head. To force Yi Li to rescue Yimu that day, he had produced the imperial seal from the hidden vault, arousing Yi Li's murderous intent. To ensure the secret was never revealed, Yi Li decided to silence Mo Linyuan forever. Carrying a blood feud in his heart, Mo Linyuan naturally refused to accept such a death, just as he was about to plead for his life. Yimu struggled awake and grabbed Mo Linyuan with one hand, warning him not to speak. With tears brimming in her eyes, she sobbed to Yi Li, "I ordered him to do everything. Otherwise, how could father have arrived so quickly to save me? I did not know what it was. I only thought it was beautiful, so I took it out to play with. If father does not believe me, you may inspect the treasure vault yourself. If he had not risked his life to bring father there, I would have died today. If father wants to kill him, then kill me as well. No one but him is willing to risk his life for me. I would rather die by father's hand than be killed by someone else later." With that, she threw herself into Mo Linyuan's arms and burst into tears. Yili was utterly helpless and could only agree not to kill Mo Linyuan. However, Grand Commandant Liu had taken a great liking to the boy and had repeatedly demanded that he be handed over, so Yili could not keep refusing forever. Yimu was livid. That lecherous old goat had actually dared to set his sights on someone who belonged to her. An idea suddenly occurred to her. She remembered that the original story had described Grand Commandant Liu as the Emperor's most trusted official. Her father associated with him because he wanted information about the Imperial Guard. She therefore suggested that Yili reject Grand Commandant Liu for the time being and whet his appetite. After some time, when the opportunity was ripe, she would personally send Mo Linyuan to the Grand Commandant's residence to steal what her father wanted. Since he was not even afraid to die for her, he would surely succeed. Mo Linyuan froze upon hearing this. She actually intended to send him away. Yili also thought it was a good plan and happily agreed. After watching him leave, Yimu breathed a sigh of relief and went limp. Mo Linyuan hurriedly picked her up, placed her on the bed, and asked after her with concern. Yimu was somewhat puzzled. She was about to send him to Grand Commandant Liu's residence. Did he truly have nothing he wanted to ask? But Mo Linyuan did not feel any need to ask. He trusted that Yimu would never harm him. In truth, Yimu had no other choice. The Yi residence was heavily guarded, making escape extremely difficult. She could only use this opportunity to help Mo Linyuan escape, leave the kingdom of Yu, and return to his homeland. It was too dangerous for him to remain here, and she was still too young to protect him. Mo Linyuan looked earnestly at Yimu and invited her to leave with him. Yimu was touched. She also desperately wanted to leave, but she knew too many of Yi Li's secrets. Yili would never let her go. After hearing this, Mo Linyuan no longer wanted to leave either. If he left, the trust Yimu had worked so hard to build with Yili would vanish. Furthermore, the matriarch was still watching her like a predator. Yimu's life would become even more difficult after his departure. But Yimu was not afraid. After all, she still had Xiaolang to protect her. The instant Mo Linyuan heard that, his jealousy flared, making him even less willing to leave. Would his departure not give the two of them the perfect opportunity to be alone together? Yimu helplessly patted his head. "You are the crown prince of Mo. You must return and reclaim everything that belongs to you. Besides, turmoil will soon break out in the kingdom of Yu. Staying here will be even more dangerous than returning to the kingdom of Mo." Mo Linyuan did not share her confidence. The journey to the kingdom of Mo was long, and anything could happen. You might not survive the journey home. Yimu said with complete confidence, "You are Mo Linyuan. You will definitely succeed." Mo Linyuan's heart trembled upon hearing this. No one had ever said such words to him before. However, he had already made his decision, though he showed no sign of it. He gently helped Yimu lie down and said with a smile, "Then before I leave, allow me to take good care of you." Feeling his large hand stroking her head, Yimu blushed deeply. Over the following days, she had to remain in bed and recuperate. Unable to go outside, she felt as though she would suffocate from boredom. All she could do was wriggle around on the bed like a caterpillar, unaware that she was behaving adorably spoiled. Seeing how adorable she looked, Xiaolang could not help laughing aloud. Just then, Yi Tian kicked open the door and charged inside, holding a leather whip. Xiaolang immediately stepped forward to stop him, afraid he would hurt Yimu. Enraged, Yi Tian lashed the whip at Xiaolang. Fortunately, Xiaolang dodged in time and was not injured. Yimu sneered mockingly. "What are you doing, elder brother? Is your mother too lonely, locked in the secret chamber by herself, so you want to go inside and keep her company?" Enraged, Yi Tian raised the whip to strike. He was determined to avenge his mother. Yimu was badly injured and had no time to dodge. Just as the whip was about to strike her, Mo Linyuan returned in time and shielded her. He caught Yi Tian's whip with one hand and flung him aside with a backhanded motion. Master Yin hurriedly caught Yi Tian. At the sight of him, Yimu's heart tightened. She recognized him as the expert who had wounded her. Mo Linyuan also immediately sensed the man's formidable aura. Even so, he remained determined to protect Yimu. Unable to stand by and watch Mo Linyuan get hurt, Yimu immediately threatened them, saying, "Mo Linyuan is someone father values." That was not exactly a lie. After all, Yuli was still waiting for Mo Linyuan to infiltrate the Grand Commandant's residence and steal the Imperial Guard deployment map. Seeing how certain she was, Yi Tian had no choice but to believe her. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, very impressive. I'll ask father what tricks he used to make him value this slave. Yimu immediately retorted, whatever skills I used, they're beyond your ability to learn. Enraged, Yi Tian lashed his whip at her. Mo Linyuan tried to shield her, but Master Yin stopped him. Although Yimu nimbly dodged, the whip still grazed her wound, hurting so badly that she nearly cried. She immediately grabbed a nearby wooden pillow and hurled it at Yi Tian. Master Yin reached out to block it, but Mo Linyuan restrained him, causing him to miss. The wooden pillow struck Yi Tian squarely, leaving him covered in blood. Yi Tian screamed miserably in terror. Master Yin hurriedly carried him away. Only then did Yi Mu breathe a sigh of relief. Clutching her wound, she collapsed onto the bed and wailed, "Why am I so unlucky? I keep getting injured lately." Mo Linyuan held her sorrowfully in his arms. Seeing her wound bleeding again, his heart filled with resentment. It's all my fault for failing to protect her. Those people must pay. He already blamed himself for not protecting his young lady and felt deeply frustrated. Just as he was about to apply medicine and bandage her wound, Yimu said Yili would undoubtedly come that night to inspect the situation. She urged him to hide in his room and pretend that he had been frightened and needed to rest. She then asked Yi Xiaolang to bandage her wound. Hearing this, Mo Linyuan reluctantly stepped aside and left with obvious reluctance. But when he looked back, he saw Yi Mu and Yi Xiaolang leaning close together and whispering. Their intimacy made him grind his teeth, his jealousy nearly overflowing. Yet the other two remained completely oblivious and kept urging him to hurry up and hide. Filled with resentment, Mo Linyuan stormed off. Yimu instructed Yi Xiaolang to wrap her wound in as many layers as possible. The more exaggerated it looked, the better. Soon, it would be time to put on a show. Sure enough, Yili soon rushed over. He saw Yimu lying weakly in bed, her arm wrapped as thick as a pig's trotter, while Yi Xiaolang knelt beside her, sobbing heartbrokenly. Yili panicked, thinking his daughter had died. More importantly, however, was that boy. He looked around but saw no trace of him. Yimu weakly told him, Mo Linyuan was frightened, so I sent him to rest. But his face wasn't disfigured. Only then did Yili relax and begin comforting his injured daughter. With tears in her eyes, Yimu began to complain, Father, do you think I'm going to die? Even though you love me dearly, they still do whatever they want of me. Perhaps one day they'll attack me even more viciously. Father, I'm so scared. Yimu clutched his hand and sobbed. Yili's face turned livid with rage. Those people clearly had no respect for his words. He immediately stormed off, declaring that he would avenge his daughter. Yili kicked open the door to Yi Tian's room and roared furiously, "Bring out the disciplinary whip." Yi Tian was immediately pinned to the ground and beaten until he screamed miserably. Yet he remained defiant. She's only a concubine-born daughter. What gives her the right to lord it over us? How can you punish me because of some bastard child? Yili grew even angrier. Yi Tian dared to talk back and even complain. He immediately ordered the servants to continue beating him until he submitted. The swishing of the whip echoed endlessly. Yi Tian was beaten until he wailed miserably, and his hatred for Yi Mu grew even deeper. He secretly swore that the two of them could never coexist. Meanwhile, Yi Mu was enjoying the future emperor's attentive care. She merely wanted him to study the martial arts manual whenever he had time so that he could arrange for her to leave this place sooner. But Mo Linyuan did not want to leave. He only wanted to stay by her side and protect her. As he cared for and protected Yi Mu as attentively as though she were his own younger sister, she smiled and said, "I can take care of myself. I'm very capable, you know." Mo Linyuan was momentarily lost in thought. She was indeed so capable that he felt ashamed. He was supposed to protect her, yet he had ended up being the one under her protection. That made him even more determined to work harder. However, he still did not understand why Yi Mu had been certain from the beginning that he would succeed. Yi Mu said confidently, "I believe you'll become extremely powerful someday. Besides, I want to rely on you. In any case, you must have confidence. Anyone this young lady values will definitely succeed." Mo Linyuan laughed and gently pinched her cheek. "Since my young lady believes I'm strong, how could I possibly disappoint you?" That very night, You want to see Yili? Yili asked coldly. Working for me could very well cost you your life. Are you afraid? Mo Lin Yuan no longer concealed the fact that he was literate. He picked up a brush and wrote down everything he needed. Of course he was afraid, but he would still devote himself to the task. If he did not, he would die, and once he was dead, he could never return to Yimu's side. Yili examined the list he had written and saw that it even included a drug that could render a man impotent. At that moment, Yimu still had no idea what Mo Lin Yuan had done. She was busy preparing travel expenses for him. Unfortunately, she was still young and had no money of her own. She was so worried that she nearly went mad, secretly regretting that she had not learned how to earn money sooner. Yi Xiaolang returned with refreshments and saw the room in complete disarray, so he casually asked what had happened. Yimu told him that she was preparing travel expenses for Mo Lin Yuan. Hearing that Mo Lin Yuan intended to abandon his young lady, Yi Xiaolang angrily ran off to confront him. But as soon as he found Mo Lin Yuan, before he could ask any questions, Mo Lin Yuan pulled him behind an ornamental rock and silently looked toward the pavilion. The mistress of the household was talking to a middle-aged man, affectionately calling him you. She asked him to help her get rid of Yimu. The man took out a packet of poison that could kill someone silently, without leaving any trace behind. The mistress hurriedly tried to take it, but the man refused to hand it over. The two chased each other around flirtatiously. The man even pulled her into his arms, and their intimacy made it clear that this was far from their first affair. Enraged, Yi Xiaolang wanted to report to the general that the mistress intended to poison his young lady. Mo Lin Yuan stopped him and told him to remain calm. When dealing with someone who intended to kill his young lady, protecting her was not enough. The danger had to be eliminated before it could fully emerge. Yi Xiaolang grew even more worried. Is he teaching me all this because he's about to leave? Where's he going? Mo Lin Yuan's expression was resolute. I want to become powerful enough to protect young lady Yimu. The next day, Mo Lin Yuan personally helped Yimu wash her face. After today, he would no longer have the opportunity. Yimu excitedly brought out a large pile of supplies and carefully explained his escape route and plan. Mo Lin Yuan merely smiled and told her it was no longer necessary. He already had a plan of his own. Yimu suddenly felt somewhat disappointed, as though all her concern had been one-sided. Unexpectedly, Mo Lin Yuan lifted her chin and asked seriously, "If I'm gone for too long, will you forget me?" Yimu innocently thought he was still a child and simply could not bear to part from her. She patted his shoulder like a close brother and said, "I wouldn't forget you even if I died." Mo Lin Yuan's heart filled with sweetness. He firmly pinched her cheek. "Young lady, you must remember what you just said." Yimu's little face was pinched and kneaded until she nearly cursed aloud from the pain. Mo Lin Yuan, however, was very satisfied. Only this way would he leave a deep impression on her. If she forgot him, he would undoubtedly be furious. Before setting out, Mo Lin Yuan suddenly approached the general and handed him a sheet of paper. Yimu nearly worried herself to death. Would that not expose the secret that he knew how to read and write? Unexpectedly, after reading it, the general flew into a rage. He glared fiercely at Mo Lin Yuan and demanded, "Is everything written here true?" Yimu was both anxious and furious. What exactly was written on that paper? Seeing Mo Lin Yuan remain calm, she wondered why Yi Li was not angry upon learning that he was literate. She became increasingly certain that Mo Lin Yuan was hiding something from her. Mo Lin Yuan stepped forward and extended an arm to shield Yi Mu behind him. He gave Yili a slight nod in reply, and Yili instantly flew into a rage. He ordered his men to strip Xiaoyu naked. The general's wife trembled in terror at the sight. Could the paper have revealed her affair with Xiaoyu? However, even if that boy had discovered something, he had no evidence. The general's wife struggled to remain calm. Seeing that Xiaoyu was about to be stripped bare, Yimu watched with evident interest. Mo Lin Yuan felt a wave of displeasure and hurriedly covered her eyes. Yimu was furious. It was bad enough that he had acted behind her back, but now he would not even let her see what he had done. She immediately struggled to pull Mo Lin Yuan's hands away, determined to get a clear look. Instead, Mo Lin Yuan pulled her tightly into his arms and covered her eyes with both hands. He whispered in her ear, "Whatever you want to see, I have it too. If you want to look at mine. Mine is better than his." Yimu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this child have such impure thoughts? Besides, where did he get the confidence to think his body looked better? By then, Yili had stripped Zhao Yu naked and ordered his men to hold torches over his body. Zhao Yu hurriedly shouted, "General, you cannot treat me this way. I am a warrior employed by the general's residence, not an indentured slave." "General," Yili said viciously, "there's only one kind of person in my residence, someone who has surrendered his life completely to me." The torchlight illuminated Zhao Yu's thighs, which were covered in red rashes. The general's wife turned deathly pale at the sight, because similar red rashes often appeared on her body for no apparent reason. It seemed someone had plotted against them. Yili suddenly understood. When that slave boy had requested a drug to render men impotent, he had also asked for many other things. The paper read, "I suspect the mistress and the guard Zhao Yu are having an affair. To confirm it, I mixed medicine into the mistress's bathwater. If they are intimate, they will both develop the same rash." Yili ground his teeth. He had never expected that boy to dare use such a drug on his lawful wife. However, the rash on the man's lower body was enough to prove everything. He had prided himself on his wisdom all his life, yet his wife had still made a cuckold of him. Zhao Yu continued clinging to Yi Li and protesting his innocence. He claimed he had been framed and even invoked the Chancellor's name in a desperate plea for mercy. Furious, Yi Li drew his sword and severed Zhao Yu's head with a single stroke. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Mo Linyuan hurriedly shielded Yi Mu so that no blood would stain her. Yi Li truly hated Mo Linyuan as well. The boy had given him such an enormous gift just before leaving. He had clearly done it on purpose. Yili immediately pointed his sword at Mo Linyuan, radiating murderous intent. Yimu's heart sank. This was bad. Things had gotten completely out of hand. She hurriedly tried to plead for mercy. Yili swung his blade. Mo Linyuan quickly protected Yimu and dodged to the side. The blade struck the carriage directly. With a deafening crash, the carriage shattered into pieces. The general's wife clutched her head and screamed, too terrified to move. Yili pointed his sword at her and roared, "Wretched woman, what else do you have to say?" The general's wife repeatedly kowtowed and begged for mercy, claiming that she had no relationship with Zhao Yu. She said the person Zhao Yu loved was her maid. Yili immediately ordered his men to strip the maid and check whether she had a similar rash. The terrified maid wept and pleaded for mercy. Seeing that the maid was about to be stripped naked, Yimu hurriedly shielded her. If she were publicly stripped, death would be her only remaining path. Yili roared angrily, but Yimu stubbornly refused to move. She pointed out that there was a stable nearby and suggested having an older maid take the woman there for inspection. Father has always distinguished clearly between rewards and punishments. Why take an innocent person's life now? Although Yili was furious, he still remembered his ambition to become emperor and was forced to compromise. He ordered his servants to take the maid to the stable for inspection. Everyone was astonished. The seventh young lady was truly extraordinary if she could make the enraged general change his mind. Before long, the older maid returned and reported that the young maid had no rash. Enraged, Yili grabbed the general's wife by the hair. This time, she had nothing left to say. Yili immediately announced that she was stripped of her position as mistress of the household, then personally had her imprisoned. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yimu dragged Mo Linyuan into a secluded corner and demanded to know why he had done something so unnecessary. When Yili returns, he definitely won't spare you. Mo Linyuan affectionately stroked her cheek and told her not to worry. Yili still needed his help, so he would not truly kill him. Yimu angrily slapped his hand away and shouted, "You still shouldn't have done this. You were clearly playing with me. I went to all that trouble because I wanted you to return safely to your homeland. Why won't you ever listen? You didn't tell me a single thing. You just do whatever you want and treat me like an outsider. I worried about your safety for nothing." Furious, Yimu pounded his chest with her tiny fists. Mo Linyuan pulled her sorrowfully into his arms and stammered, "I have never treated you like an outsider." But Yimu did not believe him. She wailed that he was disobedient while seizing the opportunity to pinch his waist as hard as she could. Mo Linyuan gently wiped away her tears and said tenderly, "You've done so much for me. How can I not repay you? I could never leave in peace without eliminating every danger around you. You may blame me, scold me, or hate me, but if I had the chance to do it over, I would still make the same choice. I only want to protect you, my young lady. For you, I am willing to do anything." Yimu was stunned by his foolishness. She truly hoped that once he left, he would never return. At that moment, Yili returned and ordered his men to tie up Mo Linyuan. Yimu anxiously tried to plead for him, but Mo Linyuan held her back and took the opportunity to slip a note into her hand. But how could Yimu remain calm? She hurriedly urged her father to quell his anger. Although Mo Linyuan had made a mistake, he had still helped expose Wenru's true nature. Yili told her not to worry and promised that he would not kill the boy. He was merely afraid that Mo Linyuan would escape along the way, so he intended to personally escort him to the Grand Commandant's residence. Yimu panicked upon hearing this and tried to stop him again, but Yili pointed his sword at her and warned her not to test his limits. Yimu could only watch helplessly as they departed. Only then did she remember to open the note. It read, "I already have a plan. Do not worry. For your sake, I will definitely return safely." Yimu immediately burst into tears. Nothing in this world ever went exactly as planned. The Grand Commandant was a pervert, and one small mistake could cost Mo Linyuan his life. No, she had to rescue Mo Linyuan. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Yili cut through Mo Linyuan's bindings. The two of them had already reached an agreement. Back at the residence, Yimu racked her brains for a long time before angrily punching the bed when she realized Mo Linyuan had never intended to leave. At the Grand Commandant's residence, the Grand Commandant personally came to the gates to welcome Yili. Once the carriage departed, he happily entered the room. Mo Linyuan, looking as beautiful as an immortal maiden, was leisurely drinking wine and even speaking in a sweet voice. Delighted and astonished, the Grand Commandant excitedly lunged toward him, only to see Mo Linyuan smile faintly. Meanwhile, Yimu anxiously wandered around, pulling open people's clothes to peek inside. The original story mentioned that the person who could help her had a deep scar beneath his chest. Thus, she had no choice but to inspect every man's chest. It was all to save Mo Linyuan. Yimu reassured herself as she opened one person's clothes after another. Yet each man either had a chest covered in thick hair or skin even smoother than a woman's. There was even a lecherous man who drooled in his sleep while dreaming of embracing and kissing a young lady. Despite all her efforts, Yimu still found no one. She was about to go mad. She had seen so many different chests that her eyes were practically calloused, yet she still had not found the person she sought. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Yimu hurriedly hid inside the artificial rockery. A black-clad figure swiftly leaped inside, his face covered by a mask. He staggered slightly upon landing, clearly injured. The assassin walked toward Yimu, apparently intending to hide there as well. Just then, Yili arrived in pursuit with a man named Old Sunday. They found it strange that the assassin could still run so quickly after being struck by the numbing powder. When they saw that the assassin had disappeared, Old Sun hurriedly knelt and begged forgiveness. Yimu quietly poked her head out, hoping to see the assassin's face clearly, but he noticed her. To prevent him from shouting, Yimu pounced on him and pinned him to the ground. She firmly covered his mouth and silently warned him not to make a sound. After searching for a long time without finding anyone, Yi Li and Old Sun finally left. They suspected that the assassin had slipped inside without alerting the guards because he was a spy who had infiltrated the residence earlier. They decided to investigate the entire general's residence the following day. Once the two men were gone, Yimu breathed a sigh of relief. Before the assassin could react, she pulled off his mask and demanded to know what he was plotting. The assassin trembled with fury, but he gritted his teeth and refused to say a word. Yimu smugly threatened him, "Believe it or not, if I shout right now, Yili will return immediately." The assassin instantly flew into a rage and drew his sword to strike her. Fortunately, Yimu reacted quickly and dodged. Still, his attack infuriated her. "Have you forgotten your situation? You've been struck by numbing powder, yet you still dare attack me." Yimu knocked the weapon from his hand and sent him crashing to the ground with an elbow strike. She then reversed her grip and drove the sword into the ground beside his face, frightening the assassin into submission. Yimu fiercely threatened him, "Cause any more trouble, and I'll strip you naked and throw you outside for everyone to see." As soon as she finished speaking, she began tearing open his clothes. His firm chest was exposed, and the assassin blushed in embarrassment as he cursed, "You're despicable." Yimu merely sneered and teased. "Who would have thought you had such a fine physique?" Immediately afterward, however, she spotted a scar on the assassin's abdomen. He was the person she had been looking for. Overjoyed, Yimu blurted out his name. Chi Yin froze. How did this woman know his name? Yemuhuriyetli risusuretim. She bore him no ill will and had only sought him out to make a deal. As for why a prince of the kingdom of you would sneak into the general's residence, I can overlook it and refrain from reporting you. In exchange, I need you to go to Grand Commandant Lu's residence and rescue someone for me. Chi Yin had no intention of letting himself be controlled and stubbornly prepared to refuse. Yimu immediately drew a dagger and pressed it against his throat, silently indicating that she would kill him to ensure his silence. Seeing the seriousness in her eyes, and knowing he was currently at her mercy, Chi Yin dared not take the risk. Besides, given his status, demanding someone from the Grand Commandant's residence would not be difficult. With that thought, he agreed and asked whom she wanted him to save. Yimu smiled in satisfaction and told him that the person was a young slave named Mo Lin Yuan, who had been taken to Grand Commandant Lu's residence the previous day. Once Chi Yin rescued him, he could simply set him free. With that, she released Chi Yin and thanked him with a smile. Chi Yin's expression became complicated. Yimu clearly knew who he was, yet she had still dared to threaten him so boldly. This little girl was truly interesting. At the thought, an intrigued smile appeared on Chi Yin's face, and from that moment on, Yimu remained in his thoughts. Meanwhile, the sound of sobbing came from a room in Grand Commandant Lu's residence. The guard stationed far away had been ordered not to approach. They whispered among themselves that the Grand Commandant certainly had unusual tastes, unaware that Grand Commandant Lu had been tightly bound and tortured all night, leaving him half dead. Mo Lin Yuan sat beside the table and smiled. "I've had enough fun. It is time for you to die." Grand Commandant Lu's mouth was gagged, but he immediately straightened up on his knees and frantically shook his head in terror. He would do anything as long as Mo Lin Yuan spared his life. Mo Lin Yuan remained unmoved. "Judging by your expression, you seem unwilling to accept this. Do you know who I am?" He leisurely rose, turned his back, and removed his shirt, revealing his slender, pale back. Grand Commandant Lu looked up in confusion, but his pupils abruptly contracted. A faint purple dragon tattoo could be seen on Mo Lin Yuan's back. Every dragon scale was bright and vivid, as though it were alive. Only members of the kingdom of Mo's imperial family possessed such a distinctive tattoo. Could this person be the fugitive crown prince of Mo? Mo Lin Yuan put his clothes back on and gave a cold smile before offering him bait. "I will inevitably take the kingdom of you to maintain stability among its people. However, it would be best to entrust its administration to a native. I greatly admire your intelligence, Grand Commandant. Why couldn't you be the one to govern it?" As he spoke, he drew his sword and placed it against Grand Commandant Lu's neck, threatening and tempting him simultaneously. Cold sweat covered Grand Commandant Lu's body. He hurriedly knelt and declared his loyalty. "Thank you for valuing me, Crown Prince. I am willing to serve your highness with absolute devotion." Only then did Mo Lin Yuan smile in satisfaction. He ordered the Grand Commandant to prove his sincerity by handing over a map of the kingdom of Yu's Imperial Guard defenses. He then severed Grand Commandant Lu's ropes. The man immediately sprang up and obsequiously went to retrieve the map. Once Grand Commandant Lu had left, two shadow guards appeared and anxiously urged Mo Lin Yuan to return home and take charge of the situation. The Empress Dowager now wielded power. The entire imperial court was in turmoil, and the people were bitterly complaining. Mo Lin Yuan had no desire to return and become the Empress Dowager's puppet, so he decided to build up his own forces first. Just then, a noise came from outside the door. Startled, Mo Lin Yuan shouted, "Who's out there?" Chi Yin had barely entered the Grand Commandant's residence when someone discovered him. He was about to escape when a hand grabbed his shoulder. Mo Lin Yuan had rushed outside. Chi Yin leaped backward and broke free. Seeing that the man's clothing and appearance matched Yi Mu's description, Chi Yin realized that he was the young slave Mo Lin Yuan. He exclaimed, "Mo Lin Yuan, you're actually unharmed?" But Mo Lin Yuan did not look like a slave at all, and shadow guards were protecting him. Mo Lin Yuan froze when he heard that the other man knew who he was. He was about to ask Chi Yan's identity when Grand Commandant Lu came running over with the Imperial Guard map and an obsequious expression. "Master, I'm here." Qi Yin was stunned. The dignified Grand Commandant was actually this slave's subordinate. One eye-opening sight. This young slave was clearly living quite comfortably here. Meanwhile, poor Yimu had been worrying about him day and night and had forced Qi Yin to risk coming here to rescue him. Mo Lin Yuan frowned deeply upon hearing this. This man's martial arts appeared exceptional, so why would he obey Yimu? Qi Yin refused to explain and merely reminded Mo Lin Yuan not to forget to repay Yimu for saving his life now that he was safe. Qi Yin had just received word that someone would attempt to assassinate Yimu today. Mo Lin Yuan's expression changed dramatically, and he forced Qi Yin to explain everything. It turned out that the wife of Yu's chancellor had personally visited the general's residence that day. On the surface, she had come because her daughter had been stripped of her position as the household's mistress. In truth, she intended to send someone to assassinate Yimu. Panic flashed through Mo Lin Yuan's eyes. He could not leave yet, so he hurriedly ordered the 2 shadow guards to return with Qi Yin and secretly protect Yimu in his place. Naturally, the shadow guards were reluctant to leave, but Mo Lin Yuan's murderous gaze terrified them. He shouted, "Obey my orders. If the slightest harm comes to her, you will answer for it with your heads." Meanwhile, Yimu was resting in bed when she suddenly heard a faint noise outside and immediately became alert. Sure enough, an assassin carrying a sword slipped inside the next moment and fiercely slashed at the bed. Unexpectedly, the strike hit nothing. The bed was completely empty. The assassin searched for a long time, but found no trace of Yimu. Just then, Qi Yin hurried over with his men. The assassin had no choice but to retreat. The moment Qi Yin entered, he saw that the bed was covered in sword marks. Alarmed, he knew something was wrong. The assassin had clearly already arrived. He hurriedly ordered his men to search everywhere for Yimu. Suddenly, the large vase nearby began to shake, and a tiny hand emerged from inside. Yimu then laboriously began crawling out. Unexpectedly, she became stuck halfway through the vase's opening. Panicking, she shouted for Qi Yin to hurry over and help her. Qi Yin burst out laughing and lifted her free with one hand. Yimu nevertheless considered herself extremely clever. She had noticed the assassin's arrival in advance and hidden herself before he could attack. She then asked about Mo Lin Yuan. Qi Yin told her that the young slave was doing very well in the Grand Commandant's residence. When he learned that she was in danger, he sent 2 men to protect her. The 2 shadow guards stepped forward, knelt, and reported that their young master still had business to handle and could not leave for the time being. Yimu was furious. Mo Lin Yuan was truly acting recklessly. Before she could finish speaking, however, a servant reported from outside that when Ru intended to seclude herself at a temple and insisted on seeing Yimu before leaving. Yimu's heart jolted. She sensed that when Ru had malicious intentions, but she could not refuse the summons of the household's mistress. Upon reaching the main hall, she saw Ru looking haggard. Ru glared at her with hatred. "Are you satisfied now? First, you framed me. Then you had that young slave expose me while you remained completely uninvolved. I never expected such a young girl to be so calculating. Over the years, I trampled countless people beneath my feet, only to be ruined by a little girl in the end. How could I accept that? Yemufund her reasoning absurd. Facts were facts. Instead of blaming the person who exposed her, Ru should have reflected upon her own wrongdoing. Ru was instantly enraged. She believed that the greatest mistake of her life had been allowing Yimu to live until now. Moreover, Yimu would certainly harm her children in the future, but Ru would not give her that opportunity. She immediately drew a dagger and fiercely charged at Yimu. Yimu's heart lurched, and she thought she would be killed or at least wounded. Unexpectedly, Ru reversed the dagger and stabbed herself. She then seized Yimu's hand and forcibly pressed the dagger's handle into her palm. Ru gritted her teeth against the pain and smiled savagely. "Come to hell with me." After speaking, she collapsed weakly to the floor, leaving Yimu standing there in shock with the dagger in her hand. At that moment, the Chancellor's wife screamed, "Ru!" She rushed over to Ru in tears. Ru wept and accused Yimu. "Mother, Yimu tried to kill me. She did it because I killed her birth mother." Yili then rushed over and stared at the scene in both shock and fury. Ru immediately seized the opportunity to plead her innocence. "General, I truly never betrayed you. This little girl framed me. We have been husband and wife for 10 years. I am willing to prove my innocence with my death." After saying that, she breathed her last. The Chancellor's wife embraced her daughter and wailed. "Je moest dood frozen." This woman had actually sacrificed her own life to drag Yimu down with her. Horrified, Yimu repeatedly stepped backward, and the dagger fell to the floor with a clang. The Chancellor's wife immediately glared at Yimu and screamed through her tears, "It was you. You killed Ru." Yili also furiously demanded, "What exactly happened?" Yimu hurriedly defended herself. "If I had inflicted that wound, it should run vertically rather than horizontally. A careful examination will prove my innocence." But the Chancellor's wife refused to believe her. She insisted that Yimu had killed Wenru and even used her status as the wife of Yu's Chancellor to threaten Yili. She demanded that he escort Yimu to the Imperial Tribunal for punishment and obtain justice for her daughter. Yimu was startled and tried to argue, but Yili stopped her. Although Yimu was outstanding, she was not valuable enough for him to create a rift with the Chancellor's residence over her. His great undertaking to seize power had only just begun, so he had to preserve his relationship with the Chancellor. Yili immediately agreed to the Chancellor's wife's demand. The moment Yimu saw his eyes, she knew that he valued his interests above everything and intended to sacrifice her. Yili pronounced his judgment. Yimu plotted to murder her lawful mother. The evidence. Before he could finish, she interrupted him. "Father." Curious about what else Yimu had to say, Yili watched as she pulled on his hand and motioned for him to lean closer. Yimu then whispered, "Father, if I have a way to kill the Chancellor, would you still want me dead?" Yili was startled. Judging from Yimu's expression, she did not appear to be lying. Moreover, Yimu had always kept her word. Furthermore, if she could truly help him overthrow the Chancellor's residence, his rebellion would proceed far more smoothly. Thus, when confronted by the aggressive Chancellor's wife, Yili declared that Wenru's death still involved many suspicious points. Since this was also an internal matter of the general's residence, he told her not to interfere for the time being. The Chancellor's wife turned purple with rage and warned Yili not to become the Chancellor's residence's enemy merely to protect his daughter. Yili calmly replied that he hoped Wenru could rest in peace and did not want her to endure malicious rumors even after her death. The Chancellor's wife furiously turned and left, declaring viciously, "From this day onward, my Chancellor's residence will act as though we never married a daughter into this household." Her meaning was clear. She was severing ties with the general's residence. Yili did not care and directly ordered his men to drag Wenru's corpse outside and discard it. "Yimu secretly guritet hertit." If all of you insist on dragging me into this struggle for power, don't blame me for striking first. Several days later, Yili came to Yimu's courtyard and told her to prepare quickly because she had been invited to a palace banquet. Yimu found it strange. She was merely a concubine-born daughter. Even if someone from their family were invited, it should have been her legitimate elder sister. Yili smiled and said that someone had tampered with the list of those entering the palace and that he had tacitly approved it. Yimu immediately realized that he had a task for her. Sure enough, Yili brought up her earlier proposal to use Consort Lu's pregnancy to overthrow the Chancellor's residence. Consort Lu would also attend the banquet that day, and Yili warned Yimu to exercise extreme caution after entering the palace. Yimu initially thought that he wanted her to investigate, but his expression seemed strange, as though his words carried another meaning. Soon, Yimu boarded a carriage and entered the palace. She heard that the banquet was being held to select a consort for the second prince. She simply did not understand why she had been specifically invited. Yimu then entered the palace in a line with the other noble young ladies and paid her respects to the empress and the second prince. Just after she took her seat, a palace maid came to pour her tea and secretly slipped her a note. It read, "When my second brother proposes marriage, you must accept." Yimu immediately recognized Qi Yan's handwriting, but she did not understand why he wanted her to marry the second prince. Just then, the empress smiled and asked the second prince, "Among all these daughters of distinguished families, who do you consider the most exceptional? If there is anyone you like, I will act as matchmaker today and ask on your behalf." The second prince smiled and looked directly at Yimu. "There is indeed someone clever and lively who has captured my heart." The empress froze and hurriedly asked whom he meant. The second prince smiled and replied, "That person is the concubine-born young lady Yi of the general's residence." In an instant, everyone turned to look at her. Yimu was startled and hurriedly rose to pay her respects. The empress nodded in satisfaction. "What a clever child. No wonder my son likes you." She immediately asked whether Yimu was willing to marry into the imperial family. The second prince was also smiling at her, seemingly certain that she would not refuse. Yimu had no idea what that note was about, nor did she understand why the second prince had chosen her. Fearing that the banquet was a trap, she rejected the proposal in front of everyone. Her response astonished all the noble young ladies. This marriage would let her rise to the top overnight, yet Yimu did not want it. Was she a fool? The empress could not force her, but the second prince grew anxious and hurriedly declared that he liked Yimu. Just then, an imposing voice rang out. "She does not wish to marry you. Do you intend to force her? Is a son of mine afraid he will be unable to find a consort?" At the sound of that voice, everyone's expression changed. The empress hurriedly led them in kneeling and paying their respects. "May your majesty enjoy everlasting peace and prosperity." The emperor approached with the support of his attendants. Though his face was haggard and his body frail, his eyes were remarkably alert. Yimu sensed that something was wrong. According to the plot, the emperor should have been so gravely ill that he could not leave his bed. How could he suddenly recover and appear here? Elsewhere, Mo Linyuan was leisurely drinking tea when Shiyin suddenly appeared and teased him with a sinister smile. "Yimu is in danger, yet you are not worried at all?" It turned out that the emperor had taken a strange drug to prolong his life. On the surface, it made him appear revived, but side effects caused agitation and irritability, forcing him to seek relief through women. And Yili had happened to send Yi Mu into the palace at this exact moment. Could the conspiracy have been any more obvious? Hearing this, Mo Linyuan was shocked. He tightened his grip and crushed the teacup in his hand, his expression turning terrifyingly grim. Qiyin hurriedly urged him not to act rashly. He had already asked his second imperial brother to protect Yimu. As long as she cooperated, everything would be fine. But Mo Linyuan knew Yimu's temperament well. She would never obediently agree to marry someone. He immediately mounted a horse and galloped toward the general's residence. Despite the guards trying to stop him, Mo Linyuan did not hesitate. He leaped directly into Yi Li's courtyard and demanded to know why Yi Li had harmed Yi Mu. When he saw that Mo Linyuan could speak, Yi Li resented Yi Mu even more. She had deceived him yet again. She had never cut out the little slave's tongue. Mo Linyuan wasted no time. He offered the Imperial Guard deployment map in exchange for Yi Li immediately entering the palace to save Yi Mu. But Yi Li still held a grudge against Yi Mu for deceiving him, and even suspected that someone else had planted her as a spy. Last time, she had lied that the emperor was gravely ill, yet the emperor was perfectly fine. Her lie had nearly exposed his plans. The emperor remained in good health and was even attending the second prince's consort selection banquet. Unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan handed him a medicinal prescription. This is why the emperor appears no different from a healthy man. The drug causes agitation and irritability, forcing its user to seek an outlet. That is why the emperor has ordered his ministers to present him with so many women. "You wrongly blamed Yimu. I want you to enter the palace and save her immediately." But Yi Li knew it was already too late. He did not want to provoke the emperor. Enraged, Mo Linyuan prepared to tear the Imperial Guard deployment map apart. He threatened Yi Li, saying that unless he entered the palace at once, he could forget about ever obtaining the map. Meanwhile, Yi Mu and another young woman had been taken to Consort Lu's palace. Consort Lu was serving tea to the emperor. She stepped out to meet them and bluntly stated that they were to offer themselves to him. Hearing this, Yi Mu invoked Yi Li's name to protect herself. "I am my father's most beloved daughter, not some ordinary illegitimate daughter. Your Highness cannot treat me this way." Consort Lu smiled viciously. "Your own father personally sent you here. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending the Chancellor's residence of all people." As soon as she finished speaking, she issued an order and the guards rushed forward to seize them. Yi Mu was startled but nimbly evaded the guards. The other young woman was not so fortunate and was captured. By then, the emperor had taken the drug and cried out in discomfort, "It is too hot." Consort Lu panicked upon hearing him. No longer concerned with capturing Yi Mu, she hurriedly ordered her servants to take the other young woman inside. The woman struggled desperately. Just then, unable to wait any longer, the emperor charged out of the pavilion with disheveled hair, a flushed face, and a crazed expression. Without a word, he lunged forward, embraced the young woman, and bit viciously into her shoulder. Blood sprayed out as she screamed in agony and repeatedly cried for help. Everyone was horrified. Yi Mu was both shocked and anxious. At this rate, the young woman would certainly die. As a former Special Forces soldier, Yimu could not stand by and let someone die. She immediately rushed forward and shoved the Emperor away with all her strength. Grabbing the young woman's hand, she turned and fled. Coming back to her senses, Consort Lu roared, "Are you all dead? You cannot even capture 2 girls. Seize them and take them to His Majesty at once." The guards immediately surrounded them, cutting off every escape route. Yimu stared at Consort Lu, a flash of murderous intent crossing her eyes. After driving her into such a desperate situation, did that woman truly think she was easy to bully? A guard swung his blade at Yimu. She swiftly dodged it and used the momentum to charge toward Consort Lu. Startled, Consort Lu tried to flee, but stepped on the hem of her own dress. She stumbled and fell onto the ground. Her position was perfect for Yimu. Yimu swiftly pulled the hairpin from Consort Lu's hair and pressed it against her throat. With Consort Lu held hostage, the guards had no choice but to stop and await orders. On the other side, the Emperor staggered back to his feet and lunged at the other young woman again. Yimu shouted, "Your Majesty, you have the wrong person. This is your woman." Consort Lu struggled in panic, and the hairpin sliced her neck, drawing blood. The Emperor turned his murky, bloodshot eyes toward Consort Lu. His gaze settled on her, and he approached with a lecherous grin. Consort Lu wept in terror. "Please spare me. I am pregnant." When you pushed those other young women into the clutches of a beast, did you ever consider that they were also someone's daughters? The Emperor lunged at Consort Lu with a lecherous laugh, and Yimu hurriedly retreated several steps. The Emperor seized Consort Lu, who pleaded in terror, "Save me. The child in my womb is innocent." Yimu suddenly found herself in a dilemma. Consort Lu had nearly gotten her killed, but the unborn child was innocent. With that thought, Yimu crouched down and handed her the hairpin. Intense pain can quickly awaken someone under the drug's influence. You can stab him in the shoulder or the heart. Consort Lu snatched the hairpin, turned, and stabbed it forcefully into the Emperor's shoulder. The Emperor screamed and collapsed as blood sprayed everywhere. Cries of "Protect His Majesty" rang out from all directions. Even Yimu was shocked by Consort Lu's ruthlessness. She had struck without the slightest hesitation. Consort Lu stared at her blood-covered hands, unable to understand what had happened. She had clearly intended to use this opportunity to kill Yimu. So how had things ended this way? Upon regaining his senses, the Emperor flew into a rage. While attendants bandaged his wound, he roared an order to drag Consort Lu away and imprison her in the dungeon. He then turned toward Yimu and the other young woman. Just as he was about to order their arrest, Mo Linyuan and Yili burst in. Yimu Furoze. She had not expected to see Mo Linyuan here. Why had he come with Yili? Seeing that Yimu was unharmed, Mo Linyuan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled gently. "Do not be afraid. I am here to save you." Yimu's nose suddenly stung, and tears nearly spilled from her eyes. The Emperor's expression darkened. "How imposing you are, General Yi. You barge into the Imperial Garden whenever you please. Do you have any respect for me?" Yili bowed to the Emperor and explained that he had not barged in for his own sake, but to save His Majesty's life. The Emperor slammed his hand against the Imperial throne in fury. "Insolence! Are you cursing me to die?" Mo Linyuan stepped forward to corroborate Yi Li's words. "Everything General Yi said is true. Your Majesty is currently taking a forbidden drug from the Kingdom of Mo. It stimulates desire and increases physical strength by shortening one's lifespan. The more you indulge yourself, the sooner you will die. The imperial physician beside you can testify to this. Your Majesty is deficient in both vitality and blood. Your rosy complexion is merely superficial." The Emperor turned toward the imperial physician. Terrified, the physician dropped to his knees and begged for mercy. "Everything he said is true. Consort Lu ordered me to conceal it from your Majesty." Only then did the Emperor understand. No wonder he struggled to breathe after every intimate encounter. He hurriedly grasped Mo Linyuan's hand. "Since you have identified my condition, tell me quickly. Can I still be saved?" Mo Linyuan calmly lied. "Your Majesty is blessed by heaven. As long as you abstain from the drug and from carnal pleasures from now on, you will be fine." The Emperor breathed a sigh of relief and invited Mo Linyuan to remain in the palace to restore his health. Mo Linyuan did not refuse. Uneasy about leaving Yimu with Yi Li, he requested that Yimu and the other young woman stay as his assistants. The Emperor hesitated upon hearing this. However, the youth before him was the only person capable of curing him. Moreover, as long as the two girls did not leave the palace, there was nothing to fear. With that thought, the emperor waved his hand and agreed. After the emperor departed, Yi Mu's entire body went limp, and she collapsed onto a stone bench. She had truly come within an inch of death this time. Mo Linyuan embraced her with heartache and blamed himself. I came too late. If only I had arrived sooner. Fading guilty for misunderstanding Yimu, Yeli apologized to her. Yimu gave a bitter, cold laugh. Even a vicious tiger does not devour its own cubs. It would have been one thing if you never rewarded me, but merely because of a misunderstanding, Father offered me to a beast to be violated. Although I deceived you about Mo Linyuan, I still gave you the treasure. Yet all you ever do is suspect and exploit me. Yili felt somewhat guilty and reluctantly said, "Forget it. I will not pursue the matter of you deceiving me any further. I no longer want the Imperial Guard deployment map in that boy's possession either." Unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan still insisted on helping him. "It is all right. I will still give you the Imperial Guard deployment map." Not only that, Mo Linyuan voluntarily offered to remain in the palace as an inside agent and assist Yi Li when the right opportunity arose. The old emperor had dared to harbor vile intentions toward Yi Mu, so Mo Linyuan was determined to kill him. The handsome youth's face was filled with dark, murderous intent. A chill suddenly ran down Yi Li's spine. He could not understand why Mo Linyuan was willing to help him when Yi Li himself was partly responsible for what had happened. Montauk Linyuan sighed helplessly. "What choice do I have? You are Mu's father." Despite saying that, Mo Linyuan still warned Yi Li in a murderous tone. "There must not be a next time. Otherwise, you will not get away so easily, General Yi." Thus, Mo Linyuan remained in the imperial palace and brought Yi Mu with him, hoping to use the opportunity to spend more time with her. Several months quickly passed, and winter arrived, covering everything in white snow. Every night, Yi Mu taught Mo Linyuan, explaining the art of war and the 36 stratagems to him. Although Mo Linyuan's attention was always focused on her, he could infer many things after hearing only a little. More than studying, he wanted to be alone with Yi Mu. That evening, he pleaded with Yi Mu to stay. He told her it was his birthday and that his only wish was for her to remain and keep him company. Looking at his handsome face and deeply affectionate eyes, Yi Mu's little heart began pounding wildly. Momentarily entranced, she agreed. But as they lay in the same bed, Yi Mu was too embarrassed to fall asleep. Having someone lying beside her felt strange. She decided to find something to say and break the awkward silence. Thus, Yi Mu said, "So your birthday falls on a snowy day. That proves it is an important day, which is why heaven has bestowed such favor upon it." Mo Linyuan smiled and gently stroked her hair. To him, this birthday was important only because Yi Mu was there to keep him company. Yi Mu immediately blushed, thinking that the boy was becoming more handsome as he grew. She suddenly wondered whether Mo Linyuan had any siblings. Since he was so handsome, any younger sister of his would surely be a peerless beauty. Her words reminded Mo Linyuan of the younger sister who had betrayed him, and his expression darkened. Startled, Yi Mu mistakenly thought his sister had died. So that was why he looked after her, as though she were his younger sister. She immediately took his hand and smiled. "It is all right. You still have me." Mo Linyuan instantly pulled her into his arms and said affectionately, "Yes, I still have you." Yi Mu comforted him, telling him not to be afraid and promising to protect him from then on. But Mo Linyuan was a man. How could he allow her to protect him? In truth, he wanted to protect Yi Mu instead. Yi Mu thought, "He is the wise ruler of the future and my only hope of returning to the modern world. How could I allow him to risk himself?" Yi Mu looked at him solemnly. "You are destined for great things. You must always put your own interests first. You must never do anything foolish for my sake again." Mo Linyuan was deeply moved. What a foolish girl. Who would ever value someone else more than themselves? When he saw that Yi Mu was about to continue lecturing him, Mo Linyuan pulled her into his arms and coaxed her to sleep. But Yi Mu was not so easily brushed aside. She immediately sprang up and pounded her small fists against his chest. "I do not care. If you do not agree, neither of us will sleep tonight." Mo Linyuan truly had no other choice. He could only take her small hand and reluctantly agree to everything. They even linked pinkies and swore several times before Yi Mu was satisfied. Even so, she was still uneasy. She continued lecturing him throughout the night. "Everything I do is for your own good. You are destined to accomplish great things in the future. You truly cannot allow anything to delay your mission. I will help you fulfill your ambitions. Mo Linyuan thoroughly enjoyed her concern. He kept smiling and nodding in agreement, finding this foolish girl incredibly adorable. Yimu continued muttering until she was utterly exhausted and finally drifted off. Before falling asleep, she habitually said, "Good night." Mo Linyuan was puzzled and hurriedly asked what good night meant. Already drifting into sleep, Yimu murmured drowsily, "Good night means I love you." Though the explanation seemed strange, and Mo Linyuan did not understand it, an indescribable sweetness filled his heart. Unable to restrain himself, he lowered his head and gently kissed Yimu's forehead. He tenderly replied, "Good night, my foolish girl." The instant his lips touched her forehead, Mo Linyuan's face flushed bright red, and his heart began pounding wildly. Even so, he could not resist lying beside Yimu and holding her small hand. He silently prayed, "May you be by my side for every birthday to come." Then the two embraced each other and slept. Early the next morning, before dawn, Missouri Linyuan rose and dressed neatly. Hearing the noise, Yimu woke drowsily and was somewhat surprised to see him up so early. Mo Linyuan told her that the old emperor had been unconscious for the past several months, leaving the imperial court in turmoil. He had promised to help Yili rebel, so he needed to make preparations immediately. With that, he stroked Yimu's head and coaxed her to sleep a little longer. But Yimu could no longer fall asleep. After seeing Mo Linyuan off, she sank into deep thought. Yili now had manpower, wealth, strategy, and a military command token. He was undoubtedly a strong candidate for the throne, provided nothing unexpected happened to that person. Yimu was still uneasy. She immediately climbed over the wall to find Qi Yin and question him. Qi Yin was practicing martial arts at the time. She tossed a small stone at him. Qi Yin reacted swiftly and casually caught it in his palm. Yimu laughed. "Is your presence in this imperial palace truly so insignificant? Your brothers outside are about to fight until heaven and earth are overturned, yet you can still remain this leisurely." Qi Yin calmly replied, "Perhaps it is because there is nothing about me worth fearing. They are busy fighting among themselves. Why would they spare any attention for an irrelevant person like me?" Yimu sneered, meaningful. "Perhaps your second brother listens to you." Qi Yin was startled and warned her not to speak nonsense. Yimu calmly replied, "Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, heaven knows, earth knows, you know and I know." She then advised him to stop before it was too late. After all, Yili had more men and wealth at his disposal than both Qi Yin and his royal uncle combined. She concluded, "The Qi dynasty is nearing its end. If you stop now, you may still be able to save your life." Qi Yin sneered, "Tell me, if I took you hostage, would Yili stop for your sake?" Yimu replied awkwardly, "Yili is a man who values his interests above all else. He would never stop for anyone." But Qi Yin could not understand why Yimu refused to help him when she clearly knew what he intended to do. Yet Yimu could not reveal the real reason. She remembered that in the original novel, after Qi Yin ascended the throne, Mo Linyuan pacified the kingdom of Mo and attacked the other 7 kingdoms. Qi Yin was the first emperor Mo Linyuan killed, dying at only 28 years old. Yimu did not want him to become emperor because she hoped he could live a long and peaceful life. Seeing her remain silent, Qi Yin again asked why she would not help him. Yimu said meaningfully, "How do you know that what I am doing is not helping you?" But Qi Yin did not believe her at all. How could she be helping him when she had done nothing? Fortunately, he no longer wished to discuss the subject. He immediately drew his sword, intending to demonstrate an extremely difficult sword technique. As he spoke, he swept his arm through the air. Wherever the sword's energy passed, plum blossoms scattered. The 17-year-old youth poured all his strength into the sword dance, each movement seeming to merge with heaven and earth. Yimu gradually became captivated, and her heart was deeply shaken. She could clearly feel that these people were flesh and blood. Slowly, she began to wonder whether this was truly nothing more than a world inside a book. Yimu hurriedly shook her head to keep herself from becoming further immersed. She still had to return to the real world. The more Yimu thought about it, the heavier her heart became, so she turned to leave. Unexpectedly, a sword stabbed toward her, pierced the back of her robe, and lifted her into the air. Yimu flew into a rage. "What are you doing? I am not a piece of meat on a skewer." "You bastard! Can you not talk things out properly? Are you not afraid of hurting me? Who uses a sword like this?" Only then did Chi Yin lower her to the ground. He said it was like a student running away in the middle of a lesson, which showed him no respect at all. However, after all that commotion, his earlier irritation had greatly improved. This little girl seemed to possess a magical power that made people relax without realizing it. With that thought, he grabbed Yimu by the sash and dragged her to his secret base. They entered a mysterious underground chamber that was dark and freezing. Yimu shivered, her nose turning red as she grumbled, "Why did you bring me here? Do you keep a corpse hidden down here?" Chi Yin immediately removed his outer robe, tossed it over her head, and told her to put it on before she caught a cold. Despite removing his robe, he did not seem cold at all. Yimu sullenly put it on. She looked like a child wearing an adult's clothes, making Chi Yin burst out laughing. Yimu indignantly strode forward, wanting to see what secret this place held. To her surprise, her guess had been correct. In the middle of the chamber stood an ice coffin, and inside it lay a beautiful woman dressed in ancient robes. Chi Yin gazed at her sorrowfully and slowly recounted the past. It turned out that the woman was Chi Yan's mother. Years ago, she had died shielding him from a sword. Chi Yin often remembered her and the moment she held him in her arms as a blade stabbed through her back. The sword eventually pierced him as well, leaving the scar on his chest. The tip that entered his body still carried his mother's warmth. Afterward, he had nightmares every night, reliving the scene and dreaming that the wound on his chest was rotting as the pain spread all the way to his heart. After hearing this, Yimu could not bear his suffering and decided to help him overcome his nightmares. With that, she drew her treasured sword and pulled open Chi Yan's robe. She slashed several times, carving the shape of a turtle over his scar. Chi Yan sprang to his feet and screamed until his voice cracked. "What are you doing?" Yimu smiled sweetly, a devious look on her face. "With this little turtle protecting you, you will never have nightmares again." In truth, she hoped that when Mo Lin Yuan tried to kill Chi Yin in the future, he would see the turtle and spare his life. Chi Yin stared at the ugly turtle, his face twitching as his last thread of reason snapped. His fury blazed. What in the world was this little girl thinking? What had possessed him to bring her here and even tell her about his past? Chi Yin immediately dragged her outside. Sensing disaster, Yimu struggled desperately and wailed, but Chi Yin remained unmoved. Even at dinner, he continued glaring at her and sternly lectured, "Do not speak while eating or while sleeping." Yimu felt deeply wronged. She had clearly been trying to comfort him with good intentions, so why was he repaying kindness with hostility? Chi Yin suddenly brought up the kingdom of Yu's enthronement tradition. In Yu, a new emperor was qualified to inherit the throne only after being acknowledged by the founding emperor. Yimu froze. The founding emperor had been dead for years, so how could he acknowledge anyone? Were they supposed to summon his spirit? Chi Yin glared at her. It turned out that before the founding emperor of Yu died, he had left behind his sacred bones. Before ascending the throne, every new emperor had to perform a blood test to prove his kinship, preventing anyone without imperial blood from defiling the royal family. Yimu laughed. What is there to fear unless you are not actually of royal blood? Unexpectedly, Chi Yan's expression darkened, and waves of resentment seemed to radiate from him. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Had she accidentally guessed the truth again? She hurriedly reassured Chi Yin not to worry. Blood testing with bones did not necessarily prove whose bloodline a person belonged to. It was completely unreliable and would work for anyone. Chi Yin thought she was joking. Historical records from a previous dynasty stated that when Emperor Wu of Liang suspected a prince was not his biological son, the prince later dripped his blood onto Emperor Wu's bones. The blood soaked into the bones. The prince even killed his own son to repeat the test. Yet Yimu was now claiming that the method might be inaccurate. Yimu burst out laughing. Then the man you mentioned was truly foolish. If he had dripped chicken blood onto the bones, he might have discovered a long-lost brother. Chi Yin was so furious that he could not speak. He pointed a trembling finger at her and stammered, You. Without wasting any more words, Yimu grabbed his hand and bit it. He cried out in surprise. Chi Yan's face darkened with fury, and he decided the girl had definitely gone insane. Yimu mirelissimidet. Do not be so stingy. Borrowing a few drops of your blood means I think highly of you. She then took a pork bone from the bowl of bone broth. She dripped Chi Yan's blood onto it. Sure enough, the blood slowly seeped into the bone. Yimu teased him. Who would have thought you were actually a pig's brother? Qian stared in stunned disbelief. Only then did Yi Mu slowly explain. After humans or animals die, their bones develop a porous structure. Not only blood, but even water can seep into them. It has absolutely nothing to do with blood relations. She even mocked him for spending all day depressed over a decaying bone. Qian, however, felt tremendous waves surge through his heart. The shackles that had bound him for so many years suddenly shattered. Unable to restrain himself, he lifted Yi Mu high into the air and joyfully thanked her. She had just solved the greatest problem of his life. Overcome by excitement, he kissed Yi Mu on the cheek. Yi Mu shouted angrily, "You beast, put me down." Just then, an icy voice rang out. "What are you doing?" Mo Lin Yuan stood in the doorway, his entire body radiating murderous intent. Yi Mu's heart lurched. She was finished this time. They had been caught red-handed. Mo Lin Yuan's expression was terrifying, as though someone were about to steal his most precious treasure. He strode forward, snatched Yi Mu away, and held her tightly in his arms. Only then did he feel somewhat reassured. Qian stared at his empty hands, stunned by a strange sense of loss. It took him a long while to recover before he returned to the main issue. "Have you finished taking care of your business?" Mo Lin Yuan was in no mood to discuss it. He merely glared fiercely at Qian. "You may leave now. You will no longer be needed to protect her. There will be no shortage of people at her side." Mo Lin Yuan suddenly decided that he had to keep Yi Mu within his sight and personally protect her. Qian's expression also turned cold. He snorted and said, "That suits me perfectly," before quickly leaving. Yi Mu, however, was completely confused. Mo Lin Yuan had actually asked Qian to protect her? Since when had they been close enough for that? Mo Lin Yuan vigorously wiped her cheek as though trying to rub off a layer of skin, making Yi Mu cry out in pain. He could not bear to continue using such force, but he still felt upset and wanted to take her to wash her face. Yi Mu refused to touch cold water in such chilly weather, insisting that he had already wiped her face perfectly clean. Hearing that, Mo Lin Yuan frowned and stared at her pitifully. Yi Mu was nearly drowned by the resentment radiating from him and had no choice but to compromise. Only then did Mo Lin Yuan smile. Taking her small hand, he praised her, "Good girl, Mu." Yi Mu found this rather strange. She was clearly the one who had raised him, so why did it feel as though it were the other way around? That night, Yi Mu was sleeping soundly in her room when loud shouts suddenly erupted outside. A man then slipped quietly inside. It turned out that Yili had launched a coup and sent someone to escort her out. Tens of thousands of black-armored soldiers surrounded the ceremonial altar. Everyone wore a solemn expression, but their eyes were filled with loyalty whenever they looked toward Yili standing atop the altar. Yi Mu found the situation even stranger. Yili stood tall and imposing atop the altar. When he saw that his daughter had arrived safely, Yili smiled and introduced the soldiers to her. "These are all your father's former subordinates. When I fought alongside the emperor to conquer the realm, I had many brothers at my side. Now, only these men remain." Yi Mu did not recognize a single one of them. If they were her father's old brothers in arms, why had she never met any of them? Yili sorrowfully explained, "It is because the imperial court persecuted them. I had no other choice but to hide them away." Yi Mu was immediately shocked. Had Yi Li's previous behavior all been an act? Had his caution and ruthlessness merely been intended to protect those who mattered to him? Was this the real truth? Yili continued his impassioned speech. "We are all men who have fought on the battlefield. Many lost their homes and their healthy bodies because of those wars. Yet instead of receiving the rewards they deserved, they were subjected to endless enslavement and oppression. This is unjust. If no one else will seek justice for them, then I will. If they refuse to give us what rightfully belongs to us, then we will seize it ourselves." His righteous words stirred the spirits of everyone below, and their morale soared. Yili immediately ordered them to attack the imperial palace. Yimu urgit Yili notu aktrashli. The second prince's forces were still extremely powerful, so attacking the palace now was far too hasty. But Yili refused to listen. When commanding an army, nothing was more dangerous than shaking the troops' morale. Yili took Yi Mu's hand and suddenly revealed his true feelings. "You were originally meant to be a sacrifice in my plan. The second prince kept you in the palace to use you as a hostage. I have not been a good father. I often wonder, if I had never tried to seize power, would you have been able to see the deep longing and affection in my eyes?" With that, he pushed his daughter away and prepared to charge into the palace. He said, "If I win, you will become a princess. If I lose, this will be the final protection I can give you." Yimu was both moved and heartbroken, and tears streamed down her face. Although Yi Li was ruthless and merciless, he had never truly failed her. The man responsible for protecting her urged her to return to the residence. She asked whether he knew who the guards assigned to her in the palace served. He replied that they were highly skilled shadow guards. Had Yi Li not lured them away, they might never have rescued Yimu. Even so, Yi Li had lost more than 100 highly skilled Deathsworn guards to get her out of the palace. Yimu was deeply moved. Yi Li had actually traded the lives of more than 100 Deathsworn guards for hers, simply because he feared she might be in danger inside the palace. Suddenly, she understood. The second prince and Mo Lin Yuan had secretly formed an alliance long ago. The map of the Imperial Guards they had given Yi Li was also a fake. Yimu decided that she had to at least save Yi Li's life. But was there still enough time? Meanwhile, when Mo Lin Yuan discovered that Yimu was missing, he became so furious that he snapped his writing brush in half. The shadow guard knelt on the floor and desperately begged for forgiveness. His subordinate urged him not to become too angry. Yimu was Yi Li's daughter, after all, and even a vicious tiger would not devour its own cub. Mo Lin Yuan thought the idea was absurd. To cultivate loyal Deathsworn guards, Yi Li had framed veteran soldiers years ago and caused them to be persecuted. He had then appeared like a savior and rescued them, thereby winning their gratitude and loyalty. A ruthless man so skilled at manipulating people would show no mercy to anyone who blocked his path, not even his own daughter. The more Mo Lin Yuan spoke, the more agitated he became. He immediately ordered, "I must see her today, and she must be completely unharmed. Otherwise, bring me your heads. Go and find her." Mo Lin Yuan remained deeply uneasy. Given Yi Li's cold nature, with a great battle about to begin, he should not have spared any thought for Yimu. Why had he suddenly disregarded the casualties and taken her away? He suspected that Yi Li had discovered the Imperial Guard map was fake and feared that he might take out his anger on Yimu. Mo Lin Yuan was both worried and furious, his heart filled with guilt and self-reproach. He had clearly promised that he would never let her be harmed again, yet in the end, he had still failed to protect her. Meanwhile, Yimu secretly slipped away from Zhang Yuan and sneaked into the Imperial Palace. Fighting raged throughout the palace. Breaking through the defensive lines and entering the inner palace was impossible, let alone contacting Mo Lin Yuan. Yimu pondered for a moment before inspiration suddenly struck. She remembered the underground passage Qi Yin had previously shown her. It was nearby. She hurried off to find Qi Yin. When he saw her, he froze. "Why are you here?" Yimu grabbed his hand and anxiously asked. Mo Lin Yuan joined forces with you a long time ago, did he not? Qi Yin sighed helplessly and admitted it. After Qi Yin told Mo Lin Yuan that Yimu had been handed over to the emperor, Mo Lin Yuan had approached him and proposed an alliance. Only then did Yimu realize that everything Mo Lin Yuan had done was for her sake. She asked, "Why did Yi Li recklessly attack the Imperial Palace? Did you do something?" Qi Yin shook his head and said they had done nothing. Only two significant events had occurred that day. Prince Zhao had been defeated and the new emperor had died. Yimu suddenly understood. No matter which event had provoked Yi Li, his defeat had already been decided. She wanted to save Yi Li's life, but she could not reach Mo Lin Yuan, so her only choice was to plead with Qi Yin. Qi Yin was deeply conflicted. He had assumed that Yimu felt no affection for Yi Li whatsoever. Yet now, Yimu no longer knew whether Yi Li was ultimately a good man or a villain. But from the very beginning, she had never wanted him to die. Unexpectedly, Qi Yin firmly declared that Yi Li had to die. He was an obstinate extremist who distrusted educated scholars, constantly suppressed intellectuals, and advocated for every citizen to practice martial arts. If he were allowed to rule the kingdom, widespread unrest would inevitably follow. As long as he lived, he would never stop. To preserve their own lives, Qi Yin and Mo Lin Yuan could not give up either. Therefore, Yi Li had to die. Hearing this, Yimu's expression dimmed, and she was too grief-stricken to speak. She wanted to save Yi Li, but she did not want Mo Lin Yuan or Qi Yin to die either. Knowing that further discussion was pointless, Qi Yin ordered someone to escort Yimu to Mo Lin Yuan and hurried to the battlefield. But how could Yimu calmly stand by and watch Yi Li die? When the guard was not paying attention, she struck him on the back of the neck and knocked him unconscious. She had to act. No matter what happened, she wanted to try at least once. Yi Mu finally reached the streets, which were filled with barricades. The Yi family's imperial guards had suffered countless casualties. Yi Li was completely surrounded, desperately cutting down his enemies as he searched for a way to escape. Yi Mu's heart suddenly clenched. She hurried forward and cried out, "Father!" When Yi Li saw her appear, he was both furious and worried. His rage erupted, and he immediately sent everyone surrounding him flying with a single slash. With his other hand, he grabbed Yi Mu and held her tightly in his arms to protect her. Then, under the soldier's escort, he brought her to safety before returning to the siege. Yi Mu hurriedly pulled him back and urged him to stop. If this continued, he would die here. Do not interfere in the affairs of adults. Get out of here. No matter how many people die, I will seize the throne of the kingdom of you today. Just then, a large number of soldiers appeared atop the city walls, all drawing their bows and aiming their arrows at them. The man leading the army was Qi Yan. He shouted, "Yi Li, you have lost. Surrender at once." Only Yi Li remained on his side, yet he still refused to admit defeat even in the face of death. Yi Mu felt her heart turn cold. The scene before her was exactly the same as the plot of the original story. In the end, she had still failed to change Yi Li's fate. Qi Yin ordered, "Yi Li has deceived the sovereign and defied his superiors. He deserves to die 10,000 deaths. Today, I will punish you." Yi Li showed no fear. "I already reached an agreement with the Chancellor of the Kingdom of Mo. If I fail to ascend the throne, he will persuade Mo to send troops. Even if you kill me, you will not sit on that throne for long." Qi Yan's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. This traitor had not only rebelled, but had also invited a wolf into the house. Fearing the consequences, Qi Yan did not dare act rashly. While the two sides were at an impasse, Mo Lin Yuan suddenly sent someone to reveal a secret to him. Qi Yan was instantly overjoyed. "So what if the kingdom of Mo supports you? The crown prince of Mo is on my side. You still do not know, do you? You spent a long time as a slave in your household." Yi Li suddenly recalled the slave, Mo Lin Yuan. No wonder he had been unable to uncover Mo Lin Yuan's origins, and no wonder his instincts had always urged him to kill the boy. Yi Li stared darkly at Yi Mu and demanded, "You knew Mo Lin Yuan's identity all along, did you not? You have truly disappointed me." With that, he swung his saber at Yi Mu. She was nearly killed by a single blow from her own father. "Stop!" A loud shout rang out. Mo Lin Yuan leaped forward and caught her. He held Yi Mu tightly and carefully examined her. Only after confirming that she was unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief. His heart was filled with guilt and fear. He had thought that with so many experts protecting her, Yi Li could never harm Yi Mu. Who would have imagined that he had nearly lost her forever? Mo Lin Yuan trembled all over with fear. Fortunately, Yi Mu was safe, and he still had a chance to make amends. Yi Mu was furious. Grabbing his collar, she roared, "Why are you trying to play the hero now? Are you afraid Yi Li will not manage to kill you? Hurry up and leave." Just then, Yi Li charged over with his saber. "None of you will leave today. You will all stay and be buried with me." He swung his saber at them. Mo Lin Yuan hurriedly shielded Yi Mu behind him and countered with his sword, forcing Yi Li back several steps. Seeing that a desperate battle was about to erupt, Qi Yan immediately shouted, "Yi Li, if you continue resisting, I will have no choice but to order a massacre." Yi Li paid him no heed. Raising his hand, he shouted, "Soldiers of the Yi family, heed my command. Kill! Even if we die, we will not die as cowards." With a battle to the death about to begin, Qi Yan hurriedly proclaimed, "Yi Li led a rebellion, colluded with the kingdom of Mo, and plotted to overthrow the kingdom of Yu. Today, I want only his head." Invoking the spirits as his witnesses, he declared that anyone who surrendered would be spared. At that moment, the Yi family soldiers all stopped, hesitating over whether they should surrender. Seeing this, Yi Li flew into a rage. With a backhanded slash, he killed a soldier who was about to surrender and warned the others not to show cowardice. Old Sun tremblingly tried to persuade him. "General, please stop. We have already come this far, and there is nothing to regret. So what if we lose? Your brothers have fought beside you on countless battlefields. Please give the others a chance to live." Yi Li furiously seized Old Sun by the throat and drained all his inner power in an instant. Montauk Lin Yuan was horrified. He recognized it as the divine annihilation art, which could absorb the inner power of others. No wonder Yi Li had become so irritable, cruel, and bloodthirsty. It turned out he had practiced such a sinister technique. Mo Linyuan hurriedly shielded Yi Mu behind him, afraid that Yi Li would hurt her. By then, Yi Li had drained Old Sun into a desiccated corpse and tossed him aside without the slightest mercy. He grabbed another soldier and continued absorbing his inner power. He did so without hesitation. After all, had these people not sworn that they were willing to die for him? Now is the time for them to fulfill that promise. Yi Mu gritted her teeth anxiously as she witnessed this scene. Her duty as a Special Forces soldier would not allow her to stand by and watch Yi Li continue slaughtering people. Unleashing all her strength, she shot forward like a bullet, pulled out her hairpin, and stabbed it into Yi Li's thigh. The intense pain briefly brought him back to his senses. Yimushaotu, wake up. You have already lost. Those words struck Yi Li deeply. His eyes turned blood red, and his murderous aura surged even more violently. This is bad. Yi Li has fallen into cultivation madness. Join forces and destroy him. At Qian's shout, the soldiers surged forward. But none of them was Yi Li's match, and he sent them flying. He even caught some of them and absorbed their inner power. Mo Linyuan was terrified and wanted to rescue Yi Mu, but he was too badly wounded to circulate his power. He could only order his subordinates to rush forward and take Yi Mu to safety. At the same time, Yi Li noticed Yi Mu's presence. He immediately launched a fireball at Mo Linyuan. Startled, Wei released Yi Mu and turned back to protect Mo Linyuan. Unexpectedly, it was a diversion. Yi Li sneered, rushed to Yi Mu, took her hostage, and leaped onto the city wall. At the same time, he threatened, "If anyone dares touch me, Yi Mu and I will die together. You can all wait to collect Yi Mu's corpse." With that, he carried Yi Mu away. Mo Linyuan was so furious that he coughed up blood, but he paid no attention to himself. His mind was consumed entirely by concern for Yi Mu's safety. Qi Yin hurriedly stopped him. The divine annihilation art wounded you too severely. If you do not want to die, do not act recklessly. But Mo Linyuan refused to listen. He struggled to his feet and gave chase, determined to rescue Yi Mu. Elsewhere, Yi Li carried Yi Mu to the emperor's bedchamber and kicked open its doors. He then struck the doors apart behind him, completely sealing off the inner chamber. Only then did Yi Li breathe a sigh of relief and toss Yi Mu aside. Once released, Yi Mu coughed violently. When the emperor discovered them, he coughed up blood and roared, "Yi Li, how dare you barge into my palace? Guards, come quickly. Protect your sovereign." Yi Li immediately rushed over and snapped the emperor's neck. Fresh blood splattered across Yi Mu's face, leaving her frozen in horror. "Yi Li sneered. Do you see? This is what happens to those who dare deceive me." Yi Mu choked out, "So you are allowed to deceive others, but no one is allowed to deceive you?" Yi Li burst into laughter. "Exactly. I would rather betray everyone under heaven than allow anyone under heaven to betray me." Yi Mu's anger erupted. "Then were all those people merely tools for you to reach the top? Were all your heroic speeches about justice nothing but an act? You exploited their trust and faith. Were they not your comrades? You are far too cruel." A smug gleam appeared in Yi Li's eyes. "There are many ways to use people. The lowest method is intimidation. The middle method is profit, and the highest method is manipulating their hearts. Only by making them act willingly can you draw out their greatest strength. As long as the objective is achieved, anything and anyone can be used." Yi Mu felt that reasoning with him was impossible. She even found him utterly despicable. But Yi Li was immensely proud of himself. "Even if I am despicable, did you not still follow me? I clearly could not capture you earlier, yet you deliberately provoked me. You knew I was dangerous, but you still did it. Are you not afraid of death?" Of course Yi Mu knew, but only by making herself his hostage could Yi Li escape alive. Yi Li froze. He had never expected anyone to help him at a time like this. He had already lost, so there was nothing to gain by helping him. Yi Li roared furiously. "Once I escape, I will kill you to prevent you from revealing my whereabouts. Moreover, you colluded with that brat Mo Linyuan. Even if I killed you 100 times, you would deserve it." Yet Yi Mu acted as if she had not heard him. Even if Yi Li had betrayed everyone under heaven, he had never betrayed her. Yi Mu took a pastry from inside her robe and held it out to him. Yi Li stared blankly at the pastry, feeling as though that small piece of cake weighed 1,000 pounds. He could not understand and asked why. Yimu calmly ate her pastry and replied, "Why do you have so many questions?" Yi Li grabbed Yimu by the shoulders and demanded, "What do you want from me? Everyone who trusted me was exploited until not even their bones remained." Yimu replied, "Even if you betrayed everyone under heaven, you never betrayed me. Why should I not save you?" At that moment, Yi Li clutched his abdomen and groaned, his face twisted in agony. Startled, Yimu hurriedly lifted his robe to examine him. The wound on his abdomen was mangled and deep enough to expose bone. The bleeding alone was enough to kill him. Yimu began tearing strips from her skirt to bandage his wound, but Yi Li stopped her. Instead, he explained why he had rushed into the palace today. It was all because of that foolish ruler. Yimu was furious. Even at a time like this, her wretched old father was still thinking about the throne. Unexpectedly, Yi Li said he had not done it for the throne. More than 200 years ago, the empire that had ruled this land left behind a treasure. It was intended to give the descendants of the imperial family a chance to restore their nation if the throne ever changed hands. Unfortunately, the imperial bloodline died out and the treasure map was stolen. That treasure map was called the city boundary map. Yimu's heart jolted upon hearing this. Was this not the key that would allow her to return to the modern world? Yi Li staggered over to the imperial bed and continued. Back then, the emperor and I reclaimed the lost territory and obtained the city boundary map. Unfortunately, we encountered a black-clad assassin, and half of the map was stolen. As he spoke, he found a hidden switch on the imperial bed. He pressed it down with force. In an instant, a secret compartment appeared in the imperial bed. Inside it lay the other half of the city boundary map. Yi Li was filled with fury and resentment. If not for that counterfeit map of the Imperial Guard's deployment, and if the Imperial Guard had not joined forces with the prince, he would have been today's victor. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, until he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It turned out he had absorbed too much inner power earlier. His true energy was now flowing in reverse, and his meridians had begun to rupture. Yimu hurriedly supported him, intending to use herself as a hostage to help him leave the palace. But Yi Li did not want to live as a cripple. He sneered, then suddenly sealed Yimu's acupoints. "I have committed many evil deeds in my life. To become a general, I framed someone else for treason. To cultivate death-sworn guards, I had the emperor suppress those former officials while I secretly rescued them. Also, they would become loyal to me and cease fearing death." As he spoke, Yi Li slipped half of the map into Yimu's robe, then patted her small head. Yi Li felt that the only good deed he had ever done was sparing this daughter of his. Now that his meridians had ruptured, he would rather die quickly than live as a cripple. Yi Li immediately pressed his palm onto the top of Yimu's head and transferred all his inner power to her. Yimu gritted her teeth in agony, feeling as if her body were about to explode. Yidi chaklet. Does it hurt? Ordinary cultivation methods cannot withstand power from an outside source. I will now teach you the mental formula of the divine annihilation art. If you do not want to die, practice according to my instructions. Naturally, Yimu did not want to die, so she could only follow his instructions step by step and begin cultivating. The powerful currents of inner energy began circulating through her body in an orderly fashion. They even started actively absorbing the inner power inside Yi Li. The immense energy formed a vortex around them, violently tearing apart everything nearby. A second later, an enormous explosion rang out, and the palace completely collapsed. Mo Linyuan hurried over with his men. Upon seeing this horrifying scene, he was overcome with agony and tried to rush forward without regard for anything else. Qi Yin hurriedly pulled him back. The palace has collapsed, and we still do not know what is happening inside. You must not act rashly. Mo Linyuan refused to listen. Staggering forward, he ordered his men to clear a path into the palace immediately. If he really wants to hate someone, he should hate me. Once you clear this place, I am willing to exchange myself for Yimu. At his command, the guards began clearing away the bricks and rubble. Only Mo Linyuan, who was too severely wounded to help, remained nearby and waited anxiously. His heart was filled with regret and self-reproach. It was all his fault. He knew she was not truly Yi Li's daughter, and he knew she did not regard Yi Li as her father. But he had never realized that she did not want Yi Li to die at all. He feared that his actions would make Yimu hate him. Just then, a thunderous explosion erupted. The secret guards rushed back and shouted that Yili intended to detonate himself, urging His Highness to leave immediately. Mo Linyuan's face instantly turned deathly pale. He charged forward frantically, desperate to break through the ruins and save her. But the next moment, a violent tremor shook the ground, and the palace before them collapsed completely into ruins. Anyone inside was surely dead. Mo Linyuan could not accept this outcome, but his severely wounded body no longer had the strength to move forward. In an instant, he could no longer hold back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight forward. Qian also hurried over and stared blankly at the scene. Mo Linyuan lay sprawled on the ground, blood continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth. But he had long since become numb from the pain. He stared vacantly as memories of the past flashed through his mind. That brightly smiling girl would never return. It was all because he had failed to protect her. Just then, a wooden plank atop the ruins shifted. A small, blood-covered hand suddenly reached out. Mo Linyuan instantly came back to life and screamed hoarsely, "Hurry! Save her!" Obeying his command, the guards rushed forward and quickly dug Yimu out. Her expression was twisted with pain, and she seemed severely injured. There was complete silence behind her. Qian's sharp gaze swept over the area, and he finally concluded that Yili must be dead. Ignoring his injuries, Mo Linyuan staggered over and pulled Yimu tightly into his arms, almost weeping with joy. "Thank goodness, my Mu'er is still alive. It is not too late." Yimu remained dazed for a long while before finally coming back to her senses. Her small, trembling hand clutched his sleeve. At last, she could no longer hold back and burst into tears. The storm of energy from earlier was deeply imprinted in her mind. Yimu could hardly believe that, like a vampire, she had drained every last trace of someone's strength and life force. In the end, Yili had died by her hand. Until the final moment of his life, Yili had continued, smiling as he said, "What a pity. I will not be able to watch you grow up." The shock was too great, throwing Yimu's mind into turmoil as her vision gradually blurred. The last thing she saw was Mo Linyuan's horrified expression, and the last thing she heard was his anxious, panicked cry. "Yimu, do not fall asleep. Please wake up." Holding the unconscious Yimu in his arms, Mo Linyuan broke down and wept. Even the imperial physicians said there was nothing they could do. Mo Linyuan's heart ached as if it were being crushed. Could he only watch helplessly as Yimu remained unconscious forever? At that moment, someone said that the Silent Master could save her. Mo Linyuan immediately decided to return to the kingdom of Mo and find him. 10 days later, in the kingdom of Mo, the Empress Dowager Regent was asking for news about the Crown Prince. She was furious that so many assassins had failed to kill her grandson. She laughed heartily as she imagined him dying on the journey home to reclaim his royal heritage. At the temple gate, Mo Linyuan asked to see Master Soundless, but a young monk stopped him, saying that the master was meditating and would see no one. Mo Linyuan angrily demanded, "Even when someone's life is in danger, he refuses to help? What kind of Buddhist master is he?" A cold glint flashed through Mo Linyuan's eyes as he stormed inside. His guard followed, shoving aside all the monks surrounding them. The two forced their way straight to the main hall. Master Soundless finally appeared. He was a refined and handsome monk. He calmly asked, "Benefactor, why are you destroying my temple?" Montauk Linyuan bowed respectfully. "I would like to ask you to save someone." Master Soundless chuckled. "Benefactor, you barged through the gate, injured members of the temple, damaged its grounds, and behaved with outrageous disrespect. Forgive me, but I have no wish to save anyone for you." Having lost all patience, Mo Linyuan threatened him bluntly. "Master, I will give you two choices. Either I burn this place to the ground, or you save that person." The other monks glared at them furiously, cursing them as unreasonable scoundrels. Even Master Soundless was rendered speechless and did not know how to respond. But Mo Linyuan remained fearless. "Compassion is the foremost virtue of those who have renounced worldly life. I have repeatedly pleaded with you to save someone, yet this is your attitude. Even if I burn this place down, I doubt the Buddha would blame me." After hearing that, Master Soundless remained silent for a long time before finally yielding. "If you want me to save this person, repair the temple first. Then I will act. Renovating such a large temple would undoubtedly cost a fortune." The monk was clearly demanding an exorbitant price. But Mo Linyuan was desperate to save Yi Mu, so he agreed without hesitation and turned to make the arrangements. Still, he keenly sensed that something was amiss with this monk. He immediately ordered his subordinate, Wen Feng, to bring workers to the temple and then return to collect him. This monk seemed unreliable, so it was best not to delay. Wen Feng quickly assembled a group of workers, and they renovated the temple at astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Mo Linyuan carried the unconscious Yi Mu into a carriage and traveled to the temple. Following Master Soundless directions, he placed Yi Mu on a bed in one of the rooms, then gently stroked her small face. But Yi Mu showed no response. It was completely unlike her to lie there so quietly. Mo Linyuan would rather have had her wake up and scold him. Her birthday was the day after tomorrow, but it seemed she would spend it asleep. His only hope now was the strange Master Soundless. Watching this scene, Master Soundless wore an unreadable expression. It seemed the crown prince of Mo valued this girl greatly. Who could she be? Casting the thought aside, Master Soundless began examining Yi Mu. The moment he checked her pulse, his eyes widened in shock. Though the girl before him was still young, more than a century's worth of inner power had accumulated within her. He immediately realized that she had cultivated the divine art of annihilation. The inner art Master Soundless cultivated was the pure heart formula, which strongly stimulated the divine art of annihilation. Waking her would not be difficult. However, Yi Mu had not yet fully assimilated her inner power. Forcibly awakening her might caused her cultivation to deviate and drive her mad. Seeing Master Soundless' conflicted expression, Mo Linyuan anxiously asked, "Can Yi Mu's condition not be cured?" Unexpectedly, Master Soundless said that she could be cured, but it would take some time. Only then did Mo Linyuan relax. However, he still had many important matters to handle, so he had no choice but to leave. At the door, he glanced back at her reluctantly and prayed inwardly, "Yi Mu, please wake up soon." At the inn, Mo Linyuan had just returned and opened the door when he was horrified to find the imperial tutor tightly bound and staring at him in terror. The next second, two men in black suddenly appeared and charged at him with swords. Mo Linyuan reacted swiftly and immediately dodged them, then defeated the assassins with several kicks. He coldly demanded, "Did the Empress Dowager send you?" One assassin roared madly, "Even after I die, many more will come to kill you. The kingdom of Mo does not need a crown prince like you." With that, he bit down on the poison capsule in his mouth and killed himself. Mo Linyuan frowned at the sight. It seemed they were all well-trained, death-sworn guards. He hurriedly untied the imperial tutor and said apologetically, "I have dragged you into this." The imperial tutor was also deeply anxious. "This cannot continue. Your Highness must enter the palace as soon as possible. Once your identity as crown prince is officially recognized, you will be able to mobilize the imperial guard. Then the Empress Dowager will no longer be able to act without restraint." Unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan already had a plan. "Before long, I will make the Empress Dowager come and invite me into the palace herself." Meanwhile, the civil and military officials jointly submitted a memorial requesting that the crown prince enter the palace and formally return to the imperial clan. The crown prince had already suffered repeated assassination attempts after spending only half a month at the relay station. If he did not return to the palace soon, he would eventually lose his life. The Empress Dowager flew into a rage and sneered, "How dare these servants threaten me?" While she was considering how to deal with this displeasing crown prince, urgent military news suddenly arrived from the border. The new emperor of the kingdom of Yu had personally led his army and captured 2 cities from the kingdom of Mo in succession. He had even burned Mo's banners as a show of force, mocked Mo for having no capable men and allowing a woman to rule, and specifically challenged its emperor to a decisive battle. The Empress Dowager cursed in fury, "You are all useless. How can a great kingdom like ours allow a newly enthroned emperor to provoke us at will?" The ministers trembled in fear, and no one dared utter a word. In truth, the Empress Dowager was also extremely shocked. Everyone knew the emperor was gravely ill and had been unable to appear in public for years. How could he possibly answer the challenge? But she quickly devised an excellent plan. Was Mo Linyuan not the perfect candidate? She could grant him the title of emperor and send him to the border to restore morale. Then she only needed to tamper with the imperial guard. If he died, no one could blame her. Afterward, the Empress Dowager would personally lead the army into battle, defeat the Kingdom of Yu, and restore Mo's morale. Once she returned in triumph, who would dare object if she wanted to become emperor? The more the Empress Dowager considered it, the more sensible it seemed. She immediately issued an edict summoning the crown prince to the palace. 3 days later, the enthronement ceremony was held. The Empress Dowager personally placed the crown on Mo Linyuan's head and proclaimed him the rightful emperor of the Kingdom of Mo. Just like that, Mo Linyuan became the emperor of the Kingdom of Mo, the fastest enthroned emperor in its history. The moment he ascended the throne, the Empress Dowager eagerly tried to send him to the border to fight. The slave boy of years past had now become emperor, yet the Empress Dowager was determined to send him to his death. She pretended to speak earnestly. The war has reached a critical stage, and the Kingdom of Yu specifically insists that the emperor personally lead the campaign. You cannot shrink back and disgrace the Kingdom of Mo. She then handed him the military tally commanding 100,000 soldiers and wept bitterly. You have only just returned, yet you must leave again. I truly cannot bear it. The young emperor in his dragon robes suddenly gave an innocent, harmless smile. Imperial grandmother, can you truly not bear to let me go? The Empress Dowager covered her face with her sleeve and wept even more sorrowfully. I truly cannot. You have only just returned, and I have not even had enough time to look at you. Yet you must already march to war for the kingdom. The battlefield is so dangerous. If anything happened to you, I cannot imagine how heartbroken I would be. Montak Linyuan chuckled. Then you need not be heartbroken anymore, because I am not going. The Empress Dowager immediately cried out, Foolish child, what nonsense are you saying? Our borders have been invaded. As the Son of Heaven, you must step forward and suppress the enemy. How can you retreat before the battle even begins? Mo Linyuan merely smiled without answering and stared toward the palace gate. At that moment, a horse came galloping toward them. The rider shouted as he approached, The latest news from the front. Upon hearing of His Majesty's enthronement, the martial emperor of Yu was overjoyed. He has decided to withdraw his troops, return the captured cities, and present lavish gift to congratulate His Majesty on this joyous occasion. Mo Linyuan read the military report with satisfaction. It seems Qi Yin has fulfilled our agreement. He pressured the Kingdom of Mo to help me ascend the throne, then immediately withdrew his troops and offered congratulations. The Empress Dowager snatched the military report away. The more she read, the angrier she became, until her entire body trembled. The ministers were both delighted and astonished. Then there's no need to fight? His Majesty truly is the divinely ordained Son of Heaven. He has only just ascended the throne, yet he resolved the war without losing a single soldier. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager's face turned deathly pale and her body swayed. Before she could think of a way to reverse the situation, the imperial tutor received a signal from Mo Linyuan and dropped to his knees with a thud. His Majesty has received heaven's recognition and brought blessings upon the Kingdom of Mo. He is a blessing to the people. May His Majesty pursue his grand ambitions and restore the kingdom's might. Following his lead, the other ministers also knelt and shouted, Long live His Majesty! Restore the kingdom's might. May blessings spread throughout the realm. The Empress Dowager shook with fury, unable to catch her breath, and nearly fainted. Mo Linyuan hurriedly supported her and said with a smile, Imperial Grandmother, are you overwhelmed with joy because I do not have to leave after all? The Empress Dowager glared at him and pointed at him, still wanting to say something. Mo Linyuan seized the opportunity to take the military tally and considerately reassured her. Do not worry, Imperial Grandmother. Were you concerned about those 100,000 soldiers? Now that they are under my command, I will manage them well. I will never give you any cause for concern. The Empress Dowager had truly lost everything this time. Unable to catch her breath, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Mo Linyuan pretended to panic and hurriedly ordered someone to take her to the imperial physicians. After everyone left, he turned to the imperial tutor with a worried expression and asked about the search for a physician. The imperial tutor was also helpless. The finest physician in the Kingdom of Mo is Master Soundless. He is the true disciple of the late imperial preceptor, Master Wenji. When ordinary physicians hear that he has already intervened, they consider themselves inferior and refuse to come forward. There is also Master Jade Blossom, who possesses extraordinary medical skills, but has an eccentric temperament. He specifically insists that you collect him in person, worried that it might be a trap. The Imperial Tutor advised Mo Linyuan not to agree too hastily and offered to negotiate further himself. But Mo Linyuan did not care. As long as Yimu could be saved, he was willing to do anything. He immediately went to invite Master Jade Blossom in person. Meanwhile, Yimu had sunk into a deep dream. She saw herself in a modern hospital. Her critically ill father lay on the bed beside her. Afflicted by his illness, the man moaned in pain. The doctor told Yimu that she could donate bone marrow, but the operation required general anesthesia, and she had recently been injured herself. Yimu did not care. As long as her father could recover, she was willing to do anything. The operation soon ended and was a great success. Before she could even rest, her unit sent word that an operation to eliminate pirates at the harbor would be conducted 2 days later. Yimu immediately led her troops into the operation, where she unexpectedly encountered an ancient book. She was then transported into this world. Afterward, a glowing figure repeatedly urged her, "You must wake up. There are still many things waiting for you to do. Remember, you must obtain the city boundary map, then return." The most important person in her life was still lying in a hospital bed, waiting for her. Driven by this powerful conviction, Yimu gradually awakened. Master Soundless, who was keeping watch beside her, was startled. If this great demon awakened, she would inevitably bring calamity upon the world. He immediately prepared to end Yimu's life. At that moment, Wen Feng ran in joyfully and reported that the emperor had found Master Jade Blossom and would soon come to collect the young lady. After saying this, he went to make preparations and left the room. Master Soundless grew intensely anxious. If Master Jade Blossom came, he would easily discover Yimu's current physical condition. He might even cripple her martial arts to prevent her from descending into a bloodthirsty existence. Jade Blossom would ruin his plans. He could not hand Yimu over to him. A vicious expression immediately appeared on Master Soundless' face. He hurriedly drew a silver needle and prepared to drive it into her. He could not allow Yimu to awaken naturally and become the most terrifying force at the Emperor's side. Yet at the final moment, just before he struck, he could not help hesitating. For the past 18 years, he had saved lives every day. If he drove this needle into her, he would no longer be the master he once was. Elsewhere, Mo Linyuan arrived at Master Jade Blossom's room, only to find him collapsed in a pool of blood. He had already been dead for some time. Immediately afterward, a group of men in black leaped down from the roof and swung their swords at him. Mo Linyuan instantly understood that these were more assassins sent by the Empress Dowager. He immediately led his men into battle against the assassins and soon eliminated them all. Mo Linyuan realized that he had made a mistake. He had never expected the Empress Dowager to act so ruthlessly against Master Jade Blossom. But he quickly thought of Yimu, and his heart sank. Could something have happened to her as well? He immediately spurred his horse and raced back to the temple. Sure enough, the temple had been drenched in blood by the assassins' massacre. Both horrified and furious, Mo Linyuan immediately led his men into the attack. This time, however, the Empress Dowager had dispatched numerous experts. No matter how many Mo Linyuan's side cut down, more kept coming. At this rate, even if the Imperial Guard arrived later, they might not be a match for them. He made a swift decision: rescue Yimu first, then head directly to the military camp outside the capital. Only there could they ensure her safety. Unexpectedly, the moment he issued the order, a deafening explosion rang out. The entire temple erupted into raging flames. Mo Linyuan's eyes nearly split with fury as he desperately charged forward. Nothing could be allowed to happen to her. At that moment, Yimu had awakened. She clutched her head in agony, feeling as though her body were being torn apart. Master Soundless sat injured on the floor and suddenly asked her, "Do you still remember Mo Linyuan?" The name Mo Linyuan restored a trace of clarity to Yimu's mind. Relying on instinct, she staggered out the door to search for Mo Linyuan. At that moment, Mo Linyuan was engaged in a fierce battle. The Empress Dowager had sent all the experts of the kingdom of Mo's 3 great clans to assassinate him. Archers were also lying in ambush, waiting for an opportunity to fire at his vital points. Caught off guard, Mo Linyuan hurriedly dodged, but an arrow still struck his waist and abdomen, causing blood to gush out. He dropped to his knees. Fortunately, he was wearing soft silk armor. Otherwise, that arrow would have killed him. Seeing that the first strike had failed, the archer immediately fired another arrow. Mo Linyuan was still kneeling on the ground, racked with pain as blood continued pouring from his wound. Unable to dodge in time, he seemed destined to die on the spot. At that critical moment, a small hand suddenly appeared and caught the fatal arrow. The newcomer was Yimu, who had just awakened. Both shocked and overjoyed, Mo Linyuan softly called her name. Yimu did not respond. She clenched her hand and crushed the arrow into fine powder. Enduring the pain, Mo Linyuan stood and took her small hand, carefully examining it for fear that she had been injured again. Only then did Yimu regain her senses. The first thing she saw was the wound at his waist and abdomen, which was still bleeding profusely. Killing intent immediately erupted from Yimu. Someone had actually dared to injure Mo Linyuan. She was clearly the same person, yet Mo Linyuan found the Yimu before him terrifyingly cold. Yimu raised her hand and wiped the blood from his body. Then she gave him a radiant smile. "It is all right. I will kill them for you." With that, she leaped into the air and charged toward the men in black. With only a slight raise of her hand, she drained one assassin into a desiccated corpse. With a turn of her wrist, she snapped another assassin's neck. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere, and the assassins' bodies littered the ground. They screamed in terror. "She is a demon! Run!" Mo Linyuan was also deeply shaken. He had never imagined that Yimu was so powerful that she could single-handedly eliminate every expert from the kingdom of Mo's 3 great clans without suffering a scratch. Yimu now stood atop a mound of corpses, her entire body drenched in blood. She tilted her face upward into the torrential rain, her expression frighteningly calm. Mo Linyuan struggled to rise, wanting to approach Yimu and embrace her. The guards hurriedly stopped him. "Young lady, Yi has gone berserk from killing and completely lost her reason. You must not approach her. It is too dangerous." However, Mo Linyuan was certain that Yimu would not hurt him. Yimu had slaughtered the assassins because he was injured, and she had even spoken to him just now. That proved she still retained some reason, and at the very least, still recognized him. Ignoring everyone's attempts to stop him, Mo Linyuan walked toward Yimu alone. Yimu immediately turned and stared at him warily. When she realized it was Mo Linyuan, she lowered her head and stared aggrievedly at the blood on her hands, frantically trying to wipe it away. But no matter how hard she wiped, it would not come off, making her increasingly anxious. Mo Linyuan quickly took Yimu's small hand and gently wiped it clean, little by little, with the hem of his robe. Smiling, he said, "Look, isn't it clean now?" Yimu finally calmed down. Only then did Mo Linyuan breathe a sigh of relief. "Shall I carry you down?" Yimu nodded without hesitation. Mo Linyuan immediately lifted her into his arms and finally carried her away from the pile of corpses. Once he held her close, he realized the blood on her robe was still warm. It was her own blood, and his heart suddenly clenched in pain. He anxiously asked, "Muir, what happened? Where are you hurt?" Yimu lukit uterli ehosted. To suppress the violent inner force raging through her body, she had just severed her own meridians. Her internal injuries were severe, but they were not life-threatening. Yimu similet faintly. "This was the only way I could keep myself from hurting you." Mo Linyuan embraced her tightly, his heart aching. This girl was the same as ever, so foolish that it broke his heart. Before he could say anything more, Yimu smiled and fainted. Burning with anxiety, Mo Linyuan hurriedly carried Yimu back to the palace, silently praying, "Muir, please be all right." A guard asked how they should dispose of the bodies. Mo Linyuan's expression darkened. "Leave them there. Someone will come to collect them." Elsewhere, the Empress Dowager soon received the terrible news. Both shocked and furious, she shouted, "You said that bastard is returned? How is that possible? Summon the commander of the guards. I send out." The frightened palace attendant trembled. He stammered, they're all outside. The Empress Dowager assumed the commander was too ashamed to enter after failing his mission. She stormed out of the palace chamber, intending to punish those useless fools. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw the courtyard filled with blood-soaked corpses. They were all the assassins she had dispatched. Her face turned deathly pale, and she staggered backward in terror. The palace attendant tearfully reported, "Everyone we sent is dead. Not a single person survived. Although His Majesty was wounded, his protective armor shielded him, so he suffered only superficial injuries." The Empress Dowager was so enraged that she could barely breathe. She fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, an imperial physician was taking Yi Mu's pulse. Although she severed her own meridians, she is still young enough to recover with proper treatment. However, she must not recklessly use her inner force before she recovers, or her injuries will worsen. Mo Linyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and personally remained beside Yi Mu's bed to care for her. After a long while, Yi Mu gradually awakened. Mo Linyuan immediately pulled her into his arms and repeatedly said in lingering fear, "Thank goodness you are all right." Yet, faced with his attentive concern, Yi Mu remained dejected, her head lowered in silence. Mo Linyuan was suddenly overwhelmed by guilt. It was because he had failed to understand Yi Mu's thoughts that he had driven Yi Li to his death. Yi Mu knew it was not his fault and that further discussion was pointless. So she changed the subject and asked about the current situation. Mo Linyuan told her that they were in the kingdom of Mo Xiaolang was also there and had been placed in the Imperial Guard for training. Only then did Yi Mu breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, both of them had escaped the massacre that night. Mo Linyuan held her hand tightly. To him, nothing else mattered as long as Yi Mu was safe and sound. Yi Mu blushed with embarrassment. She hurriedly changed the subject and mentioned the city boundary map. Mo Linyuan quickly took it out. He had noticed its strange patterns and brought it back for Yi Mu. Yi Mu hurriedly unfolded the map. It was covered with mountains and rivers. She excitedly told Mo Linyuan, "This is the legendary treasure left behind by the Empire 200 years ago, the city boundary map." The city boundary map? He had never heard of it. Yi Mu continued. Yi Li risked everything to attack the Imperial Palace precisely because of this map. She handed the map to Mo Linyuan and said, "Unfortunately, this map is incomplete and no one knows where the remaining portion is." But Mo Linyuan did not care about any treasure. He only wanted to care for his fiancée, whose meridians were currently sealed. He brought over a bowl of minced pork and preserved egg congee, scooped up a small spoonful, and gently blew on it. Once it had cooled enough, he fed it to Yi Mu. She obediently opened her mouth with a soft ah. Mo Linyuan felt his heart melt. Yi Mu was truly adorable at that moment. But when he remembered how mercilessly she had killed earlier, he could not help worrying. Was that also caused by your cultivation of the divine art of sacrificial annihilation? Yi Mu explained aggrievedly. Yi Li transferred all his inner force to me. Cultivating this technique was the only way to keep that inner force from making me explode. What concerned Mo Linyuan was that although Yi Li had been ruthless, he had never lost his reason. If they cultivated the same martial art, why had Yi Mu become like that? Yi Mu replied firmly. If Yi Li had continued cultivating it, he would eventually have become a great demon too. I merely accelerated the process. Hearing this, Mo Linyuan was consumed by guilt. If he had protected Yi Mu properly, she would not have suffered so much. Yi Mu quickly smiled to comfort him. Other than being unable to use my inner force, I am perfectly fine now. But what about you? You are already the emperor, so why are so many people still attacking you? Her question reminded Mo Linyuan that he had yet to settle accounts with that old witch. He carefully tucked Yi Mu beneath the blankets, patted her head, and coaxed her to rest. He then stormed outside. An intense, killing aura swept through the inner palace. Yi Mu watched him leave in confusion. With such a powerful killing aura, what was he planning to do? Elsewhere, the Empress Dowager lay in bed, groaning weakly. After suffering 2 heavy blows in succession, the imperial physician said her vitality had been severely depleted. Just then, Mo Linyuan kicked open the door and charged inside, blazing with fury. He dismissed everyone, saying that he wished to speak privately with his imperial grandmother. The Empress Dowager cried out in alarm. "How dare you? I'm gravely ill. What do you mean by barging in here?" Yet the cold sweat on her forehead had betrayed the fear in her heart. Montauk Linyuan suddenly chuckled. Naturally, I came to visit my imperial grandmother. With several hundred people dead, you must be heartbroken. His gaze fell upon the bowl of medicine beside her. He immediately picked it up and forced the Empress Dowager to drink every drop. As he did so, he said gently, "Imperial grandmother, be good and take your medicine. Nothing is more important than your health." The Empress Dowager choked and coughed violently, tears streaming down her face. Pointing at Mo Linyuan, she cursed, "You vile beast, you unfilial wretch." Montauk Linyuan sneered coldly. "I have suspended court for 2 days. Everyone knows that I was gravely wounded thanks to you. How could I possibly be unfilial toward you?" With that, he smashed the medicine bowl against the table. He picked up the sharpest fragment and pressed it against the Empress Dowager's throat. "If you do not want to die, tell me the truth. You imprisoned my imperial father under the pretense that he was gravely ill. Where is he now?" Although the Empress Dowager's face turned pale with fear, she gritted her teeth and refused to speak. Mo Linyuan's expression immediately darkened. "Imperial grandmother, are you forcing me to bathe the imperial palace in blood?" The Empress Dowager screamed in terror. "Your imperial father is still alive. He is imprisoned in the underground mausoleum. I did not kill him." Montauk Linyuan Flotsa. He had never expected his imperial father to be so close to him. He immediately released her, turned, and hurried away, eager to find his imperial father. When Mo Linyuan appeared again, it was time for him to dine with Yimu. However, he remained distracted, and Yimu was too worried to eat. Realizing he could no longer hide it from her, Mo Linyuan sighed and told her what had happened that day. For hours earlier, he had led his men to the underground mausoleum, where he found his imperial father and younger sister imprisoned in a secret chamber. Their hair was disheveled, and they looked like beggars. Mo Linyuan had been stunned and had nearly failed to recognize them. His imperial father and younger sister, however, were ecstatic. They rushed to the bars, wailing and begging to be rescued. Mo Linyuan ordered his men to release them and made proper arrangements for their care, but he did not know how to face them. Yimu was also astonished. In the original story, they were clearly supposed to die before Mo Linyuan's rise to power. Now, 2 people who had never appeared in the original story had suddenly emerged, and she did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse. But seeing Mo Linyuan so dejected and troubled, Yimu smiled, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. "This is a good thing. You now have 2 more family members in this world. You should be happy." But in Mo Linyuan's heart, Yimu was the only person he needed in this world, the only one he wished to remain inseparable from. No matter who they were, no one was as important as Yimu. His most urgent concern was helping her recover as soon as possible. Yimu smiled back at him. "You are also the one person who matters most to me in this world." She then began filling his bowl with food, telling him to eat more so he could recover quickly. Mo Linyuan was both touched and ashamed. It seemed he had to work even harder and stop making her comfort him all the time. More than anything, he wanted to protect Yimu's happiness. After the meal, Yimu accompanied Mo Linyuan to meet his recently freed imperial father and younger sister. But as soon as they reached the door, they heard the pair complaining that he was useless and had even allowed that old witch, the Empress Dowager, to escape. Heart aching for him, Yimu squeezed his hand. "Do not worry. I will always remain by your side." The 2 people inside, who had been endlessly speaking ill of him, noticed Mo Linyuan's arrival and immediately rushed over to criticize him. "You are already the emperor. Why have you not killed that old witch and avenged us? She imprisoned us for 5 years, beating and humiliating us every day. How can you allow her to live in peace?" Mo Linyuan patiently advised them, "Imperial father, little sister, do not be impatient. The Empress Dowager has ruled for many years and commands considerable influence. She cannot be overthrown easily." But neither of them listened. "You are already the emperor, yet you cannot even dispose of one old woman." Montauk Linyuan laughed in anger. "Was imperial father not also an emperor? Yet were you not imprisoned by a woman for 5 years?" The former emperor was rendered speechless. Looking embarrassed, he could no longer press the matter, so he pretended to be magnanimous. "Although you are too incompetent to avenge your imperial father, I will not blame you, considering your young age. However, now that I have been released, should you not return the imperial throne to me?" Mo Linyuan froze, wondering if he had misheard. The young emperor had narrowly escaped death to rescue his imperial father and younger sister. Yet they criticized him for being useless and pressured him to return the throne. The former emperor even said hypocritically, "You need only remain under my protection, just like your younger sister. Montak Linyuan Laukit. I do not need the protection of a useless man who allowed someone else to seize power while he was emperor. If I ever hear such words again, I will cut out your tongue." Mo Sherwin trembled in fear, but continued accusing him of treasonous disrespect, asking whether dogs had devoured his filial piety. Yet when Mo Linyuan had fled the imperial palace years ago, he had not even learned all his letters. How could he know anything about filial piety? All he had learned over the years was that those who obeyed him lived, while those who opposed him died. He warned them with overwhelming authority, "Those who disobey me will be dragged away and fed to the dogs." Mo Sherwin and his daughter were so terrified that they did not dare utter another word. Mo Linyuan took Yimu's hand and quickly left. Yimu could sense the killing aura radiating from him. In the original story, he had been portrayed as righteous, decisive, courageous, and wise. At that moment, however, he seemed somewhat different from that image. Noticing her gaze, Mo Linyuan came back to his senses and assumed he had frightened her. Yimu shook her head and explained what she was thinking. Mo Linyuan froze, then immediately leaned close and pressed her. "Then what kind of man would you like me to be?" With his handsome face so close to hers, Yimu blushed and hurriedly replied, "You are wonderful as you are now. Seeing how formidable you have become makes me feel very reassured." Only then did Mo Linyuan smile and firmly pinch her cheek. He instructed her, "Do not pay any attention to those two. If they dare cause trouble for you, fight back directly." Unexpectedly, the very next day, while Mo Linyuan and Yimu were sitting in the imperial study, Mo Dai came to cause trouble. She barged straight inside, carrying something in her hands. Mo Linyuan flew into a rage. "Who gave you permission to barge in here? This is where state affairs are handled. I am extremely busy, so do not disturb me unless you have something important to report." Mo Dai snapped, "I am your own sister. Why am I not allowed to come here? A lowly woman like her can sit beside you, yet I am not even allowed to visit you?" Mo Linyuan angrily retorted that he had no sister who would betray her own brother. Only then did Yimu suddenly understand why he had never mentioned this younger sister. There was a reason after all. Mo Dai cried aggrievedly, "Why do you still hold a grudge against me? I was young and ignorant then. I betrayed you only to curry favor with the Empress Dowager. Now, only the two of us remain to depend on each other. Can you not forget the past and begin anew?" Mo Linyuan could not be bothered to argue with her. He supported Mo Dai only because they were related by blood. As for depending on each other, she could forget about it. He took Yimu's hand and said affectionately, "I have already found someone worthy. I can live perfectly well without you. I do not care what you think, but within the imperial palace of the kingdom of Mo, I expect you to keep your distance whenever you see Yimu. Otherwise, anything I have granted you can be taken back at any time." Enraged, Mo Dai threw the container of hot soup onto the floor. She was clearly a princess, so why should she be beneath that wretched woman? Mo Dai ran away, weeping with fury. It seemed appealing to Mo Linyuan's familial affection would not work. The only person she could rely on now was her imperial father. Mo Dai secretly prayed that Mo Linyuan and that old witch, the Empress Dowager, would fight until both sides were ruined, allowing her and her imperial father to reap the benefits. And Yimu, that bastard of unknown origin, dared steal her place. Why did she have? Meanwhile, in the imperial study, Mo Linyuan stared at the mess on the floor and felt even more disgusted with his malicious younger sister. He hurriedly warned Yimu, "Mo Dai has a terrible temperament. You should stay away from her in the future." Only after Yimu nodded solemnly and committed his warning to memory did he return to reviewing memorials. But the more he read, the worse his headache became. The Shu region was currently being ravaged by a locust plague. Unfortunately, Mo Linyuan knew little about disaster relief and had no effective solution. He could only take the matter to the 6 ministries for discussion. Yimu asked curiously, "Then what are you good at?" At the question, Mo Linyuan could not help looking a little proud. "I seem to have been born with a talent for competing over interests and balancing power." Amused by his adorable expression, Yimu could not resist reaching out to pinch his cheek. "You're usually so mature that you do not resemble a child at all. I never expected you to have such a proud side." Mo Linyuan hurriedly dodged, his cheeks flushed as he complained, "Yimu, how can you pinch my face? I am clearly much older than you." Yimu believed he was highly intelligent and fully capable of continuing his education. But although the Empress Dowager had suffered a devastating blow, the three great clans still remain. The position of imperial preceptor was so important that Mo Linyuan did not dare entrust it to anyone lightly. Yimu immediately understood. You truly want to study. You simply cannot find anyone you genuinely trust. She immediately patted her chest and volunteered. A great teacher is standing right in front of you. Mo Linyuan stared at her for a moment, then deliberately looked around. Where is this renowned teacher? Yimu nearly died of anger. Me? Can't you see me? I know all sorts of things. I'm the legendary gifted one sent by heaven to help you. Mo Linyuan played along and teased her. Then tell me, do I eventually defeat the Empress Dowager? Yimu nodded without hesitation and said with a beaming smile, of course you do. Intrigued, Mo Linyuan continued teasing her. Then tell me how I eventually defeat her. Unexpectedly, Yimu seriously thought about it. In the end, the Empress Dowager has an affair with someone and is caught by you. To protect that person, she relinquishes her power as regent. But the original novel never says who that person is. The moment Yimu mentioned the original novel, she realized her mistake and hurriedly covered her mouth. Faced with Mo Linyuan's probing gaze, she quickly changed her story. Scholars often say that heaven's secrets must not be revealed. After all, being the star of literary brilliance descended to the mortal world was still easier to accept than transmigration. Mo Linyuan had already heard her mention the original novel. When Yimu tried to flee after finishing her act, he immediately pulled her into his arms, held her tightly, and tickled her waist. Are you going to tell me or not? Yimu laughed until tears streamed from her eyes and threatened to strike back if he kept going. Mo Linyuan rolled over and pinned her beneath him, then asked expectantly, were you really sent by heaven to help me? Seeing that he finally believed her, Yimu sighed in relief. How could that be false? I really did come to help you. Mo Linyuan finally let her go and told her to begin teaching him the next day. Yimu was delighted. She had not expected to have the chance to become an imperial tutor. Mo Linyuan helplessly tapped her on the head. No, you are only my study companion. The next day, while the two were discussing state affairs in the study, a guard rushed in and reported an alarm. The retired emperor has escaped. Yimu decided to turn the situation to their advantage and teach the troublemaking retired emperor a lesson. After hearing her plan, Mo Linyuan immediately ordered his men to carry it out. At Mo Linyuan's arrangement, Yimu went to the temple to seek treatment from Master Wuxing for the murderous aura that erupted during the full moon. Unexpectedly, they encountered a pregnant pilgrim who had fainted in the prayer hall. Yimu and Master Wuxing hurried over. The expectant mother was covered in blood below the waist and was clearly about to give birth. Yet all the monks stood frozen. Yimu shouted angrily, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry and take her to the rear courtyard so she can deliver the child." The monks looked troubled. This is the sacred and tranquil domain of the Buddha. How can we allow a woman to give birth here? Yimu frowned and turned to Master Wuxing. Surely you do not think the same way. Unexpectedly, Master Wuxing said without hesitation, "Take her to the rear courtyard. I will personally deliver the child." Just then, Madame Zhong barged in with her people and declared arrogantly, "This is a concubine from our household who ran away after having an affair and becoming pregnant. That child cannot be allowed to live. I will take her back before she defiles this sacred Buddhist sanctuary." Enraged, Master Wuxing was about to argue with her, but Yimu stepped forward and told him to hurry and save the woman, leaving everything here to her. She then retorted, "Just because you say she ran away does not make it true. She's clearly unable to defend herself right now. Stop bullying her." Madame Zhong sneered contemptuously. "Who are you to interfere in the affairs of the three great clans? She is a concubine of the Zhong family. How we deal with her is our business." Yimu laughed. "What is so impressive about the three great clans? I am His Majesty's study companion." Madame Zhong did not take her seriously. "You are merely a lowly study companion. Do not presume upon your status and behave recklessly. You have no right to speak in the kingdom of Mo." Seeing how overbearing she was, Yimu said, "You dare bring people here to cause trouble at a temple. Does the kingdom of Mo belong to the Zhong family now?" Madame Zhong had never suffered such humiliation before. Gritting her teeth in fury, she tried to shove Yi Mu aside. Yi Mu immediately put on an act and used the momentum to fall backward. She landed heavily on the ground and burst into tears. Madame Zhong's face turned deathly pale. "I barely pushed you. Stop pretending to be injured." Yi Mu wailed even louder and cried indignantly. "You pushed me. I tried to reason with you, but you hit me. I'm going to tell His Majesty." Secretly, she thought, "You dare throw your weight around in front of me? Just watch how I deal with you." Sure enough, a squad of Imperial Guards soon rushed in and anxiously surrounded Yi Mu, asking what injustice she had suffered. Yi Mu sobbed, "She hit me." Everyone saw it. In an instant, the Imperial Guards all glared murderously at Madame Zhong. Terrified, Madame Zhong fled, intending to return home for reinforcements before settling the score with Yi Mu. Yi Mu stuck out her tongue and made a face. "You are still an amateur when it comes to faking an injury." After finally driving away that shrew, Yi Mu hurried to the rear courtyard. By then, the woman had finished giving birth. Fortunately, both mother and child were safe. Yi Mu was actually very surprised. She had assumed Master Wuxing would not allow the woman to give birth inside the temple. Judging by everyone else's reaction, it was as though he had offended the entire Buddhist order. Yet Master Wuxing believed that all living beings were equal in the Buddha's eyes. If the prayer hall was defiled in the course of saving a life, the Buddha would not blame them. Yi Mu finally understood why the common people called him a living bodhisattva. She suddenly grew curious. "Have you truly never done anything bad in your entire life?" Master Wuxing was startled by her question. In truth, he had once committed a wrongful act. A year earlier, in order to make Yi Mu kill Mo Linyuan, he had deliberately agitated the chaotic inner energy within her body, causing her to awaken earlier than planned. But he had not expected Yi Mu to possess enough willpower to control herself. To avoid hurting Mo Linyuan, she had even ruptured some of her own meridians. Master Wuxing turned away, not daring to look at Yi Mu, and said guiltily, "I once did something wrong and harmed someone." Yi Mu comforted him. "No one is perfect. You have only made one mistake, so you are already doing very well." Master Wuxing wanted to say more, but he was suddenly interrupted. A young monk rushed over and reported an alarm. "Madame Zhong has returned with many more people to cause trouble." The two immediately frowned. It seemed that the Zhong family would not give up today unless they captured the woman. Yi Mu asked the new mother, "The Zhong family says you are a runaway concubine. Is that true?" The woman shook her head frantically, but she could only make incoherent sounds and could not speak. Yi Mu hurriedly found a brush and ink and asked her to write down what had happened. It turned out that this woman had once been a government courtesan. A year earlier, when the emperor ascended the throne and granted a general amnesty, she had finally been able to buy her freedom. She later met the Zhong family's youngest young master. Because of her disreputable background, she could only become his concubine. But when the Zhong family discovered her pregnancy, they forced her to abort the child. She refused and fled. She had intended to pray at the temple for her child's safety, but the Zhong family found her there. The more Yi Mu heard, the angrier she became. The Zhong family was truly vicious. They would even discard their own flesh and blood. The woman tearfully pleaded, "As long as my child is safe, I am willing to devote myself to Buddhism and spend the rest of my life praying for my child." Yi Mu was curious. Does this temple accept nuns? Master Wuxing grimaced. Amongst temple naturally did not accept nuns. Yi Mu srach head, heat helplessly. It seemed she would have to confront the people outside. At that moment, Madame Zhong was loudly making a scene inside the temple. "Everyone, come and see. This monk Wuxing has openly detained a concubine from her household. Who knows what he is plotting?" Master Wuxing immediately shouted, "Outrageous! This is a sacred Buddhist sanctuary. How dare you speak such filth here?" Madame Zhong laughed shrilly. "Am I the filthy one, or are you the one harboring improper intentions? Having one young girl in your temple was not enough. So now you're also keeping a woman who has just given birth. Who knows what sort of cultivation you practice?" Master Wuxing was rendered speechless by fury. Yi Mu reacted quickly and shot forward like lightning. Delivering two thunderous slaps, to Madame Zhong's face. Madame Zhong screamed miserably and shouted in fury, "Who hit me?" The next instant, Yimu appeared before her like a ghost and raised her hand. "You just said there was a young girl in the temple. What? Does my presence here offend you?" Madame Zhong cursed angrily. "You wretch! How dare you hit me? Do not think you can act recklessly just because you serve His Majesty. I came to retrieve my family's immoral concubine. Even if this matter is brought before the Council of State, I am still in the right. I will definitely repay that slap." Her shrill and vicious voice aggravated Yimu. The murderous aura already surging within her could no longer be restrained. Just as she was about to strike, a familiar voice rang out. "What is all this commotion?" It was Mo Linyuan. He had come to pick Yimu up. Yimu's eyes instantly lit up, and the murderous aura within her dissipated. She happily ran over to him like a little bird. Madame Zhong's expression changed drastically. Trembling with fear, she suppressed her unease, knelt to pay her respects, and hurriedly changed her tone to lodge a complaint. "Your Majesty, you must uphold justice for our Zhong family. We came to retrieve a concubine who had an affair with another man, but the monks in this temple, for reasons unknown, dared to detain her and refused to release her." Yimu immediately retorted, "That child clearly belongs to young Master Zhong." Madame Zhong hurriedly said, "Do not speak nonsense. My son is about to marry the one family's young lady. How could he possibly have an illegitimate child?" Yimu finally understood. No wonder the Zhong family was so eager to kill the child. They feared the child would ruin the marriage alliance. An idea suddenly came to her. She suggested bringing young Master Zhong over for a blood kinship test. If the child truly resulted from an affair, the Zhong family could handle the matter as they wished. Otherwise, they would have to grant the child a legitimate status before His Majesty. Furious, Madame Zhong refused without hesitation. But Mo Linyuan did not care about her objections and directly ordered his men to bring young Master Zhong over. Madame Zhong glared resentfully at Yimu and silently cursed her for meddling. In the end, she had no choice but to admit the child belongs to the Zhong family. There is no need for a blood kinship test. Can I take him away now? Mo Linyuan was about to agree when Yimu hurriedly stopped him. The Zhong family feared the child would ruin the marriage, so they had already tried to kill it. If the mother and child returned with them, they would certainly die. It would be better to let the woman raise the child herself and sever all ties between the child and the Zhong family. Madame Zhong looked at her as though she had seen a ghost. How can a woman raise a child by herself? That is utterly absurd. Yimu puffed out her cheeks in anger. What is wrong with being a woman? Can a woman not be independent and self-reliant? Returning to the Zhong family would mean certain death for her. If she can live, why must she be forced to die? Mo Linyuan narrowed his eyes at Yimu. Give me a convincing reason. The moment Yimu heard that, she knew he was taking her side. Finding such a reason was easy. She immediately said, "If everyone follows the Zhong family's example, how many innocent children will die? These children may one day become pillars of the kingdom of Mo. Therefore, such wicked conduct cannot be tolerated." Amuset mo linyuan poket yem musforehat. Offending the Zhong family over a single child was not a wise decision, but this was what Yimu wanted. He immediately expressed his agreement. Every child in the kingdom of Mo represents the nation's hope. If the Zhong family does not want this child, the child will take the surname Li and be raised by the state to serve the kingdom upon reaching adulthood. Yimu deliberate le provoquet Madame Zhong. His Majesty has spoken. Do you have any further objections? Madame Zhong said unwillingly, "The child may stay, but that woman is a concubine of the Zhong family. We must take her back." Yimu pretended to be surprised. If she is only a concubine, we can simply buy her freedom. Why separate mother and child? As she spoke, she tossed a gold ingot onto the ground as though feeding a dog. Madame Zhong trembled with rage. This young emperor was clearly protecting that wretched woman. Though furious, she did not dare escalate the matter. She stormed away with her people. Only then did Yimu sigh in relief. Fortunately, Mo Linyuan had appeared today. In fact, he had come to take Yimu back because the Grand Empress Dowager had suddenly returned to the palace. Yimu froze upon hearing this. That old witch is still alive. The two hurried to the Grand Empress Dowager's chambers, where guards filled the area outside. Yimu was stunned by the sight. What an intimidating display. Mo Linyuan comforted her. Do not be afraid. With me here, she will not dare make things difficult for you. As soon as he pushed open the chamber door, the Grand Empress Dowager's smug voice rang out. I was gravely ill and had no choice but to leave the palace to recuperate. Now that I have recovered, surely no one will resent my return. Mo Linyuan smiled sincerely and welcomed the Grand Empress Dowager, but she refused to let the matter rest and deliberately provoked him. Your Majesty neglects your own younger sister while doting on an illegitimate girl from outside the palace. Your mother would be heartbroken if she knew. Mo Linyuan's eyes turned cold. There is no need for Imperial Grandmother to concern herself. No one has the right to interfere with whomever I choose to favor. The Grand Empress Dowager's face instantly turned pale with fear, and she did not dare mention the subject again. She changed the topic to selecting imperial consorts. You are now old enough to marry. I have already ordered portraits of noble young ladies to be collected and delivered to your chambers. Mo Linyuan glared at her, his fury threatening to erupt. The Grand Empress Dowager hurriedly claimed she was tired and told them to leave at once. On the way back, Yimu could not help laughing to herself. Mo Linyuan was still so young, yet people were already urging him to marry and take concubines. It seemed even an emperor could not escape being pressured into marriage. Mo Linyuan protested. They only want to plant their people by my side. Yimu recalled the imperial consort selection she had seen in films and television dramas and became curious. She urged him to hold the selection soon. You will have to do it sooner or later anyway. Mo Linyuan's heart ached, and he said through gritted teeth, I do not want to hold a selection. Yimu did not understand why. He was at the age when boys first began developing feelings for girls. Mo Linyuan looked somewhat dejected. The people they want me to choose are not the person I like. Yimu grew even more curious. Who do you like? Mo Linyuan nearly coughed up blood from suppressing the words. I like you. Yimu was completely unaware of his feelings. It was far too early to tell her now. Thus, he could only brush the matter aside. When the time is right, I will tell you. Yimu felt that he was acting a little strangely, but they had more important matters to handle, so she did not dwell on it. As soon as they returned, they saw Mo Dai waiting outside the palace gates again. Mo Linyuan was not surprised, because today was his mother's birthday. Sure enough, Mo Dai said that their father had ordered dinner to be prepared and invited her imperial brother to dine with them in remembrance of their mother. Mo Linyuan could not politely refuse, so he followed her to the lakeside pavilion. Besides Mo Sherwin, Chancellor Wenze was also waiting inside. Chancellor Wenze rose and paid his respects to Mo Linyuan. Mo Linyuan asked why the Chancellor was there. Mo Sherwin hurriedly explained that Chancellor Wen had been a friend of the late Empress, so he had come on the anniversary of her death. Chancellor Wen raised his wine cup, looking sorrowful. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Mo Sherwin then began to sob. When you were stranded outside the kingdom, Chancellor Wen repeatedly protected you. When he went to the kingdom of Yu to find you, he was also acting for your sake. He then signaled to Mo Dai, who stood behind him. More importantly, there's a joyous matter that must be settled today. Mo Dai suddenly stepped forward and said, Third young Master One and I are in love. Imperial brother, for mother's sake, please restore my status as a princess so that I may marry him honorably. Yimu was dumbfounded. Mo Dai was so young, yet she already wanted to marry. Mo Linyuan's expression darkened. Of all the families his younger sister could marry into, she had chosen the highly ambitious Wen family. Seeing his reaction, Mo Dai took out half of a jade pendant. This was the jade pendant her mother had personally placed on her years ago. Wenze also produced the other half and said that the Empress had entrusted it to him back then. In truth, the Empress had arranged a marriage with the Wen family long ago. These two jade pendants are the proof. His Majesty is surely filial enough to fulfill the late Empress's dying wish. Mo Linyuan joined the two pendants together and discovered that they were indeed identical. Montauk Linyuan suddenly wavered. Could his mother truly have arranged a marriage with the Wen family? Seeing this, Mo Dai threw herself forward and pleaded tearfully, Since today is mother's death anniversary, please restore my status as a princess. I believe Mother, watching from heaven, would also wish to see us live in harmony as brother and sister. Unable to withstand this relentless emotional appeal, Mo Linyuan was about to relent and agree. Yimu hurriedly pulled him back, snapping him to his senses. He merely said that the matter was of great importance and required further consideration, then took Yimu and left. On the way back, Yimu remained deep in thought. She had the distinct feeling that Mo Sherwon and Mo Dai were being manipulated by someone. Montauk Linyuan was equally puzzled. It was merely the status of a princess. Even if he agreed, what would they gain? Yimu could not make sense of it either, but she felt certain that the Empress Dowager knew something. The Empress Dowager had always been close to the great aristocratic families, so she had to know at least a little. Yimu immediately volunteered to sound her out herself. Mo Linyuan immediately pulled her back, adamantly refusing to let her risk herself for him. Yimu, however, was completely unconcerned. She would visit the Empress Dowager in the Emperor's name as his representative. What danger could there possibly be? Seizing the opportunity, Mo Linyuan hinted, only the Empress may represent the Emperor. After saying this, he stared intently at Yimu, waiting for her response. Unexpectedly, Yimu paid no attention to his hint and said earnestly, "Rules are made to be broken. Besides, who else could you send besides someone as clever as me? Rest assured, Your Majesty, I promise to return as quickly as I leave." With that, she vanished like a gust of wind. Mo Linyuan had no chance to speak, nearly choking on all the affection he had been unable to express. It seemed she was still too young to understand love. In any case, he had plenty of time and did not need to rush. Early the next morning, Yimu went to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager and offered her congratulations. "Your granddaughter has fallen in love with the young master of the Wen family. His Majesty is preparing to restore her status as a princess, so she may marry with honor." The Empress Dowager had no idea what she was talking about. She merely said it was good news, then impatiently tried to dismiss her. Unexpectedly, Yimu said meaningfully, "I wonder whether Your Highness has ever heard the saying, 'The mantis stalks the cicada,' unaware of the oriole behind it." The Empress Dowager froze. "What do you mean?" Yimu began leading her along. "Think about it. Why is the Wen family so determined to marry a princess? Perhaps they intend to use her to replace you. Do not forget that Mo Dai was imprisoned in a dungeon by a certain person for 5 whole years. Just how deeply must she hate you? Are you certain you want His Majesty to restore her status as a princess and then let her help the aristocratic families carry out their plans?" The Empress Dowager was startled, and her expression darkened. The Wen family had indeed approached her earlier to discuss this matter. They said that Mo Linyuan and his sister were the only members of the imperial family left. As long as Mo Dai's status as a princess was restored and the emperor was then killed, they could support the princess's ascension together. The Empress Dowager could continue ruling as regent, while the aristocratic families could eliminate the new emperor and continue expanding their power. But the Empress Dowager suddenly realized that if Mo Dai married into the Wen family and became a puppet empress, the aristocratic families could simply kill her and take over the regency themselves. Panic immediately seized her, and she hurriedly said, "Mo Dai has been presumed dead for so many years. Suddenly restoring her status may be inappropriate." Yimu pretended not to understand and asked for a reason to reject the proposal, saying that otherwise she would have difficulty reporting back to His Majesty. Unable to think of an excuse, the Empress Dowager became furious. Yimu seized the opportunity to press her, asking whether the late Empress's death had anything to do with the Wen family. If the matter was not explained clearly, the Wen family would soon gain an imperial son-in-law. Left with no other choice, the Empress Dowager finally said all 3 great aristocratic families were involved in what happened that year. Having finally obtained her answer, Yimu happily ran back to report her success to Mo Linyuan. Mo Linyuan gently pinched her nose. "Well, you clever little imp, did you manage to frighten the Empress Dowager?" Yimu said seriously, "I cannot be certain about anything else, but it is true that Mo Dai, the Empress Dowager, and the aristocratic families have made a deal." Mo Linyuan still could not understand what a mere princess could accomplish. A thought suddenly flashed through Yimu's mind. Could what they want to be Mo Dai's imperial bloodline? Then they would kill Mo Linyuan and support Mo Dai as empress. Mo Linyuan was also somewhat alarmed. The one family's marriage proposal was merely a pretext. If Yimu had not stopped him, he truly would have restored Mo Dai's status. Later, Mo Dai would inevitably have turned on him and dealt him a fatal blow. Yimu felt sorry for him as well. One was his father, and the other his sister, both his own flesh and blood, yet they were plotting to harm him. It was truly heartbreaking. Mo Linyuan, the person directly involved, was even more enraged and sprang to his feet. He wanted to confront the two of them and demand an explanation. He had never treated them badly, so why could they be so heartless? Yimu was startled, afraid that he would lose his temper and rush off to kill them. She hurriedly pulled him back. If he confronted them like this, they would never admit anything. Yimu volunteered to go in his place, saying that she had a way to resolve the matter. That very night, Yimu barged into Mo Sherwin's residence, but the guard at the entrance stopped her from entering. Just then, Mo Sherwin and Mo Dai appeared and allowed her inside. After entering, she was surprised to find that everyone else had withdrawn. Only one person remained standing guard at the door, and he appeared to be a formidable expert. Mo Sherwin asked why she had come. Yimu told him what she had heard from the Empress Dowager, then demanded to know why he had colluded with the three great aristocratic families to kill the late Empress. As though someone had stepped on his tail, Mo Sherwin jumped to his feet. His face was filled with shock and fear, and he stammered speechlessly. Mo Dai said coldly, "Mother died many years ago. The Empress Dowager drove her to her death." Yimu laughed. "What you say is completely different from what the Empress Dowager told me. Besides, if the one family did not have something incriminating against you, why would you obey them so readily? Never mind. His Majesty has already gone to bring someone close to the Empress Dowager here. You can confront each other when they arrive." Hearing this, Mo Sherwin turned deathly pale, and his psychological defenses nearly collapsed. His face twisted viciously. That old witch actually dared to betray us. Yimu seized the opportunity to offer him bait. His Majesty said that if you reveal what happened back then, you may still be allowed to live. Mo Sherwin and Mo Dai exchanged glances and decided to place all the blame on the Empress Dowager. Back then, the Empress Dowager colluded with the aristocratic families and stripped me of my authority. Afterward, she forced me to hand the Empress over to a man who was obsessed with her. He helped the Empress Dowager rebel, and he had only one demand, that the Empress be forced to accept him. Yimu felt a chill on behalf of the late Empress and hurriedly asked what happened afterward. Montag Sherwin snorted contemptuously. What else could have happened? After being violated, how could the Empress continue living with the humiliation? So she killed herself. Yimu was horrified and failed to notice someone silently approaching her from behind. A powerful blow struck the back of her neck. Before Yimu could make a sound, her eyes closed and she collapsed to the floor. The man laughed smugly. "She is the perfect bargaining chip to use against the emperor." He immediately ordered that Yimu be carefully guarded, then left to report to Chancellor Wen. Mo Sherwin respectfully saw the black-clad man off, then cast a lecherous gaze at Yimu. "That wretched brat treats me like a prisoner. Other than food and drink, he allows nothing to be brought here. He has not even allowed me a single woman in all these years. Since he showed me no mercy, do not blame me for doing the same." Mo Sherwin immediately picked Yimu up and carried her toward the bedchamber. The old man intended to imprison Yimu in a secret room and slowly have his way with her. Once she became pregnant, she would naturally become obedient. With his mind filled with vile thoughts, he failed to notice Yimu secretly opening her eyes and stuffing a piece of cloth into the crack of the secret room's door. The cloth was bright and easily noticeable. After entering the secret room, Mo Sherwin placed Yimu on the bed. Under the candlelight, Yimu looked even more breathtakingly beautiful. Mo Sherwin immediately reached out to tear off her clothes. Just as his filthy hand was about to touch her, Yimu suddenly opened her eyes, seized his wrist, and demanded loudly, "What do you think you are doing?" Mo Sherwin's smile became even more obscene. "Anyone can see that you are a virgin. I never expected Mo Linyuan to restrain himself and leave you untouched. Now I get to enjoy you instead." Yimu tried to explain that she and Mo Linyuan did not share the kind of relationship, but Mo Sherwin did not believe her at all. "Now that you have entered this place, you will never leave. By the time Mo Linyuan realizes you are missing, I will already have grown tired of playing with you. Yimu deliberately provocated him. To preserve your own life, you even betrayed your empress. Can you still call yourself a man? As expected, Emo Sherwin flew into a rage. That harlot had already been carrying on with that old beast Wenze. I trusted him so much back then, yet he ultimately helped the Empress Dowager betray me. Yimu did not understand. If that were true, why was he still helping Wenze plot against Emo Linyuan? Should Emo Linyuan not be the person he relied upon most now? Emo Sherwin became even angrier. That beast, Emo Linyuan, would kill his own father if he learned that I personally drugged that harlot and delivered her to Wenze's bed. As he spoke, he lunged roughly at Yimu. Yimu Nimbi Dodgit, causing Emo Sherwin to fall flat on the floor. Yimu had nothing more to say to Emo Sherwin. She turned to Emo Dai. The late Empress was your birth mother. You knew everything, so why did you not tell Emo Linyuan? But Emo Dai had been blinded by ambition. All she wanted was to regain her status as a princess, so that she could eventually replace Emo Linyuan and become Empress. Just then, Emo Linyuan led his men inside after kicking down the door. He had clearly heard everything. Emo Sherwin and Emo Dai were terrified out of their wits. How had he found this place? Emo Dai panicked and dropped to her knees before Emo Linyuan, sobbing as she tried to explain. It is not like that, Imperial brother. Please listen to my explanation. Before she could finish, Emo Linyuan viciously kicked her aside. Emo Linyuan anxiously rushed to Yimu's side and repeatedly asked whether she had been hurt. But Yimu felt that Emo Linyuan was the one in distress and urged him to calm down. Emo Linyuan, however, would not listen. Anyone who dared harm someone precious to him would pay dearly. He drew his sword and fiercely drove it into the wall. The blade stopped only a short distance from Emo Sherwin's face. Emo Linyuan bent down and interrogated him with murderous fury. You abandoned your conscience. What gave you the right to treat my mother that way? Emo Sherwin screamed desperately. That harlot was always seducing Wenze. During the hunt, Wenze was the one who saved her. When she returned, her clothes were in disarray, and not long afterward, she became pregnant with you. Who knows whose son you really are? But the Wen family was powerful, and I still needed the aristocratic family support to remain firmly seated on the throne. Otherwise, I would have strangled you, Yuval bastard, long ago. Enraged, Emo Linyuan slapped Emo Sherwin so hard that he was sent flying. You never dared verify the truth. You only harbored your suspicions in secret, and you even neglected me. You truly are a coward. Since you claim you are not my imperial father, then killing you cannot be considered unfilial. As he spoke, Emo Linyuan pointed his sword at Emo Sherwin's head. Trembling in terror, Emo Sherwin cried, I am your imperial father. Montak Linyuan sniat. What kind of father would lust after his own son's woman? Emo Sherwin clung to his leg and pleaded, You cannot kill me. Your mother loved me very much back then. Emo Linyuan wanted to know even more and asked whether Emo Sherwin had loved his mother. Terrified out of his wits, Emo Sherwin could only answer, yes, I loved her. Emo Linyuan immediately raised his sword. Then go down there and keep her company. With that, he drove the sword through Emo Sherwin's throat. Blood sprayed everywhere as Emo Sherwin fell to the floor and died. Emo Dai let out a piercing scream, his face covered in blood. Emo Linyuan turned coldly toward her and advanced step by step, his blood-stained sword still dripping. I hear you're eager to replace me. Tears streamed down Emo Dai's face in terror. I will never dare do it again. Imperial brother, are you really going to kill your last remaining relative? Emo Dai truly no longer posed any threat. But when Emo Linyuan thought of how she had known the truth, yet shamelessly helped his enemies plot against him, even betraying her own brother for personal gain, he found the mere thought of letting her live intolerable. With that, he raised his sword again. Seeing that pleading was useless, Emo Dai cursed him furiously. You killed your father and murdered your sister. Heaven will never forgive you. Are you not afraid of retribution? Montak Linyuan Laukit. With such beastly relatives, I have already suffered my retribution. With that, he swung his sword down, severing Emo Dai's head. Blood sprayed everywhere. Surrounded by the stench of blood, Emo Linyuan radiated murderous fury like a demon that made everyone tremble. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at him, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Mo Linyuan's gaze finally settled on Yimu. His expression was cold and gloomy. After a moment, he threw his sword to the floor, held out both hands to Yimu, and said expressionlessly, "Come here." His entire body was covered in blood, making him a terrifying sight, but Yimu walked toward him without hesitation. Just as she was about to touch his hand, she suddenly drew hers back. Mo Linyuan felt a sharp pain in his heart, thinking that she despised him. But the next moment, Yimu took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the blood from his face. She then praised him softly. "You did very well." Mo Linyuan thought he had misheard her. He had slaughtered his closest relatives, yet she said he had done well. The retired emperor passed away unexpectedly today. It was a tragic accident, so do not grieve too deeply. As for Mo Dai, she was merely a palace maid who closely resembled the princess who died years ago. In consideration of your sibling bond, arrange a proper burial for her. But Mo Linyuan seemed unconcerned with those words. He tightly clasped Yimu's hand and asked tentatively, "Are you afraid of me?" Yimu squeezed his hand, proving through her actions that she was not afraid at all. "You did nothing wrong, so why should I fear you? The Mo Linyuan I know is a diligent emperor who studies hard and devotes himself to rebuilding his realm." Deeply moved, Mo Linyuan pulled her into his arms. Yimu was the only person he had left in this world. He could not allow her to leave him. He wished he could merge her into his very flesh and blood. She was his only reason to continue living. Yimu embraced him and comforted him gently. "I will remain by your side until we accomplish our great undertaking." Everyone nearby thought to themselves that it was no wonder His Majesty favored young Lady Yi so greatly. She truly deserved his favor. 3 days later, white mourning banners hung throughout the imperial palace. News of the old emperor's death spread far and wide. Molibdane Linian secretly summoned Chancellor Vensha. Mo Sherwin claimed that you're my true father. What do you have to say? Wenze angrily refuted him. That is an outrageous lie. The late empress was a faithful and virtuous woman. She should not be slandered after her death. But Mo Linyuan only wanted an honest answer. Had Wenze ever loved his mother? Back then, in the hunting forest, when he saved her. Had they crossed the line or not? Cold sweat broke out across Wenze's brow, and he remained speechless for a long time. Seeing his reaction, Mo Linyuan understood. Wenze truly had done something he should not have done. Wenze's heart tightened. He dropped to his knees and confessed everything. Back then, he truly loved the late empress. While she was still unmarried, he had asked for her hand, but was rejected. He remained unmarried all these years because he could never forget her. After she entered the palace, her virtue and kindness made her the emperor's favorite, which aroused the jealousy of others. During the hunting trip that year, someone plotted against her. When Wenze rescued her, he discovered that she had been poisoned with an aphrodisiac. With no other choice, the two of them became intimate. Mo Linyuan already knew what happened afterward. He immediately realized that. The person who had helped the Empress Dowager deal with Mo Sherwin back then, asking for nothing except his mother, had been Wenze. And it was also Wenze who had driven his mother to her death. Yet now, he still dared to speak as though he had done nothing wrong. Wenze hurriedly tried to defend himself. He said Mo Sherwin had been unable to protect her, and that she might have survived if she had gone with him. But Mo Linyuan refused to listen any longer. He turned and left in fury. Before he had gone far, Yimu suddenly leaped out and blocked his way, demanding angrily, "What were you trying to accomplish today? Are you planning to acknowledge an enemy as your father?" Montak Linyuan was startled. He had not expected her to overhear everything. Feeling guilty, he avoided her gaze. Yimu was equally shocked. Could her guess have been correct? Mo Linyuan took her hand and slowly explained, "The imperial bloodline has now died out, while the Sher family's power continues to grow. If the Sher family and the Empress Dowager continue working together, I will be in grave danger. I sought out Wenze and used what happened back then to pressure him because I intend to use him." He feared that Yimu would see him as utterly unscrupulous, willing to exploit even his late mother to protect himself. Yimu understood how perilous his situation was and quickly comforted him. "Do not dwell on it. If the late empress can see you from beyond, she must also wish to help her son. Mo Lin Yuan immediately regained his spirits. Now, as long as Wenze acknowledged him as his own flesh and blood, it would create a major breakthrough. Yimu suddenly asked in a low voice, "But in your heart, do you truly consider Wenze your father?" Mo Lin Yuan froze, his expression darkening. In truth, blood ties meant nothing to him. In my heart, I am simply myself. I belong to no one. Mo Lin Yuan suddenly tightened his grip on Yimu's hand and asked anxiously, his eyes full of confusion, "Do you really despise me that much?" That was the only thing he truly cared about. Yimu felt helpless. She had never known that Mo Lin Yuan was such an overthinker. Since words were useless, she stood on tiptoe and gently kissed his cheek. Mo Lin Yuan froze and blushed, too stunned to react. Yimu similet, is that enough? Now you know I do not despise you. Why do you think so much? I already said that I would remain by your side until you rule the realm. Mo Lin Yuan stood there in a daze, gently touching the place she had kissed, his heart as sweet as honey. The woman he loved truly was different. It was precisely that difference that captivated him. Several days later, Mo Lin Yuan suddenly fell gravely ill and coughed up blood. Seeing Mo Lin Yuan cough up blood left Yimu too furious for words. How could anyone poison himself? Did he think poison tasted delicious? The more Yimu thought about it, the angrier she became. As she wiped his face, she nearly scrubbed his skin off. Afraid of angering her, Mo Lin Yuan hurriedly explained that he had no other choice. But his agitation made him cough even more violently. Yimu panicked and quickly soothed him, telling him not to get worked up. She no longer dared to provoke him. She merely asked gently why he had done it. Was he trying to make Wenze and the Empress Dowager suspect each other? Mo Lin Yuan shook his head. That old fox Wenze is highly suspicious. Even if he believes Mo Sherwan said something before his death that made me question my identity, he will not come directly to me for confirmation. He will certainly find a way to obtain my blood, so I will give him that opportunity. Yimu immediately understood. Wenze wanted to verify their relationship through blood. Although Mo Lin Yuan kept telling her not to worry and that he knew his limits, Yimu was still furious. When she saw him coughing up blood earlier, she had nearly died of fright. She pinched him hard and berated him angrily. "Could you at least warn me beforehand?" Mo Lin Yuan nearly choked on his water and hurriedly explained that it had all been necessary for the plan. "They all know that I care about you and never hide anything from you. They would only believe I had truly been poisoned if they saw you panic like that." Yimu knew his reasoning was sound, but she was still furious. Remembering how flustered she had been when he coughed up blood, Yimu felt utterly humiliated and wished the ground would swallow her whole. It would have been better if he had never mentioned it. Right now, she only wanted to flee. How could Mo Lin Yuan let such a perfect opportunity pass? He teased her with a smile. "Little Moo, are you embarrassed? I wonder who it was that held me earlier, kept begging me to wake up, and cried with red-rimmed eyes as she pleaded with me not to die." Yimu covered his mouth, refusing to let him recount her embarrassing behavior. Mo Lin Yuan obediently promised, "I will not tell anyone that little Moo cried for me." Yimu gurund her teeth in anger. He was clearly saying it that way on purpose to provoke her. Taking advantage of the moment, Mo Lin Yuan pulled her into his arms and held her tightly. Unable to suppress the intense emotions in his heart, he coaxed her gently. "Little Moo, have you not noticed? You truly care about me. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid I will die?" Yimu ground her teeth and struck his chest with her small fists. Did that even need to be said? Of course, she was afraid he would die. Mo Lin Yuan caught her hand. He pressed her for an answer. "Why were you so frightened and worried about me? Was it because of friendship, or was it something else?" Mo Lin Yuan swallowed and voiced the possibility he desired most. "Could it be because of romantic feelings? Were you so worried about me because you like me?" Yimu immediately froze, as though she could not understand what he was saying. She remained silent for a long time. Mo Lin Yuan felt helpless. She probably had not yet awakened to such feelings. There was no point in continuing to probe so cautiously. He might as well speak plainly. Mo Lin Yuan gently pinched her cheek, bent close to her ear, and confessed softly, "Little Moo, I like you." Those 4 words left Yimu completely stunned. Her small face turned scarlet with embarrassment, as though it might explode. She remained frozen, unable to react. Mo Lin Yuan called her several times, but she still did not recover. In the end, he steeled himself and flicked her hard on the forehead. The sharp pain brought Yimu back to her senses. She asked in disbelief, "Did you just say that you like me?" Montauk Linyuan nodded solemnly. "I like you. More than merely like you." Yimu clutched her head and screamed, feeling as though she were about to collapse. How could he possibly like her? This made no sense. According to the original story, he would later marry an empress and numerous consorts, then die in the prime of his life because of his lust. How could he like her? Yimu jumped up in shock. Had she completely derailed the plot? What was she supposed to do? Mo Linyuan was in an excellent mood as he watched her become flustered because of him. Was she embarrassed? Or was she frightened? Or did she not like him at all? Yimu's expression dimmed slightly, and she did not even dare to meet his eyes. Mo Linyuan was a good man, but she could not fall in love with him. She needed to obtain the city boundary map as soon as possible and return to the modern world. Her father was still waiting for her to save his life. Seeing the strange look on Yimu's face, Mo Linyuan's heart lurched. Could it be that she truly did not like him at all? After seeing how much she cared about him today, Mo Linyuan had thought she would understand her feelings with only a little prompting. To his surprise, she appeared so resistant and frightened. Yimu remained silent. Her thoughts in turmoil. Why did Mo Linyuan have to like her? She was merely a traveler passing through this world and could never marry. Thus, she could only reject him cruelly. I have never thought about liking anyone before. Besides, I do not wish to marry. Mo Linyuan immediately grew anxious. How could a woman not marry? Do you mean that you simply do not want to marry me? Seeing how hurt he was, Yimu's heart ached as well. She hurriedly said, "That is not what I mean. If I wanted to marry, you would certainly be the first person I considered. But the problem is that I have no intention of marrying at all." Only then did Mo Linyuan breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed he had been too impatient. Perhaps she still did not understand. You should wait a few more years. Unexpectedly, Yimu said gloomily, "Even if you wait several more years, my answer will remain the same. I have a reason why I cannot marry, and I will never change my mind." Mo Linyuan did not believe her at all. What reason could you possibly have? Can you not even tell me? Driven nearly to tears by his questioning, Yimu apologized and pulled her hand from his. She ran away in tears. Mo Linyuan trembled with rage and smashed everything in the room to pieces. With a dark expression, he summoned a secret guard and asked whether there was anything wrong with Yimu's health. The secret guard replied that she was perfectly healthy. Mo Linyuan then wondered whether Yimu had been seeing another man in the palace. The guard hurriedly assured him that she had not. Only then did Mo Linyuan relax. Perhaps she simply did not yet understand such matters. After all, Yimu had said that if she wished to marry, he would be her first choice. At worst, he merely had to wait a few more years. He lay dejectedly on the bed, comforting himself. Meanwhile, Yimu went to the temple. As soon as she peered through the temple gates, she discovered that the annual Buddhist assembly was being held there that day. Buddhist chants drifted through the air as the monks meditated and recited scripture. Suddenly, someone gently patted Yimu on the shoulder and asked, "Why are you here?" She turned around in surprise and discovered that it was Master Soundless. He was dressed in golden monastic robes, which further accentuated his handsome features. Yimu could not help staring and marveling at him. Fortunately, few young women had come to the temple today. Otherwise, the master's appearance would undoubtedly have set their hearts aflutter. Master Soundless frowned and said sternly, "Do not speak nonsense." He then turned to the matter at hand. The worshippers will be reciting scripture in the temple all day. The dining hall and guest quarters are already full. Yimu was not upset. This was a perfect opportunity to go outside and relax. So she dragged Master Soundless along with her. She even declared confidently, whether one cultivates within the mortal world or withdraws from it, one must experience worldly life. But Master Soundless was worried. What if one of my disciples needs me urgently? What if a worshipper encounters a problem? Yimu placed a hat directly on his head, cutting off his endless questions. Do not worry. You will only be gone for one day. The temple's 12 halls will not collapse simply because you are absent today. Yimu wanted to take him riding, but Master Soundless refused. Monastics were compassionate. How could they enslave an animal? Yimu was utterly speechless and simply dragged him onto the horse. She then urged it into a gallop. Terrified, Master Soundless hurriedly wrapped his arms around her. But the horse ran so quickly that even the hat on his head flew off. Master Soundless hurriedly asked her to retrieve it, but Yimu mischievously pretended not to hear. It would be a pity to conceal such a beautiful face anyway. Master Soundless, however, insisted on wearing a hat. What would happen if people saw a monk outside without a disguise? Seeing that he was about to jump off the horse, Yimu had no choice but to stop. She then sneaked into the courtyard of a nearby house, swiftly stole a piece of cloth, and ran back out. Once outside, she boasted proudly, "It seems my skills as an operative have not deteriorated at all." Yimu draped the cloth over Master Soundless' head, concealing his bald scalp. Master Soundless nearly jumped out of his skin and stammered, asking why she had stolen someone else's property. He tried to tear off the cloth and return it, even shouting that there was a thief. Yimu hurriedly covered his mouth, but his shout had already alerted the owner. The owner ran out, saw the thieves, and gave chase. Yimu quickly pulled Master Soundless onto the horse and galloped away. Master Soundless continued grumbling. Although it was only a small piece of cloth, it was still valuable property to an ordinary farming family. He refused to use something stolen and kept insisting that they return it. Yimu was equally annoyed. Master Soundless had refused to travel without a hat, but where could they find one in this wilderness? She had no choice but to borrow the cloth for now. They could return it later and leave some silver as compensation. Unable to change Yimu's mind, Master Soundless reluctantly agreed. Still, Yimu had to admit that beautiful people looked good no matter what they wore. The two soon reached the town. By then, they were hungry, so they entered a restaurant. Yimu ordered a table full of food. Master Soundless turned pale when he saw the golden roast chicken. Monastics did not eat meat. Yimu argued, experiencing the mortal world is also a form of cultivation. How can you attain enlightenment without experiencing it? At that moment, an arrogant young dandy strutted over. Without saying a word, he dropped into the seat beside them and gave Master Soundless a lecherous look. "I am Zhou Jun, the eldest son of a Zhou family. May I ask your name, little brother, and where you live?" Yimu thought to herself that this was just perfect. This man had clearly taken a fancy to Master Soundless. Master Soundless politely stood up, intending to tell the truth. Yimu hurriedly pulled him back. "We are merely commoners. Why do you ask?" Only then did Zhou Jun look at Yimu, and his eyes immediately lit up. Both of them were stunningly beautiful. He immediately ordered a servant to bring out silver so he could purchase them. "Your clothes are plain and your meal is meager, so your family cannot be wealthy. Why do you not sell yourselves to me? I guarantee you will enjoy fine food and clothing from now on." Master Soundless' expression immediately darkened. He grabbed Yimu and tried to leave, but the Zhou family's servants blocked their way. Master Soundless asked irritably, "What are you trying to do?" "So yun sneero. No one has ever dared to refuse me." He reached out to stroke Master Soundless' face. "This skin is even smoother than a woman's, and these eyes look as though they can speak. They are especially captivating when you are angry. I wonder what you would be like in bed." Master Soundless immediately shielded Yimu behind him and told her to run while he stayed to stop Zhou Jun. Yimu grimaced. Master Soundless was the one Zhou Jun desired. The poor young monk probably did not even know that some people were attracted to both men and women. Zhou Jun sneered when he saw this. "Neither of you will escape. Seize them both. Having both brother and sister will make it twice as enjoyable." As soon as he finished speaking, the Zhou family's servants rushed forward. Master Soundless retreated while protecting Yimu and warned them not to approach or he would be forced to fight. The Zhou servants roared with laughter, refusing to believe that a delicate-looking man like Master Soundless could do anything. Yimu knew that Master Soundless was a monk and would not easily harm others, so she pretended to be frightened and tugged at his sleeve. "Brother, you have to protect me." Master Soundless immediately seemed filled with strength and knocked them all down with a few punches and kicks. In the end, only Zhou Jun remained, but he still refused to abandon his intention of capturing them. Master Soundless asked with a headache, "Why do you insist on causing trouble for us? What exactly do you want?" Zhou Jun said lecherously, "I want to bestow my favor upon you. Do you understand now?" Master Soundless flushed with anger and shouted, "Shameless! So yun sneero. You call this shameless? I can be far more shameless than this." He immediately ordered his men to attack. This time, they were all martial arts experts. Bound by his monastic precepts, Master Soundless held back when he fought. He did not want to injure anyone. Unexpectedly, Zhou Jun seized Yimu as a hostage and pressed a blade against her neck to threaten Master Soundless. Yimu immediately counterattacked, throwing Zhou Jun to the floor and stomping hard on his groin. The bully's face turned green with pain. Clutching his crotch, Zhou Jun rolled across the floor and screamed in agony. Master, Soundless stood frozen, utterly horrified. How could Yimu do such a thing? What if she left him unable to father children? Yimu was still furious. He wanted to drag both of us into bed and do that sort of thing. One kick was already merciful. Zhou Jun continued roaring furiously. I am the young master of the Zhou family, one of the 3 great aristocratic families. Are you not afraid of offending the Zhou family? I will exterminate your entire clans. Yimu, how terrifying. I am frightened to death. Since you intend to exterminate our clans anyway, a few more kicks will not make any difference. Yimu continued attacking Zhou Jun's groin. Trembling violently, he ground his teeth and roared, I will kill you. The sight terrified everyone nearby, sending them fleeing in all directions. After receiving the report, the Imperial Guards hurried over to make arrests. Wuxing immediately grabbed Yimu, jumped through the window, and fled for their lives. The Imperial Guards pursued them closely. Fortunately, they quickly found a place to hide and escaped their pursuers. Yimu laughed heartily, finding the experience incredibly thrilling and exciting. Wuxing, on the other hand, felt as though his pounding heart might leap out of his chest. He never wanted to experience that kind of excitement again. Yimu dragged Wuxing through the bustling streets, weaving among the crowds. Sometimes she bought him candied hawthorn skewers, and other times she took him to the temple fair to solve lantern riddles. It was Wuxing's first time participating in such an activity, and he was both curious and amazed. So, if I solve the riddle on the lantern, I can take this glazed lantern home. Yimu smiled and advised him to give up. How could a monk like him possibly solve such romantic riddles? Sure enough, Wuxing pondered for a long time, but still could not find the answer. Why were all the riddles here about things he had never heard of? Wuxing sighed, his usually refined face now filled with melancholy, as he stared fixedly at the glazed lantern. He truly wanted it. Yimu immediately came to his rescue. She solved it with a single glance, then whispered to Wuxing, the answer is 2 hearts as one, love everlasting. Wuxing flushed crimson, feeling as though he had just been teased. How could such shameless words possibly be the answer to a riddle? Yet Yimu was extremely confident and called out loudly, Sir, we have the answer. She then pointed at Wuxing and announced to the owner that he knew the answer. Wuxing was so embarrassed that his face turned bright red. He swallowed and whispered, It is 2 hearts as one, love everlasting. The owner applauded and praised him. Excellent. He then generously handed Wuxing the prize. Wuxing carefully cradled the white jade glazed lantern, his face radiant like blooming peach blossoms. But soon afterward, he handed the lantern to Yimu. You were the one who solved the riddle, so it belongs to you. Yimu smiled and refused. If you had not liked it, who would have bothered solving the riddle? This lantern is a gift for you. Everyone nearby looked at Wuxing enviously, jealous of his good fortune in having such a clever and beautiful young woman as his companion. Yimu led Wuxing to the lakeside. Along the way, Wuxing continued holding the glazed lantern tightly against his chest. It was the first gift he had received in many years, leaving him so moved that his face remained flushed. Wuxing happily raised the lantern high. Its light illuminated his handsome face, revealing his bright, undisguised smile. Yimu suddenly asked, Have you been happy after being a monk for so long? To her surprise, Wuxing said he had been born to become a monk. Yimu did not understand. Then if you could choose again, if you could return to your childhood, would you still choose to become a monk? Wuxing said sadly, If I could return to the past, perhaps I would strangle myself to death. Some people should never have been born with the ability to speak. Yimu assumed he said this because he was too closely associated with the Empress Dowager. In truth, she and Mo Linyuan had long known that the Empress Dowager frequently summoned him to hear his Buddhist teachings. Wuxing was somewhat surprised. Are you two not afraid that I serve the Empress Dowager and might harm you? Yimu believed he was a good person. Otherwise, he would have attacked her long ago instead of helping regulate her body. Hearing this, Wuxing smiled bitterly. In truth, he had already done something terrible. He simply did not know how to tell her. He could only turn around and walk away. Yimu stared blankly after him, sensing that something was troubling him. Before she could ask, however, Wuxing regained his gentle demeanor and said he would help regulate her inner energy later. They simply could not go to the temple because all its guest rooms were occupied that day. Only then did Yimu realize how late it was. If she returned to the palace now, she would certainly be scolded. She immediately begged to share a room with Wuxing. After all, he was a monk, so she did not have to worry about him misbehaving. Unexpectedly, Wuxing replied meaningfully, "If you sleep in the same room as me, I fear you will die an even more horrible death." Seeing that he did not appear to be joking, Yimu shrank back and abandoned the idea. She decided she had better return after all. By the time Yimu returned to the imperial palace, it was already very late. She crept through the palace gates and hurried toward her residence, secretly rejoicing that there were not many guards patrolling at such a late hour. To her surprise, the lights in Mo Linyuan's palace were still burning. Why was he not asleep at such a late hour? Even more astonishingly, all the guards were kneeling outside the hall. Yimu froze in fright. What had happened? Had these men caused some kind of disaster? Wen Feng, the captain of the guards, nearly wept with joy when he saw Yimu. "Young lady, why have you returned today?" Yimu innocently replied, "The temple had no available rooms. I planned to share a room with Wuxing, but he firmly refused, so I had no choice but to return." Wen Feng nearly lost his wits. Thank goodness Wuxing had refused, or all of them would have been doomed. Yimu did not understand what he meant and was about to ask, but Wen Feng firmly refused to explain. He merely urged her to hurry back and rest. His Majesty is in a bad mood today. Yimu was both worried and surprised. Why is he unhappy? Wen Feng was speechless. Was it not because of her? She had said she was going for treatment, so why had she gone sightseeing with a monk? Even if she wanted to have fun, why had she hidden from His Majesty? How could His Majesty possibly not be angry? But Wen Feng could not say any of this aloud. He merely advised her not to provoke His Majesty. Yet the foolish Yimu barged straight inside, determined to find out what was wrong with Mo Linyuan. The great hall was empty except for Mo Linyuan, who was still dressed in his court robes and writing something. He did not even raise his head when he heard her enter. Like a thief, Yimu crept toward him. Montauk Linyuan suddenly spoke. "So, you still remember how to come home? You played all day. You must be tired." Hearing this, Yimu scratched her head and chuckled. "Of course I had to come back." She casually nudged him with her shoulder and asked with concern, "Why have you not gone to rest?" Unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan gave her an inscrutable smile and asked, "Did you have fun today? You played all day, so you must be exhausted." A chill ran down Yimu's spine. She quickly poured him some tea and said coaxingly, "I had a wonderful time today, but I also have one regret. The temple fair was very lively, but made me realize that we have never properly gone out and had fun together." As she spoke, she took out a protective talisman and handed it to him. "I did not care for anything else, but this protective talisman is precious. I knelt for an entire hour to obtain it." As Yimu spoke, she placed the talisman inside a scented pouch and tied it to Mo Linyuan's waist. Although she did not believe in such things, the situation was growing increasingly complicated, and this was probably what Mo Linyuan needed most. With every word and gesture from her, Mo Linyuan's anger gradually faded. Suddenly, he grabbed Yimu's hand. With a quick turn, he pinned her beneath him and sighed gently. "This is not what I need most. What I have always wanted is only you." Yimu stared at him in astonishment. She was about to say something when Mo Linyuan silenced her with one finger. "When I learned that you were with Wuxing today, I was unhappy the entire day. I heard that he held your hand, walked around the temple fair with you, and solved lantern riddles with you. Do you know how awful that made me feel?" Even someone as slow as Yimu realized that he was jealous. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was it not a little excessive to be jealous of a child? She herself was only in her teens. Montauk Linyuan disagreed. "It may be a little early, but people can already marry at this age." Seeing how serious he was, Yimu became frightened and tried to push him away and flee, but he held her firmly. Mo Linyuan bent down, pressed himself against her, lifted her face, and kissed her forcefully. Yimu was shocked. She immediately shoved him away with all her strength and shouted in fear and anger, "What are you doing?" Mo Linyuan moved closer again, a hint of danger in his smile. "The last time I told you that I liked you, you avoided me until now. Did you agree to see me today because you were certain I would not do anything to you?" Yimu was furious. Did he have to behave so recklessly? She was still young, only in her teens. Mo Linyuan did not accept that argument. Do you know how old my mother was when she gave birth to me? She entered the palace at 13 and gave birth to me at 14. Do you still think you are too young? Yimu wanted to cry, but had no tears. She inwardly cursed this hateful ancient society. But that was Mo Linyuan's mother. Yimu could not do the same. Mo Linyuan could not resist lowering his head and lightly kissing her lips. He lifted her small face, his voice gentle yet domineering. That is why I will not do anything to you. I only want you to know this. I am the ruler of the kingdom of Mo. Everything in this kingdom belongs to me, including you. Therefore, you should prepare yourself to become mine at any moment. Is that understood? Yimu's cheeks flushed crimson from his teasing, and her thoughts became completely tangled. Both embarrassed and angry, she pushed Mo Linyuan away, turned around, and fled. Mo Linyuan did not continue forcing the issue. He took the protective talisman from its pouch and carefully placed it inside his robe. Thinking that she had remembered him even while she was out enjoying herself made his heart soften. Fine, he would give her a little more time. Meanwhile, Yimu ran all the way back to her residence, her mind still reeling. Whenever she remembered Mo Linyuan holding her down and kissing her, her face burned. When had all this happened? He had grown taller and stronger, and he had also become more dangerous and possessive. She alone continued treating him like a child, still believing that his affection was nothing more than a passing whim. Even more humiliatingly, she had been taken advantage of by a brat. But considering the domineering behavior he had just displayed, she could no longer call him a child. Yimu felt as though she might explode. Did everyone here mature so early? How could someone so young already know how to tease others? Every time she remembered the scene, she nearly went mad, too embarrassed to know what to do. As expected, feudal society was utterly unacceptable. Yimu was so embarrassed that she ran around the courtyard. If she could not confront him, she could at least avoid him. For the next year, Yimu lived in constant torment. Every day, she had to rack her brains for ways to avoid Mo Linyuan. But Mo Linyuan would never allow her to remain away from him for long. If he failed to see her for even 15 minutes, he would personally go looking for her. Yimu knew he always kept his word. She could not even pretend to be sick and ask for leave. She could only allow the palace maids to dress her before reluctantly going to work. Yimu wanted to cry. Everyone in the imperial palace served Mo Linyuan, so there was no way she could hide from him. Life was far too difficult. Feeling terribly aggrieved and resentful, Yimu dragged her heavy feet forward one step at a time. Even delaying her meeting with Mo Linyuan for a little while would be worthwhile. But when she raised her head, she saw Mo Linyuan's tall figure blocking the doorway, a mischievous smile on his face. "You have finally decided to come." Yimu immediately froze. She had never observed him carefully before. What had this rotten brat been eating? He was clearly not much older than her. So how had he grown so much taller? Seeing that she seemed energetic, Mo Linyuan happily bent down and lightly kissed her cheek. Yimu jumped in fright and stared warily at the shameless rogue. He had indeed grown taller, but his personality had not changed at all. Mo Linyuan did not become angry. He simply waved his hand and ordered everyone to withdraw. He pulled Yimu over and sat her down on the couch. Then he lay down with his head in her lap and complained aggrievedly, "I did not sleep well last night, and now my head hurts." Those people argued noisily in court today, and I could not even be bothered to respond. Yimu immediately became serious. Very few people dared show him disrespect anymore. Something major must have happened. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she asked, "What were they arguing about?" Unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan pinched her nose as punishment and complained unhappily, "You should be asking why I did not sleep well last night. Yimu kulach hernose, tis feeling hereis." So this was a matter of life and death. She could only force a smile and ask why he had not slept well the previous night. Unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan complained, "Should you not be showing concern for me now that I have a headache?" Yimu took a deep breath and struggled to suppress the urge to strangle the scoundrel. She rolled up her sleeves and prepared to give his head a proper massage. Only then was Mo Linyuan satisfied, comfortably enjoying her attentive massage. After a while, he suddenly asked, "Muir, have you started menstruating yet?" Yimu felt as though she had been struck black by lightning. Was that something a man should ask? Seeing her cover her face in embarrassment, Mo Linyuan found it amusing. Why was she still so shy? Yimu shouted angrily, "How can you ask something like that? You are not allowed to ask again. Montak Linyuan disakrit. Why can I not ask? If I do not ask, how will I know if you refuse to tell me in the future?" I read in a book yesterday that a woman can become pregnant after she begins menstruating. If you do not want to tell me about this, who else do you intend to tell? Yimu's face turned crimson. This man was truly a beast. His mind was filled with indecent thoughts all day long. Mo Linyuan caught her flailing hand, stood up, and lightly kissed her cheek. He gently coaxed her. All right, do not be embarrassed. I will stop talking about it, all right? Yimu hurriedly changed the subject and asked what the officials had been arguing about in court that day. Mo Linyuan complained irritably. It was nothing important. The Zhou family's heir died, and they caused an uproar in court, claiming he had been murdered and demanding that I investigate thoroughly. He paused before continuing. Compared to my sleepless night, it was truly insignificant. Hearing this, Yimu became somewhat worried and hurriedly asked why he had been unable to sleep the previous night. Unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan suddenly rose and pounced, pinning Yimu down on the imperial bed. With an affectionate expression, he dropped a bombshell. Because I missed you, my little Mu'er. Why do you not move into my palace and sleep here, starting today? Yimu was so frightened that she immediately pushed him away. She was still nothing more than a tiny bean sprout. Yet this beast thought about her every day. If they actually slept together, he would undoubtedly devour her in an instant. Mo Linyuan declared domineeringly, Mu'er, you are never obedient. I can grant you anything you want, but you cannot refuse my requests either. Yimu wanted to cry, but had no tears. She instantly recalled the bitter history of the past year. She did not want to wear dresses and preferred spending her days running around in simple trousers. But Mo Linyuan ordered people to put away all the simple clothes she had made herself, leaving her with nothing but dresses. He claimed she looked beautiful in dresses and forced her to wear them. When she did not want to study with him in the imperial study and pretended to be sick to avoid him, Mo Linyuan ordered people to beat drums and gongs outside her room the next day, making so much noise that she could not sleep. He even claimed that the noise would drive away her illness and restore her energy, forcing her to get out of bed and go to the imperial study. Countless other equally outrageous incidents had occurred. Now he was becoming even more demanding. Occupying all her time during the day was no longer enough. He also wanted to torment her at night. Yimu firmly refused. No, I absolutely cannot agree to this. I will not sleep with you. Unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan looked at her in surprise, his eyes filled with grievance. When did I say I wanted us to sleep together? I only want you to move into the side hall. Unless you want to sleep with me, that is also acceptable. But are you no longer afraid of me? Yimu gurund her tita angridi. Whether it means moving into the side hall or sleeping with you, I refuse. After saying this, she turned and tried to run outside. Unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan threatened ominously, if you refuse, then you will receive no pastries each day. Yimu immediately froze. Reluctantly bidding farewell to her favorite pastries as she continued walking forward. She could not surrender merely for the sake of food, but Mo Linyuan raised the stakes. Furthermore, if you refuse, you will no longer have a token allowing you to enter and leave the palace freely. Yimu was not afraid of that either. She knew all those guards, so she should still be able to sneak outside. Seeing this, Mo Linyuan chuckled. It seems you truly do not want to move here. In that case, I will reluctantly move over to your place instead. Yimu felt as though she had been tricked. She angrily whipped her head around and was just about to curse him when a finger pressed against her lips, stopping all the colorful words she was about to unleash. Montak Linyuan smedet. Little girl, this is called using deception in war. You were the one who taught me that. You have a whole day to pack your things. Remember to move in tonight. Yimu was practically fuming, but she could only return helplessly to pack. As he watched her leave, Wenfeng immediately came forward to report. The Zhou family will most likely make their move tonight. The Chancellor sent word, asking Your Majesty to be prepared. A murderous glint flashed through Mo Linyuan's eyes. Little Mu will naturally be safe with me. If the Zhou family wants to capture her to threaten me, they will first have to prove they are capable of it. Wenfeng's mouth twitched awkwardly. His Majesty was clearly using official business to serve his private interests. Meanwhile, Yimu was angrily packing her belongings. That bastard Mo Linyuan was always bullying her, yet she could not fight back. She could not even run away from home. Yimu felt so aggrieved that she wanted to cry. The palace maids, however, were all delighted for her. They excitedly encouraged her to work hard and conceive an imperial heir as soon as possible. A mother's status rose with her son, and perhaps their young lady might even become empress one day. Then they would all have someone to rely on. Yimu nearly went mad with anger. Why are all of you so eager to marry me off? And what is this nonsense about pregnancy and childbirth? I am still a child. The palace maids urged her not to worry. His Majesty cares about you so much. How could he bully you before you have grown up? We have all seen how much he has doted on you over the years. You can rest assured. Yimu felt slightly embarrassed and pouted. I hope so. That very night, however, those words came back to haunt her. Yimu lingered in the bath, refusing to come out. She knew perfectly well that Mo Lin Yuan must be playing another trick on her. He had clearly promised to let her stay in the side chamber, but he had suddenly changed his mind, claiming it had not been cleaned yet and that they would deal with it tomorrow. How could there be a room in the emperor's palace that had not been cleaned? How ridiculous! At that moment, a palace maid respectfully spoke from behind the screen. His Majesty said that if you still refuse to come out, he will come in himself. Yimu jumped in fright and tightly covered her chest, both anxious and furious. This was bad. It seemed she could not delay any longer. What was she supposed to do now? She stood up in frustration. Later, inside the bed curtains, Yimu fearfully huddled in a corner of the bed, her dark eyes watching Mo Lin Yuan warily. Mo Lin Yuan, however, appeared perfectly calm. He leisurely leaned against the bed and read his book without even looking up. Only then did Yimu breathe a sigh of relief. Forget it. She did not believe he would truly dare to do anything to her. With that thought, she patted her small pillow and prepared to lie down and sleep. Just then, Mo Lin Yuan suddenly laughed. Do you plan to remain curled up in that corner all night? Yimu flinched but stubbornly replied, I am small. I like curling up when I sleep. Mo Lin Yuan immediately spread his arms. Then curl up in my embrace and sleep. Seeing that Yimu still did not move and looked utterly resistant, he raised an eyebrow and teased. What is wrong? Do you intend to refuse me? Yimu immediately began trembling. What was she supposed to do? The lecher had finally revealed his claws. Should she go over there or not? Hugging her small pillow tightly, Yimu said timidly, I am still young. You truly cannot do anything to me. Mo Lin Yuan nearly burst out laughing. Did he normally behave that terribly? She was so small and adorable. How could he possibly do anything improper to her? Of course, kissing and hugging did not count. Mo Lin Yuan immediately pulled her into his arms. Laughing, he gently pinched Yimu's little face. Are you really that unwilling? Yimu repeatedly warned him. Let me make this clear first. You're not allowed to do anything tonight. I am afraid. Before she could finish, Mo Lin Yuan hugged her tightly, then pressed her down onto the bed. Her back rested against his chest, and her entire body fit snugly within his embrace. Yimu's face reddened involuntarily. Why did her heart beat so quickly whenever he held her? Even Mo Lin Yuan could hear it. He whispered suggestively beside her ear, Little Mu, your heart is beating so fast. Yimu hurriedly found an excuse. It must be because I do not like sleeping with the lights on. Mo Lin Yuan immediately waved his hand, extinguishing every candle in the room. The darkness concealed his equally flushed face. Yimu suddenly felt his heart pounding powerfully. How dare he tease her? His tongue might be smooth, but his heartbeat had honestly betrayed him. Yimu was both nervous and embarrassed. She could not fall asleep at all and felt as though she were going mad. Through the blanket, Mo Lin Yuan gently patted her and coaxed her to sleep. No matter what you hear tonight, do not open your eyes. But Yimu felt uncomfortable all over and could not stop squirming. Mo Lin Yuan tightened his arms around her, his voice hoarse. If you keep moving, I will do exactly what you are imagining. I will give you a little Mu of your own. As he spoke, Mo Lin Yuan stroked Yimu's stomach. Yimu immediately went rigid. Adolescent boys truly had no self-control at all. She had to remain vigilant. If anything improper happened tonight, she would certainly beat him. Yet less than a minute later, she was snoring softly, sleeping soundly. Mo Lin Yuan laughed and affectionately tapped her little nose. Your mouth may protest, but your body clearly trusts me. Holding Yimu in his arms, Mo Lin Yuan closed his eyes and gradually fell asleep as well. In the middle of the night, fierce sounds of fighting suddenly erupted outside. Yimu woke with a start. The commotion did not sound far away. It seemed to be coming from the direction of her former bedchamber. She was just about to go outside and investigate when Mo Lin Yuan stopped her and coaxed her back to sleep. There is no need to pay attention to them. But how could Yimu possibly sleep peacefully? Mo Lin Yuan immediately rolled over and pinned her beneath him. a suggestive glint in his eyes. Yimu's eyes widened involuntarily, but she was in no mood to play with him. She anxiously tried to push him away. Are you truly not going to take a look? What will happen if they break in? Mo Linyuan stroked her hair and said mischievously, do not worry. If anyone comes, I will protect you. Even if I cannot, I will die first while lying on top of you. Yimu glared at him angrily. You are horrible. Get off me. I will not go outside, all right? You are crushing me. Yimu struggled, but instead of releasing her, Mo Linyuan pressed closer, rubbing against her as though determined to cling to her. Yimu Kulanchit had feasts angridi. It seemed this problem could only be solved with force. With that thought, she pushed Mo Linyuan away with all her strength. There, let us see whether you still dare to touch me. Mo Linyuan naturally knew how formidable Yimu was, but he still lunged forward and seized her small hands, certain that she would not have the heart to hurt him. Sure enough, Yimu lowered her head helplessly. She simply could not bring herself to strike him. Mo Linyuan's heart filled with sweetness. He lifted Yimu's little face and kissed her deeply, greedily stealing her breath. Embarrassed, Yimu tried to push him away, but she could not escape and did not dare use her full strength. Mo Linyuan pressed Yimu down, preventing her from resisting. At that moment, a guard reported from outside the door that the enemy's numbers had changed and that they were charging toward this side. But Mo Linyuan never took his eyes off Yimu. He merely ordered calmly, I do not care how you fight them. They must not pass through this door. After speaking, he tried to kiss Yimu again. Yimu resisted weakly. Enough. They are about to break in. Mo Linyuan, however, was certain they would never get inside. The first battle against the aristocratic clans had begun with this palace coup. From tonight onward, there would be no more peaceful days. But so what? He wanted both the empire and the beauty. Mo Linyuan suddenly pressed Yimu beneath him and kissed her small lips once more. Yimu was about to lose her mind. The enemy had already reached the doors of the emperor's bedchamber. Yet instead of retreating or taking control of the situation, he was lying on top of her and bullying her. Was this not complete madness? This kiss was exceptionally intense, and Yimu's lips began to swell. Did she really taste that good? Her lips had no particular flavor. A long while later, when both of them were almost out of breath, Mo Linyuan finally pulled away reluctantly, but he still licked the corner of his lips longingly. His voice was hoarse with desire. Do you know? You taste wonderful. So wonderful that you make me want to become a debauched ruler. Yimu's heart thundered from his teasing. She did not understand what was happening to her. She had clearly been trained to resist temptation. So why could Mo Linyuan still stir her heart so easily? She could only let him press down again, embrace her, and kiss her passionately. She could not help wrapping her arms around him in return. Noticing that she was distracted, Mo Linyuan bit her hard and grumbled unhappily. How can you still let your mind wander while I am kissing you? It seems my kissing skills need considerable improvement. Yimu was worried for him. The enemy was already at the door, yet he cared only about kissing her. She pushed him away and complained aggrievedly. Can you please get off me? If you keep kissing me, I will not be able to breathe. If you do not believe me, feel how fast my heart is beating. Such an honest request left Mo Linyuan stunned. He could not help laughing as he vigorously ruffled her hair. Silly girl, how can you be so adorable? You are so adorable that no matter how closely I cling to you, it will never feel like enough. At that moment, Yimu noticed that the commotion outside seemed to have stopped. She anxiously wanted to go out and look. This time, Mo Linyuan did not refuse. He thoughtfully fetched a cloak, personally draped it over her shoulders, and gently reminded her, "Wear something warmer. It is late, and it is cold outside." Then he climbed out of bed, took hold of her bare foot, and personally put her shoes on. Overwhelmed by the attention, Yimu hurriedly tried to pull her foot back, but Mo Linyuan held it firmly and warned, "Do not move. If you refuse to behave, I will carry you back to bed and do something that will make me happy." Yimu was so frightened that her entire body went rigid, and she no longer dared to move. Only after Mo Linyuan had finished dressing her did he take her hand and lead her outside. In the courtyard beyond the palace, a group of black-clad men knelt on the ground, with blood splattered everywhere. The leader of the black-clad men cursed arrogantly. "You wretched emperor, Give up. We will not tell you anything. Mo Linyuan was not angry. He merely ordered his men to take the prisoner away, unwilling to have him tortured and interrogated in front of Yimu. But the man refused to leave and continued cursing him. You wretched emperor, you killed your father, harmed your sister, and are cold-blooded and tyrannical. You defy all law and propriety. You are a lustful, debauched ruler despised by all righteous people. One day, heaven will punish you, and a true wise sovereign will come to save the kingdom of Mo. After saying this, he struggled violently, trying to smash his head against the stone beast statue beside him. At the last moment, someone stopped him, but he continued struggling and cursing resentfully. Hearing this, Mo Linyuan sneered. He declared boldly, "Everyone I kill deserves to die. Everyone I protect is blessed by heaven. I am the law and propriety. What other law or propriety must I obey? How ridiculous! Moreover, you try to capture a young girl to threaten me. Is such conduct honest and honorable? Stop making excuses to conceal your filthy pursuit of personal gain. I'm tired of hearing them." The black-clad man fell silent and was finally escorted away without further resistance. Yimu uneasily tightened her grip on his hand. "Did he call you a lustful, debauched ruler because of me?" Mo Linyuan was both annoyed and amused. He firmly pinched her cheek. "Is there any other woman beside me apart from you?" Yimu retorted indignantly. "What if there is someone else in the future? After all, the original story had clearly stated that he would take imperial consorts." Mo Linyuan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Mu, are you jealous?" Yimu hurriedly denied it, but Mo Linyuan remained delighted. He immediately pulled her into his arms and gently promised, "As long as you remain by my side, I guarantee there will never be another woman beside me. There will only be you. Inside and out, you'll be the only one." With that, he kissed her forehead. The kiss was filled with passion, but he failed to notice the gloom in the eyes of the person in his arms. Yimu had always been determined to find the city boundary map and return to the modern world. That was where she truly belonged. But for some reason, merely thinking about it now made her feel miserable. Mo Linyuan still had matters to handle, so he coaxed Yimu into returning to bed early. Yet as he watched her lonely figure recede, he felt that she seemed unhappy. He merely assumed she had been frightened, however, and did not think much of it. He turned toward the imperial prison to interrogate the black-clad men personally. The leader of the black-clad men was brought before him. Although he had been beaten until his body was covered in wounds, he still refused to confess and continued cursing Mo Linyuan. Mo Linyuan was not angry. Instead, he offered to release him. The black-clad man was startled. Now that he had entered this place, could he truly leave alive? Mo Linyuan chuckled softly, his smile cold and sinister. "I genuinely intend to release you. Moreover, I want you to deliver a message for me. I want you to tell those outside that I possess half of the city boundary map." He knew that the aristocratic clans and the Empress Dowager had always been searching for the city boundary map. Since that was the case, releasing this bait would undoubtedly plunge the situation into even greater chaos. The black-clad man was both shocked and furious. He evasively denied everything. "I do not know what you're talking about." Mo Linyuan ignored him. It did not matter if the man himself knew nothing, as long as the people behind him understood. The triennial hunting festival was approaching, and those people would surely make their move. 7 days later, the entire imperial court traveled in grand procession to the royal hunting grounds. On the way, Yimu curiously looked out the carriage window and was immediately stunned. She saw a lush wilderness filled with dense forests and massive boulders. It was truly an ideal place for an assassination. She immediately complained unhappily, "Why did you agree to come out here? Anyone can see that this place is dangerous. What if someone tries to assassinate you?" Mo Linyuan helplessly tapped her head. "Naturally, I came to give them an opportunity. After the previous incident, the Imperial Palace was completely sealed off. Some people want to kill me, but cannot get inside, so I had no choice but to come out myself." Yimu did not believe him. He was undoubtedly plotting something else. Mo Linyuan defended himself innocently. "How could I possibly be scheming?" Yimu snorted coldly. If he did not want to tell her, then so be it. Mo Linyuan pulled her into his arms and held her tightly, coaxing her gently. "Something will certainly happen this time, but all we need to do is watch the show. Do not overthink it. Would you like to hear a story?" Yimu girei curious. What kind of story could he possibly tell? Mo Linyuan slowly began. Once upon a time, there was a crow, a fox, a wolf, and a tiger in a forest. Yimu hurriedly covered his mouth. Do not tell me this is your version of the fairy tales I told you when you were little. Mo Linyuan clasped her hand and smiled as he coaxed her. Just be good and listen. Yimu then listened in astonishment as he told a story about people devouring one another. Yimu broke into a cold sweat and no longer wanted to listen, but Mo Linyuan continued telling the story calmly. She swallowed nervously and fell silent beneath the flickering firelight. At that evening's hunting banquet, Yimu sensed that the atmosphere was extremely strange. Mo Linyuan paid no attention to it and focused entirely on pulling Yimu close and coaxing her to drink. Watching the pair behave so affectionately, the head of the Zhou family ground his teeth in hatred. If only Yong were still alive. He was the heir of our Zhou family and was particularly skilled at night hunting. If he were alive, tonight would not be so dull. The head of the Zhou family sighed, his voice filled with resentment. Mo Linyuan appeared not to notice the bitterness in his words and asked whether he had any suggestions. The head of the Zhou family hurriedly replied that instead of sitting there drinking away their sorrows, they should find some entertainment. For instance, they could hold a night hunt and see who was the most capable. Chancellor Wenze was the first to object. Hunting at night was unwise. They could barely see the path, let alone the animals. Grand Commandant Zhou, however, argued that hunting prey at night was the true test of skill. What pleasure was there in placing prey in plain sight during the day and shooting it? Mo Linyuan appeared persuaded. Feigning interest, he agreed and made the decision directly despite Wenze's objections. Before tomorrow's hunt, everyone may test their skills. Only those who catch prey will be allowed to attend tonight's banquet. With that, he pulled Yimu away to choose their weapons. Wenze was both anxious and furious. They dragged Master Zhou back and demanded to know what he meant. It was pitch black, and not even the shadow of an animal could be seen. How are they supposed to hunt? Master Zhou smiled sinisterly. It is precisely because no one can see that the hunt will be easier. If someone is accidentally killed, that would be perfectly normal, would it not? Mo Linyuan quickly finished choosing his weapons. Once fully equipped, he took Yimu with him and prepared to set out. They looked like an ordinary pair of lovers going for a leisurely ride. Chancellor Wen hurriedly stopped him. The night hunt is dangerous. Your Majesty should remain at the camp and rest. Mo Linyuan looked at him with an ambiguous smile. All of you are leaving, so the camp will be empty. Will I not be safer in the forest? Chancellor Wen froze, unable to respond. He understood perfectly well the undercurrents surging through the imperial court. Mo Linyuan immediately lifted Yimu onto his horse, and the two rode together. He ordered his guards to follow the plan and not act rashly, then led his men into the forest, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Along the way, Yimu repeatedly heard agonized screams, making her deeply uneasy. Mo Linyuan, however, showed no concern and even said with a smile, "The more who die, the better. That will give a newly promoted scholar's chance." Yimu felt that he had brought everyone hunting precisely so that certain people would die. Just then, a guard came to report, "The people your Majesty designated have been placed under heavy protection. They will eventually be safely gathered at a single location." Montauk Linyuan chuckled in satisfaction. "I want everyone to understand that obedient people always live longer than disobedient ones." Yimu felt a chill in her heart. Had he known in advance that these people intended to organize a night hunt and arrange protection for certain ministers beforehand? Mo Linyuan smiled and rubbed Yimu's nose. "I did not know in advance. I merely guessed. Some people were too impatient to wait until tomorrow's official hunt. Is that not perfectly normal? I only need to protect those who follow me. Whether the others live or die is none of my concern." Yimu was puzzled. If all your people are protected, then who were the people who just died? Could the noble families be fighting among themselves? Mo Linyuan did not want to discuss such troublesome matters any further. He only wanted to hunt a fox and make Yimu a scarf. The darkness seemed to have no effect on him, and every arrow he fired was followed by an agonized scream. Yimu was astonished. This was no night hunt. It was clearly a massacre. Mo Linyuan told her not to worry. "My people are all being protected in the shadows. Everyone else in this forest is someone we may kill." Yimu's heart pounded like a drum. Those words were clearly ruthless. So why did they make her blood boil? Just then, the rapid pounding of hooves came from afar. It sounded as though a large group was approaching. Mo Lin Yuan chose not to confront them directly and led his men into the bushes. A group then hurried past them, shouting as they rode, "We must find the emperor. He did not bring many men with him. We must find him." After the group had gone far away, Yimu could no longer hold back. "What exactly are you trying to do tonight? What conflict could be so impossible to resolve that you must resort to this?" Mo Lin Yuan gently stroked her head and explained, "Arguments can resolve problems, but once a deadlock is reached, one side must make sacrifices. If neither side is willing to do so, then they might as well fight it out." Yimu worried for him. "This is no different from acting recklessly. If many people die tonight, how will you explain it to the civil and military officials tomorrow?" Mo Lin Yuan remained unconcerned. "As long as enough people die, it will be fine. After all, the dead cannot cause trouble." Moreover, he was certain that once this was over and they left the forest, no matter how many people had died, everyone would pretend nothing had happened. They would claim the deaths were merely unfortunate accidents. Yimu sudenli understood. Everyone here had come with a private agenda and was naturally prepared to leave life or death to fate. Mo Lin Yuan intended to use this opportunity to purge the imperial court. It seemed that few people would return safely for dinner tonight. Although Yimu had anticipated this, she still could not help lamenting the brutality when she saw the blood and corpses scattered everywhere. Just then, a woman crawled out from among the corpses and cried, "Please, save me." Yimu was surprised. Had all the female relatives not remained at the camp? Who was this woman? The woman's clothes were disheveled, and she wept pitifully. "I am Wenexan, a daughter of the Wen family. My leg is broken. Can you take me with you?" But if they helped her onto the horse, Yimu would have to ride alone. How could Mo Lin Yuan possibly agree to that? He immediately passed the responsibility to one of his guards. The guard also found himself in a difficult position. The woman's clothes were disheveled. If she rode his horse with him, her reputation would be ruined. When Xian grew even more indignant, she wanted to ride with Mo Lin Yuan and immediately cried out in disbelief, "Your Majesty, I am a daughter of the Wen family." Montauk Lin Yuan snorted coldly. "There is already someone in my heart." After saying that, he ignored her weeping and urged his horse away. Mo Lin Yuan immediately gave the signal to end the night hunt and took Yimu back to the camp. Fewer than half of the officials had returned, and every one of them was pale and covered in blood. Mo Lin Yuan led Yimu to the seat of honor and smilingly invited everyone to sit. Tonight, there is no distinction between sovereign and subject. Yet everyone prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling from head to toe and scarcely daring to breathe. By then, they understood that the emperor had prepared this purge of the imperial court long ago. Those who had emerged unscathed served as a warning to everyone. Only obedience could guarantee their safety. Anyone who disobeyed would die without an intact corpse. They immediately wept and repeatedly knocked their heads against the ground. "Spare us, your Majesty. We do not want to die. From now on, we will be completely devoted to your Majesty." Montauk Lin Yuan merely chuckled. "Every one of you wishes to be loyal to me? Then how will you prove it?" Everyone immediately kowtowed and swore, "We are willing to do anything for your Majesty." Only then was Mo Lin Yuan satisfied. He warned them, "You had better keep the promises you made today, because you will have a chance to fulfill them very soon." In truth, he was also anxious. The noble family's men would return soon. Before then, he had to destroy these ministers' desire to continue relying on the noble families. He immediately ordered his men to bring in Zhou Yong, the Zhou family heir who had been missing for many days and was presumed dead. Mo Lin Yuan had heard that Zhou Yong was extremely fond of wine, so he had specially prepared fine wine and invited Zhou Yong's friends to offer him a cup, personally sending him on his journey to the underworld. Everyone was horrified. The moment they acted, they would become enemies of the noble families and completely align themselves with the emperor. For a long while, no one dare move. Seeing this, Mo Lin Yuan sneered. "It seems you're all very close to Zhou Yong." At that moment, an official named Li Hao stepped forward and volunteered to personally send Zhou Yong to the underworld. Zhou Yong had once humiliated his wife, but because the Zhou family was overwhelmingly powerful, he had been unable to obtain justice for her. Now, he finally had the chance. Li Hao immediately picked up a cup of poisoned wine and viciously poured it into Zhou Yong's cup. But aside from him, the other ministers remained motionless. Mo Lin Yuan immediately sneered. "It seems you are still as fond as ever of testing my patience." Yimu knew that the imperial guards could not hold the enemy back for much longer. If the noble family's men returned, the situation would become even more difficult to handle. She immediately tugged coquettishly at Mo Lin Yuan's sleeve. "Your Majesty, I am hungry. Let us change the rules so we can finish this quickly. Why not distribute the fine wine to them and give them 15 minutes to choose? They can either give the wine to Zhou Yong or drink it themselves. After 15 minutes, the Imperial Guards can help anyone who has not decided drink it." Mo Lin Yuan affectionately stroked her little head and ordered his men to follow her instructions. Everyone held a cup of poison wine with trembling hands. They feared death, but they feared even more that the noble families would implicate their relatives. Yi Mu therefore smiled wickedly and reminded them, "You had better hold those cups tightly. The women of your families are staying behind the camp. If any of you spills a drop, I will bestow a cup upon each of them. Then there will be no need to argue over who should drink and who should not." A chill instantly ran down everyone's spine. She was indeed the woman who had captured Mo Lin Yuan's attention. With such vicious and ruthless methods, she was clearly a demoness. Mo Lin Yuan knew perfectly well that she did not want to kill anyone. To protect him, she had been forced to abandon her principles. When he saw her hands trembling with fear, Mo Lin Yuan's fury soared to the heavens, and he roared like thunder. "Forget 15 minutes. You have only the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn. So many people have already died in tonight's hunt. A few more will make no difference." No one dared hesitate. They hurriedly poured the poisoned wine in their hands into Zhou Yong's cup. Mo Lin Yuan immediately ordered someone to personally force Zhou Yong to drink the wine. Zhou Yong struggled desperately. "I am the heir of the Zhou family. How dare you? Just wait. You will all die. My father will never spare you." But the guard continued pouring the poisoned wine into his mouth. Zhou Yong soon vomited blood, collapsed to the ground, and died. Everyone present had become an accomplice to murder. They no longer had any chance to turn back and join the noble families. Mo Lin Yuan and Yi Mu exchanged glances and breathed sighs of relief. But the night was not yet over. Before long, the noble family's men returned. The Wen and Zhou families were both present, but there was no sign of anyone from the Zhong family. Mo Lin Yuan pretended to be puzzled. "Why is Master Zhong not here? You have always been close. Did you not travel together?" Master Zhou was covered in blood, but he replied calmly, "It was inconvenient to travel together during the night hunt. It would have been unfortunate if someone were accidentally injured. Perhaps they were delayed by something." Mo Lin Yuan immediately understood that the Zhong family had been completely wiped out by them. Master Zhou was clearly in an excellent mood and loudly urged everyone to begin the feast. But Mo Lin Yuan suddenly ordered his men to bring out a stack of memorials. Everyone accused Master Zhou of embezzling military provisions, selling official posts, committing examination fraud, and more, a total of 21 capital offenses. Mo Lin Yuan shouted, "Master Zhou, do you admit your crimes?" Master Zhou froze, then hurriedly defended himself. "This old subject has always been wholeheartedly loyal to your Majesty. How could I possibly do such things?" Mo Lin Yuan was in no hurry. He began settling the accounts one charge at a time. 3 years ago, when a severe drought struck Liangzhou, you swallowed half the relief funds that were allocated. Do you confess to this crime? Naturally, Master Zhou refused to admit it. He was betting that Mo Lin Yuan had no evidence and could do nothing to him. All 3 witnesses who had been summoned were his people and would never dare betray him. Unexpectedly, all 3 honestly confessed that they had received fewer than 400,000 taels of relief silver. Even Mo Lin Yuan was shocked. "Well done, Master Zhou. Relying on your son in the Ministry of Revenue, you carved off an enormous portion in a single stroke. After layer upon layer of embezzlement, what was left by the time the relief reached the common people?" He then continued questioning them about the relief efforts at the time. Master Zhou immediately threatened them viciously. "Do not spout nonsense and falsely accuse others." The 3 men trembled in fear and struggled with themselves for a moment before deciding to confess. Master Zhou finally panicked. He could only look toward Chancellor Wenze and plead for him to speak on his behalf. The 3 great noble families shared glory and disgrace alike. Yet Wenze turned his face away, not daring to look at him. Only then did Master Zhou understand. Tonight had not merely been a trap targeting the Zhong family. It was also a meticulously arranged plan to purge the entire Zhou family. Mo Lin Yuan wanted him dead. Mo Lin Yuan continued with the charge that he had bought and sold official positions. He pointed at a man named Han Pin from the Zhou faction. You purchased your office from the Zhou family and were subsequently promoted all the way to the junior 4th rank. Is that not true? Startled, the man hurriedly knelt behind Master Zhou and loudly defended himself. Absolutely not. I passed the imperial examinations and earned each promotion through my achievements. Lord Zhou helped advance my career, but aside from that, we have had no other dealings. Mo Linyuan immediately threw paper and a brush to him and ordered him to compose a poem about tonight's hunt, so they could see whether he truly possessed any talent or learning. Han Pin clutched the brush in a panic. He had only recently learned to read. How could he possibly compose poetry? He immediately forced a smile and explained, "Composing poetry requires inspiration. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. At present, I have no inspiration at all." Yimu kindly urged Mo Linyuan not to make things difficult for him. Why not have him write a poem in the style his former chief examiner, Academic Officer Yu, liked best? Academic Officer Yu was your chief examiner at the time, and even said that your poetry suited his tastes perfectly. You must know his preferences very well. This should not be difficult, should it? Han Pin's face turned deathly pale. Someone else had taken the examination for him, so how could he know what kind of poetry the chief examiner had liked? He could only write something at random in the hope of muddling through. He repeatedly praised Academic Officer Yu's extraordinary talent. Yimu burst out laughing. She had not expected him to be such a good actor. The chief examiner that year had not been Academic Officer Yu at all, but Academic Officer Zhang. Academic Officer Zhang immediately played along and stood up. He said that he had indeed been the chief examiner that year, but had absolutely not accepted any bribes. He had merely found Han Pin's poem excellent and developed an appreciation for his talent. Han Pin hurriedly tore up the poem in his hand and claimed he had remembered incorrectly. Academic Officer Zhang had indeed been his chief examiner that year. Yemulafit Evanharde. In truth, she had merely invented the entire story. Academic Officer Zhang had not been the chief examiner that year either. Han Pin's face turned ashen as he realized he was completely finished. Mo Linyuan suppressed his laughter and brought up Han Pin's supposed achievement. Han Pin had been promoted and transferred to the capital because he had issued an early warning that the dikes needed repairs before flood season, thereby saving the local people from flood. Han Pin did not dare answer too quickly, afraid of revealing that he had not been responsible for it. Sure enough, Yimu slapped the table and rose to her feet. I was clearly the one who passed the Changzhong dike that year and worked with the local officials to repair it. If I had not possessed a golden command token, they would even have tried to obstruct me. After we finished repairing it, how did it become your achievement? Mo Linyuan hurriedly pulled the furious Yimu back into his arms, seated her beside him, and gently comforted her. He then turned and shouted at Han Pin, "Confess at once. How exactly did you obtain your official position? If you still refuse to tell the truth, your entire family, young and old, will be buried with you." Han Pin's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He repeatedly knocked his head against the ground and confessed everything about how Master Zhou had instructed him to purchase his office. Mo Linyuan immediately sentenced every man of the Zhou family to be beheaded, while the women were to enter convents and repent for the Zhou family's crimes. Master Zhou roared furiously, "Wenze, you treacherous old fox! You deceived me completely. Do you think that after eliminating us, you will be able to dominate the court alone? He is not someone you can control. One day, you will meet the same fate as I have." Tonight had been a resounding victory, and Mo Linyuan was in an excellent mood. He ordered fine wine and delicious food to be served, then invited everyone to attend the feast. Wenze, however, remained silent and drank one cup after another. Seeing this, Yimu worried that Master Zhou's attempt to sow discord had truly affected him and created a rift between him and Mo Linyuan. She immediately approached with a smile to smooth things over. "Chancellor, did you bring Miss Wen Xin here today because you feared that His Majesty might one day treat you as he treated Lord Zhou?" Wenze had not expected her to speak so bluntly and froze in astonishment. Yimu advised him not to worry. "His Majesty once told me that he does not mind the beasts he raises being ferocious, provided their ferocity is directed at others. Venzei suddenly smiled bitterly. What if that beast once bit him? Would he still keep it? Yimu looked toward Mo Linyuan. I once asked His Majesty the same question, but he said that since it is a beast, it is naturally difficult to tame. Before it is subdued, being scratched or bitten is perfectly normal. Moreover, once such a beast is tamed, it will undoubtedly become absolutely loyal. That is precisely the kind of beast he needs. As long as you are willing to continue helping His Majesty, the past will certainly be put behind us. I can guarantee that. Venge was utterly impressed. As expected of someone His Majesty valued so highly, she possessed wisdom worthy of becoming the mother of the realm. Mo Linyuan's gaze remained fixed on Yimu. When she returned, he immediately asked what she had said to Wenzei. Yimu winked mischievously and said it was a secret. Mo Linyuan instantly grew jealous. Mu'er actually had a secret with someone else. Yet his hands honestly brought the roasted meat to her mouth, afraid that she might be hungry. Seeing Yimu's eyes curve with delight as she ate, Mo Linyuan could not help smiling as well. At this rate, when would she finally grow up? He could hardly wait. The Empress Dowager soon received the news. Of the 3 great clans, only the Wen family remained unscathed. No one knew what secret agreement Wenzei and Mo Linyuan had reached. The Empress Dowager did not dare sit around waiting for death. She recalled that Wenzei and the late Empress had once spent a passionate night together, so she decided to use the matter to create a scandal, claiming that Mo Linyuan was not of royal blood. She would see how he could continue sitting on the throne after that. Several days later, in the emperor's bedchamber, a group of blushing palace maids stood outside while a loud quarrel raged within. It turned out that Mo Linyuan had discovered that Yimu was suddenly bleeding. Thinking she had been injured somewhere, he anxiously tried to drag her away to be examined. Yimu was mortified and fled all over the room. Finally, realizing that she could no longer escape, Yimu flushed scarlet and snapped angrily. "Why are you pretending? Haven't you always been waiting for me to get my period?" Mo Linyuan froze for a moment before finally understanding. Muwu had started her period. Did that not mean she could now bear children, and that he could finally make her completely his? He could not believe he had failed to realize it immediately. Yimu hurriedly covered his mouth with her hand. "How can you casually announce something so embarrassing?" Mo Linyuan laughed and pulled down her small hand. "What is there to be embarrassed about? Why are you still running around when your period has started? Hurry and summon the imperial physician to examine you." Yimu covered her burning face in embarrassment. "What is there for the imperial physician to examine? Just have someone bring me some feminine supplies. I can handle it myself." Mo Linyuan looked somewhat worried. "Are you certain?" Yimu nearly lost her temper. "Of course I am. It is an instinctive skill." Mo Linyuan then ordered his attendants to prepare a large pile of feminine supplies. Only then did Yimu breathe a sigh of relief. He had finally let her go. It took Yimu a long time to finish before she awkwardly walked out. Every step made her tremble with discomfort. She had never imagined that ancient feminine products would be so difficult to use. When she emerged, she saw Mo Linyuan lying on the bed, reviewing memorials while waiting for her. Remembering his ecstatic expression from earlier, Yimu suddenly became nervous. "I want to sleep alone tonight." Mo Linyuan raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you can endure that?" He chuckled softly. "Is there any part of your body I have not already seen? Besides, we have already slept together for several days. Isn't it a little late to say that now?" His shameless words made Yimu's face burn. "Don't you have an obsession with cleanliness? I heard that women are unclean during their periods. You'll have bad luck if you come into contact with me, so I should return to my own room." Before she could finish, Mo Linyuan pulled her back, lifted her into his arms, and carried her to the desk, where he continued reviewing memorials without allowing her to leave his side. "I am heaven's chosen sovereign. What misfortune could possibly touch me? Besides, blood is the essence of a human body. How could it be unclean? Even if it were, anything belonging to you would still be different from everyone else's." Yimu blushed and struggled wildly, afraid of staining his clothes. Mo Linyuan held her tightly and refused to let go. He also carefully warned her not to run around barefoot. The imperial physician said, "You must not catch a chill at times like this. Be good and listen to me." His sudden aura of tenderness made Yimu's heart pound like a drum. She obediently stopped resisting and shyly turned her head aside, only to notice that Mo Linyuan's handwriting was exceptionally beautiful. She immediately felt ashamed. She had been in ancient times for so long, yet her handwriting still looked like chicken scratches. Mo Linyuan nodded in agreement. Her handwriting was indeed not particularly attractive. Just as Imu was about to protest, a writing brush was placed in her hand. Mo Linyuan held her hand, intending to teach her how to write personally. His warm breath brushed against her ear, making Imu tremble all over. She could barely hold the brush steady, and the characters she wrote came out crooked. She nearly burst into tears. "I told you, I cannot write properly when you are holding my hand." Yet Mo Linyuan adored this endearing side of her. He tightened his grip on her hand and tried again. This was an official memorial. If the writing was too ugly, others might think he was not taking his duties seriously, even though he truly was not taking them seriously. Mo Linyuan did not care. Holding her hand, he instructed her seriously. "You must relax when writing. Sometimes, being less focused produces better results than concentrating too hard." Yimu nodded despite only half understanding. She completely relaxed her hand and allowed Mo Linyuan to guide her writing. Sure enough, the characters came out neat and orderly. Although they lacked the commanding spirit of Mo Linyuan's own calligraphy, at least they no longer looked like chicken scratches. Yimu was instantly overjoyed. "If only I could write this beautifully even when you weren't holding my hand." Mo Linyuan affectionately squeezed her small hand. "I am willing to hold your hand for the rest of my life." Yimu glared at him in embarrassment. "Stop saying things that can so easily be misunderstood. I'm still young. Do not behave like such a beast." Mo Linyuan disagreed and lovingly kissed her small hand. "As long as I can obtain what I desire, what does it matter if I am a beast?" Yimu nearly surrendered it. She suddenly realized that an ordinary person truly could not become emperor. Montak Linyuan was secretly delighted. Had she finally noticed how different he was from other people? However, Yimu contemptuously added, "Your skin is much thicker than everyone else's. An ordinary person truly could never be as shameless as you." Hearing this, Mo Linyuan roared angrily, grabbed her, and began tickling her. Yimu immediately laughed until she cried, repeatedly admitting her mistake and begging for mercy as she writhed uncomfortably in his arms. As a result, she pressed down hard with the brush in her hand and drew a long line across the page. The memorial before her was completely ruined. Yimu froze and stared at it for a long time, unable to think of any way to salvage it. She could only glare resentfully at Mo Linyuan. "Let's make this clear. You started it." The sparkle in her eyes made Mo Linyuan's heart itch. Unable to restrain himself, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her cheek, silently praying that she would grow up quickly because he was nearly at the limit of his restraint. Yimu blushed, both ashamed and furious. Damn it, he had taken advantage of her again. The next day, the sun was already high in the sky when Yimu awakened. Mo Linyuan's words the previous night had kept her awake for hours, as though she had been guarding against a ravenous wolf. Consequently, she overslept, and it was nearly time for the midday meal. Yet Mo Linyuan was still nowhere to be seen. Normally, he returned immediately after the morning court session. Why had he not appeared today? A palace maid tremblingly reported that His Majesty was in a terrible mood. Rumors had reportedly begun circulating that Chancellor I and the late Empress had committed adultery during a hunting expedition in the Western Hills years ago. Yimu knew the story was merely a baseless rumor, so why had it made Mo Linyuan so furious? The palace maid continued, saying that 2 people had attempted to assassinate His Majesty that day. They were reportedly former guards of the Chancellor. They claimed that the late Empress had been poisoned with an aphrodisiac years ago, yet returned safely, so Chancellor I must have helped her. The news had spread everywhere, and even storytellers in the streets were discussing it excitedly. The emperor flew into a rage and ordered the execution of everyone spreading the rumors. Yimu immediately realized that someone was manipulating events from behind the scenes. It appeared that another great upheaval was about to strike the imperial court. After hearing the news, Yimu hurried over and found the room in complete disarray. Mo Linyuan sat there in a daze, frowning with worry. Yimu quietly walked up behind him and massaged his temples. The murderous aura surrounding Mo Linyuan instantly dissipated. In truth, he was not angry at all. The enemy clearly wanted to provoke him, so how could he possibly give them what they wanted? Yimu also knew he was referring to the scheming Empress Dowager. Only she would dare provoke Mo Linyuan like this after he had just brought down two of the great clans. However, allowing the rumors to continue spreading would also damage Mo Linyuan's reputation. They had to resolve the matter quickly. Yet the only solution Mo Linyuan could devise was to sacrifice a pawn to save the king. Since everyone claimed he was Wen Zhe's illegitimate son, he merely needed to kill Wen Zhe, and the rumors would naturally die out. Yimu disagreed. Doing so would be far too risky. Mo Linyuan had entrusted Wen Zhe with considerable power. If Wen Zhe resisted to the death, they might not be able to suppress him. Moreover, that was precisely what the Empress Dowager wanted him to do. She could then reap the benefits from their conflict and finally breathe a sigh of relief. Mo Linyuan naturally understood this, but it was still the fastest solution. He could also suppress the one family temporarily and employ Wen Zhe again once the sensitive period had passed. However, he feared that Wen Zhe would refuse to cooperate. Instead, the man might conclude that Mo Linyuan intended to frame him before eventually killing him. Yimu believed Wen Zhe would undoubtedly think that way, as he was an inherently suspicious man. One approach was too dangerous, while the other was unworkable. Mo Linyuan was so troubled that his head throbbed violently. The incident had truly caught him unprepared, and far too many people were eager to kick him while he was down. Yimu suddenly smiled and announced that she had thought of a solution. Mo Linyuan's eyes instantly lit up as he looked at her with surprise and anticipation. Yimu said confidently, "The rumor about the emperor being an illegitimate child has spread so quickly because the common people are naturally curious about this kind of scandal. If we can create an even stranger and more sensational story, the previous rumor will naturally be forgotten." Mo Linyuan's eyes shone brightly. "You mean we should give them a taste of their own medicine? That is indeed an excellent strategy." Overjoyed, he immediately pulled Yimu into his arms and hugged her tightly. "My precious treasure, I know what to do now." The Empress Dowager truly has been carrying on an illicit affair. Compared with rumors of an illegitimate son, everyone will surely be more interested in that. Perhaps we will not even need to expend much effort before we seize evidence that can be used against her. Yimu also recalled this plot point from the original story. The Empress Dowager's scandal was certainly explosive enough. She immediately urged him to act quickly, since the current situation was extremely unfavorable to him. Mo Linyuan gratefully stroked her head. With this clever little imp at his side, why should he worry about failing to accomplish great things? Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager was still gloating. The emperor had previously killed so many people, and now the scandal concerning his illegitimate birth was causing an uproar. The officials who had long been angry but had not dared speak out would not let him off easily. The emperor was now completely overwhelmed and did not know what to do. Both the civil and military officials and the common people were uncertain what to believe. All she needed to do next was find a woman to impersonate one of the palace maids who had once served the late empress. The Empress Dowager plotted to reveal, during the heaven worship ceremony half a month later and before all the people, that the late empress had become pregnant after committing adultery with the chancellor. The scene would undoubtedly be spectacular. The Empress Dowager laughed smugly. At last, she could remove this obstacle from her path. Her good mood awakened her desires, so she immediately ordered someone to summon Hualang to serve her. Before long, a handsome young man entered, draped in thin gauze and moving with seductive grace. The moment they met, Hualang began removing his clothes. With a seductive expression, he complained that the Empress Dowager had not summoned him for a long time. She had always favored this type of man and could not resist reaching out to caress his face. Hualang immediately climbed onto the bed and began moving suggestively without the slightest restraint. Just as they were about to begin, the door was suddenly kicked open. Both of them were terrified. Hualang snatched up a robe and escaped through the window. Yimu stormed inside, her face filled with murderous intent. With her clothes in disarray, the Empress Dowager furiously scolded her. "How dare you? Who gave you permission to barge in here? I am the Empress Dowager. Do not think you can act recklessly simply because His Majesty favors you. Yimu replied that an assassin had broken in and that she had only entered because she was worried about the Empress Dowager's safety. The Empress Dowager secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Hua Lang was quick-witted. He should have escaped by now. She immediately lifted her chin and began arguing with Yimu. However, before she could fly into a rage, a guard reported that they had captured the thief who had just fled from the Empress Dowager's room. Yimu gave her a smug glance, sneered, and walked outside. The Empress Dowager trembled with fear. This insolent girl had clearly come prepared. As soon as Yimu stepped outside, she saw Hua Lang kneeling naked in the middle of the courtyard. When he saw the Empress Dowager emerge, he acted as though he had found his last hope and threw himself toward her, crying, "Your Highness, save me. Please tell them that I am not a thief." The Empress Dowager's heart lurched, afraid that he might reveal something he should not. She immediately snatched a guard's sword and thrust it straight into Hua Lang's chest. Hua Lang stared at her in disbelief, then collapsed into a pool of blood and died. The entire courtyard fell deathly silent. The Empress Dowager sneered, "The thief is dead, and I am safe. If there is nothing else, Miss, you should return to serving His Majesty." Yimu could not help admiring the Empress Dowager's decisiveness. She immediately turned and led her people away. Before leaving, she added meaningfully, "I hope Your Highness was not too frightened." Once Yimu had completely disappeared from sight, the Empress Dowager immediately ordered Hua Lang's body to be taken away and burned, leaving no evidence behind. Had Hatret for Yimu deep in it. Relying on the Emperor's favor, the girl dared to behave with such arrogance. She would undoubtedly become a major obstacle in the future. The Empress Dowager had to find a way to eliminate her. Just then, Yimu caught sight of a dark figure darting past. She pursued it without hesitation. The figure led Yimu into a dead-end alley, then turned around and lunged at her with a sword. Yimu easily evaded the attack. She was wondering why this assassin was so weak when he suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Reversing the dagger in his hand, he drove it forcefully into his own throat. Fresh blood instantly sprayed all over Yimu. The overpowering stench of blood filled her nostrils, and a restless surge rose within her body. Yimu was horrified. Damn it, her demonic art was acting up again. Her inner energy went out of control and rampaged through her body. Yimu had to devote all her concentration to barely suppressing it. She realized there was something abnormal about the assassin's blood. It had stirred the emotions within her body, making her feel unbearably restless and irritable. She immediately wiped the blood from her face. A palace maid saw the sinister aura radiating from Yimu and screamed in terror. Hearing the commotion, the guards hurried over. Yimu immediately ordered them to dispose of the assassin's body and inform Imo Linyuan that she was going to the temple to find Monk Soundless. After speaking, she staggered toward the temple. Monk Soundless was somewhat surprised to see her. It was clearly not yet time to suppress her demonic art. Yimu removed her outer robe and handed it to Monk Soundless. "Someone died in front of me today, but there was something unusual about his blood. At first, the places it touched felt fine, but now they are burning." Monk Soundless' expression instantly changed. The robe carries the scent of the incense-burning flower. This plant can drive people into a frenzy. Someone deliberately tried to make you lose control. Yimu keenly noticed the change in Monk Soundless and hurriedly asked, "What is wrong?" Monk Soundless instinctively put away the robe and pretended that nothing had happened. "You cultivate a demonic art. Your true nature has always been one that ignites at the sight of blood. I will help you suppress it." With that, Wuyin took Yimu into the room. First, he helped her regulate her inner energy. Yimu looked at him uneasily. "You have helped me suppress my demonic art for years. We have known each other for so long. I may be your only friend. Can I entrust my life to you?" Wuyin silently looked at her, his expression somewhat conflicted. Yimu clutched her chest and pleaded, "I know a savage beast is imprisoned inside me. Once it breaks free, I will be no match for it. When that happens, either you will die or I will. You will always help me, won't you?" Wuin's heart ached at her words. He immediately promised her with conviction, "I will always help you. As long as I am alive, you will never lose control." Only then did Yi Mu feel reassured, sincerely thanking Wu Yin. Afterward, Wu Yin closed his eyes and focused on helping Yi Mu regulate her violent energy. The intense hostility within her gradually dissipated, and she entered a meditative state. The demonic art suppressed inside her had reached its limit. Once it erupted, only one of them would survive. He hoped she could safely overcome it this time as well. Seeing that Yi Mu was still meditating, Wu Yin quietly left. Unexpectedly, as soon as he left the room, he heard that someone surnamed Zhao had come to see him. Wu Yin immediately knew the visitor was the Empress Dowager. In an instant, Wu Yin was so alarmed that he crushed the prayer beads in his hand. He did not want to see her, but remembering Yi Mu's unusual condition, he reluctantly went to meet her. As soon as he saw her, he coldly asked, "Why have you come? You were also behind what happened to Yi Mu, weren't you?" Seeing that Wu Yin cared only about Yi Mu, the Empress Dowager flew into a rage. "You must understand that my life is far from easy right now. The little emperor's next target is me." Wu Yin trembled with anger. "So you used incense to awaken Yi Mu's murderous urges? You are utterly unreasonable." With that, Wu Yin furiously ordered her to leave. Not exposing her vicious deeds was already the last shred of affection he could show her. The Empress Dowager's face twisted with jealousy. Wu Yin was abandoning her for Yi Mu again. She immediately ordered her men to seize him, then stroked his face and gently coaxed him, "Do not be angry. Did you not want a different identity? I will grant your wish. Once everything settles down, you may become anyone you want." Wu Yin struggled desperately, but he was still dragged away. Just then, a piercing scream rang out. The Empress Dowager immediately became somewhat excited. It seemed Yi Mu had already killed someone. At that moment, the murderous aura surrounding Yi Mu was so intense that a female pilgrim screamed in terror. But Yi Mu was still desperately suppressing the demonic art, forcing herself not to kill anyone. Yet the power was too great, and she was about to lose control. Yi Mu immediately struck herself hard in the chest and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The intense pain restored a sliver of her reason, giving her a brief moment of clarity. She wanted to find Wu Yin and ask for help. However, the monks who heard the commotion surrounded her and fearfully called her a monster. Yi Mu struggled to ask them for help, begging them to find Wu Yin. She did not know where he had gone or why he had still not appeared. But the monks misunderstood and thought she wanted to harm their master, so they immediately attacked her with their staffs. Yi Mu abruptly turned and glared at them, her eyes filled with murderous intent. The next second, the staff snapped in two. The monk who had attacked her also screamed and was sent flying. Yi Mu advanced step by step. As she watched her attacker fall to the ground, the violent energy in her heart erupted completely. All she wanted was to snap his neck. Her mind was consumed by the desire to kill. The monk sat trembling on the ground and stammered, "Do not come any closer." The other monks pointed at her in terror and shouted, "Demoness! She must be a demoness!" At that moment, Yi Mu suddenly regained her senses. She let out a faint cry. Damn it! The pain was unbearable. Sweat poured from her body as she struggled to restrain the hand that wanted to kill. Her entire body teetered on the brink of an eruption. Even so, she loudly warned them not to approach her. But the surrounding monks thought she was about to go berserk. Instead, they tightened their grips on their staffs and slowly closed in on her. Elsewhere, Wu Yin heard the commotion outside. So anxious that he threatened the Empress Dowager with his own death, he said, "If you do not release me, I will kill myself right here." The Empress Dowager's eyes reddened with fury. She shouted, "You would rather die than stop protecting that wretch? Do you truly feel no affection for me at all?" Hearing this, Wu Yin gave a bitter laugh. "I have already helped you many times, Mother Empress." The Empress Dowager froze. Why were his eyes so cold now? When he was young, he had clearly been so obedient. Why had he now become so distant and indifferent toward her? The Empress Dowager trembled with anger. What a fine son she had raised. He dared threaten her with his own death to save her enemy. No matter what she said, Wu Yin remained determined to save Yi Mu. He did not want to continue making the same mistakes. The Empress Dowager suddenly embraced him tightly from behind and sobbed, "Junior, you cannot go. What did you promise your imperial father when he died? Have you forgotten everything?" Wu Yin's eyes widened. His imperial father had loved the Empress Dowager most. Before his death, Wu Yin had promised to take good care of her. Thinking of this, Wu Yin stopped in despair. Yimu, oh amesori. In this lifetime, I owe you a debt. Yimu searched everywhere, but could not find Wu Yin. Besieged by so many people, she fell into complete panic. A fishing net suddenly dropped over her, binding her tightly and dragging her toward the cliff. They intended to throw her into the abyss. Faced with such treatment, Yimu could no longer suppress the demonic energy surging within her. She struggled once, and the net was instantly torn apart. Yimu then seized 3 monks with a backhanded move and began absorbing their inner energy. At that critical moment, Mo Linyuan rushed over and anxiously called her name. Hearing his voice, Yimu immediately stopped. The 3 monks collapsed to the ground. Mo Linyuan opened his arms and gently called, Mu'er, come here. Yimu stared blankly at him, walked toward him step by step, and finally threw herself into his embrace. She buried her face in Mo Linyuan's chest, using all her strength to resist the murderous urge inside her as she trembled in pain. Her hands clutched Mo Linyuan tightly, her nails digging deep into his flesh. Mo Linyuan gritted his teeth against the pain, gently stroked Yimu's head, and soothed her. Little Mu'er, do not be afraid. I am here. I trust that you will not hurt me, all right? I know you are still in control. Do not worry. I am here now. Leave everything else to me. Let's go home, all right? We will never return to this place again. Yimu gradually relaxed and sobbed aggrievedly. I cannot find Monk Wu Yin. Mo Linyuan kissed her forehead and gently comforted her, then stopped looking for him. Even without him, you still have me. Hearing this, Yimu relaxed completely and fainted. Mo Linyuan immediately lifted her into his arms, his anger boiling within him. He could no longer trust Wu Yin. He had to find someone else to replace him. Mo Linyuan hurriedly carried Yimu away and swiftly returned to the imperial palace. However, Yimu remained unconscious. Mo Linyuan summoned every imperial physician to examine her, but all of them said that the demonic energy inside her could no longer be suppressed. She had to be taken out of the imperial capital before her next episode, or countless people would be injured or killed. Mo Linyuan was so furious that he crushed the armrest of the imperial throne and roared, "If I intended to send her away, what use would I have for any of you? If you cannot find a solution, then the next time it happens, you will all die with me." Everyone fearfully prostrated themselves, trembling all over. Someone even advised him to safeguard his imperial health. As the supreme sovereign, how could he risk his own life? Hearing this, Mo Linyuan's expression darkened. To have one person was life, to lose that person was death. These people could not even understand a bond that transcended life and death. What right did they have to refute him with their ridiculous notions? Mo Linyuan immediately declared, "No one may leave today until you devise a way to suppress Yimu's demonic art. Anyone who suggests sending her away again will die." Yimu remained unconscious for 5 days before finally awakening. Throughout that time, Mo Linyuan stayed beside her and personally cared for her. After hearing what the imperial physicians had said, Yimu feared her demonic art would erupt again and endanger the entire palace. She immediately asked to leave, regardless of whether she lived or died. Mo Linyuan forcefully refused. "I will not agree to your request. Do not even think about going anywhere. I have contacted a great master in the kingdom of you. He may be no less capable than Wu Yin. I will not let anything happen to you, nor will I allow you to do anything irreparable." Hearing this, Yimu's expression dimmed. She did not know how Wu Yin was doing now. At the mention of him, Mo Linyuan gritted his teeth. The Empress Dowager took him away. "I will make them repay tenfold for the harm they caused you. I will make sure he dies." Yimu also felt somewhat distressed. She had never imagined that Monk Wu Yin would deceive her. Mo Linyuan took her hand and gently advised, "Once I capture Wu Yin, I will hand him over to you for questioning." Yimu was somewhat worried. She had never been soft-hearted, yet she did not know how she would deal with Wu Yin. Mo Linyuan did not want her to worry, so he carefully tucked the blanket around her and gently coaxed her to sleep. Meanwhile, Wu Yin was being held captive by the Empress Dowager. Every day, he refused to eat or drink and did nothing but chant scriptures and recite prayers. Furious, the Empress Dowager tore apart his prayer beads and screamed, "Stop counting those beads. How long do you intend to keep sulking?" A cold glint flashed through Wu Yin's eyes. "You were the one who said my identity meant I could only hide in a temple. Now that I am accustomed to being a monk, you ask why I behave this way? Monk Wenji and I look exactly alike. If I went outside, people would notice me. I did everything for your own good." Wu Yin found her words utterly ironic. Everyone believed his resemblance to the highly respected master Wenji was a sign of Buddhist destiny. But who could have imagined that he was actually the biological son born from the affair between Wenji and the Empress Dowager? The Empress Dowager did not want to argue with him, so she could only leave in anger. But as soon as she returned to her room, she found Lord Zhang waiting for her. He had obtained some excellent wine and had deliberately brought it for the Empress Dowager. He raised his hand slightly as a signal, and a young man carrying a food box entered. Lord Zhang introduced him. His name is Yuda, and he owns a wine shop. Although the establishment is small, all the wine it sells is exceptionally fragrant and difficult to find elsewhere. The Empress Dowager froze the moment she saw Yuda. He looked identical to her late, unattainable love, the renowned Master Wenji. She had never expected two people in this world to resemble each other so closely. The heavens must have taken pity on her. The Empress Dowager immediately seized Yuda's hand, a lustful, dreamy smile appearing on her face. She quickly dragged him onto the bed, which soon began rocking violently. Just as she was enjoying herself, Mo Lin Yuan suddenly kicked open the door. Wearing a mocking smile, he said, "Imperial grandmother certainly knows how to enjoy herself. If I were in your current situation, I fear I would be unable to eat or sleep. Yet you are still in a mood to seek out a man." The Empress Dowager immediately panicked and sat bolt upright, completely naked. Yuda, however, calmly dressed himself and silently walked behind Mo Lin Yuan. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager's face turned deathly pale. The two had clearly set a trap for her. Unable to restrain herself, she cursed, "Do you think this is enough to defame me? Nothing happened between us." Mo Lin Yuan immediately lit an incense burner and approached her with a smile. Whether anything happened is irrelevant. In a moment, everything that should and should not happen will happen. The sweet fragrance entered the Empress Dowager's nose, making her blood boil and sapping all strength from her body. Unwilling to submit, she cursed, "You disloyal, unfilial beast. I am your imperial grandfather's wife. Are you not afraid of divine punishment for violating your own ancestry?" Mo Lin Yuan's smile gradually turned sinister. "Were you not the one who ordered people to spread rumors that I was not of imperial blood? In that case, no matter what I do to you, it cannot be considered a violation of my ancestry." The Empress Dowager tried to threaten him with the imperial family's reputation, but Mo Lin Yuan did not care. Thanks to her, he had already endured endless gossip and condemnation. This incident could hardly make things worse. Besides, the person who would soon lose all dignity alongside the Empress Dowager was not Yuda, who he had brought, but Master Wu Yin. One was the exalted Empress Dowager, while the other was a monk supposedly free from worldly desires. This arrangement would undoubtedly overshadow the rumors the Empress Dowager had previously created. Her eyes widened in shock and fear, leaving her momentarily speechless. Then she grabbed a pillow and hurled it directly at Mo Lin Yuan. "You would not dare. Mo Lin Yuan, you will die a horrible death." Mo Lin Yuan easily tilted his head and dodged it. Seeing how terrified she was, he concluded that Wu Yin must be someone she cared about deeply. With that thought, he ordered his men to bring Wu Yin in. The Empress Dowager suddenly felt as though she were sitting on burning coals. If the drug took full effect, and she truly did something with him, she would rather die. She hurriedly pulled the blanket over herself and struggled to resist the drug spreading through her body. Seeing this, Mo Lin Yuan began to suspect something. He had heard that Master Wenji had adopted a child and accepted him as his personal disciple because they looked alike. Could the child named Wu Yin have been Wenji's biological son rather than his adopted child? The Empress Dowager clutched her head, and shook it frantically. "Stop talking. That is not true. You beast. You will die a horrible death." Mo Lin Yuan's face darkened with rage. It seemed she would not shed a tear until she saw the coffin. He immediately ordered his men to escort Wu Yin inside, wanting to discover whether that was truly the relationship between them. After all, the Empress Dowager was extremely fond of Wu Yin's appearance. Smoke from the incense burner spread throughout the room, enveloping Wu Yin and the Empress Dowager. The potent drug flushed both their faces, and they frowned in pain. Wu Yin removed his monk's robe and draped it over the Empress Dowager before saying, "Stop. I am Wen Ji's biological son. I admit it. Your Majesty, please stop humiliating her. As for Yi Mu, I deliberately woke her early and provoked the demonic energy inside her. I incited Yi Mu to go on a killing spree because I wanted her to kill you." Mo Lin Yuan flew into a rage and immediately punched Wu Yin in the face, his eyes filled with fury. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "Damn you." Wu Yin's face was left bruised and swollen, but he suddenly burst into laughter and continued, "I was also the one who disappeared last time. I deliberately wanted Yi Mu to go on a killing spree at Heavenly Longevity Temple. I did everything." Mo Lin Yuan seized Wu Yin by the collar and roared, "She trusted you so much. Do you know how much she has suffered because of this over the years? Have you ever endured the agony of destroying your own meridians?" The Empress Dowager cried anxiously, "Stop. I am your enemy. He only targeted Yi Mu because of me. If you want revenge, take it out on me." Mo Lin Yuan naturally had no intention of sparing her. He tossed Wu Yin aside. Seeing the mother and son so concerned for each other, he suddenly felt that his original plan was not so bad after all. If something truly happened between them, he wondered what expression the deceased master Wen Ji would make. Seeing Mo Lin Yuan's sinister smile, both the Empress Dowager and Wu Yin were horrified. Neither doubted that he was truly capable of committing such an unconscionable violation of morality. Wu Yin struggled to his feet and circulated his inner energy, intending to strike the crown of his own head and atone with his death. Unexpectedly, Mo Lin Yuan stopped him and said darkly, "Did I give you permission to die?" The Empress Dowager finally dropped to her knees and wept. "I admit defeat. Please spare him. You may force me to enter a Buddhist convent or put me to death. I will accept anything. I only ask that you not let anyone else learn of Voiceless' existence. He is truly innocent. Please grant him a final measure of peace. This is my last request." Hearing this, Mo Lin Yuan was startled. He suddenly recalled what Yi Mu had said several years ago. One day, the Empress Dowager would willingly confess to protect someone. Unexpectedly, everything had unfolded exactly as she predicted. He immediately lost all interest in dealing with these people and merely ordered them escorted away and imprisoned. Then he hurried off to find Yi Mu, his heart filled with confusion and unease. The moment he saw her, he seized her chin. He murmured, "You can predict the future. Who exactly are you?" Yi Mu's answer was as sweet as ever. "I told you before, I was sent by heaven to help you." But this time, Mo Lin Yuan only felt uneasy. How long would she continue helping him? Would she one day disappear as suddenly as she had arrived? A fierce look flashed through Mo Lin Yuan's eyes. Yi Mu suddenly shuddered, unsure how she should answer him. Without warning, she clutched her chest as the murderous energy within her erupted, and her eyes turned blood red. Mo Lin Yuan immediately panicked and caught Yi Mu in his arms. Afraid she might hurt him, Yi Mu pushed him away and struggled to say, "Bring Voiceless here, quickly." Yi Mu felt as though her head were about to split apart, and she could barely retain her sanity. Mo Lin Yuan immediately ordered Voiceless to be brought over under guard. Still afraid that he might betray them again, Mo Lin Yuan grabbed him by the collar and threatened, "I warn you, if you obediently save Yi Mu, I can spare both you and your mother. If you dare try anything, I will make you watch your mother die by 1,000 cuts. I always keep my word." Voiceless was startled and immediately realized that Yi Mu was in grave danger. He solemnly promised, "This time, I will save her. I swear to heaven that I will keep her safe, but no one may enter the room." Naturally, Mo Lin Yuan was not reassured, but this was their only option, so he had no choice but to agree. Voiceless entered the inner chamber alone. As soon as he entered, he saw Yi Mu's hands locked in iron shackles and her entire body bound to a palace pillar. Her head hung motionless. Voiceless' heart ached as he slowly approached her and solemnly vowed, "I will save you." Yi Mu abruptly raised her head, her blood-red eyes brimming with murderous rage. She roared furiously and struggled to attack Voiceless, only to be restrained by the chains. The violently tugged chains clattered loudly. Voiceless closed his eyes and began chanting scriptures. His cool, clear voice made Yimu clutch her head and scream in agony. Gradually, however, she relaxed, and a trace of clarity returned to her mind. At last, she recognized Voiceless standing before her. She tried to make him stop, but Voiceless suddenly gripped her shoulders and pleaded remorsefully, "I was wrong back then. I owe you, so let me repay you with my life." With that, Voiceless swiftly struck several of Yimu's major acupoints, sealing them. Yimu immediately became unable to move and could only watch helplessly as Voiceless helped her sit cross-legged before sitting behind her. This was the posture used to transfer one's cultivation. Yimu hurriedly urged Voiceless to calm down. The divine art of annihilation was terrifying to begin with. Even without what you did, I might still have ended up this way. But Voiceless refused to listen. He resolutely circulated his cultivation and transferred his inner energy into Yimu's body. His inner energy was exceptionally gentle and yielding. Together with his entire life's vitality, it could completely purge the demonic art from Yimu's body. Afterward, Yimu would possess a century's worth of pure inner energy. Yimu was his only friend and the only person he had ever acknowledged in his life. He was entirely willing to die for her. Yimu wept and screamed in despair, "Voiceless, do not do this. I do not want you to die." Voiceless' handsome face gradually aged and withered, yet he smiled with relief. He even revealed his true identity. "My real name is Lu Wenjun. Before I could even cry after I was born, my father covered my mouth. That was why I came to be called Voiceless." Powerless, Voiceless leaned against Yimu's back and weakly pleaded, "You once said I was beautiful. I must be very ugly now. When you cremate me, could you please not look at me? Also, please cremate my glass lantern with me. In this life, the only evil thing I ever did was harm you. Are we still friends?" Yimu cried out through her tears, "We are friends. We will always be friends." In the final moments of his life, Voiceless heard the answer he had longed for. At last, he departed with a smile. A long while later, the anxious Lin Yuan pushed open the door and entered, only to see this scene. Yimu carried Voiceless outside, his face covered with a white cloth because he had said that he did not want anyone to see his aged and unsightly appearance. Yimu was sobbing uncontrollably, her eyes vacant. Lin Yuan's heart ached as he placed a hand on her shoulder. He said nothing and silently comforted her in her grief. Yimu placed Voiceless upon the funeral pyre. His hands held his beloved glass lantern, and the white cloth still covered his face. She followed his final wishes from beginning to end, never exposing even the slightest part of him. Holding a torch, Yimu quietly bade him farewell. "Voiceless, rest in peace. I will never forget you." Then, weeping, she threw the torch onto the pyre. With a sudden roar, flames surged upward and swallowed Voiceless in an instant. Yimu and Lin Yuan silently watched as he gradually vanished into the sea of fire. He should not have died, but he had chosen to exchange his own life for the Empress Dowager's. Lin Yuan was also moved to compassion. He decided to send the Empress Dowager to a temple to live in quiet contemplation, sparing her life, and thereby fulfilling Voiceless' final wish. In the years that followed, Yimu's life was very peaceful. Her only annoyance was that Lin Yuan constantly demanded that she teach him martial arts. Yimu could only remain speechless. His martial arts were already formidable, so why did he still insist on learning from her? Yet whenever Yimu failed to appear, Lin Yuan would send someone to find her. She could not avoid him quickly enough. She had barely managed to move out of his bedchamber. The mere thought of getting close to him again terrified her. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan resorted to his ultimate move and sent someone to tell her, "If she does not come, I will personally visit Yimu tonight to discuss cultivation methods." Yimu was both shocked and furious. Why was he using this trick again? Did he have no others? Though it was an old trick, it remained extremely effective against Yimu. She had to wear a cheerful smile on the outside. But inwardly, she wailed miserably as she went to find him. The moment Yimu arrived at the training grounds, she saw Lin Yuan wreaking havoc in the arena. More importantly, he was shirtless, his solid chest and 8 clearly defined abdominal muscles fully exposed. Yimu was so embarrassed that her cheeks turned bright red. She berated Mo Lin Yuan for showing off and training without a shirt. His physique was far too dazzling. Yemu kafud repeated to consul head impropertots. By then, Mo Lin Yuan had also noticed her. He ordered everyone else to withdraw. Then he extended a hand, inviting Muir into the arena for a match. The spectators below shouted encouragement. Missy, go up there and show us your heroic skills. Win justice for us. Yimu cheerfully declared that her inner cultivation was far deeper than Mo Lin Yuan's and that he was no match for her. Mo Lin Yuan countered that they would compare techniques, not inner energy. Unconcerned, Yimu said her techniques were no worse than his. Delighted, Mo Lin Yuan even proposed a wager. If I win, you must grant me one request. If I lose, I will do the same. He knelt before her and stated his request. Marry me. With that, he tossed her a dagger coated in white powder. Wherever it touched a person's body, it would leave a white mark. Whoever struck the other's acupoint first would win. Yimu was extremely confident. She was an expert with a century's worth of cultivation. How could she possibly lose? Mo Lin Yuan immediately shot forward like an arrow, moving as swiftly as lightning. With a sharp impact, Yimu blocked his attack. Both daggers snapped in half at the same time. Nevertheless, they continued attacking each other, since the broken blades could still leave white marks. They exchanged hundreds of moves in the blink of an eye. The spectators gaped and whispered among themselves. Missy is so inconsiderate. Would it not be better to pretend to lose to his majesty and marry him? Mo Lin Yuan also complained mournfully, do you truly dislike the idea of marrying me that much? But the foolish Yimu became even more vigilant when she heard this. He must have deliberately said that to distract her. She immediately focused her mind, and her attacks became even fiercer. Mo Lin Yuan was driven to the brink, awkwardly dodging left and right. He had yearned for Muir to marry him for years, yet this foolish girl still failed to understand his intentions. Yimu sent him flying. Mo Lin Yuan was forced to the point where he had nowhere left to stand. He could only leap onto the wall to temporarily evade her attacks. Hearing him say he had yearned for this for years, Yimu inwardly cursed him as a beast. She had still been a little girl back then. She absolutely could not show mercy to such a beast. Taking advantage of the fact that Mo Lin Yuan had not yet counterattacked, she immediately rushed forward like lightning. Victory was within her grasp, but Mo Lin Yuan suddenly slipped and fell backward. Behind him stood a weapons rack lined with sharp blades. Startled, Yimu hurriedly caught Mo Lin Yuan in her arms and leaped out of the way. The weapons rack crashed down dozens of feet away. Only then did Yimu breathe a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Mo Lin Yuan suddenly embraced her and laughed smugly. Mu, are you lost? Only then did Yimu notice that his hands were covered in white powder, and her own body was now covered in it as well. She burned with fury. This scoundrel had cheated again. He had deliberately fallen just now. Mo Lin Yuan pulled her into his arms. Yimu was unexpectedly pressed against his body, and her heart pounded wildly. He was still shirtless. Mo Lin Yuan tightly held her small hand and complained aggrievedly, Moore, are you trying to renege on our wager? Yimu was about to explode with anger. She had never agreed to it in the first place. Hearing this, Mo Lin Yuan said nothing more and simply hoisted her over his shoulder before walking away. Since you refused to agree, then I can only use force. Prepare to become my bandit bride. Yimu's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Her small fists frantically pounded his back, but she could not break free. She could only let him carry her back to his bedchamber and toss her onto the imperial bed. Mo Lin Yuan asked seriously, there is no longer any danger lurking within your body. When do you plan to marry me? Feeling guilty, Yimu turned her face away and whispered, could I choose not to marry you? Mo Lin Yuan crossed his arms in dissatisfaction. Only if you can give me a reasonable explanation. But Yimu stammered for a long time without managing to say anything. Just then, Mo Lin Yuan suddenly leaned close and whispered in her ear, dropping a bombshell. Let me guess. You refuse because you're not from this world, correct? Yimu was startled. Her small face went pale, and naked fear appeared in her eyes. Seeing her reaction, Mo Lin Yuan immediately understood that his guess had been correct. He had never expected his most absurd theory to be the answer. What confused him even more was Yimu's expression. Could she still be planning to leave him? Yimu's thoughts were in complete turmoil. It felt as though he already knew everything. Mo Linyuan lifted Yimu's small face and imperiously gave her 15 minutes to explain her origins. This time, he wanted to know everything clearly. Yimu swallowed nervously. She had avoided this for so long, but the inevitable had finally arrived. She wondered how he would punish her once she told him. Her adorable, frightened expression made her resemble a little rabbit, causing Mo Linyuan's heart to pound. Unable to resist, he pinched her nose and said, "Think about it. Who in this world could possibly punish you?" Only then did Yimu come to her senses. She was the foremost expert in the world, with a century's worth of cultivation. Who could defeat her? Thus, she recounted everything from beginning to end, deliberately concealing only the fact that obtaining the city boundary map would allow her to return home. Only then did Mo Linyuan learn that she truly did not belong to this world and had come here solely to help him. Feeling aggrieved, Yimu repeatedly explained, "Someone in my world is still waiting for me to save them, so I cannot stay." But Mo Linyuan seized upon the crucial point. "If no one were waiting for you to save them, would you stay here for me?" Yimu gazed at him reluctantly and said in a choked voice, "I cannot bear to leave you either." Mo Linyuan could no longer restrain himself. He rolled over, pinned her beneath him, and kissed her passionately. This time, Yimu did not resist as she usually did. Her small face flushed as she accepted his kiss, her heart beating so violently that it seemed ready to burst from her chest. They did not reluctantly part until they were nearly out of breath. Yimu was dazed from the kiss. Mo Linyuan licked the corner of his lips and gently asked, "You said you could return home. Surely you will not simply ascend into the sky like a fairy and disappear? You must need some object as proof that your mission is complete, correct?" Yimu instinctively nodded, only to realize afterward that she had fallen into his trap. She thought furiously, shameless. How dare he use his beauty against me? After that, no matter how Mo Linyuan kissed or teased her, she merely blushed and refused to say another word. Even so, Mo Linyuan had already guessed the answer. He caressed Yimu's small face and declared imperiously, "Yimu, you cannot escape. Moreover, you can no longer return home." Yimu was startled. Could he already know about the city boundary map? Just then, an envoy from the kingdom of Zhao suddenly arrived, interrupting their unfinished conversation. The scheming Mo Linyuan attempted to use his beauty to entice Yimu into bathing with him. Yimu protested in embarrassment, "I do not actually need a bath. Besides, do you not have to meet the envoy?" The little white rabbit prayed inwardly that he would hurry and leave, for her mind was already in complete disarray. Mo Linyuan narrowed his eyes and smiled. "If you do not want a bath, then doing something else before bathing would not be so bad." Yimu was too embarrassed to speak. She quickly got out of bed and announced that she wanted a bath immediately. Then she turned back. "But did you not say that the envoy from Zhao was waiting for an audience?" Mo Linyuan snorted coldly, completely unconcerned. Since they are requesting an audience, they should act like supplicants. What is wrong with making them wait a little? How could any envoy be more important than Yimu? Mo Linyuan had no intention of missing such an excellent opportunity. He immediately undid his belt, and his outer robe slipped down, revealing his sturdy, muscular body. His alluring physique was displayed in full. Yimu stayed in adaze, her heart pounding vidli. She hurriedly turned her back, squeezed her eyes shut, and silently chanted, "Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form." She had to remain calm. She could not look or allow her imagination to run wild. Mo Linyuan entered the water in satisfaction. Not wanting to force Yimu, he turned the conversation to official matters. "Do you know why Zhao has come?" Yimu recalled the plot of the original novel. Although many events had already diverged from the original story, Zhao had come for only one reason. They wished to marry their princess to Mo Linyuan. Sure enough, Mo Linyuan said, "That is correct. Moreover, they are very sincere. They do not even care that I already have an empress and a noble consort." "Yimu, do you think I should agree?" Yimu furose. Although she repeatedly told herself that a marriage alliance could strengthen his position and that it was something every emperor should do, she still felt deeply uncomfortable. But she had already decided to return home. How could she forbid Imo Linyuan from marrying? How could she be so selfish? Thus, she suppressed the bitterness in her heart and said, "Of course you should agree." Yet the unmistakable disappointment in her voice could not be concealed. Hearing this, Imo Linyuan's expression darkened, and his voice carried a dangerous edge. "Come here. What did you just say? I did not hear you clearly." Imu secretly opened her eyes and cautiously studied his expression. Judging by his tone, he seemed angry. Unexpectedly, Imo Linyuan rose directly from the water and approached her, his entire body dripping wet. Sensing danger, Imu panicked and turned to flee. Imo Linyuan immediately grabbed her, pulling her down into the water with him. He gripped her neck tightly and demanded through clenched teeth, "Say that again. What do you want me to do? You want me to marry another woman? Just say the word, and I will marry her at once." The more Imo Linyuan spoke, the angrier he became, almost crushing her against himself. Yimu's lips moved, but she remained speechless for a long time, feeling so aggrieved that she nearly cried. Imo Linyuan's heart suddenly ached. Unable to keep pressuring her, he sighed helplessly. "Little Mu, sometimes you should be a little more honest. You have me in your heart." As he spoke, he poked her chest with his finger. But when Imo Linyuan felt the softness beneath his fingertip, his thoughts instantly wandered. This part of her seemed to have grown larger. He could not help swallowing, and his restless hand moved toward her chest again. Yimu's face flushed with rage. She swiftly seized his wandering hand and counterattacked, pinning him to the ground. "You beast! How dare you take liberties with me right to my face? Do you think I am dead?" Imo Linyuan was not angry. Instead, he feigned weakness and said, "You really do not need to do this. If you want to teach me a lesson, there is no need to use force. I am entirely at your mercy." Yimu's heart nearly began racing. She immediately gritted her teeth and warned him, "In any case, if you want to touch me again, you must have my permission." Imo Linyuan began acting shamelessly again. "Why? Everything under heaven belongs to me, and so do you. Your body is yours, but I still want to touch it. What is more, I want to touch you every day from now on." Yimu pressed him harder against the ground and cursed, "Shameless." Unexpectedly, Imo Linyuan kicked up a splash and used the opportunity to escape her restraint. Caught off guard, Yimu got water in her eyes, slipped, and fell backward. Imo Linyuan reacted quickly and caught her, pinning her against the wall. With a sly smile, he pressed her. "I must have your permission, correct? Then I want to kiss you now. Do you agree?" Yimu immediately tried to refuse. But as soon as she opened her mouth, a finger pressed against her lips to silence her. Deliberately showing off his firm physique, Imo Linyuan smiled and offered her two choices. "Either let me kiss you, or let me do whatever I want. I will count to 3. If you do not answer or refuse, I will take that as choosing the second option. How does that sound?" Yimu was furious. That was no choice at all. But Imo Linyuan meant what he said and leisurely began counting. 1, 2, 3. He completely ignored her protests. Yimu was about to lose her mind. Was she really supposed to let him do whatever he wanted? This domineering emperor was truly outrageous. She wanted to go home now. She could only swallow her resentment for the moment, learn from this, and stay far away from him in the future. Yimu turned her face away indignantly and reluctantly chose the first option. It was only one kiss, after all. It was not as if they had never kissed before. That was still better than letting him do whatever he pleased. To her surprise, Mo Linyuan chuckled, pointed at his lips, and said expectantly, "Come here and kiss me." Yimu Furoze. He wanted her to kiss him? How ridiculous. Hearing that, Imo Linyuan said gently, "I can kiss you instead. I simply cannot guarantee that I will stop after one kiss." Yimu's cheeks puffed up with anger. This scoundrel was clearly forcing her to take the initiative. Yet her gaze uncontrollably drifted toward his lips. They were thin and soft, looking incredibly enticing. As if bewitched, Yimu slowly leaned closer. He was forcing her to kiss him anyway. One kiss would not hurt. Perhaps she really should follow her heart for once and do what she longed to do. Just as they were about to kiss, a report suddenly came from outside the door. Your Majesty, the envoy from the kingdom of Zhao has returned with an urgent matter and requests an audience. Yimu instantly came to her senses and hurriedly pushed Mo Linyuan away. She could not do this. If she could not give him her whole life, what right did she have to kiss him? But Mo Linyuan pulled her into his arms and kissed her fiercely. Yimu heard her heart pounding wildly, and only 3 words remained in her mind: I am doomed. Even after Mo Linyuan rose and left, Yimu remained dazed in the water, unable to calm her racing heart. All her previous training in resisting seduction seemed useless. A single kiss was enough to rob her of all self-control. Unable to restrain herself, Yimu secretly followed Mo Linyuan all the way to the imperial study. She wanted to see what kind of woman the Zhao princess seeking marriage was. Unexpectedly, she witnessed the Zhao envoy presenting a special gift. Yimu immediately froze. Why was that here? Sure enough, the Zhao envoy immediately raised the matter of a marriage alliance, and they showed tremendous sincerity. It did not matter whether the princess became empress or an imperial consort. Mo Linyuan refused without hesitation. A marriage alliance would indeed benefit both kingdoms, but he had no imperial brothers who could shoulder this responsibility. As a truly solitary ruler, he could not marry and could only disappoint Zhao's kind intentions. Unexpectedly, the Zhao envoy had come prepared. He immediately presented the princess's dowry and asked Mo Linyuan to examine it before deciding. Yimu instantly became anxious, wondering what was so special about the dowry that they emphasized it so strongly. But the next moment, Yimu no longer had the heart to consider that question. She saw the Zhao princess who had come to seek marriage. The princess had rosy lips, pearly teeth, and a beautiful appearance. Yimu could not resist peeking out, wanting a clear view of Mo Linyuan's reaction. He was resting his chin on one hand, looking noble and elegant as he examined the dowry. Yimu secretly jurset him. What a shameless flirt. He claimed not to want their princess, yet he had dressed so splendidly and was acting so refined and gentle. Just whom was he trying to seduce? At that moment, Mo Linyuan was startled. The gift from Zhao was the city boundary map. The envoy smiled smugly. Our sovereign heard that your majesty was collecting the city boundary maps and had offered a high price for them. As long as you agree to marry our princess, Zhao will respectfully present this city boundary map to you. Believing Mo Linyuan greatly valued the city boundary map, the envoy thought he would never reject such an enticing condition. Unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan refused without hesitation. I cannot agree to your proposed marriage alliance. There are many ways for our kingdoms to establish friendly relations. I can exchange something else for the city boundary map. The Zhao envoy's face immediately paled, and he unwillingly asked why Mo Linyuan refused. Mo Linyuan had not intended to say much, but when he inadvertently saw Yimu hiding behind a pillar, he said affectionately, because besides the city boundary map, there is someone else whom I treasure deeply. Even Yimu broke into a cold sweat on his behalf. What if those words earned him a reputation for being obsessed with women? She clearly should have felt worried and uneasy, yet she could not suppress her joy, and the corners of her lips curved upward. The Zhao envoy did not think it was a serious matter. Even if your majesty cares for one person, there is no need to reject everyone else. You are the son of heaven. Is it not perfectly normal for you to marry several more women? Unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan answered firmly, I am only human. My heart has room for only one person and the welfare of my kingdom. There is no room left for anyone else. When I had nothing and danger surrounded me, she was always by my side. Now that I hold supreme power, she should still be the one beside me. She never abandoned me, even through life and death. How could I break her heart for profit or power? I'm willing to give her everything. His heartfelt words left Yimu completely flustered, and she could not help fleeing in haste. Her thoughts were in turmoil. Why did he have to say such things? What was so wonderful about saying them in front of so many strangers? Feeling terribly embarrassed, Yimu hugged a pillow and rolled back and forth on her bed, failing to notice someone entering. Mo Linyuan pulled away her blanket and teased with a smile. What is wrong with our Mu? Did that kiss in the pool leave you so enchanted? Startled, Yimu nearly jumped up and shouted angrily, Why did you come in without making any noise? Mo Linyuan smiled slyly and teased. I deliberately walked very softly, but a certain little girl probably cannot hear anything now except the pounding of her own heart. Yimu angrily threw her pillow at his face and asked sourly, "What happened to your princess?" Mo Linyuan tilted his head in confusion. "Are you not my princess?" His large, shining eyes overflowed with affection, making Yimu's face flush and her heart race. She irritably urged him to answer and stop changing the subject. Montauk Linyuan shrugged helplessly. "Naturally, I could not agree. There's a jar of vinegar at home. Although she does not realize it, I cannot risk knocking it over." Yimu turned her back on him angrily. "Who are you calling a jar of vinegar? I already swore that even if you married another princess, I would never stop you." Yet she secretly felt a little happy. She was only worried about how they would obtain the city boundary map. Mo Linyuan immediately pinned her beneath him and asked suggestively, "If I obtain the map, how do you plan to thank me?" Yimu instantly bejame displacit. The map would lead them to the treasure. This was a blessing sent from heaven, yet this scoundrel still wanted compensation from her. Mo Linyuan smiled wickedly and threatened, "If you refuse to reward me, then I will not obtain it. I do not care about the treasure anyway." His scorching breath brushed her face, and his teasing made Yimu's cheeks burn crimson. Unable to bear it, she pushed him away, but Mo Linyuan pulled her tightly into his arms again. He liked holding Mu. It felt extremely comforting. In truth, Mo Linyuan did not desire the treasure very much. Perhaps he should simply forget about obtaining that city boundary map. Yimu imediately panicked. Without the treasure, how will you unite the Central Plains and become the greatest emperor of all time? Hearing this, Mo Linyuan lifted her face and asked seriously, "Did you foresee that I would become the greatest emperor of all time, or do you hope that I will?" Feeling guilty, Yimu avoided his gaze and whispered, "Of course I hope you will become the greatest emperor of all time." Since it was her wish, Mo Linyuan would naturally make it come true. But such pleasing words deserved a reward. Mo Linyuan immediately embraced Yimu, intending to reward her with a kiss. Without waiting for her permission, he expertly kissed her. But Yimu suddenly erupted and shoved Mo Linyuan away with all her strength. Distraught, she murmured, "You cannot do this. I am not from this world. I should go back." Mo Linyuan felt a bitter ache in his heart and pressed closer to her. "I have already seen and touched every part of your body. I have kissed your lips more than once. Is it not too late to say we cannot do this now?" Yimu was momentarily speechless. She regretted indulging his intimacy, only to lose herself in the tenderness he gave her. Crushed by guilt until she could barely breathe, Yimu panicked, turned, and fled. Mo Linyuan immediately felt some regret. If he had known, he would not have kissed her so forcefully and frightened his little Mu into running away. As she walked, she remained distracted by the realization that she had fallen for Mo Linyuan, desperately trying to regain her reason. After walking for a while, she finally realized that she had somehow reached the Zhao delegation's quarters. It turned out she had gotten lost. Just as Yimu was about to leave, the Zhao princess, Zhao Mingyu, blocked her path. Zhao Mingyu did not recognize her, so Yimu casually lied that she was a commandery princess adopted by the Empress Dowager. Zhao Mingyu's eyes immediately lit up. This was the perfect opportunity to question her about Mo Linyuan. She immediately lied as well, claiming to be the princess's maidservant, and pretended to ask casually, "I heard that your emperor is deeply devoted and has favored only one woman for many years. I wonder whether that lady, Yimu, possesses beauty capable of toppling kingdoms, or whether she has some extraordinary talent. Otherwise, how could she have retained his favor for so many years?" She added that she was merely making inquiries for the princess, since this concerned a woman's entire life. As fellow women, they should understand one another. Yimu said irritably, "She is not beautiful, nor is there anything extraordinary about her." At first, it was merely an angry lie, but the more Yimu thought about it, the more true it seemed. Although she had helped over the years, Mo Linyuan had accomplished most things through his own efforts. She did not seem to have been particularly useful. She instantly became somewhat frantic. She really was useless. What exactly did Mo Linyuan like about her? Surely it was not simply gratitude. Once that thought appeared, she could no longer suppress it. Perhaps that man merely wanted to repay her kindness and had therefore offered himself to her. Was that not how it always happened on television? Yimu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. So he had mistaken gratitude for love? Yimu was inwardly stunned. But Zhao Mingyu continued pressing her. Lady Yi must have some outstanding quality. Otherwise, why would His Majesty be so devoted to her? Yimu immediately snorted coldly. He is probably blind. Seeing her react so strongly, Zhao Mingyu assumed she bore a grudge against Yi Mu and immediately decided to make good use of her. Yi Mu then asked curiously, "Why must the Zhao princess marry so far from home?" Zhao Mingyu hurriedly began offering flattering praise. "The Emperor of Mo is an outstanding man among men and an excellent match for our princess." Yi Mu felt uncomfortable upon hearing that. Did even this woman think Mo Lin Yuan was wonderful? Zhao Mingyu was somewhat confused. Could anyone possibly consider such an exceptional man inadequate? Yi Mu bijame angry. What was so wonderful about Mo Lin Yuan that he attracted women everywhere? He clearly knew the Zhao princess was part of the delegation, yet he still acted so charming and drew admirers like flowers drew butterflies. Yi Mu said irritably, "Once you get close to him, you will realize he is not as wonderful as you think." Zhao Mingyu's eyes gleamed upon hearing this. Her opportunity had arrived. She immediately pretended to feel aggrieved and lamented. "I am merely a foreign subject. How could I possibly have a chance to approach His Majesty?" As expected, the loyal and generous Yi Mu immediately offered to take her to see the emperor. Zhao Mingyu secretly rejoiced. As long as she could meet Mo Lin Yuan alone even once, she was certain she could make him change his mind. Sure enough, no one stopped them along the way, and they smoothly reached the imperial study. Looking at the majestic palace and its exquisite decorations, Zhao Mingyu could not help feeling secretly astonished. The kingdom of Mo was now developing at astonishing speed thanks to unfamiliar products such as glass and paper. At this rate, even without the treasure, the kingdom of Mo would be strong enough to annex the other kingdoms. By then, the two had reached the entrance to the imperial study. Yi Mu did not want to see Mo Lin Yuan, so she told Zhao Mingyu to enter by herself. She even kindly reassured her, "Do not worry. As long as you do not anger him, he will not do anything to you." But inwardly, Yi Mu thought she would test the woman. If Zhao Mingyu dared enter alone, that would prove the princess was not afraid of death. Someone unafraid of death was usually not motivated by love at first sight, but by some ulterior motive. Zhao Mingyu pushed open the door and entered. She had to meet Mo Lin Yuan. After all, she possessed the city boundary map, so he certainly would not harm her. Montauk Lin Yuan was reviewing memorials. Hearing movement, he raised his head and regarded her warily. When Zhao Mingyu said the commandery princess had brought her, Mo Lin Yuan immediately understood. Yi Mu was undoubtedly behind this. She truly could not restrain herself. Could this test have been any more obvious? Nevertheless, it would show whether Yi Mu truly cared for him. Mo Lin Yuan's mood instantly improved, and he directly asked Zhao Mingyu what she wanted. Zhao Mingyu suddenly removed her hat, allowing her glossy black hair to cascade down and reveal her beautiful face. But Mo Lin Yuan was in no mood to admire her and asked again what she wanted. Zhao Mingyu suddenly knelt and pleaded pitifully, "Your Majesty, please save me. The Empress forced me into this marriage alliance with Mo by threatening my mother. If I refuse or the marriage alliance fails, the Empress will make my mother suffer a fate worse than death. I know your Majesty has only Lady Yi Mu in your heart, but I ask for very little. I merely beg you to let me remain here, even if you send me somewhere remote. I only need the marriage alliance to succeed. I only need to be allowed to stay. Please grant my request, your Majesty." Zhao Mingyu spoke through streaming tears and repeatedly knocked her forehead against the floor. Yi Mu was hiding on the roof and secretly observing everything. Zhao Mingyu had noble status and beauty, knew her place, and was not greedy. She even brought a dowry and the city boundary map. Yi Mu was truly worried that Mo Lin Yuan might be persuaded. As expected, Mo Lin Yuan asked, "You mean that all you need is a place to stay, and as long as the marriage alliance succeeds, nothing else matters, correct?" Zhao Mingyu sincerely promised, "As long as I can remain in the kingdom of Mo, I ask for nothing else." Secretly, however, she was delighted. As long as he accepted her, she would nominally be his woman, and sooner or later, that would become reality. Yi Mu saw through her at a glance, jealous and worried that Mo Lin Yuan might fail to notice. Especially when she saw him seriously considering it. She became so angry that she wanted to curse him. That bastard. Could he really be thinking of agreeing? Unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan suddenly chuckled and said cheerfully, "In that case, I shall marry you to one of Mo's ministers. The marriage alliance will then be complete." Zhao Mingyu froze. He wanted the city boundary map, but refused to accept her. Dream on. She immediately tried to refuse, but Mo Linyuan's expression darkened. "Were your earlier words all lies? Go back, and do not try your tricks before me. I am not the emperor of Zhao." Zhao Mingyu felt somewhat regretful. She must have been too impatient and aroused Mo Linyuan's dislike. It seemed she would have to be more careful next time. Montauk Linyuan laughed inwardly. Mu'er had definitely been watching him in secret just now. His performance should have reassured her. Elsewhere, Zhao Mingyu returned and recounted everything. The Zhao envoy was so furious that he nearly exploded. If Mo Linyuan remained determined not to marry the princess, their plan could not proceed. Zhao Mingyu was also seething. She blamed the delegation for its incompetence, since they did not even know that Mo had a commandery princess. The envoy was baffled. Mo Linyuan was the only remaining member of Mo's imperial family, and the only woman by his side was Yi Mu. Zhao Mingyu was stunned. The woman she had met earlier was actually Yi Mu. Mo Linyuan alone was already difficult to handle, and now there was the equally cunning Yi Mu. She would have to proceed more cautiously. Hiding on a rooftop, Yi Mu could not help laughing. As expected, her guess had been correct. This princess had indeed come to Mo with a secret agenda. Moreover, Yi Mu remembered that according to the original story, this princess should have become Zhao's empress. How had she become a princess sent for a marriage alliance instead? The plot had changed drastically. Having finished scouting the enemy, Yi Mu leaped away and returned to her chambers. As soon as she entered, she found Mo Linyuan waiting for her. She immediately began reporting her findings in high spirits, completely unaware that she was covered in dust. Mo Linyuan pulled her close and gently brushed the dust from her clothes. Only after Mu'er was neat and clean again did he smile in satisfaction. As for Zhao Mingyu's objective, he could guess it without investigating. Mo Linyuan gathered Yi Mu into his arms and slowly explained Zhao's situation. Although Zhao Mingyu was the daughter of a consort, the king of Zhao favored her so greatly that her status equaled that of a prince. She had volunteered for this marriage alliance, and she was also the one who had asked the king of Zhao to search for that fragment of the city boundary map. Yimuponderitis. It proved that Mo Linyuan possessed something Zhao Mingyu wanted, something important enough for her to abandon her status and enter a marriage alliance. The only things more valuable than her position as a princess were becoming Mo Linyuan's empress and obtaining the city boundary map. Furthermore, the princess of Zhao had prepared two possible plans. The first was to seduce Mo Linyuan and become the empress of Mo. The second was to use the completed city boundary map to encourage Mo Linyuan to search for the treasure. As the person who had presented the treasure, she would naturally gain his trust with ease. Therefore, her true objective was the treasure map. Mo Linyuan praised Mu'er for her cleverness, but none of this mattered as much as helping her grow up quickly. Mo Linyuan carried Yi Mu to the dining table, seated her on his lap, and personally fed her. Yi Mu's face was initially flushed with embarrassment, but as soon as she saw the table covered with delicacies, she could think of nothing but the food. Mo Linyuan helplessly tapped her forehead. "Do not focus only on eating. Cooperate with me later and make that princess abandon her designs on me. I truly do not want another woman yearning for me." Yi Mu puffed out her cheeks and covered her forehead. This man never missed an opportunity to confess his feelings, whether openly or subtly. Yet sweetness filled her heart. Before long, Zhao Mingyu arrived with the Zhao envoy. Mo Linyuan was still holding Yi Mu in his arms. Although Yi Mu felt embarrassed, she could only maintain an elegant smile before outsiders. Zhao Mingyu frowned at the sight. Such intimacy was clearly being displayed for her benefit. What exactly were they trying to do? Mo Linyuan invited them to dine, but he paid attention only to placing food in Yi Mu's mouth, his face filled with indulgent affection. Yi Mu stared blankly for a moment before obediently opening her mouth. After all, Mo Linyuan had said that he did not want this woman yearning for him, so Yi Mu would reluctantly cooperate with his performance. She began acting coquettishly, asking for fish one moment and ribs the next. Mo Linyuan patiently removed every fish bone and rib bone for her. Ignored at the side, Zhao Mingyu burned with fury. Had Mo Linyuan summoned them merely to flaunt his affection before them? Even Yimu felt so uncomfortable that goosebumps covered her skin. She shot Mo Linyuan a warning look, telling him that was enough. Instead, Mo Linyuan placed a bowl of soup in her hands and asked her to feed him. Yimu Furoze. This man was utterly shameless. Had he become addicted to teasing her? Yet before outsiders, she could only force a smile and obediently feed him while resentfully thinking, I hope you choke on it. Seeing Mo Linyuan behave so tenderly, Zhao Mingyu's heart stirred, and she was suddenly consumed by jealousy. Yimu had merely appeared at the right time and remained by his side a few years longer than she had. What was so remarkable about that? Mo Linyuan clearly saw her expression and immediately became displeased. He ordered several chests of gold, silver, and jewels brought forward, saying that today's matter would be forgotten and that these would serve as an apology. Then he lifted Yimu into his arms and left without sparing Zhao Mingyu another glance. Sure enough, the next day, the Zhao envoy could no longer endure the situation. He directly presented a fragment of the city boundary map, asking only that Mo Linyuan allow Zhao Mingyu to choose her own prince consort, and Mo Linyuan finally possessed every fragment of the map. He immediately assembled them, brought the completed map to Yimu, took her hand, and pressed it against the city boundary map. Yimu was instantly terrified. Was she about to return to the modern world? She had not even had time to say anything. The city boundary map had finally been made whole. Mo Linyuan held Yimu's hand and pressed it against the map with her. This was what she had sought for so long. Yet Yimu was overwhelmed with fear. She had not had time to say anything. If she returned to the modern world now, she would never have another chance to see Mo Linyuan. Yimushat Hadeis in despite. Strangely, no matter how long she waited, the city boundary map did not react. Yimustate blankly. Had that voice deceived her? Would she never be able to return? Mo Linyuan's expression darkened at the sight. As expected, the city boundary map was the means by which she could return. But Yimu was nearly losing her mind. If she could not return even after obtaining the map, had all her perseverance and effort been nothing but a joke? Why could she not return? What did she have to do to go back? Heartbroken, Mo Linyuan held her shoulders and gently comforted her. Yimu, do not be afraid. This city boundary map is fake, so of course you cannot return. Think about it. Zhao knew perfectly well that I lacked only the final fragment. Even if they found it, how could they possibly hand it over so easily? Although this city boundary map appears complete, many details are actually wrong. He could not help letting out a bitter laugh. He had initially thought he needed to accomplish some great feat before she could return, but the true key had turned out to be the city boundary map. Yimusudendi Fat Guiti. She had deliberately kept the truth from him because she feared he would immediately destroy the map if he found out. Mo Linyuan had to admit that he truly would have done so. Seeing Yimu so distressed, he could not bear to pressure her any further. He stiffly changed the subject and turned to official matters. I deliberately created this false city boundary map because I was waiting for Zhao Mingyu to steal it. Moreover, although this fragment is fake, its edges perfectly match the other fragments. That alone is enough to prove that the genuine city boundary map must be in Zhao's possession. Yimu sank into thought. Zhao Mingyu was clearly stubborn, so resolving the matter through brute force would probably be difficult. Unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan suddenly lifted Yimu's small face and said tenderly, Yimu, let us marry. If a day comes when you truly must return and I cannot stop you, then I hope that, at the very least, you will have accepted me before you leave. Yimu's heart ached. This was far too unfair to him. Mo Linyuan smiled bitterly and humbled himself. I do not care whether it is fair or unfair. I only want Yimu to agree to marry me. This was his selfish wish. Yimu was plunged into an agonizing struggle, her entire body trembling with indecision. Just then, Zhao Mingyu suddenly requested an audience, interrupting their conversation. The moment Zhao Mingyu arrived, she asked to see the city boundary map. Mo Linyuan sneered inwardly, but pretended to be reluctant. Zhao Mingyu hurriedly explained that she had studied geomancy and terrain assessment under a master since childhood, so perhaps she could resolve his concerns. Moreover, she had long heard that a dragon vein lay where the imperial treasure was buried, and she might be able to identify it. Seeing that she had come prepared, Mo Linyuan pretended to be persuaded and allowed her to examine the city boundary map. Zhao Mingyu immediately hurried over and studied the map intently. Seeing how focused she was, Yi Mu guessed that she possessed an extraordinary memory and intended to memorize the city boundary map. Unexpectedly, Zhao Mingyu made a shocking declaration and directly claimed that the city boundary map was fake. Yi Mu and Mo Linyuan were both startled, uncertain whether she was testing them or had truly noticed something. They immediately pretended not to believe her. Except for the fragment you brought, every piece of the city boundary map has an extraordinary provenance. They cannot possibly be fake. Zhao Mingyu immediately pointed out a place on the map where a mountain range was broken. Mo Linyuan pretended to be doubtful and said that he would invite a geomancy master to examine it carefully. Only then did Zhao Mingyu smile in satisfaction and turn away smugly. Mo Linyuan and Yi Mu exchanged glances, both realizing that Zhao Mingyu was no simple opponent. She had done this to make Mo Linyuan suspicious and delay his search for the treasure, thereby buying more time for Zhao. However, once Mo Linyuan discovered that the fragment she had brought was fake, she would almost certainly die. What reward had the Emperor of Zhao promised that made her willing to risk her life? Yi Mu immediately guessed that it was the imperial throne. After all, according to the original story, Zhao Mingyu ultimately became the Empress Regnant of Zhao. Mo Linyuan was astonished when Yi Mu recounted the original story. He had never expected that he would eventually achieve such greatness. However, he worried that if he failed to become the wise and legendary ruler depicted in the original story, Yi Mu would be disappointed. Hearing this, Yi Mu smiled and comforted him. She believed Mo Linyuan was already far more remarkable than the man described in the original story. Yet Mo Linyuan was filled with bitterness. No matter how remarkable he became, Yi Mu would eventually return to the modern world. But he could not stop her from leaving to save her father. Mo Linyuan embranjit Yemu. He finally understood why. In the original story, he had died at the age of 40 after unifying the Central Plains. If he lost Yi Mu, possessing the entire realm would become meaningless. Such an early death was understandable. Yi Mu trembled with heartache. She had never imagined that this was the reason behind the original story. She could no longer deceive herself. She had fallen for Mo Linyuan long ago. Seeing her heartache for him, a trace of greed rose within Mo Linyuan. If obtaining the city boundary map would allow her to return, then as long as he prevented her from obtaining it, would she not be unable to leave? Suddenly, inspiration flashed through his mind. Yi Mu had said that obtaining the city boundary map would allow her to return. That meant she would return to the exact moment when she had first arrived here. Not understanding his thoughts, Yi Mu nodded. It had to be that moment when her father was undergoing surgery. Otherwise, she would not be in such a hurry. Unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan burst into laughter, looking almost delirious with excitement. Yi Mu did not understand and worried that he had lost his mind. Mo Linyuan gripped her shoulders and exclaimed, "I knew there had to be a way for us to have both. Heaven will not take you away from me so easily. You can stay with me for the rest of our lives. Once we have both lived to 100, you can use the city boundary map to return. You will still go back to the moment you wanted, will you not?" Yemu Sudendi understood. No matter when she obtained the city boundary map, she would return to the moment when she had first arrived. Mo Linyuan embraced her excitedly and laughed until he could barely breathe. Yi Mu truly was a gift bestowed upon him by heaven. At last, she could remain with him for a lifetime. However, the next day, Zhao Mingyu sought out Yi Mu and invited her to leave the palace for an outing. Yi Mu knew that Zhao Mingyu had copied the city boundary map, but because Mo Linyuan had placed her under strict guard, she had been unable to send either the information or the copy outside. Yi Mu was about to refuse when Zhao Mingyu said that she wanted to attend the Lantern Festival outside the palace with her. Yi Mu could not help remembering the silent monk. He had been dead for 2 years. She immediately agreed, intending to buy a glass lantern and light it before his grave. But while Yi Mu was buying a lantern, a sudden shout rang out. The crowd erupted into discussion, saying that a woman had been abducted in the street. Only then did Yi Mu realize that Zhao Mingyu had disappeared. As soon as they left the palace, Zhao Mingyu had secretly left signals along their route. Now her people had finally made their move. Yi Mu immediately summoned the shadow guards and ordered them to conduct a conspicuous search. This way, everyone learned that the princess of Zhao had been abducted. Zhao Mingyu could not leave with the people who had come to meet her, so she could only hand them the city boundary map and order them to deliver it to her imperial father immediately. After the black-clad men left, she pulled out her hairpin and viciously stabbed herself in the arm, intending to use a self-injury ruse to deceive everyone. She then staggered into Yimu's arms and said in panic, "Someone tried to violate me just now. Fortunately, I resisted with all my strength and managed to escape." Yimu's expression became complicated. This princess was truly an excellent actress. Nevertheless, Yimu could only order her attendants to carry Zhao Mingyu back. Zhao Mingyu weakly pleaded for a private conversation with Mo Linyuan. Yimu and Mo Linyuan exchanged glances, then tactfully left them alone to see what scheme Zhao Mingyu would attempt next. Sure enough, Zhao Mingyu tearfully complained that a man from Mo had nearly violated her and that she no longer had the dignity to live. Mo Linyuan immediately sneered. "As soon as you obtained the city boundary map, you clung to Mu'er and insisted on leaving the palace. Do you think I cannot see through your intentions? Do you take me for your imperial father? Do you think you can provoke me however you please?" Zhao Mingyu jumped in fright and hurriedly insisted that she had never done anything to betray. Mo Linyuan immediately threatened her coldly. "If Zhao finds the treasure before I do, I guarantee that you will never live to see the day Zhao rises to power." Zhao Mingyu's face turned deathly pale. In panic, she grabbed his sleeve and tried to explain. But Mo Linyuan forcefully shook off her hand, warned her to conduct herself properly, and turned to leave. Zhao Mingyu was both shocked and terrified. Montauk Linyuan was undoubtedly furious. If she remained, her life might be in danger. She had to leave this place as quickly as possible. Several days later, Zhao sent people to deliver the princess's wedding gifts. Gold, silver, and jewels filled the entire palace hall. Yimu was dazzled by the sight. Mo Linyuan said, "If you like them, I promise that when the time comes, your wedding gifts will be 1,000, even 10,000 times greater." The blatant implication in those words made Yimu blush and her heart race. This time, however, she felt nothing but relief. Fortunately, Mo Linyuan had never given up and had finally removed the greatest obstacle between them. When she imagined taking the city boundary map and leaving him behind to live in loneliness, only to die young in the end, Yimu felt both guilty and heartbroken. She immediately grabbed the front of his robe and took the initiative to kiss him on the cheek. Then, while he was still stunned, she shyly turned and ran away. Before leaving, she smiled and boldly confessed, "I suddenly realized that I like you very much. Mo, please take good care of me from now on." Mo Linyuan pulled Yimu into his arms and exclaimed with delirious joy, "Yimu, don't even think about running away. Now that you've kissed me, you must take responsibility." Meanwhile, Zhao Mingyu was trapped in misery. She had thought she could rely on Zhao Shu, the second prince, to take her home. Unexpectedly, Zhao Shu gave her a lecherous look and demanded that she pay a price. With that, he reached out to open her clothes. Zhao Mingyu hurriedly slapped his hand away, unable to believe he was such a beast that he would even lay hands on his own biological sister. Yet Zhao Shu merely sneered and said, "Your mother has already been defeated and captured by mine. If you want your mother to remain alive, you had better obey me. I will return home tomorrow." Zhao Mingyu was both horrified and furious. For the sake of her mother's life, she had no choice but to submit. Zhao Shu immediately carried her to the bed, then pinned her beneath him without hesitation. Zhao Mingyu shed tears of anguish. There was no longer any place for her in the kingdom of Mo. If she wanted to return home, she could only endure this. The following day, Zhao Shu bade farewell to Mo Linyuan and departed for the kingdom of Zhao with his entourage. With a single glance, Mo Linyuan recognized Zhao Mingyu, who had disguised herself and blended into the group. But he pretended not to notice and allowed her to leave. The convoy traveled very slowly on its way home. Growing anxious, Zhao Mingyu went to Zhao Shu and said, "If you insist on traveling this slowly, give me a horse. I'll return by myself." Zhao Shu merely mocked her. "I know father promised to make you empress if you obtain the city boundary map. Stop dreaming. I acquired the city boundary map long ago. The city boundary map is not in father's hands. It is in mine." Zhao Mingyu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. So he had been toying with her all along. He had clearly already obtained the city boundary map, yet he had still used it to deceive her and violate her. She immediately drew a dagger and lunged at him. "You beast! I'll kill you." She had been violated by her imperial brother, and he had also stolen the throne from her. Enraged, Zhao Mingyu thrust the dagger at him, determined to kill the beast and slaughter everyone from the kingdom of Zhao. Zhao Shu easily dodged the fatal strike and smugly taunted her. I was never going to let you return alive anyway. What is so strange about sampling you before you die? And you tasted rather good. With that, he ordered his subordinates to surround her. Zhao Mingyu was still trying to find a way through the encirclement when Zhao Shu sneered. I told father that if he wanted the city boundary map, he had to permit me to kill you. He agreed without the slightest hesitation. Those words pierced Zhao Mingyu's heart, leaving her numb and cold inside. How could her father treat her this way? What meaning was there in anything she had done? None of it had been worth it. In her despair, she did not even notice the blade descending toward her head. Just as she was about to be beheaded, a sharp clang rang out at the critical moment, knocking the descending blade away. Mo Linyuan emerged from the forest with his men and asked with a smile, Prince Zhao, where are you taking Princess Zhao? Didn't you say that our kingdoms were to establish diplomatic relations? Do you intend to break your word? Zhao Shu was horrified and hurried forward to explain. Zhao Mingyu manipulated her own mother and caused great turmoil in the palace. Father sent me to take her life. As he spoke, he deliberately stalled for time and signaled a guard to assassinate Zhao Mingyu. The guard immediately restrained her and drove a dagger straight down. At that moment, Yi Mu flashed into view before them. Zhao Mingyu stared in disbelief. Was Yi Mu even human? How could she move so quickly? Yi Mu threw a punch, sending the two guards tumbling into the distance. Furious and frightened, Zhao Shu immediately ordered his men to surround the two women. Zhao Mingyu shouted, I secretly made a copy of the city boundary map. Now Zhao Shu wants to silence me and take the city boundary map home by himself. Zhao Shu's expression changed, and he signaled everyone to attack, intending to threaten Mo Linyuan into letting him return home, or else fight to the death. Yi Mu was furious. How dare this man threaten Mo Linyuan? Did he think she, the greatest martial artist under heaven, was invisible? Yi Mu waved her hand, and a powerful surge of inner force sent all the black-clad men flying. Zhao Shu's face turned deathly pale. He had never expected this little girl to be so formidable. No wonder Mo Linyuan remained so calm. It turned out that Yi Mu was his hidden trump card. The next moment, Mo Linyuan asked Zhao Mingyu, what do you want to do with your imperial brother? Terrified, Zhao Shu threatened them in a trembling voice. I am a prince of the kingdom of Zhao. If I die, our kingdoms will go to war. Zhao Mingyu hated him so bitterly that she ground her teeth. I want him dead. If you kill him, I will give you anything. Mo Linyuan only wanted the genuine city boundary map. You must have seen the real city boundary map, and you possess a photographic memory. I want you to redraw it. Zhao Mingyu was startled. So he had known all along that the city boundary map she brought him was a fake. Nevertheless, she agreed without hesitation. As long as Zhao Shu died, she was willing to do anything. Receiving Mo Linyuan's signal, Yi Mu shot forward like lightning, instantly subduing Zhao Shu and pinning him to the ground. Zhao Shu struggled desperately and pleaded, Your Majesty, don't listen to her. I truly do not have the city boundary map. But Mo Linyuan did not care. As long as Zhao Mingyu possessed what he wanted, nothing else mattered. Zhao Mingyu immediately picked up the dagger, ignoring Zhao Shu's anguished screams. She plunged it straight down. A beast like him deserved to go to hell. Zhao Shu collapsed into a pool of blood and breathed his last. Fresh blood splattered across Zhao Mingyu. She broke down and sobbed. There was no turning back now. Yi Mu suddenly felt sympathy for her. In truth, Zhao Mingyu had committed no grave wrong. They had merely stood on opposing sides. Yi Mu was about to comfort her when Zhao Mingyu wiped away her tears, dropped to her knees with a thud, and kowtowed as she pleaded, I am willing to redraw the city boundary map immediately. I only ask that your majesty kill every person from the kingdom of Zhao here, as well as those in the palace. Do not spare a single one. Ye Mufuroze. The future empress of Zhao wanted everyone from her own kingdom killed. Mo Linyuan immediately understood. She wanted to return to the kingdom of Zhao. Zhao Mingyu silently nodded. If anyone carried word of this incident back to Zhao, she would be convicted of treason upon her return. If all these people died, then even if others suspected her, they would have no evidence. Mo Linyuan immediately ordered, other than Princess Zhao, spare no one from the kingdom of Zhao. A brutal massacre followed. Anguished screams echoed everywhere. Zhao Mingyu showed no mercy whatsoever. Had these people not previously stood by and allowed her to die? It would be best if every one of them disappeared. Throughout the massacre, however, Mo Linyuan held Yimu tightly in his arms, covering her ears and shielding her eyes. Yimu had once been unable to bear the sight of blood. Although she had recovered, he still instinctively worried about her. Watching them, Zhao Mingyu felt both envious and confused. Yimu was clearly as ruthless as an executioner. So why did Mo Linyuan continue protecting her this way? Could he not see how powerful Yimu was? After everything ended, Zhao Mingyu fulfilled her promise and redrew the genuine city boundary map. At last, the city boundary map was complete. Yimu curiously leaned closer to examine it, but Mo Linyuan hurriedly pushed her head away. From now on, you must keep your distance from my imperial desk. As he anxiously placed the city boundary map inside a bamboo tube, Yimu was suddenly overcome by a mischievous impulse and snatched it away. Mo Linyuan hurried after her. Yimu nimbly dodged him, stubbornly refusing to return it. Mo Linyuan was so anxious that his heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Did this little girl have any idea what she could and could not play with? Mo Linyuan grew angry and stopped chasing her. Instead, he grabbed Yimu, pinned her against the imperial desk, and kissed her fiercely. The kiss left Yimu dazed, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around him. The moment her hand opened, the bamboo tube fell to the floor. Mo Linyuan even gave her bottom a few smacks, then warned her fiercely, "If you cause trouble again, don't blame me for devouring you completely." Yimu immediately turned scarlet, and her shriek echoed throughout the palace. The following evening, Yimu went to Zhao Mingyu's chambers to bid her farewell. The two women spoke openly with each other. In a sense, their friendship had grown out of conflict. Zhao Mingyu had a gift for Yimu, but unexpectedly, its effects were extraordinarily potent. That night, Mo Linyuan felt unbearably hot all over and could not resist removing his clothes. Yet the heat did not fade at all, and his thoughts were overwhelmed by his longing for Yimu. Yimu had just finished bathing. She entered the sleeping chambers while humming, only to discover that the room was completely dark. Mo Linyuan lay on the bed, wrapped tightly in a blanket. No matter how Yimu called to him, he did not answer. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she reached out to pull the blanket away and check on him. Unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan suddenly sat up, pulled her down, and pinned her beneath him. Startled, Yimu hurriedly tried to push him away, only to discover that his body was burning hot beneath her hands. Her heart lurched. Did he have a fever? She immediately touched his forehead, but its temperature was normal. What was happening? Mo Linyuan's face was flushed, and he panted heavily. He said angrily, "Isn't this all because you recklessly burned some strange incense?" Yimu was stunned. "Zhao Mingyu gave me that incense. I even had someone inspect it and confirm that it wasn't poisonous." Mo Linyuan nearly died of anger. This is called Dream Return Incense. It is the most famous aphrodisiac incense in the kingdom of Zhao. Only a foolish girl like you would light it without knowing what it was. Mo Linyuan had inhaled too much and was nearly unable to restrain himself. He immediately lifted Yimu's small face, then kissed her fiercely. His scorching breath brushed the tip of her nose, and Yimu's face turned crimson from the kiss. She could not help screaming inwardly, "I don't want to give myself to him now." But the Dream Return incense continued spreading throughout the room, and Yimu also fell under its influence. The two embraced and rolled across the bed, gradually losing themselves in the moment. Just as they were about to go further, Mo Linyuan abruptly regained his senses, sprang up, and jumped out of bed. He turned his back and did not dare look at Yimu again, afraid the desire inside him would flare up once more. He still remembered Yimu always saying she was too young, so naturally, he would not force her now. Mo Linyuan restrained himself until he felt as though steam were rising from his entire body, then angrily urged Yimu to leave at once. Yimu sitrektenet her disevelet kalotes. After staring blankly for a moment, she finally regained her senses, sprang to her feet, and fled. Inwardly, she cursed Zhao Mingyu furiously. "You menace! You had better never return, or I'll make you experience this for yourself." Still, she was fortunate that Mo Linyuan possessed such great self-control. Otherwise, she would have been done for tonight. Yimu remained worried that he would not be able to endure it, so she hurriedly ordered servants to prepare water and fresh clothes to deliver to Mo Linyuan later. Early the following morning, Mo Linyuan went to the royal study to discuss the city boundary map with his ministers. Worried about him, Yimu hid on a ceiling beam and secretly observed his condition. Mo Linyuan's brows were furrowed, and his expression was dark, as if he might lose his temper at any moment. Clearly, he had not slept well the previous night either. Sure enough, Mo Linyuan quickly lost his patience. These men were all experts in geography, yet not one of them could determine what place the city boundary map depicted. The ministers were deeply troubled. There are no words, markings, or routes on it. We truly cannot identify the location. In truth, Yimu sympathized with them. The city boundary map looked like a landscape painting, so finding such a place would be extremely difficult. Perhaps you should not rely solely on geography experts. You should also summon masters of geomancy. Mo Linyuan immediately looked up. Only then did Yimu realize that she had accidentally spoken aloud. Mo Linyuan dismissed everyone, and Yimu flipped down from the beam. He looked at her disapprovingly. Didn't I tell you to stay away from the city boundary map? Yimu grinned and hurriedly changed the subject to serious matters. Viewed from above, the city boundary map clearly showed two connected mountain ranges. Perhaps the treasure was hidden in a place with exceptionally auspicious terrain. Mo Linyuan considered inviting several masters of geomancy to examine it, hoping they might discover a clue. However, the city boundary map could not be exposed to outsiders. Moreover, people who truly understood geomancy were exceedingly rare. Mo Linyuan worried that imposters might infiltrate the palace and seize the opportunity to cause trouble. Yimu suggested issuing an imperial notice to recruit geomancers from across the realm under the pretext of renovating the imperial mausoleum. More than one person would surely apply. By having them debate one another, they could ultimately determine who is truly skilled. Mo Linyuan immediately ordered the imperial notice posted. Within only a few days, geomancers from across the realm gathered in the capital. Mo Linyuan and Yimu sat above them, observing each candidate in turn. The first to step forward was named Lin Zhizhao. He looked young, not yet 20, but claimed to possess extraordinary talent and mastery of astronomy, geography, locating dragon veins, and identifying auspicious burial sites. The other geomancers all looked at him disdainfully. How dare such a young brat boast so shamelessly? Lin Zhizhao, however, was confident in his experience and retorted without the slightest courtesy. His arrogance made the older geomancer seethe with fury. Yimu was also amused, since arguing would settle nothing. She suggested that everyone read her palm and facial features to demonstrate their respective abilities. They could speak frankly about whatever they saw, and she guaranteed that no one would be held responsible. Immediately afterward, however, Yimu warned them coldly that they must tell the truth. Anyone who fabricated a reading would be beheaded. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Was there even any need to read her fortune? She was the emperor's cherished treasure, so her destiny was surely extraordinarily fortunate. Consequently, everyone who stepped forward offered only elaborate praise, claiming that Yimu was blessed and destined for both wealth and honor. Mo Linyuan and Yimu exchanged helpless looks. Although these words were pleasing to hear, the masters kept repeating the same things. They were clearly flattering her. At that moment, Lin Zhizhao stepped forward with a completely different attitude. He bluntly refused to read Yimu's fortune. Yimu thought he did not know how and was about to speak. But Lin Zhizhao smiled and said, "My master once taught me that there are three kinds of people whose fortunes should not be read. The first are rulers, nobles, generals, and commanders. The second are those who have altered their destinies." Yimu was startled. Had he somehow realized that she had changed her fate? Unexpectedly, Lin Zhizhao continued, "Miss Yi, you belong to the third kind, those who are about to die." Mo Linyuan immediately flew into a rage. How dare this man say that his Yimu was about to die? He roared an order for Lin Zhizhao to be dragged outside and publicly beheaded. Lin Zhizhao remained calm and even smiled as he advised Mo Linyuan not to become angry. "Your Majesty naturally possesses the features of a wise ruler, but the shadows beneath your eyes now give you the appearance of a tyrant. That will not be good in the long term." Mo Linyuan grew even more furious. "Then a tyrant I shall be. Drag all these people outside and behead them. If they dare curse my Yimu, then they can die before she does. Everyone dropped to their knees and begged for mercy, inwardly cursing Lin Jizhao for being a fool who had implicated them all. Yimu hurriedly took Mo Lin Yuan's hand and urged him to calm down. In the original story, the former owner of this body seemed destined to die around this time. What this man had seen was most likely her original fate. It appeared he truly did possess some ability. Mo Lin Yuan anxiously asked if she was in danger now. Don't be afraid. I've already changed my fate. Nothing will happen to me. Afterward, she detained Lin Jizhao while everyone else was driven out of the palace. The geomancers, fortunate to have escaped death, hurriedly departed. Only Lin Jizhao remained. Mo Lin Yuan did not want to look at the man who had dared to curse Yimu, but he did not want her to worry either. He could only turn away resentfully, refusing even to glance at Lin Jizhao. Yimu ignored his sulking and instructed the shadow guards to investigate Lin Jizhao thoroughly. Only after confirming that there was nothing suspicious about him did she have him brought to the imperial study. Upon returning to the imperial study, Yimu found Mo Lin Yuan sitting there sulking. She laughed and coaxed him. "What are you worried about? This body belongs to me now. I'll be fine." Still worried, Mo Lin Yuan asked, "Then why did you die in the original story? If they knew the cause, they could avoid those dangers and perhaps keep her safer." Yimu laughed awkwardly and refused to answer, insisting it was unimportant. Mo Lin Yuan's heart suddenly grew heavy. Could her death have had something to do with him? It was not an unreasonable thought. If Yimu had continued tormenting and abusing him as she had in childhood, he certainly would not have spared her. Mo Lin Yuan's expression abruptly darkened, and he pressed her to tell him how he had killed her in the original story. Unable to withstand his questioning, Yimu finally confessed that he had fed her to a tiger. Mo Lin Yuan immediately thought of the enormous tiger he kept in the imperial gardens. It seemed he ought to have that tiger killed after all. Yimu immediately guessed what he was thinking and hurriedly said, "Why not spare that poor tiger? With fists like hers, even 10 tigers could not get near her." Even so, Mo Lin Yuan remained worried. He pulled Yimu onto his lap and embraced her, asking anxiously, "Then nothing will happen to you this time, will it?" Yimu declared confidently, "Fate can be changed. I've already changed many things from the original story. You have to trust me, all right? Besides, I'm the greatest martial artist in the world, and you're the wisest emperor under heaven. With the two of us working together, who could possibly defeat us? How could anything happen?" Yet Mo Lin Yuan still could not put his mind at ease. Her identity as someone destined to die felt like a curse, leaving him constantly afraid that he would lose Yimu. Like a puppy, he nestled into her embrace and revealed his vulnerability for the first time. "I wish I could shrink you and hide you against my chest. I keep feeling as though you might disappear at any moment." Yimu laughed. "If I became tiny, who would bear your children?" Mo Lin Yuan pouted and said petulantly, "Couldn't you be big when necessary and small when necessary?" By then, Lin Jizhao had passed the inspection and been escorted inside. The moment Mo Lin Yuan saw him, his anger returned. He frowned and refused to say a single word to him. Yimu had no choice but to speak, asking why he had come to the imperial palace. Lin Jizhao grinned. "Didn't you say that if I completed a task for His Majesty, I would be appointed imperial preceptor?" Mo Lin Yuan snorted coldly upon hearing this. He would never appoint this man as imperial preceptor. Absolutely never. Yimu, however, was somewhat surprised that he wanted the position. Weren't truly capable people supposed to be indifferent to fame and fortune? Unexpectedly, Lin Jizhao began complaining without the slightest embarrassment. Wandering the martial world is difficult. An imperial preceptor commands great respect and never has to worry about where his next meal will come from. I may have enough skill to earn money, but I also have many enemies. Once I become imperial preceptor, I won't have to fear any of them. Mo Lin Yuan curled his lips. Given this man's character, his enemies would probably still come seeking revenge, even if he lived in the imperial palace. Yimu returned to what he had said earlier. "You said I was destined to die. Did you truly see something on me?" Lin Jizhao suddenly replied, "I noticed traces of altered fate around you, young lady. But I'm not trying to frighten you. You truly are going to die soon." Mo Lin Yuan exploded with rage and roared, "Nonsense! Drag this man outside and execute him by 1,000 cuts." Yimu hurriedly held Mo Linyuan back and soothed him gently. Don't be angry. If he's lying, we can kill him whenever we want. But if he's telling the truth, then since he can see the problem, perhaps he also knows how to solve it. In any case, for the sake of my safety, calm down first. It took Yimu considerable effort to placate him. Mo Linyuan drew several deep breaths before he barely managed to suppress his murderous intent. But he still warned Lin Zhizhao irritably, I do not want to hear the word death from your mouth again. This is your final warning. Lin Zhizhao hurriedly covered his mouth, indicating that he would not speak recklessly again. Yimu could feel a headache coming on and quickly asked whether he knew any way to avert this fate. Lin Zhizhao grinned. Of course there is. As long as you find someone who can defy heaven and change your fate, you'll survive. Unfortunately, although he knew virtually everything else, changing fate in defiance of heaven was the one thing he could not do. It was far too profound and difficult to learn. Mo Linyuan had just begun to rejoice, but after hearing this, he nearly lost his temper again. Yimu hurriedly intervened. Lin Zhizhao continued promoting himself. My greatest talents are locating dragon veins and identifying auspicious sites. Since His Majesty has been searching for geomancers, I assume it isn't to build an imperial mausoleum. You're looking for something, aren't you? Mo Linyuan and Yimu exchanged glances. They had not expected him to discern that much, so he clearly possessed some genuine skill. The two silently agreed to first find out what he intended to do. After all, Yimu was the greatest martial artist in the world and had no reason to fear any tricks he might attempt. Mo Linyuan obediently rose to retrieve the city boundary map. As he opened the drawer to take it out, he vigilantly turned to look at Yimu. He had noticed her trying to approach. Yimu could only retreat several steps in resignation, and only then was Mo Linyuan satisfied. The city boundary map was slowly spread across the imperial desk. Yimu obediently stood 10 feet away, not daring to approach. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhizhao recognized it at a glance and exclaimed, the city boundary map. He even pointed out the location of the dragon vein depicted on it. However, the city boundary map was rather crudely drawn. They would have to visit the area in person to locate the exact site. Afterward, Yimu was assigned to keep watch over Lin Zhizhao. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhizhao told her, fate cannot be changed. You are going to die soon. It turned out that Lin Zhizhao had possessed a strange gift since childhood. He could see the aura surrounding other people. Anyone shrouded in a gray aura was certain to have little time left to live. At first, Lin Zhizhao had not realized he possessed this ability. Whenever he saw those gray shadows, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. But after testing it several times, he learned it was real. Moreover, his eyes had never been wrong. Yimu had not expected him to possess such a power. He was practically an ancient superhuman, yet she was not afraid in the slightest. That was merely their original destiny. Since I came to this world, I've changed fate in many ways. If fate can be changed, what is there to fear? Unexpectedly, Lin Zhizhao replied, have you never heard the saying that all roads lead to the same destination? Think carefully. Did you truly change those people's endings? Yimu froze and could not help reflecting on the past. In the original story, Yili had taken his own life after his defeat. In reality, Yili had transferred his martial arts to her and then died before her eyes. The original story had not described Silence ending in detail, so she did not know whether his fate had changed. As for the Empress Dowager, after her defeat, she had embraced Buddhism and entered a temple to cultivate. That was also the same as in the original story. Yimu could not help trembling. Had she truly changed the story, or had she changed nothing at all? Lin Zhizhao also sighed in disappointment. I've met others who tried to defy heaven and alter their fates. In truth, they never changed anything. They were merely deceiving themselves and others. A surge of bold determination suddenly rose within Yimu. She declared, if you've never seen anyone successfully change their fate, then you can watch me do it now. Because I will never end up as you claim. I absolutely will not die. Lin Zhizhao was immediately stunned. You intend to fight against heaven? No one has ever defeated heaven. Because none of those people were me, I'll persuade His Majesty to bring you along in search of the treasure. Just wait and see. That evening, Yimu told Mo Linyuan everything and urged him to bring Lin Zhizhao with them. Since Lin Zhizhao could see the dark aura surrounding others, perhaps he could also see the purple aura described by the phrase, "Purple aura comes from the east." The treasure was buried in an auspicious location and was certain to have accumulated spiritual energy. Would it not be more convenient to bring someone capable of seeing such energy? But Mo Linyuan remained doubtful. What if he can only see deathly auras? The situation was already like an arrow drawn on the bowstring. They had no choice but to release it. The longer they delayed their search for the treasure, the more likely unforeseen complications would arise. The two immediately discussed the matter and decided to bring another geomancer as a precaution. The next day, they set out with their men. However, they lost their way in the mountains and forests and remained trapped for 3 days without finding a way out. Mo Linyuan's patience was exhausted. The other geomancer was completely helpless and could only tremble while begging forgiveness. Lin Zhizhao remained calm and proposed that they divide into several smaller groups. There were too many Imperial guards, and their presence was disrupting the spiritual energy of this auspicious land. By dividing into smaller groups and heading in different directions, they could break through the bewildering formation and locate the treasure more quickly. Moreover, this grand expedition may already have exposed the treasure's general location. They had to act quickly. If the other kingdoms received the news and sent people here, the situation would become even more unfavorable. Mo Linyuan immediately followed his advice. The following day, the Imperial Guards were divided into 10 groups. Mo Linyuan and Yi Mu remained together because Mo Linyuan found Lin Zhizhao highly suspicious. Lin Zhizhao's suggestion had clearly been intended to disperse the forces protecting them. However, one thing he had said was true. Mo Linyuan truly did not have much time left. Therefore, he decided to proceed while remaining vigilant. Unexpectedly, the Imperial Guards soon stopped again because a fork appeared in the road ahead. The elderly geomancer suggested heading south, while Lin Zhizhao firmly insisted on heading west. The two argued endlessly. Lin Zhizhao once again proposed splitting the group in two. Mo Linyuan and Yi Mu exchanged glances, now even more certain that Lin Zhizhao was deliberately trying to separate them. There might be an ambush ahead, but since they had already come this far, whether someone was plotting against them or the treasure truly existed, everyone agreed that they had to uncover the truth. They therefore decided to divide into 2 groups. If they found no clues, they would regroup at the tallest mountain. If they discovered anything, they would launch a signal flare. Worried that Lin Zhizhao would attempt something, Mo Linyuan decided to accompany him. But Yi Mu trusted in her formidable martial arts and did not fear Lin Zhizhao's schemes, so she insisted on going with him instead. She wheedled Mo Linyuan and repeatedly promised she would be careful until he finally agreed. But heavy rain began falling that day, forcing Yi Mu to seek shelter in a cave. She was somewhat worried that the marker she had left for Mo Linyuan along the way had been washed away by the rain. At that moment, Lin Zhizhao offered her a wineskin and told her to drink some wine to warm herself. Yi Mu refused without hesitation and advised him not to drink either, because alcohol could interfere with their mission. Lin Zhizhao did not pressure her, and instead gulped down the wine himself. Fortunately, the rain stopped the next day. Under Lin Zhizhao's guidance, everyone arrived at the large mountain where he and Mo Linyuan had agreed to regroup. Lin Zhizhao suddenly pointed in one direction. A massive doorway could be seen ahead, partly concealed among the trees. Yi Mu was immediately astonished. Could this truly be the entrance to the treasure vault? Had they really found it so easily? The soldiers quickly cleared the entrance. A foul stench wafted from within. Worried that there might be traps inside, Yi Mu ordered the soldiers to remain above while she took Lin Zhizhao down with her. Lin Zhizhao's face turned deathly pale when he heard this, and he adamantly refused to descend. Yi Mu ignored him, grabbed him, and jumped down. The cave was pitch black, gloomy, and terrifying. It was also littered with dried bones and corpses. Terrified, Lin Zhizhao clung tightly to Yi Mu, trembling and wailing. "Young lady, why did you drag me down here? It's so dark. I'm afraid of ghosts." Yi Mu was speechless. "You're a geomancer, yet you're afraid of ghosts?" She immediately lit a torch and followed the steps deeper into the cave. Lin Zhizhao asked, "Missy, has anyone ever told you that you were born to assist Mo Linyuan?" Yi Mu turned and asked, "Why do you think that?" Then Yimu realized that Lin Zhijiao was trying to drive a wedge between her and Imo Lin Yuan. As they walked and talked, they traveled deep into the cave. At that moment, a thunderous rumbling came from behind them, drawing closer and closer. Yimu was startled. "This is bad. We may have triggered a trap. It's a rolling boulder." At that very moment, an enormous boulder came thundering toward them. Without another word, Yimu turned and ran. Lin Zhijiao was so terrified that tears streamed down his face as he stumbled after her. Just as the boulder was about to crush them, Yimu grabbed him and hurled herself to the side, narrowly avoiding it. Only after watching the boulder roll away did they breathe sighs of relief. Yimu looked around and discovered that this place was completely different from what had been depicted on the city boundary map. Lin Zhijiao said irritably, "Perhaps the city boundary map deceived you. Who would leave behind a treasure and conveniently draw a city boundary map showing its location?" Yimu was not fooled. She had long suspected that this was not where the treasure had been hidden. He had deceived her into coming down here because he wanted to lure Mo Lin Yuan here, or because another trap had already been prepared for him. Lin Zhijiao froze upon hearing this. "If you suspected me from the beginning, why did you still come down here?" Yimu sighed helplessly. "Although I suspected you, part of me still hoped you were telling the truth. Unfortunately, you've disappointed me greatly." Embarrassed and enraged, Lin Zhijiao snapped, "You're simply too arrogant. Do you think powerful martial arts mean you have nothing to fear? You'll never make it back. Stay trapped down here for the rest of your life. I won't remain here with you." With that, he punched the wall beside him and activated a hidden mechanism. An iron portcullis dropped from above, separating him from Yimu. Lin Zhijiao opened a stone door and gloated before leaving. "The mechanism was activated the moment you entered. There are more than 300 tunnels down here, and they constantly shift. Take your time, savoring death inside this labyrinth. Perhaps Mo Lin Yuan will come down to save you." Yimu fell silent for a moment. "You said the tunnels are complicated. Are you certain you'll be able to escape through that door?" Lin Zhijiao was immediately rendered speechless. He snorted angrily. "Don't think you can trick me into revealing anything else." Then he turned and left. Watching him leave, Yimu sighed helplessly. How could something like this possibly stop her? She immediately kicked the portcullis, shattering it on the spot. Recalling the city boundary map she had examined earlier, Yimu continued deeper inside. Worried about getting lost, she chose to proceed in a straight line. Whenever she encountered a wall, she punched straight through it. Relying on her overwhelming strength, she advanced unstoppably. The entire cave shook repeatedly under her violent destruction, and rocks tumbled down everywhere. Lin Zhijiao was following the city boundary map when he discovered that a rock slide had completely blocked the path. The situation worsened when a thunderous rumble came from behind him. Lin Zhijiao's face turned deathly pale, and he immediately fled for his life. A rolling boulder was pursuing him. In his panic, he tripped over a stone. Before he could rise, the boulder was already bearing down on him. About to be crushed into a bloody pulp, Lin Zhijiao struggled desperately. After all his efforts, was he still destined to die? He could not accept it. At that critical moment, Yimu suddenly appeared. With a deafening crash, she caught the rolling boulder with her bare hands and used all her strength to stop it. Looking at the cowering figure trembling on the ground with his arms wrapped around his head. Panting, Yimu teased, "You look ridiculous. Did you think closing your eyes meant you were certain to die?" Lin Zhijiao stared at her in disbelief. He could not believe she had saved him. Yimu snapped irritably, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry and find 2 rocks to wedge this boulder in place. I'm almost out of strength." But Lin Zhijiao hesitated and did not move. If this enormous boulder continued holding her back, would he not be able to escape? At that thought, he suddenly scrambled to his feet and staggered away. Yimu was furious. How could anyone be so ungrateful? If the map they had found in the stone chamber earlier had not been incomplete, she would never have wasted her strength saving this ingrate. For now, however, she had to deal with the boulder quickly and then catch him again. Meanwhile, Lin Zhijiao reached the bridge. He was already halfway across. As long as he made it to the other side and destroyed the bridge, Yimu would never be able to catch him again. But there was no telling how many years this suspension bridge had stood there. The moment Lin Zhijiao stepped onto it, it creaked and swayed. His legs trembled with fear. Just then, not far ahead, a woman dressed in white appeared, sitting with her back to him. Lin Zhijiao's hair stood on end. When had that woman appeared? There had clearly been no one there before. Cold sweat poured from his body as he froze, not daring to move. Unexpectedly, the woman's head slowly turned around. The next instant, a shriveled, corpse-like face stared at him, its mouth opening to make a strange croaking sound. Terrified out of his wits, Lin Zhijiao screamed and turned to flee. His legs gave way, and he fell through a gap between the bridge planks. Just as he was about to plunge into the abyss and be smashed to pieces, Yimu suddenly appeared on the suspension bridge and grabbed his wrist with one hand. She grumbled, "You even managed to fall while crossing a bridge. Are you that eager to die?" Lin Zhijiao had yet to recover from the shock. She had saved him again. Yimu's voice brought him back to his senses. "I'm going to pull you up. Grab the chain and climb up yourself. Understand?" Lin Zhijiao shook his head frantically and shouted, "I can't go up. There's a ghost up there." Yimu was speechless. If he was such a coward, how had he dared to run away earlier? She immediately hauled him up and told him to hold tightly to the bridge planks so he would not fall. She then crossed the bridge ahead of him. But after she left, Lin Zhijiao heard nothing from her. No matter how he called, no one answered. He struggled back onto the bridge, wondering whether the female ghost had frightened her unconscious. But the instant his head rose above the planks, a shriveled head suddenly pressed close to his face and hissed ominously, "I died such a horrible death." Lin Zhijiao was scared senseless and fell straight down. Once again, a hand caught his collar and dragged him back up. Yimu set the shriveled head aside and laughed loudly. "With a cowardly face like yours, how did you dare abandon me and run away earlier?" Lin Zhijiao shouted angrily. "Don't you know that frightening someone like that can scare them to death?" After traveling a little farther, they came across a female skeleton wearing a cord with a jade pendant. Lin Zhijiao whispered, "Mother." Yimu immediately became serious. "You had better tell me the truth. Who exactly are you?" Lin Zhijiao sighed helplessly and stopped concealing the truth. Crouching before the skeleton, he sorrowfully recounted his origins. He was actually the younger brother of the empire's last emperor and a great-grandson of Prince Jing. Strictly speaking, the blood flowing through his veins was the true imperial bloodline. Lin Zhijiao knelt before the skeleton and sobbed. Back then, his father had forced his mother to risk her life searching for the treasure. It had all been to restore the imperial family. At the time, Lin Zhijiao had been completely incapable of saving his mother. He had been a useless son. Yimu could not help feeling sorry for him, so she gave him another piece of cloth to wrap his mother's remains in until they could leave and give her a proper burial. The two carried the remains outside. Yimu asked worriedly whether he was still working for his father. Had Prince Jing sent him to lure Mo Lin Yuan here to die because he wanted to become emperor? Unexpectedly, Lin Zhijiao said he had severed ties with his father long ago. It was the people of the kingdom of Yin who had approached him. Yin wanted Yimu dead so they could blame the kingdom of Zhao and provoke a war between the kingdoms of Mo and Zhao. Yimu immediately frowned. She had not expected such a conspiracy to lie behind everything. Just then, singing rang out. Lin Zhijiao's eyes suddenly widened. It was his mother's voice. He immediately tried to rush toward the singing, but Yimu hurriedly restrained him. His mother's remains were still in his arms. The sound might be a deliberately preserved echo meant to confuse them. He could not let the trap deceive him. But Lin Zhijiao would not listen. He forcefully threw her off and charged forward. Yimu hurried after him, only to discover a vast underground swamp ahead. Lin Zhijiao had already sunk deep into its center. He stared at her helplessly as his body slowly sank farther. Yimu quickly shouted, "Do not move. I can save you. Don't panic." Lin Zhijiao gave a bitter laugh. "It's useless. I can't get out. Thank you for saving me so many times. Perhaps now I'll finally rest here forever with my mother." Yimu anxiously told him to stop talking nonsense and follow her instructions. She told him to toss the remains to her first, then slowly and gently lean back. Lin Zhijiao obediently complied while saying, "If I die, please bury me with my mother." Yimu nearly went mad with anger. "Your mother certainly wouldn't want a son who is always convinced he's about to die. If you dare die now, I absolutely will not bury the two of you together." Lin Zhijiao suddenly came to his senses. If his mother were still alive, she would surely encourage him to keep living. Perhaps his ability to foresee death was also a blessing from her, given to help him avoid disaster. He simply did not understand why Yimu continued helping him after he had harmed her several times. Yimu because the map is still in your head. If I want to get out of here soon, I have no choice but to save you. Hearing this, Lin Zizhao suddenly laughed. Very well. This great master promises you that I will lead you out. Following Yimu's instructions, he coordinated his arms and legs and slowly swam toward the shore. Yimu removed her belt and tossed it to him as a rope. At last, she managed to pull Lin Zizhao out. Yimu said proudly, "Well, I told you I could save you. I wasn't lying, was I? Fate can be changed." But after everything that had happened, her internal energy was exhausted. From then on, she could only rely on Lin Zizhao to lead the way. At last, they reached an underground lake. Yimu immediately exclaimed in delight. This is it. Underground water is always flowing. As long as we jump in, we can get out. Lin Zizhao looked embarrassed. He did not know how to swim at all. Yimu immediately patted her chest and promised, "Just do as I do." Lin Zizhao obediently followed her instructions. He took a deep breath, and Yimu pulled him into the lake. His entire body went rigid in an instant. The two were swept along by the raging current for a long time before finally catching hold of Vine and climbing out. As soon as they reached the shore, they collapsed on the ground. They had finally survived. Just then, Yimu suddenly cried out and pointed overhead in astonishment. Before them stretched two endless mountain ranges, exactly like the illustration on the city boundary map. They had unexpectedly found the treasure. Could this be the will of heaven? Yimu truly was the benefactor destined by the Ziwei star. But the sky was gradually darkening, and Lin Zizhao was soaked through. The wind made him shiver uncontrollably. Yimu continued encouraging him not to give up. They will definitely come to rescue us. Hold on a little longer. She had just recovered a little internal energy, so she circulated it to drive the cold from Lin Zizhao's body. He blushed with embarrassment, his heart pounding violently. He realized that he had fallen for Yimu, but she was someone he was destined never to have. Lin Zizhao could only silently confess his feelings to his mother. Looking at Yimu's radiant smile and her small face filled with hope and warmth, Lin Zizhao suddenly felt that even if he died beside her today, he would have no regrets. Just then, clusters of brilliant fireworks burst across the night sky. Yimu abruptly looked up and saw Mo Linyuan appearing beneath the fireworks. She jumped for joy and cried excitedly, "Mo Linyuan has come to save us." When Mo Linyuan found Yimu, he immediately leaped down from the cliff to approach her. Lin Zizhao was astonished by the sight. He had not expected the emperor of the kingdom of Mo to possess such extraordinary martial arts. His lightness skill was no weaker than that of an expert. Yimu, however, could only worry that he was taking too great a risk. By then, Mo Linyuan had reached the cliff ledge nearest Yimu. He was about to leap across when Yimu stopped him, saying that it would be better for her to jump down. But Yimu handed a vine to Lin Zizhao and told him to jump first. Lin Zizhao stared blankly at the vine, his mind full of confusion. Why was he the one who had to jump first when it was so dangerous? Before he could finish protesting, Yimu pushed him off. For an instant, he felt as though his soul had left his body. Mo Linyuan looked utterly displeased and remained where he was. The person he wanted to catch was his beloved wife. Who wanted to catch this harbinger of doom? Only at the very last moment, when Lin Zizhao was about to hit the ground, did Mo Linyuan reluctantly grab his collar. He then tossed him aside as though throwing away garbage. Yimu then cried out and lightly descended through the air. Mo Linyuan's eyes instantly lit up. Using his lightness skill, he flew up to meet her and tightly embraced her in midair, wishing he could merge with her completely. He anxiously instructed her, "Yimu, promise me that you will never act alone again, never put yourself in danger, and never behave recklessly. Most importantly, you must never leave me again. Do you understand?" Yimu held him tightly. In truth, she had also been afraid. Inside the cave, she had feared that she would die and never see Mo Linyuan again. Mo Linyuan said emotionally, "Yimu, let's get married after we return." This time, Yimu did not avoid the question. Smiling, she answered loudly, "All right." Watching from nearby, Lin Zizhao smiled bitterly. Mo Linyuan truly loved Yimu, so much that no one else had any chance of coming between them. But as long as Yimu was happy, that was enough. The urgent matter now was to bury his mother. Lin Zhizhao immediately interrupted their conversation and sorrowfully made his request. Yimu followed him with concern and helped him give his mother a proper burial. Afterward, Lin Zhizhao gave her a sachet containing one half of a mirror that had been separated from his mother's necklace. Lin Zhizhao smiled smugly. This isn't an ordinary keepsake. If I ever go hungry, I'll bring this to you and ask for a bowl of rice. Yimu patted her chest and promised loyally. No matter when you return, the kingdom of Mo will always have food for you. Afterward, Lin Zhizhao used the excuse that he needed to relieve himself and went alone into the depths of the forest. When he failed to return after a long time, Yimu worried that he might have encountered danger and hurried off to find him. Unexpectedly, she found the ground in the distance covered in writing. It was Lin Zhizhao's farewell letter. He said he wanted to travel the world and live his own life, and that they would meet again someday. He also revealed that his true name was Qin Zhao. Yimu smiled with relief, happy that he had finally released the burden in his heart. She then carefully erased the writing, afraid that someone with malicious intentions might discover his whereabouts. She returned to the camp alone and stuck out her tongue sheepishly. I released him without permission. You won't blame me, will you? Mo Lin Yuan gently stroked her head. He's only an insignificant man. How could he possibly compare to my Yimu? Mo Lin Yuan suddenly lowered his head and kissed her cheek. Yimu froze and hurriedly looked around. They were outside. It would look terrible if anyone saw them. Why was this man so impatient? Mo Lin Yuan also complained unhappily. Of course I'm impatient. You have no idea how well you've hidden yourself from me, nor how long I have waited. Yimu was so embarrassed that her head felt ready to explode. She hurriedly told him to be quiet and stop talking. Mo Lin Yuan immediately carried her back to the camp and quickly coaxed her to sleep. But he was too worried to sleep himself. They were only one day away from the treasure's hiding place, and Mo Lin Yuan could not decide whether to let Yimu go down there. He feared that she might suddenly disappear. Just then, Yimu suddenly sat up. Startled, Mo Lin Yuan hurriedly put away the city boundary map. He was afraid that Yimu would touch it and disappear. Yimu laughed and gently reassured him. Don't worry. When we were in that underground chamber, Lin Zhizhao admitted that his claim about my death was a lie. In truth, I'm destined to live for 100 years. Mo Lin Yuan was both delighted and astonished. He repeatedly asked, Are you telling the truth? Yimu pulled him down onto the bed and said coquettishly, Of course I am. So stop imagining things. Let's sleep. Without you beside me, I can't rest peacefully. Mo Lin Yuan's heart filled with sweetness, and he immediately held Yimu tightly. In truth, he was the same. He could not sleep without holding her. The next day, they led their men onward for the entire day and finally saw the treasure's hiding place. But by then, the sky was completely dark. Mo Lin Yuan immediately assigned one group to remain behind and establish camp, then led another group to investigate. Throughout the journey, the two were inseparable. Yimu suddenly felt that he was not quite as she had imagined. She had originally imagined him as a warrior emperor, decisive in battle, majestic, awe-inspiring, and extraordinarily intelligent. She had not expected. Yimu fell silent halfway through her sentence. But Mo Lin Yuan knew she wanted to call him cunning and calculating, as well as someone who constantly took liberties with her. Yimu hurriedly continued in a sweet voice. However, there's one thing I was right about. I always thought you must be extremely handsome, and now I know you truly are. What's more, you like me very much. It all feels like a dream. Mo Lin Yuan also felt as though he were dreaming, especially when he thought about marrying her after their return. He no longer even wanted the treasure. He only wanted to go back immediately. Just then, blue flames rose around them, and a pungent odor filled the air. Yimu hurriedly warned everyone not to approach. Sulfur was leaking, which meant that the underground mechanisms must have broken down. They would have to wait until the next day, after the odor had dispersed, before returning. Mo Lin Yuan therefore had no choice but to lead his men back to camp. But when they returned, they discovered that all the soldiers were unconscious. They might have been poisoned by gas rising from underground. That night, while Yimu and Mo Lin Yuan were sleeping soundly, anguished screams suddenly rang out outside. Both of them awoke with a start and hurried out of the tent to investigate. Countless pairs of green eyes glimmered in the darkness. Every wolf in the forest had gathered there. Mo Lin Yuan immediately placed himself in front of Yimu and pointed his sword toward the pack. The wolves howled and charged. Yimu and Mo Linyuan worked together seamlessly, continuously cutting down the vicious wolves. But the pack was too large, and their internal energy gradually ran out. The wolves continued to surround them, glaring fiercely. But the wolves suddenly stopped attacking. They lowered their heads toward another direction and flattened themselves against the ground. A familiar figure emerged from among them. It was Yi Xiaolang, whom they had not seen for a long time. He casually stroked the wolves' heads and smiled. "It has been a long time." Yimu was overjoyed to see him. Yi Xiaolang held out a hand to measure her height and said, "Young lady, you haven't changed at all. You're still just as tiny." Mo Linyuan immediately became jealous. After driving away the wolves, they returned to camp. Yi Xiaolang and Yi Mu chatted happily, and he complained about how Mo Linyuan had bullied him. They had ordered him to do one task after another, treating him as though he were not even human. They had forced him to train so relentlessly that he had no time to return and visit Yimu. Yimu took his side. "No wonder every time I asked about you, he said you were busy working. Mo Linyuan has gone too far. I won't let him send you away again." While those two talked and laughed, Mo Linyuan ground his teeth. He should never have allowed Yi Xiaolang to return. The man was far too good at attracting attention. The moment he appeared, Yimu no longer even noticed Mo Linyuan. The next day, they went to search for the treasure together. Mo Linyuan immediately kept Yimu beside him and tied them together with a rope before they entered. That way, no matter what happened, they would not be separated. Mo Linyuan carried Yimu and jumped down first, giving Yi Xiaolang no chance to follow. Yi Xiaolang nearly died laughing. His Majesty's possessiveness could not have been more obvious. Inside the cave, Yimu saw murals covering the walls. She and Mo Linyuan led the group deeper inside. The air was extremely damp, and water continuously dripped from the rocks overhead. The soldiers suddenly cried out, "It's so itchy." They began scratching themselves all over. Startet, Yimu hurriedly rolled up her sleeve. Sure enough, red rashes had appeared on her arm, accompanied by an intense itch. She immediately realized that the moisture in the air was poisonous. She ordered the Imperial Guards to stop, then tapped the walls in search of a secret passage. Sure enough, she found a hollow section. With a shout, Yimu gathered all her internal energy and punched it. The wall shattered, revealing a passage behind it. Montauk Linyuan stared in astonishment. Was this really such a brute force escape method? He immediately took Yimu's hand and said with concern, "From now on, leave things like this to your husband." Yimu's face instantly flushed. They were not even married yet, so what nonsense was he saying? Mortified, she hurriedly ran into the secret passage first. Mo Linyuan burst out laughing before leading the others after her. However, as soon as Yimu entered the passage, she smelled a strong stench of blood. She began to worry that Xiaolang was in danger. Mo Linyuan reassured her, saying that Xiaolang had been born with extraordinary abilities and would not be trapped so easily. At the very next moment, they saw Xiaolang unconscious on the ground. A venomous snake had clearly bitten his arm, and the venom was obviously deadly. Deeply worried, Yimu hurriedly helped force the venom from his body. Meanwhile, Mo Linyuan and the guards went to inspect the place where the venomous creatures had appeared. Unexpectedly, they found a massive gate inlaid with hundreds of luminous pearls. It was the entrance to the treasury they had been seeking. However, the deep pit before the gate was filled with all manner of venomous creatures, making it impossible to cross. Even with their lightness skills, the distance was too great and there was nowhere to gain leverage, so crossing was impossible. Yimu soon caught up. The sight of so many luminous pearls embedded in the gate instantly made her eyes light up. If the entrance alone was this extravagant, who knew how many treasures lay inside? Moreover, as an unrivaled martial arts expert, she easily flew over the poisonous pit and landed before the gate. She eagerly rushed inside. Mo Linyuan watched anxiously, repeatedly telling her to take one look and come straight back without taking any risks. Yimu smilingly agreed, promising she would only take a quick look before returning. But the moment she pushed open the treasury doors, the mountains of gold and silver before her dazzled her. There were countless treasures, probably weighing several tons. Yimu's jaw dropped at the sight. Objectively speaking, it was no wonder that Mo Linyuan had managed to unite the realm in the original story. With all these treasures, the kingdom of Mo's financial power would undoubtedly surpass that of every other kingdom. Yimu curiously looked around. After passing an artificial rock formation, she suddenly saw a woman's corpse seated atop a mountain of gold. The corpse looked almost lifelike, with a smile still lingering at the corners of her lips. She tightly clutched a medicine bottle to her chest. If she had held it so firmly, it had to be a rare treasure. Yimu cautiously approached, intending to take it and have a look. Unexpectedly, the corpse shrieked and lunged at her with bared teeth and flailing claws. Its sharp nails slashed Yimu's arm, sending blood spraying. Yimu gritted her teeth in pain and discovered that the wound had turned green. She had clearly been poisoned. Just then, the corpse suddenly opened its mouth, releasing a massive swarm of venomous insects. Terrified out of her wits, Yimu snatched the medicine bottle and fled. She had barely crossed the deep pit when she collapsed and began coughing up blood. Mo Linyuan was scared out of his mind and immediately tried to hold her so that he could examine her carefully. Yimu hurriedly backed away and warned him not to touch her. She had been afflicted by an extremely potent poison that could spread through contact. Mo Linyuan was both horrified and furious, but the venomous insects were already pursuing them. The two had no choice but to flee together. Just as they were about to reach the exit, Yimu suddenly stopped. Gathering all her strength, she punched the rock wall. The cave immediately began to collapse, and falling stones sealed the entrance. At that moment, Mo Linyuan noticed a boulder falling toward Yimu's head. He immediately rushed forward and shielded her from it. The impact left blood pouring from his head, but Mo Linyuan paid it no heed and fled the cave with Yimu. The poison in Yimu's body had already begun to spread. Breathing became increasingly difficult. Her vision started to blur, and she no longer had the strength to run. She immediately told Mo Linyuan to leave without her. How could Mo Linyuan possibly abandon her? He swept her into his arms. Yimu struggled desperately, afraid that the deadly poison on her body would spread to him. Yet, Mo Linyuan only held her tighter. Even if I die, I will never let you go. You must hold on. With that, he carried her swiftly back to camp and summoned every imperial physician. Yemugazit longingli atmo Linyuan. This poison was 100 times deadlier than arsenic, and she knew she could not be saved. She had endured until now only because she wanted to see that he was safe before she died. Soon afterward, Yimu lost consciousness. After examining her, the imperial physicians determined that Yimu had been poisoned beyond all hope of recovery. Mo Linyuan was immediately horrified. How could it be impossible to save her? He stared at Yimu in despair. When she had rescued him from that person's clutches at the age of 10, he had sworn to treat her well for the rest of his life. But now, he had failed to protect her. Manhwa had been raised by his own hand, driven by his profound love for her as she lay poisoned and close to death. Mo Linyuan decided to sacrifice himself. Using his profound cultivation, he forcibly performed a forbidden, heaven-defying technique and transferred all the poison from Yimu's body into his own. Holding her tightly, Mo Linyuan whispered gently, "I will not let you die. Sleep without fear. When you wake up, everything will be over. I promise to protect you, and I will keep that promise." When Yimu awoke from her stupor, she was horrified to discover that Mo Linyuan had fallen unconscious. Both worried and furious, Yimu cried, "If you die, what meaning would there be in my living alone? What is the point of trading your life for mine?" Yi Xiaolang hurriedly told her that he had once seen someone else who had been poisoned. Someone had made a small incision in a blood vessel near that person's heart, allowing the poisoned blood to drain out and temporarily preserving his life. However, the method was extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake could cause death from excessive blood loss. But Yimu had no other choice. Otherwise, Mo Linyuan would not survive another moment. Yi Xiaolang immediately took a dagger and used this method to keep Mo Linyuan alive. Once she saw that Mo Linyuan was temporarily out of danger, Yimu instructed Yi Xiaolang to care for him carefully, then returned to the cave to search for an antidote. She had promised to marry Mo Linyuan, and she refused to become a widow before their wedding could even take place. The moment she entered the tunnel, the venomous insects surged toward her. Yimu hurriedly took out the medicine bottle she had snatched from the corpse. As soon as she removed the stopper, a fragrant scent spread through the air. The venomous insects retreated in unison, opening a path for her. Yimu was delighted. It seemed her guess had been correct. The bottle contained insect-repelling incense. Thanks to it, Yimu successfully reached the corpse. If the insect-repelling incense had been found on the body, then the antidote had to be nearby as well. However, even after searching the corpse from head to toe, Yimu could not find the antidote. Nearly driven mad, she frantically searched everywhere. But apart from useless gold, silver, jewels, and other treasures, there was no trace of it. Yimu was poisoned again after touching the corpse, but she did not care. She desperately tried to think of a solution. She recalled the story depicted in the murals. Long ago, the woman had been betrayed by the person she loved and had gouged out her own eyes before dying to express her bitter resentment. But Yimu was more fortunate than she had been. Yimu had met a man who truly loved her. Mo Lin Yuan was willing to abandon his realm for her and sacrifice his life without hesitation. Yimu hurriedly helped the corpse sit upright, then knelt before her and pleaded through her tears, "If you can see everything that has happened, please save the man I love. I do not ask for 2 antidotes. Please just give me one. I desecrated your body, so I'm willing to repay you with my life. But please let me save him." Yimu repeatedly bowed her head to the floor, but no miracle occurred. The corpse remained completely unresponsive. Suddenly, a venomous insect crawled out of one of its eyes. A sudden realization flashed through Yimu's mind. The mural showed that the woman had gouged out her eyes before dying, but this corpse's eyelids were not sunken. Instead, they bulged slightly. Something was clearly hidden underneath. Yimu hurriedly lifted the corpse's eyelid and saw a transparent orb. It was filled with tiny pills. Yimu burst into tears of joy and repeatedly bowed in gratitude to the dead woman. Then, she took out one pill and swallowed it. She immediately felt the poison rapidly dissipating. The antidote truly worked. She immediately raced back toward the camp. At the same time, Mo Lin Yuan was barely breathing and could no longer hold on. Yet Yimu had still not returned. Yi Shaolang immediately ordered the imperial physicians to use acupuncture to induce a final burst of vitality and buy Yimu more time. Mo Lin Yuan soon regained consciousness, and the first thing he did was search for Yimu. When he heard that she had gone back into the tunnel to find the antidote, he sat up in alarm and spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew that he did not have much time left, but he still could not stop worrying about Yimu. He immediately ordered someone to write his final edict, declaring that after his death, the throne would pass to Yimu and Yi Shaolang would assist her. Mo Lin Yuan gave Yi Shaolang one final, reluctant instruction. "After I am gone, you must protect her well." Just then, Yimu rushed inside, took his hand, and cried, "I do not want anyone else. I only want you." Tenderness flashed through Mo Lin Yuan's eyes. He had never expected to see her one last time before his death. Just as he was about to bid farewell to the woman he loved, Yimu suddenly kissed him and passed the pill into his mouth. By the time their long kiss ended, the antidote had already dissolved inside Mo Lin Yuan's body. Yimu said firmly, "If you die, I will follow you. If you live, I will live. I came to this place because my very existence was meant for you." Before she could finish speaking, Yimu fainted. She remained unconscious for 2 days before finally waking. The moment she opened her eyes, she found herself held tightly in Mo Lin Yuan's arms. Both of them had been terrified this time. It was no exaggeration to say that they had walked through the gates of death together. Mo Lin Yuan asked seriously, "If I had died, would you truly have followed me?" Yimu pouted. "Of course not. I would have taken the city boundary map home and forgotten everything that happened here." Mo Lin Yuan was not angry at all. "Then I dare not die. I intend to live for 100 years and have many children with you." Both embarrassed and annoyed, Yimu retorted, "Who wants to have children with you?" Mo Lin Yuan immediately put on a pitiful expression and pleaded, "If you refuse to have children, will the Mo family line not end with us?" After teasing each other for a while, the two finally calmed down and began discussing their current situation. All the venomous insects beneath the treasury had crawled out, and they had no way to deal with them. Yimu immediately ordered the men to light a fire. She threw the bottle of insect-repelling incense into the flames. A thunderous explosion rang out, and thick smoke billowed in every direction. The venomous insects surged forward in unison and charged straight into the fire. Before long, every last one had been destroyed. Mo Lin Yuan ordered his men to enter the cave and transport the treasury's contents. Wagons piled high with gold, silver, and jewels rolled out one after another. Yimu was thrilled. How could we ever spend this much money? Mo Linyuan pulled her into his arms and joked, there are plenty of things to spend it on. For example, the first thing I must do is give you a magnificent wedding. Yimu's heart filled with joy. She lightly kissed his cheek and said shyly, the wedding does not need to be too extravagant. We should save some for our future children. As soon as they returned, Mo Linyuan ordered preparations for the wedding to begin. Countless glittering ornaments were laid out for Yimu to choose from. She picked up a jade necklace and exclaimed that the choices were making her dizzy. Mo Linyuan lovingly wrapped an arm around her waist and told her to take her time, since the grand wedding was still 3 months away. That night, as they lay embracing each other, Yimu noticed how hot his body felt. She thought that giving herself to the man she loved might not be such a bad idea. Mo Linyuan rolled over and warned that if she continued, he would truly go through with it. They continued being affectionate, but at the last moment, Mo Linyuan released her and collapsed onto the bed. Since they could not be intimate yet, they began chatting instead. Mo Linyuan asked Yimu to tell him a love story, so she poured out all the overly sentimental words of love she had heard in her previous life. Montak Linyuan was delighted. He had never heard such sweet and sentimental words before. But in the next instant, he grew jealous. You know, so many sweet declarations of love. Did you once promise to marry someone else in your world? Yimu burst out laughing. The way this man's mind worked was truly strange. She cupped his face and said with a smile, from beginning to end, you are the only one I have ever had. You are also the only person I love. I only want to be with you. Only then was Mo Linyuan satisfied. He solemnly vowed, you will be the only woman in my life and the only one I cherish. Having you is enough for this lifetime. Yimu was deeply moved, but also a little embarrassed. She dramatically covered her face and cried, oh my, this is so sweet that everyone else will be jealous. 3 months later, the two performed the wedding rites and were married. Yimu became a beautiful bride. As her bridal sedan traveled through the streets, she happily thought that she had actually married a man from ancient times. Mo Linyuan was waiting outside the entrance, dressed in red wedding robes and looking extraordinarily handsome. He stepped forward and held out his hand to receive her. Yimu happily looked up at the palace gates. From this day onward, she was the empress. The civil and military officials stood on either side, congratulating the emperor and empress on their marriage. Chancellor Wanzai carried a tray bearing the phoenix seal and bowed as he offered his congratulations to the new empress. Emperor Mo Linyuan personally lifted the phoenix seal and presented it to his empress. Wearing a phoenix coronet and scarlet wedding robes, Yimu sat nervously on the bridal bed. At the thought of consummating their marriage, her heart pounded as though it might leap from her chest. Mo Linyuan approached, kissed her forehead, and helped remove her phoenix coronet. Then he pulled her into his arms. He kissed her deeply, pressed her onto the bed, and hurriedly began removing both their clothes. He had waited many years for this moment and truly could not restrain himself any longer. Just as they were about to consummate their marriage, Yimu suddenly cried out and forcefully pushed him away. Mortified, she covered her burning face with a blanket and stammered, I just started my period. Mo Linyuan froze, too aggrieved to speak. Yimu carefully explained, I did not expect it to come early. I swear I truly did not do this on purpose. Mo Linyuan sighed helplessly, kissed her forehead, and gently comforted her. He then summoned attendants to help her bathe and change into clean clothes. After bathing, Yimu comfortably nestled beneath the blankets. Mo Linyuan brought her a bowl of brown sugar water and patiently fed it to her one sip at a time. Yimu fed uteli pamperet. It was only her period, not a serious injury, so there was no need to be so careful. But Mo Linyuan coaxed her to behave and listen to him. Whenever your period begins, your stomach starts hurting soon afterward. Do not be stubborn. Besides, we are husband and wife now, so it does not matter how intimate we are. Yimu was deeply moved. Most men in this world looked down on women, yet she had been fortunate enough to meet someone so thoughtful and gentle. Afterward, Mo Linyuan extinguished the candle. Mo Linyuan embraced Yimu as they lay down. He had taken away her inner power, so he would protect her well for the rest of his life. Unexpectedly, on the second day after their wedding, Yimu learned that the other 6 kingdoms had formed an alliance to besiege the kingdom of Mo. Yimu was immediately shocked. According to the original story, Mo Linyuan was supposed to defeat the other kingdoms one by one, not be surrounded and attacked like this. she immediately decided to find Mo Linyuan in the imperial study. At that moment, Mo Linyuan was discussing the matter with his ministers. Someone was clearly pulling the strings behind this alliance. Otherwise, those kingdoms, which had no ties to one another, could never have joined forces. Mo Linyuan immediately mobilized all his covert guards, determined to uncover the mastermind. Yimu hurried in and asked to accompany him into battle. She had been a special forces operative in the modern world and was an exceptionally skilled fighter. Montauk Linyuan sighed helplessly. Keeping yourself safe will be the greatest help you could give me. You are my greatest weakness. You must remain in the imperial palace and safeguard our rear. Yimu protested. What if someone rebels after you leave? Although Mo Linyuan was confident that no one at court would dare rebel under the weight of his authority, she was still worried. So he left her a command token. With it, she could mobilize all the forces of the kingdom of Mo. If anyone truly harbored evil intentions, she could immediately go to the military camp and deploy the army to suppress them. Yimu had not wanted to stay behind, but when she considered that the mastermind was probably still in the kingdom of Mo, she agreed, preparing to play a game of cat and mouse with the person behind the scenes. Mo Linyuan swiftly set out to lead the campaign in person. Yet only a month after his departure, the kingdom of Wei borrowed passage through the kingdom of Yu and attacked Mo from another direction. Yimu was alarmed. Qi Yin had helped her when they were young, yet you had still yielded to the pressure of a powerful kingdom. The court was now in chaos, with the ministers endlessly arguing over their conflicting views. Yimu immediately donned the imperial robes and sat majestically upon the throne. The entire court erupted in an uproar. The ministers accused her of allowing the inner palace to interfere in state affairs, violating the ancestral laws. Yimu declared imposingly, I do not care about your ancestral laws. I only know that men manage external affairs while women manage domestic ones. His Majesty is now defending the borders against our enemies. No matter what it takes, I must preserve this realm for him. Chancellor Wen was the first to submit, and the other ministers no longer dared object. Yimu immediately ordered the forces divided into two groups. Chancellor Wen would coordinate the army and prepare to confront the enemy, while she would travel to the kingdom of Yu to meet its ruler, Qi Yin. 7 days later, Qi Yin was both delighted and worried to see Yimu. He immediately ordered a banquet prepared in her honor. He assumed she had come to persuade him not to let the kingdom of Wei pass through his territory. Unexpectedly, Yimu told him to continue allowing Wei passage. Qi Yin was stunned. Would that not be helping Wei attack Mo? He did not want to participate in any war. Yimu thought he was being far too naive. Did he believe he could remain safe simply by staying out of this chaotic war? Mo was already at war, leaving it with few troops to spare. It would not be difficult for Wei to defeat Mo. After securing victory, Wei would undoubtedly attack you next. She was certain that the moment Mo fell, you would become the next target. Only by joining forces could the two kingdoms resist. Qi Yin was horrified, but even the combined forces of their two kingdoms had no chance against the alliance of 5 kingdoms. Yimu had already devised a solution. Mo was currently holding the other kingdoms in check. You only needed to contact the kingdom of Wan, which bordered Wei. The 3 kingdoms could then work together to destroy Wei. Even if Mo ultimately lost, you would have strengthened its national power and gained more confidence in confronting the other kingdoms. Qi Yan's eyes were opened. He had never imagined such a strategy was possible. Yimu immediately departed for the kingdom of Zhao, intending to provoke a civil war there. You could then safely join forces with Mo 10 days later, in Zhao's capital. Yimu listened as her subordinate reported on the situation. One man reported, the people are deeply dissatisfied that Zhao has gone to war with Mo. Yimu then asked about Zhao Mingyu. The man told her that Zhao's princess had been imprisoned in Taiha prison half a month earlier. It was a major prison where many opposing senior officials were held. Yimu asked how many people they currently had. He replied that they had 500 men, 10 of whom were martial arts experts. Yimu then devised a plan to raid Taiha prison. She ordered her subordinates to prepare the necessary supplies. She intended to set the prison ablaze, break into it amid the chaos, and rescue Princess Zhao Mingyu. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Mo's military camp, an imperial physician was bandaging Mo Linyuan's injured arm. He thought worriedly, the enemy is extremely powerful. I fear this war will not end easily. Just then, a report arrived from Zhao. Montauk Lin Yuan panicked. Why did Mu'er go to Zhao? She had first traveled to you as an envoy to help him. Although her plan appeared flawless, it was actually extremely dangerous. The more he read, the more worried he became, unconsciously crumpling the letter in his hand. She should never have become involved in this war. He frowned. She had worked so hard and done so much for him. He could not give up now. With that thought, he immediately took action. Guards, pass down my command. Prepare to attack. Mu'er, wait for me to return. That night, at Taiha prison, a streak of fireworks shot into the sky. Moments later, falling sparks set the prison complex ablaze. Everyone shouted for water as they frantically fought the flames. Meanwhile, a group dressed in black watched from a rooftop. They were Yi Mu and her people. One man was about to order the others to set more fires, but Yi Mu stopped him. That is enough. Rescue our target first. The man still could not believe that their empress had created such a powerful weapon. If His Majesty used this weapon, they would never again need to fear an invading army. Yi Mu closed her eyes and said that it was a weapon designed to kill and would only cause more casualties. She forbade them from telling anyone else about it because she did not want to disrupt the order of this world. By then, the explosion and the fire caused by the gunpowder had alarmed the entire capital. The terrified people screamed, "Fire has descended from heaven. This is divine punishment. Families are falling apart, and the kingdom is collapsing." Hearing this, Yi Mu was startled. She remembered that in the original story, before Zhao's destruction, fire had indeed fallen from the sky and caused a massive blaze. The plot had suddenly aligned. Yi Mu's heart pounded with excitement. She had never expected that she herself would be the heaven mentioned in the original story. Her subordinates then rescued Zhao Mingyu and brought the princess to Yi Mu's residence. After reuniting with Zhao Mingyu, Yi Mu learned that the princess had intended to warn her that the Emperor of Zhao planned to attack Mo. Unfortunately, she had been arrested before she could send the letter. Yi Mu left some people behind to help Zhao Mingyu reclaim the throne. She noticed that while the other kingdoms were embroiled in war, only the kingdom of Li remained peaceful and completely unaffected. Yi Mu suspected that the mastermind was from Li and wanted to preserve the kingdom's strength. She immediately departed to investigate Li. Unexpectedly, she encountered assassins before she could even leave Zhao. Fortunately, she had kept the remaining gunpowder with her. A deafening explosion rang out, and hundreds of assassins were blasted off their feet and left sprawled across the ground. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance. She could not afford to lose. Meanwhile, Mo Lin Yuan, who had still been on the battlefield moments earlier, suddenly received a letter from his covert guards informing him that Yi Mu had risked her life to enter the mastermind's lair. Both terrified and furious, he fought the enemy even more desperately and soon secured victory. Meanwhile, as Yi Mu slept that night, assassins broke in to abduct her. Although she had anticipated this, she deliberately allowed them to capture her, planning to turn their scheme against them and meet the mastermind. She was carried into a carriage and taken away. Upon arrival, a man appeared. He was the mastermind, Min Liang of the Kingdom of Li. Meanwhile, in Zhao Mingyu held a blade against her imperial father's throat. The Emperor of Zhao asked in horror, "Did I not appoint you crown princess to compensate you? What more do you want?" Zhao Mingyu replied coldly, "Rather than remain a crowned princess whom you can kill whenever you please, I would rather kill you myself and become emperor." With that, she killed her cruel father. Mo Lin Yuan entered and asked whether she had finished dealing with everything. Zhao Mingyu nodded and thanked him for his assistance, admitting that without him, matters would not have gone so smoothly. She also promised to mobilize the entire kingdom to search for Yi Mu. Zhao's gates would always remain open to the kingdom of Mo. Sure enough, the entire city was placed under lockdown the following day, and Zhao used all its resources to help Mo search for Yi Mu. Everyone entering or leaving the city was subjected to strict inspection. Min Liang had not expected Mo Lin Yuan to act so quickly. Caught off guard, he had no choice but to disguise himself as a grieving, devoted son and leave the city with a funeral procession. Unexpectedly, the guards inspected them so strictly that they demanded he open the coffin. Min Liang pretended to be distressed and pleaded, "The dead must be respected. You cannot open a coffin so casually. Opening it before the public would bring terrible misfortune." The two sides began arguing endlessly. Just then, Mo Linyuan rode past. Hearing the commotion, he casually glanced in their direction. Min Liang's heart lurched, but he forced himself to remain calm and reveal no flaws. Mo Linyuan cautiously asked why they were not burying the deceased within the city. Min Liang lied that his father had died of a plague and that burying him in the city might spread the disease. Mo Linyuan remained suspicious and forced them to open the coffin for inspection. With no other choice, Min Liang opened the coffin. The corpse of an elderly man lay inside, and nothing else appeared unusual. Mo Linyuan could not help feeling disappointed and allowed them to leave. Min Liang secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had made preparations in advance. He had commissioned a coffin with a hidden compartment. Yi Mu was petite and had been drugged unconscious, so he had concealed her inside it. Sure enough, even someone as intelligent as Mo Linyuan had failed to notice. Trapped inside the coffin, Yi Mu wept in despair, repeatedly calling Mo Linyuan's name in her heart, but unable to make a sound. Without looking back, Mo Linyuan rode past Min Liang's funeral procession. Suddenly, an uneasy feeling welled up inside him. It was as though he had just heard Yi Mu calling him. He turned to look at the funeral procession as it was about to leave the city, still sensing that something was wrong. He immediately turned his horse around, caught up with them, and demanded that they open the coffin again. Min Liang furiously shouted, "Even if you are the ruler of Mo, you cannot disturb my father again and again." Mo Linyuan refused to yield and directly ordered his men to smash the coffin apart. Min Liang's expression changed in terror. Knowing that he could no longer conceal the truth, he had no choice but to risk everything. He immediately shoved aside Mo Linyuan, who was blocking his path, and quickly activated the coffin's mechanism. Yi Mu was instantly ejected from the hidden compartment. Min Liang grabbed her and held a knife to her throat, threatening to kill her unless Mo Linyuan let him leave. Mo Linyuan was so frightened that his heart pounded and his legs trembled. He had no choice but to order everyone to retreat. He sternly warned Min Liang, "You had better release her. Otherwise, I will never let you leave this place alive." Min Liang laughed loudly. "Do you think that will make me surrender? Even if I die, I will drag Yi Mu down with me." Mo Linyuan angrily ground his teeth. Just when he was at a loss, he saw Yi Mu wink at him, signaling him to stay calm and coordinate with her when the time came. Mo Linyuan immediately understood. Pretending to be helpless, he ordered his men to let Min Liang leave. Min Liang also demanded that they prepare a swift horse for him and order all the soldiers to retreat 1 mile. Mo Linyuan cooperated, ordering everyone to take the road on the right and immediately withdraw 1 mile. Min Liang immediately panicked. "Why are you making them take the road on the right? Are you plotting something?" While he was distracted, Mo Linyuan charged at him with his sword. He mercilessly stabbed Min Liang's right shoulder. Yi Mu understood Mo Linyuan perfectly and realized that his earlier order had been a hint that he would attack from the right. She had already prepared herself. As Min Liang dodged and lost his balance, she slammed her head into his face. At the same time, Mo Linyuan stabbed Min Liang's wrist. Min Liang released her in pain, and Mo Linyuan hurriedly pulled Yi Mu into his arms. The soldiers immediately rushed forward and seized Min Liang. Min Liang was filled with hatred, but he was not afraid. He still had one final trump card and was certain he would not lose. Mo Linyuan held Yi Mu close, tenderly stroked her head, and comforted her. "Mu'er, you have suffered. Rest now. I will avenge you." Min Liang laughed smugly. "I advise you to abandon that idea and release me at once. Without my antidote, she will not survive more than 10 days. Mo Linyuan's heart trembled. He hurriedly checked Yi Mu's pulse and discovered that her blood flow was obstructed. She had indeed been poisoned. Seeing Mo Linyuan's deeply worried expression, Min Liang sneered provocatively. "The antidote to this poison can only be found in Li. Release me, and once I return there, I will send someone to deliver the antidote." Mo Linyuan ground his teeth in fury. Did Min Liang think he was a fool? If he released him, would he truly return? Min Liang was utterly fearless. Your only choice is to trust me. Otherwise, prepare to collect her corpse. Mo Linyuan did not fall for it. He immediately ordered his men to take Min Liang away and guard him closely. The next day, they would bring him to Li and exchange him for the antidote. Min Liang immediately began trembling in fear. This time, he was truly finished. Mo Linyuan carried Yi Mu back to her room and summoned an imperial physician to examine her carefully. The physician privately told him that Yi Mu had been afflicted by an extremely unusual poison. It would not only cause dependency, but eventually result in death. More importantly, it was completely incurable. Please restrain your grief, Your Majesty. Lady Yimu, I fear she is approaching the end of her life. Mo Linyuan felt as though he had been struck by lightning and roared furiously. Stop spouting nonsense before me. If you dare say a single word of this in front of Mu'er, I will take your life. He could not give up, nor could he allow Mu'er to learn the truth. Once she recovered a little, he would take her on a campaign against Li and search for the antidote. Having made his decision, Mo Linyuan pretended nothing was wrong and returned to the room. As soon as he entered, he saw Yi Mu sitting up. He hurriedly pulled her into his arms, gently comforting her and coaxing her to rest. When Yi Mu asked about the diagnosis, Mo Linyuan feigned ease and replied, Mu'er, do not worry. The kingdom of Yin is close to Zhao. Yin and Li are currently at war. I will lead our army to assist Yin, then exchange Min Liang with Li for the antidote. No matter what happens, I will not let anything happen to you. In truth, Yi Mu had overheard the imperial physician. However, since Mo Linyuan did not wish to tell her, she did not ask further. She only felt a little guilty for causing Mo Linyuan more trouble. Mo Linyuan said tenderly, without the soldiers of Mo, the rebellion could not have been suppressed so quickly. You are a hero of Mo and my hero as well. They embraced and kissed, unable to pull away from each other. Suddenly, Zhao Mingyu barged in. I heard you were poisoned. How are you now? Then she saw the intimate scene before her. She immediately covered her mouth and giggled. It appears I have come at the wrong time. Mo Linyuan's expression darkened with anger. This woman did not even know how to knock before entering. Zhao Mingyu replied righteously, I came for Yi Mu. Zhao has a secret medicinal bath that can suppress most poisons to a certain extent. For the sake of Yi Mu's life, Mo Linyuan had no choice but to leave first. As Zhao Mingyu helped Yi Mu take the medicinal bath, she gossiped about Yi Mu's married life. Mo Linyuan always looks so fierce. He has not treated you badly, has he? Are the two of you compatible in bed? I can hardly wait to see a little Yi Mu. Yi Mu blushed slightly upon hearing this. Compatible or not, we haven't actually consummated our marriage yet. Zhao Mingyu was so shocked that she could not help exclaiming, What? Mo Linyuan is impotent. She immediately grasped Yi Mu's hand and consoled her sympathetically. Don't be sad. If he cannot do it, so be it. I'll help you. After Yi Mu bathed and returned to her room, she and Mo Linyuan finished discussing official affairs. Mo Linyuan had just taken Yi Mu into his arms, intending to be intimate with her, when a palace maid knocked on the door and announced that the Phoenix Empress had sent someone to deliver a gift. There was an entire tray piled high with aphrodisiacs. The palace maid also relayed the Empress's message. The Emperor of Mo's impotence is no great problem. I have all kinds of incense and stimulating medicines, all of the finest quality. Feel free to use them on Mo Linyuan. They are guaranteed to restore his virility. Mo Linyuan appeared behind them with a dark expression, his entire body radiating resentment. This was bad. Mo Linyuan had excellent hearing, so he must have heard everything. Sure enough, the next moment, Mo Linyuan dragged her into the room. He roared through the door, Go back and tell your empress that I do not need these things. Mo Linyuan pinned Yi Mu against the wall and asked through gritted teeth, I hear you've been telling everyone that I am impotent. Yi Mu was so frightened that she nearly cried. Zhao Mingyu had truly gotten her killed this time. She hurriedly swore, I never said that. Besides, I haven't even tried it, so how would I dare make such a claim? Mo Linyuan immediately swept her into his arms, tossed her onto the bed, and pressed himself over her, determined to prove himself at once. Then he kissed her fiercely. Blushing, Yimu wrapped her arms around his neck. They were already married, so today was the perfect time to make up for what they had missed on their wedding night. Yimu reached out to remove his clothes, caressing his firm chest. Just as they were about to go further, Mo Linyuan suddenly stopped. Mu-er was still injured, and poison remained in her body. How could he bear to put her through such exertion? Nothing was more important than her health. A surge of emotion welled up in Yimu's heart. Being cherished and cared for in every little way felt so wonderfully warm. After coaxing Yimu to sleep, Mo Linyuan quietly rose and left. He went straight to the imperial prison, where he tortured Min Liang and demanded to know where the antidote was. Min Liang laughed provocatively. "Release me, and I will immediately present the antidote with both hands." Mo Linyuan would not be fooled so easily. If anything happened to Mu-er, he would make Min Liang and the entire kingdom of Li perish with her. Min Liang screamed madly. "Then try it. Let us see which one collapses first, the kingdom of Li or Yimu." Mo Linyuan's heart jolted upon hearing this. At that very moment, Yimu suddenly awoke and began vomiting blood. Her consciousness gradually faded. It seemed she was truly in critical condition this time and could no longer hold on. She collapsed weakly. Fortunately, Mo Linyuan arrived in time and caught her in his arms. Suppressing his fear, he comforted her gently. "Mu-er, hold on a little longer. I will obtain the antidote soon." Yimu's heart ached deeply at the thought that she had made him worry again. Trembling, she raised her hand and touched his cheek. But the next moment, she lost consciousness. Montak Linyuan was utterly terrified. He could not wait any longer. He immediately led his army to the kingdom of Yin and exerted overwhelming pressure upon it. At last, he successfully secured an alliance. He then attacked the kingdom of Li, inflicting defeat after defeat. Left with no choice, the emperor of Li left the city to negotiate with Mo Linyuan. Mo Linyuan also brought Min Liang, the crown prince of Li, to the front lines as a hostage and threatened them harshly. "I want you to hand over the antidote to forgetfulness incense immediately, or I will kill him before your very eyes." The emperor of Li's expression changed drastically. Forgetfulness incense has no antidote at all. Mo Linyuan felt as though he had been struck by lightning and could not believe his ears. He immediately seized Min Liang and demanded to know where the antidote truly was. Seeing this, Min Liang smiled smugly. "The antidote must be prepared by my own hand. Release me, and I will give it to you." Secretly, he thought, as long as I return alive, I will still have the chance to rise again. Mo Linyuan's entire body seethed with murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to kill Min Liang immediately. This man was ruthless and cunning. If he released him, it would be like setting a tiger free into the mountains, inviting endless future trouble. But if he did not release him, what would become of the antidote? Shaoling also advised him in a low voice, "To save the young lady, let him go. I will secretly follow him and make sure nothing goes wrong." Min Liang hurriedly pressed his advantage and continued threatening him. "This poison was developed by my master, who is now dead. I am the only person in the world who knows how to neutralize it. What is there left for you to hesitate over?" Of course, Mo Linyuan could not afford to hesitate. In the end, he reluctantly let go and agreed to Min Liang's demand. Just then, 11 hurried over. He had investigated the matter thoroughly. The poison Min Liang had administered was similar to modern narcotics, but its effects were even more agonizing. Yimu told Mo Linyuan, "This poison has no antidote. He is deceiving you. This poison contains an addictive substance. Addictions have no antidote. The victim must either endure the withdrawal or continue taking the substance. Moreover, even if an antidote existed, it would only restore the body temporarily. The condition would become even worse afterward, and before long, the victim would still die horribly. Therefore, Min Liang must die. At worst, we will find another solution." Mo Linyuan's heart felt as though it were being carved apart upon hearing this. He closed his eyes in despair. If there had been any other option, why would he have gone this far? Min Liang screamed desperately, "You cannot truly be listening to that foolish woman. I created the poison myself. How could there be no antidote? If you want her to live, I am your only chance." Mo Linyuan suddenly turned and glared at him, the murderous intent in his heart erupting completely. Min Liang trembled in fear. Realizing that there was no longer any room for negotiation, he turned and sprinted toward Li's imperial guards. If he could move just a little faster, he would survive. As long as he returned safely, it would not be over. Just as he was about to reach Li's Imperial Guards, Imo Lin Yuan casually plucked a falling leaf and abruptly flicked his hand. The leaf transformed into a razor-sharp blade and pierced Min Liang's heart. Joy and hope still lingered upon his face, but that expression remained frozen forever at that instant. Blood sprayed through the air. The entire scene erupted into chaos. Imo Lin Yuan became even more furious and immediately ordered, "Soldiers, heed my command. Within 1 month, raze the kingdom of Li to the ground." The poison had already seeped deep into Yi Mu's blood. Imo Lin Yuan mobilized every force at his disposal and finally found a physician in the kingdom of Yu. The physician claimed that a blood replacement procedure could purge the poison from Yi Mu's body. The physician inserted specially made tubes into numerous acupuncture points across Yimu's body. Seeing this, Xiaolang thought the physician had gone mad and was clearly intending to make the young lady suffer every possible agony before her death. But Imo Lin Yuan could not accept that Yimu might die. He was willing to try any method. Yimu felt excruciating pain throughout her body, yet she continued staring at Imo Lin Yuan without blinking. Perhaps this would be the last time she ever saw him. Imo Lin Yuan gently stroked her head and comforted her despite his aching heart. "Do not be afraid. You will wake up again. I will always remain by your side." Yimu could no longer hold back her tears. "My husband, I am so fortunate to have met you and married you. My only regret is that I cannot leave you an heir." Before long, she no longer had the strength to speak. Her consciousness also gradually blurred. The physician sighed helplessly. "It is no use. She cannot endure it. She is about to die." Imo Lin Yuan broke down and embraced her, weeping. Finally, he placed the city boundary map in her hand, kissed her deeply, and silently vowed, "I will always wait for you. You will return, will you not?" When Yimu opened her eyes again, she discovered that she had returned to the modern world. She was lying in a hospital bed, about to undergo a bone marrow transplant procedure for her father. She no longer remembered anything from ancient times. She only recalled that she seemed to have deeply loved a man who did not belong to this world. In the end, that very man had personally sent her back. Yet she could no longer remember what he looked like. Fortunately, the operation was highly successful, and her father's body showed no signs of rejecting the transplant. Yimu constantly felt as though she had not seen her father in a very long time. His present frailty seemed especially familiar to her. It was as though she herself had once lain weakly in a sickbed, just like him. Unable to endure it any longer, Yimu rushed home in a panic. She searched everywhere for the book. She felt as though she had truly lost part of her memory and could only vaguely remember that she had loved someone. She felt that person was in this book and that perhaps reading it would restore her memories. At the very least, she had to know his name. Yimu finally found the book and hurriedly opened it. It recorded that the man she loved was named Imo Lin Yuan, and that he had died in his sleeping chambers at the age of 43. Tears immediately streamed from Yimu's eyes. The incomparably handsome and awe-inspiring man in the book was her husband. But why'd he died so young? Had it been because of her? At that moment, she desperately wanted to return to that man's side. Over the next several days, she busied herself caring for her father. Yet she remained constantly distracted. She told her father that she wanted to leave the military because she had fallen in love. Once a person formed an attachment, she could no longer remain sharp. It was time for this blade of hers to be retired. Her father hurriedly asked why. After all, she had once exerted every effort to be selected for the elite unit. Without a valid reason, he could not accept her decision. Yimu then told her father everything that had happened in ancient times. "Although I still cannot remember what he looks like, I know he is an exceptional man. More importantly, he loves me deeply." After hearing her story, her father was stunned and wondered whether his daughter had lost her mind. Yet she was not someone who fabricated stories. "You said that you returned here holding a city boundary map. Where's that map now?" Yimu looked disappointed upon hearing this. She had taken nothing with her when she traveled there, and she had returned with nothing on her person. Her father immediately advised her not to let her imagination run wild. "Even if everything you said is true, you have already returned, while that man died many years ago." Her father had originally been Yimu's motivation for returning, but now she had no choice but to admit something. She now wanted to leave because of a man whose face she could not even clearly remember. Yimu left the hospital room in a daze. As soon as she entered the elevator, a dark figure lunged at her from behind. Yimu reacted swiftly and immediately threw the person to the floor. She recognized him as the pirate who had previously been arrested. The pirate threatened her viciously. "Hurry up and hand it over. If something does not belong to you, you had better not touch it, or you will regret it." After saying that, he struggled free from Yimu's grasp and fled. But Yimu had no memory of taking anything from the pirate. She immediately called a colleague to ask about it. Her colleague told her that during interrogation, the pirate had confessed that his group had researchers who had supposedly discovered a substance capable of extending life. It was contained in a tiny vial no larger than a finger. Yimu suddenly froze. She recognized that vial. During the chaotic battle to capture the pirates, they had seized the opportunity to inject the substance into her neck. However, after receiving the injection, she had been examined by a military physician and no abnormalities had been detected. Still feeling uneasy, Yimu immediately sought out Xiao Miao, a military physician, and asked her to test her blood again to make certain. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of Mo Lin Yuan remained constantly beside Yimu. The blood replacement procedure had succeeded, and Yimu was still breathing, but she remained unconscious. The imperial physician said that Yimu's soul had left her body, so her body could not awaken. However, if Mo Lin Yuan fulfilled his heavenly mandate, perhaps Yimu's soul would be guided back. When Yimu was young, she had once said that he would become the greatest emperor of all ages and unite the Central Plains. Perhaps Yimu would return when he became the greatest emperor of all ages. Mo Lin Yuan bent down and kissed Yimu deeply on the lips. From that day onward, he would begin his campaign to conquer the realm. Yimu suddenly awoke. It seemed that she had just been dreaming. She felt as though someone had kissed her. Although she still could not clearly see his face, she could sense that he was her husband. He was still waiting for her, so she had to return and find him. The following day, while walking down the street, Yimu suddenly realized that she was being followed. She immediately led her pursuers to a secluded place and told them they were wasting their efforts. The substance in that vial had already been injected into her body, and it had no effect on humans anyway. The pirates did not believe her. Convinced that she intended to keep the elixir of immortality for herself, they rushed forward to attack. Yimu defeated them with only a few moves. Several fragmented images suddenly flashed through her mind. They were all moments of her and Mo Lin Yuan training and playing together. Mo Lin Yuan's face gradually became clear. Yimu suddenly remembered everything, and all her memories came flooding back. She had to return and find Mo Lin Yuan. But just then, Xiao Miao secretly called to warn Yimu. "Run now. Someone discovered there was something unusual about your blood. While I was meeting with my superiors, I secretly accessed your files and altered your blood test results. Your genetic data has also been completely changed. Moreover, all your information has been locked in a top-level classified file. I also discovered that your bone marrow was never compatible with your father's. He never received a bone marrow transplant, yet he still survived. Everything was part of their experiment. You and your father are both test subjects. They also put drugs in your food. Your body is aging rapidly. In the end, you'll be sacrificed for those wealthy people." Even Xiao Miao was under surveillance. Yimu immediately realized that she and her father were being watched. She took her father for a walk in the garden and told him everything. Her father believed that those people had gone mad in their pursuit of immortality. This place was no longer safe, so he told his daughter to return to ancient times as quickly as possible. He had already read the book. Mo Lin Yuan truly was a good man, worthy of entrusting one's entire life to. He approved of his daughter marrying Mo Lin Yuan. Persuaded by her father, Yimu reluctantly bade him farewell. However, she only pretended to leave so that everyone would believe she had fled abroad. In truth, she was hiding in Xiao Miao's secret base, cleaning her weapons and preparing for a direct confrontation. Her body was already failing, and she did not have long to live. The masterminds behind this deserved to be buried with her. Moreover, they would certainly not spare her father. She could not stand by and watch him become a test subject as well. Her only regret was that she might never have another chance to return and see Mo Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, Mo Lin Yuan continued striving to unite the realm. He won battle after battle and annexed both the kingdom of Yin and the kingdom of Li. At last, it was the kingdom of Yu's turn. Mo Lin Yuan traveled alone to Yu and made a wager with Qi Yan. If Mo could defeat the kingdom of Yuan within 3 months, Yu would submit to Mo, and he would still grant Qi Yan a noble title. If he failed, he would divide the realm equally with Qi Yan. Qi Yan was somewhat surprised, having never expected him to offer such generous terms. In truth, Mo Lin Yuan had little choice. After all, Yu was Yi Mu's homeland. He also had a favorable impression of Qi Yan, so naturally he would show him preferential treatment. Hearing this, Qi Yan grew somewhat concerned. Under ordinary circumstances, Yi Mu could not possibly have survived this long in her condition. Could she truly still awaken? Mo Lin Yuan was utterly certain because he was the true son of heaven. Heaven could not possibly take away what he needed most while giving him a pile of things he did not want. Qi Yan merely thought Mo Lin Yuan was showing off. If he did not want them, why was he attacking other kingdoms? Mo Lin Yuan replied that it was his mission. Unifying the realm was his heavenly mandate. Only after fulfilling it could Yi Mu awaken. Qi Yan thought he was boasting. Conquering the kingdom of Yuan within 3 months would not be easy. Once that period elapsed, their agreement would prevent Mo Lin Yuan from making another move against the kingdom of Yu. His so-called heavenly mandate would remain unfulfilled. Hearing this, Mo Lin Yuan gave a cunning smile. The moment you and I sat down here to play chess, my victory was already assured. Qi Yan suddenly understood. Mo Lin Yuan wanted to create the illusion that the two of them had formed an alliance. The kingdom of Yuan was already weak, and now its situation would become even more precarious. Under those circumstances, Mo Lin Yuan would not need 3 months at all. Qi Yan furiously swung his sword at him. You shameless, despicable scoundrel. So from the very beginning, you intended to seize the kingdom of Yu without sacrificing a single soldier. Rather than have me bow and pledge allegiance like a despicable villain such as you might as well kill me. Mo Lin Yuan remained completely impassive. He merely snapped off a tree branch. It was enough to block Qi Yan's sword and force him back again and again. Qi Yan was instantly horrified. How could Mo Lin Yuan's internal power be so profound? The next moment, Mo Lin Yuan knocked the sword from Qi Yan's hand. The broken tip of the branch pressed directly against Qi Yan's throat. With the slightest exertion, Mo Lin Yuan could take his life. Mo Lin Yuan's eyes were cold and devoid of emotion as he asked, "Will you continue to honor the agreement we just made, or do you want me to kill you?" Qi Yan gritted his teeth. "If you want to annex the kingdom of Yu without losing a single soldier, then you might as well kill me now." Mo Lin Yuan sneered upon hearing this. "Do you think I would not dare?" He immediately thrust the branch toward Qi Yan's chest. Its sharp tip tore through his clothing. Mo Lin Yuan glanced down and abruptly froze. An extremely ugly turtle had been carved into Qi Yan's chest. Mo Lin Yuan recognized at once that it was Yi Mu's handiwork. Embarrassed, Qi Yan hurriedly pulled his clothes closed. Yi Mu had mischievously carved it into his skin when she was little. The carving was so ugly that Mo Lin Yuan surely would not recognize it. Unexpectedly, Mo Lin Yuan tossed aside the branch, turned around, and left. It turned out that Yi Mu had long known Qi Yan would die after Mo Lin Yuan pierced his heart with a sword, so she had carved the turtle onto Qi Yan's chest in advance to make Mo Lin Yuan spare him. And how could Mo Lin Yuan possibly refuse to heed her wishes? Meanwhile, Yi Mu quietly slipped into the secret research facility, tightly clutching the novel about Mo Lin Yuan against her chest. Everything would be settled tonight. At that moment, a masked researcher walked through the door, preparing to leave. Yi Mu silently rushed up behind him and knocked him unconscious with a karate chop. She quickly changed into his clothes, took his equipment, and successfully entered the facility. According to the documents, they would transfer all the longevity drug data to a pharmaceutical company in 10 hours. She had to rescue her father and destroy this place before that happened. According to the map, her father was being held in a small, secluded room. Yi Mu concealed herself in the shadows. When a guard entered to deliver her father's meal, Yi Mu charged forward and knocked him unconscious with one punch. She then hurriedly led her father away. Yi Mu brought her father to the exit and told him to keep running straight ahead once he got outside. Someone would be waiting to meet him. Her father hurriedly grabbed her hand and urged her to leave with him. Yimu smiled and said, I'll catch up once I've obtained evidence of their crimes. I've carried out similar missions before. This is nothing difficult. Without waiting for her father to respond, she pushed him outside, then locked the exit behind him. Only then did a sorrowful smile appear on Yimu's face. This time, she could not obediently follow orders. Yimu strode openly toward the others and smiled. Weren't you looking for me? Here I am. The road to the underworld seems far too lonely, so why don't you all come with me and keep me company? With that, she pressed the detonator. A deafening explosion erupted, leveling the entire villa. Yimu quietly closed her eyes. Unexpectedly, when she awoke, she found herself back in the imperial palace of Mo. In an instant, the entire palace was thrown into an uproar. However, Mo Linyuan was not in the palace. He had conquered every other kingdom, leaving only the kingdom of Yu still stubbornly resisting. At that very moment, Mo Linyuan was confronting Qi Yin on the battlefield. In truth, neither of them wanted to fight. However, the imperial preceptor had said that unifying the realm was Mo Linyuan's heavenly mandate. He had to accomplish it himself and continue until heaven acknowledged his sincerity, allowing Yi Mu's soul to return. Qi Yin did not want to fight Mo Linyuan either, but Mo Linyuan insisted on taking the kingdom of Yu. Yu was plagued by internal turmoil, with hidden factions waiting to strike, leaving Qi Yin no choice but to go to war with Mo. To bring Yi Mu back, Mo Linyuan drew his sword without hesitation and prepared to order the attack. Just then, an imperial carriage raced onto the battlefield. Mo Linyuan turned around in confusion, thinking that some major incident had occurred at the palace. Unexpectedly, Yimu poked her head out of the carriage and called sweetly, Husband, I'm here. Montak Linyuan Forza. The sword slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. He could only stare blankly as a radiant, smiling Yimu happily ran toward him and threw herself into his arms. Only after holding her tightly and feeling the genuine warmth of her body did he dare believe that this was not a dream. Yimu kissed his cheek and cried, Husband, I'm back. I missed you so much. Qi Yin stood opposite them, staring dumbfounded at the scene. Before he could even greet her, Mo Linyuan lifted Yimu onto his horse, spurred it into a gallop, and raced back toward camp, completely forgetting that they were on a battlefield. The imperial guards of both kingdoms were left bewildered. Yi Shaolang could only awkwardly announce a truce for the day and order the entire army to withdraw 100 miles. Yi Mu sat in Mo Linyuan's arms, contentedly wrapping her arms around his neck. However, she noticed that his expression was tense, without the slightest hint of joy. His reaction was strange. Should he not have hugged her, spun her around 3 times, and kissed her passionately? Unexpectedly, Mo Linyuan carried her into the military camp and frantically shouted for every imperial physician to come examine her. Yimu felt helpless. I'm truly fine. There's no need to make such a fuss. But was it really all right for you to abandon the battle and run back here? Mo Linyuan glared at her, his gaze so fierce that it seemed capable of killing someone. Yimu fearfully stuck out her tongue. She had clearly wanted to surprise him, so why did he not seem happy at all? She did not know that Mo Linyuan was nearly frightened to death. He was afraid she would be injured after suddenly running onto the battlefield. Moreover, Yi Mu had awakened before he unified the realm, and he did not know whether she might suffer any lasting effects. Fortunately, all the imperial physicians said that Her Majesty the Empress was merely a little weak and needed rest, but otherwise she was perfectly fine. Only then did Mo Linyuan breathe a sigh of relief. He pulled her tightly into his arms and asked fearfully, How could you come here on your own? Do you know how worried I was? What would I do if anything happened to you? His voice trembled uncontrollably. Yi Mu's heart ached, and she hurriedly tried to comfort him. But Mo Linyuan could not hear a word of it. He kissed her forehead, his heart overflowing with gratitude. Little Mu, thank you for coming back. The imperial preceptor had once said that Yi Mu had to return of her own free will. If she did not want to return, the remaining fragment of her soul in this body would leave with her. Mo Linyuan had once thought that if she did not want to come back, he would follow her. Moved, Yi Mu nestled in his arms. Now that I'm back, I will never leave you again. At that moment, Yi Shaolang stormed inside. These two had left him to deal with the mess while they ran back here to whisper sweet nothings to each other. Had they ever considered his feelings? However, when Yi Mu saw Yi Xiaolong's reddened eyes, she was deeply moved. She did not know how much they had suffered because of her. Now that she was awake, it was time for everyone to celebrate together. Yi Xiaolang immediately ran outside and announced that a celebratory banquet would be held that night to reward the entire army. Not far away, in the kingdom of Yu's camp, Qi Yin gazed in their direction with a complicated expression. Mo had already become the dominant power of the Central Plains. Whether he retreated or attacked, he could no longer preserve you. For a moment, he did not know whether to seek peace or pledge allegiance. But when he remembered that Mo Linyuan had spared his life, he looked down at the turtle on his chest. That carving was the only reason he had not been killed. In other words, Yimu had unknowingly saved him yet again. He could not repay her kindness with hostility by continuing to resist. Meanwhile, Yimu was enjoying a comfortable bath when Mo Linyuan suddenly slipped inside. Startled, Yimu shrank into the water and stared at him uneasily. Seeing this, Mo Linyuan said, "What are you thinking? Your body is still weak. I'm not that much of a beast. I can wait." His words sounded noble, but his handsome face had already turned as red as a monkey's backside. Yimu was rendered speechless. She wondered which of them was truly entertaining improper thoughts. Worried that suppressing himself might make him ill, she immediately wrapped her arms around his neck, pulled him closer, and kissed him. She even stuck out her tongue in a deliberately provocative gesture. "You've lost so much weight while I was away. Could it be that you are no longer capable?" Mo Linyuan immediately lifted her from the water and tossed her onto the bed, then turned and pinned her beneath him, eagerly beginning their intimate reunion. The next day, however, the two of them were still worried. After years of warfare to conquer the realm, most soldiers had long since grown exhausted. How could they conquer the kingdom of Yu? Such a stubborn obstacle. Suddenly, Yi Xiaolang rushed in excitedly and presented Yu's decree of surrender. Grateful to Yi Mu for saving him multiple times, Qi Yin was willing to pledge his sincere allegiance. He only asked that Mo Linyuan grant him a title and treat his people kindly. Delighted, Mo Linyuan lifted Yi Mu and spun her around. "Little Mu truly is my lucky star." And so, that year, Emperor Mo Linyuan of the Kingdom of Mo finally unified the realm. Despite the endless affairs of state, he fulfilled the heavenly mandate that had belonged to him in the original novel. He and Yimu also began their happy married life. Yimu often went to the imperial study to visit her husband. Whenever he saw her arrive, he would set aside his work, rise, and embrace her. The two would cuddle and kiss again, making the palace maids blush and withdraw. "Did you come because you saw that I was exhausted from handling state affairs?" he asked. "That's right," she replied. More importantly, she had missed her husband. When Mo Linyuan stared at her blankly, she stood on tiptoe, leaned close to his ear, and whispered something. After hearing her words, Mo Linyuan blushed, swept her into his arms, and carried her back to their chambers. A long while later, the two lay in bed talking. Suddenly, Yimu clutched her stomach and cried out in pain. Mo Linyuan was scared out of his wits, thinking that he had overexerted himself and injured his beloved wife. He hurriedly summoned an imperial physician to examine her. The imperial physician blushed and announced that Her Majesty the Empress was pregnant, so the couple would need to exercise restraint in certain matters. Yimu immédiatement froze. Their life alone together had only just begun, and she was already going to become a mother? Mo Linyuan felt even more aggrieved. He had only recently begun enjoying marital intimacy, yet now he had to abstain again. From that day onward, Yimu became a national treasure. The moment she awoke in the morning, a palace maid would loudly announce, "Attendants, Her Majesty the Empress is awake." In an instant, hundreds of palace maids would rush in and surround Yimu. Mo Linyuan had assigned all of them to serve her. Every day, Yimu had food and drink brought directly to her. Even when she went for a walk, someone held a parasol over her, while two palace maids supported her. Although it was clearly summer, every stone seat in the courtyard had been completely covered with layers of soft padding. Yimu was truly about to lose her mind. She furiously charged up to Mo Linyuan, threw herself into his arms, and pinched his waist hard. "This is all your fault. You went so far as to find an entire crowd of people to look after me. I'm only pregnant. I'm not paralyzed and incapable of caring for myself." Mo Linyuan hurriedly embraced her and gently soothed her. "If you don't like it, I'll tell them to keep their distance. Be good and don't be angry. After all, this is my first time becoming a father, so I'm very worried. You know that. The imperial family is heartless. I don't know what a father is truly supposed to do. All I know is that I must spare no effort and devote myself completely to taking good care of you. Seeing his lonely and helpless expression, Yimu felt a sharp pain in her heart. His current excessive caution was undoubtedly connected to his unhappy childhood. She immediately cupped his face and began speaking sweetly. Husband, having you beside me is enough. This is also my first time becoming a mother, so I understand your uncertainty. But I believe we will become the best father and mother possible. After talking for a while, the two of them finally stopped feeling so anxious. 5 months later, Yimu's belly had swollen as round as a ball. The palace maids all hoped that she would give birth to an imperial prince and secure her position, because some courtiers had begun urging Mo Linyuan to select new consorts. Even Zhao Mingyu from a neighboring kingdom heard the news and came specifically to advise Yimu. At court just now, someone used the need for an heir as an excuse to pressure Mo Linyuan into selecting consorts. You are pregnant and cannot attend to him right now. You might as well personally train several new brides and present them to him. That would be better than allowing women of unknown backgrounds into the imperial bedchamber. After all, once a man has experienced such pleasures, he cannot endure going without them. You must not allow anyone with ulterior motives to take advantage of this opportunity. Although Yimu trusted that Mo Linyuan was not that kind of man, everyone kept saying the same thing, and she could not help worrying. That night, she nestled in Mo Linyuan's arms and asked unhappily, I've made you abstain every day lately. Has it been difficult for you? I heard many people are urging you to select new consorts. Mo Linyuan immediately swore, You are my only wife and the person I love most in this life. You alone are enough for me. It is only a few short months. You must trust me. Several months later, Mo Linyuan was holding court when Yimu's personal palace maid rushed inside in a panic and shouted, Your Majesty, hurry to the inner palace and see Her Majesty the Empress. Her Majesty is about to give birth. Mo Linyuan jumped in alarm and raced to the palace chambers faster than ever before. Even from a distance, he could hear agonized screams coming from inside. Mo Linyuan anxiously tried to enter, but was stopped by the attendants. Your Majesty, the imperial physician said that the Empress's baby is too large and that she may have a difficult delivery. It would be inauspicious for you to enter now. Hearing this, Mo Linyuan roared furiously. Do not speak such nonsense here. All of you get out. Mu is a lucky star descended from heaven. She will certainly be safe. The moment he finished speaking, the room abruptly fell silent. Mo Linyuan thought the child had been safely delivered, but then he saw palace maids carrying out basin after basin of blood. He was so horrified that he nearly lost his mind and immediately rushed inside, disregarding everything else. Yimu lay weakly on the bed. Mo Linyuan tried to approach her, but was stopped by the midwife, who advised him to leave this unclean place. Mo Linyuan angrily cursed, If you dare speak such nonsense again, I will cut out your tongue. He rushed to the bedside, tightly grasped Yimu's hand, and gently reassured her. Mu, don't be afraid. I'm here. I will not let anything happen to you. Although he knew nothing about medicine, Mo Linyuan still channeled internal power into Yimu's abdomen, hoping to ease her pain. Thanks to his internal power, Yimu began to feel more comfortable, and her strength gradually returned. She soon regained consciousness. Seeing tears of pain in her eyes, Mo Linyuan furiously pointed at her belly and shouted, You rotten little brat, come out obediently right now. Otherwise, just wait and see how I deal with you later. His childish behavior made Yimu laugh and lifted her spirits. Gritting her teeth, she exerted every last ounce of her strength. Soon, the child entered the world with a loud cry. Looking at the fair-skinned, chubby baby, Yimu was so delighted that she forgot her pain. Mo Linyuan, however, cared only about his beloved wife and did not even bother glancing at his son. That rotten little brat only knows how to torment others. What is there to see? My poor Mu has suffered so much. Even so, he named his son Mo Chi, embodying the ideal of cultivating oneself, managing the family, governing the nation, and bringing peace to the world. As the eldest son, Mo Chi would one day bear the responsibility of ruling the kingdom. Mo Linyuan believed that his son would live up to his parents' expectations. A month later, Mo Lin Yuan held a grand 1-month celebration for Mo Chi. When the banquet ended, an exhausted Yi Mu collapsed onto the bed. Like the attentive father he was, Mo Lin Yuan coaxed his son to sleep before giving Yi Mu a massage. Yet Yi Mu was still distressed. Their son was already a month old, but she had not lost any weight. Mo Lin Yuan indulgently reassured her, "You don't need to lose weight. I like you this plump." But Yi Mu became upset. If she remained this plump, she feared her husband would no longer find her attractive. Mo Lin Yuan immediately kissed her, using his actions to dispel that mistaken notion. But just as they began, their son burst into tears. Yi Mu hurried out of bed to soothe him. Mo Lin Yuan grumbled irritably. "That little brat is such a nuisance. He's already a month old, so he's a big boy now. We can have a wet nurse take him to another room to sleep." But Yi Mu could not bear to do that. A family of 3 was happiest when they were together. Mo Lin Yuan had no choice but to obediently listen to his wife.